What should I read today? Oh, a new story.
The first thing I understood after the transfer, I was no longer human. I became a tree. And not just a tree, a willow, stuck in this cursed wasteland. No arms, no legs. I was in despair, firmly bound to this place, not understanding what to do next. And suddenly a voice sounded in my head. Host, lose you race, willow lifespan, 30 days. Evolution points, 100. So be obtained by absorbing the essence of the earth or sunlight and moonlight. Ability, 9,999 mutated sword-like leaves. Leaves shaped like blades, can pierce metal and split stone. I froze, 30 days? So if I do nothing, I'll just die? Evolution points. My only chance to get out of this wooden cage. I urgently need to become human. At that moment, my thoughts were cut off by light. The sky was split by a 7-color cloud. I froze. First, a leg appeared, thin and graceful. Then the body and head. At the moment I saw her face, all thought stopped. She stood before me, so beautiful that it was already beyond normal. Not human, something else. She was injured. Blood could be seen on her clothes, but even so, she looked like a goddess. She quietly exhaled and said irritably, "When I recover, I will kill them all." And at that moment, a tail appeared behind her. I couldn't believe it. This woman was too beautiful, like a real fox. The girl walked lightly toward the water. Along the way, her tail increased from 1 to 5. 5 tails were white, pure, and beautiful. What is she going to do? The next moment, I sharply inhaled. Before me opened a body that could only be called perfect. The girl took off her clothes and entered the water, raising her hands and washing her body. So close that I couldn't help but look. It was impossible to endure. My branches trembled, and in the next moment, the girl in the water looked at me. I was not afraid. I am just a willow now. Who would think that a tree has a mind? But the girl smiled. I couldn't understand. How did she discover me? She got dressed and walked up to me, saying, "Everything in the world has a spirit, but gaining intelligence is rare. Beings like you are almost never seen." I carefully moved my branches, wrapped them around her. She froze for a second, then smirked. I literally exhaled. "See you." She was already about to leave, and I thought, this is a chance. If she takes me with her, I'll be able to get out of here. I was already about to extend my branches, when the sky exploded with light again. Hundreds of cultivators, all on flying swords. The pressure from them was so strong that even I felt it was hard to endure. "I'm just a willow. Don't look at me," I repeated mentally. But it was clear, they came for her. In midair, hundreds of figures were floating. Under their feet, each had a sharp, flying sword, and the robes they wore were almost the same. As for the cultivation system of this world, Lu Ziyu did not have much concept yet, but the aura of the flying swords under these people's feet was unstoppable, brilliant, and blazing. Just a trace spreading over made Lu Ziyu feel frightened and shiver. Moreover, one thing was certain. These people all came for that fox demon girl. "You are really annoying. Do you think this princess cannot kill?" Behind her, 5 tails rose. The girl's brows were filled with killing intent, and she shouted coldly, "Demon woman, do not be arrogant." From above came out a white-haired old man with an immortal demeanor, sleeves fluttering. Looking down from above at the fox demon girl, he shouted righteously, "Demonic evil! Everyone has the right to kill. You, with demon blood, dare to step into the territory of our human race. Don't you know that those not of our kind must have different hearts? If you surrender and accept death today, I can spare your life. If you remain stubborn and resist, then do not blame me for skinning you, pulling out your tendons, and crushing your bones to ashes." His words were forceful and deafening. The old man's cultivation was astonishing. The vast energy erupting from his body turned into thousands of sword lights, imprinted in the sky like countless stars. "Ridiculous." The fox demon girl sneered and retorted, "Since I stepped into your human territory, I have not harmed a single person, unless they had evil intentions or plotted against me. Like your young master of the sword sect. If he had not provoked me first, why would I kill him? If you want revenge, then just act. Why say such grand principles? Putting on airs like this, acting righteous, don't you find it laughable?" Lu Ziyu watched coldly and roughly understood. This fox spirit killed the young master of the sword sect. So these people were all cultivators of the sword sect. Nonsense. It was clearly you, demon woman who secretly used charm techniques. Even at death's door you dare to slander our sword sect? Hopeless, not worth pity, the old man shouted angrily. Sword formation begin. Seal the surroundings. This time we must not let this demon woman escape. I will personally suppress her and use her corpse to honor our young master. Hearing this, more than 100 sword sect cultivators standing on swords in midair scattered to different positions. Each performed their role, chanting and forming hand seals. Soon, a semicircular sword formation covered an area of 1,000 zhong like a giant net. Lu Ziyu was stunned. This even covered him. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. This principle never changes. Lu Ziyu did not want to be involved in this conflict. But without feet, even if he wanted to escape, he was powerless. Demon woman die. The old man dove down. The sharp sword lights around him attacked the fox girl like a rain of flowers. Just tricks. The fox girl twisted her waist indifferently. Her 5 snow-white, sacred fox tails expanded in the wind, like 5 white dragons, turning the countless sword lights into nothing. The old man was stunned. Something was wrong. That demon woman's strength seemed much stronger than before. There was no time to think. The old man stepped in formation, formed sword seals, and displayed powerful and terrifying sword techniques. The vast energy covering this area gathered like sea and tied around him for his use. The fox girl's eyes were bright, her hair white like snow. Every move and expression showed extreme charm that could ruin nations and captivate all beings. Without even looking, she used her 5 fluffy tails to neutralize each sword technique. How is it possible? The old man shouted in shock. How did your power suddenly increase so much? Foolish. The fox girl rolled her eyes and said, fighting in your human territory would attract strong human experts. Now that we are deep in the wilderness, why should I keep hiding? You chased me for tens of thousands of miles. Even on the road to the underworld, you should be satisfied. As she spoke, killing intent burst out. With a light step, she rushed into the sky. Her 5 tails danced wildly like a storm, and the waves they stirred instantly submerged the old man. No! The old man screamed. He struck the belt at his waist and summoned an ancient, extraordinary long sword. Earth, water, wind, and fire rotated with brilliant golden light. Holding this sword, he walked out of the storm, but his clothes were torn and his body covered in wounds, clearly heavily injured. A top-tier, profound-level magic weapon. The fox girl glanced at the sword and said disdainfully, I heard your sword sect has an ancient flying sword comparable to heaven-level magic weapons. If you brought that today, I might fear you a little. This mere profound-level weapon only buys you a bit more time. The old man's hair was disheveled, blood dripping from his mouth. For a moment, he thought of escaping, but the terrifying power of the fox girl gave him no hope. Now, there's only one way. Fight to the death. Calming himself, he poured all his power into the sword. At the same time, he shouted for the 100 Sword Sect disciples to attack the fox girl. The fox girl's clothes fluttered, every step graceful. Wherever she passed, all attacks turned into nothing. Under the sweep of her 5 tails, the sword formation covering the area quickly collapsed. Those present were elite young disciples of the sword sect, but before her power, they were as weak as ants. Suddenly, a sword sect disciple used his speed to silently approach behind her like a fish that slipped through the net. But before he could act, a pair of beautiful eyes glowing with demonic charm pierced his soul. The fox girl's red lips parted, her voice carrying a strange power. The disciple's face went blank, and he killed himself. Sham technique. Lu Ziyu was not surprised. When mentioning fox spirits, one thinks of charm, seduction, and enchantment. Under the fox girl's gaze, that disciple directly committed suicide. If not charm technique, what else could it be? More than 100 sword sect disciples, under the slaughter of the Fox Clan girl, exploded without suspense into clouds of blood mist and powder. Falling onto the ground, the soil and plants in front of the water pool turned into a piercing, brilliant, demonic blood-red color. Lu Ziyu swayed his willow branches. His roots, deeply rooted in the soil, felt warm and heated. Evolution points plus 300. Evolution points plus 200. Evolution points plus 150. Evolution points plus 500. In 1 month since crossing over, Lu Ziyu had at most accumulated only 100 evolution points, and that was obtained by absorbing sunlight and moonlight. Now, more than 100 Sword Sect disciples fell on this land. Their blood penetrated through the rock layers and settled deep into the soil. Lu Ziyu's tree roots happened to be rooted in this area. He did not need to do anything actively. His roots were greedily and dominantly plundering the life essence of those more than 100 Sword Sect disciples. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, willow tree. Lifespan, 30 days. Evolution points, 3,500, obtained by absorbing sunlight, moonlight, and energy substances in the soil. Ability, 9,999 mutated leaves, sword-shaped leaves, sharp as knives, cutting iron like mud. Great! Lu Ziyu was extremely excited. The effect of evolution points should not be underestimated. They can be used to strengthen all attributes. With these 3,500 evolution points, Lu Ziyu can definitely undergo an upgrade. Right, in that old thing. Cheered up, Lu Ziyu looked at the white-haired old man in the sky. The higher the cultivation, the more life essence. This old thing's cultivation undoubtedly surpassed that of the more than 100 Sword Sect disciples. Lu Ziyu was overjoyed. Judging from the Fox Clan girl's display, killing that Sword Sect old man was almost a natural outcome. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderclouds gathered, filling a large part of the sky. The Sword Sect old man, who witnessed the Fox Clan girl's slaughter, held a shining long sword and actually drew blazing lightning from the thunderclouds. The dazzling lightning, full of destruction, poured into the ancient sword, making the old man appear majestic. His eyes were red as he locked onto the Fox Clan girl. This was his strongest strike. Moreover, such divine techniques containing the meaning of lightning have an innate restraining effect on demonic beings. If this strike still could not harm the Fox Clan girl, what awaited him would be death and the destruction of his soul. Destroy. A long, crazed roar, thunder piercing the ears. A lightning rainbow, more than 10 meters long, burst out from the ancient sword in the old man's hand. Heaven and earth became as bright as day. That blazing lightning illuminated thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. In the wilderness, some low-level fierce beasts, from afar, sensing the sacred aura in the lightning rainbow, instinctively trembled. Still lacking. There was still no seriousness on the Fox Clan girl's face. She crossed her hands in front of her chest. Behind her, 5 fox tails flickered, releasing mysterious symbols and brilliant spiritual light, merging like rivers into a sea, forming a huge, sky-covering, noble and agile 5-tailed spirit fox. Its fur was smooth like silk, its body graceful and slender. Standing in this world, there was no ferocity or ugliness, only nobility and sacredness. The 5 tails rose, their tips intertwining into one point. Terrifying and surging energy surged there, continuously forming a huge energy sphere. This house-sized energy sphere met the more than 10-meter lightning rainbow, and the explosion waves spread like sea tides in all directions. The water pool was submerged, the forest was destroyed. Lu Ziyu could not avoid being impacted. The vast, violent wind struck his trunk, bringing a pain like being crushed into pieces. The cracks constantly splitting open on the ground made Lu Ziyu worry that he might be blown away. For plant life, soil is the source of life. Once separated from it, they face the fate of withering and dying. At this critical moment, the Fox Clan girl extended her palm and produced a piece of auspicious glowing light. With this layer of light covering, the raging storm could no longer harm Lu Ziyu. Thanks. Lu Ziyu felt some goodwill toward the Fox Clan girl. Crack, crack, crack. The sword rainbow filled with heavenly lightning energy, after confronting the multicolored energy sphere for a while, gradually dissolved and collapsed. In contrast, the energy sphere did not lose its remaining power and shot straight into the sky. Demon woman, you will not die a good death. Within an unwilling wail, the Sword Sect old man was reduced to nothing. Lu Ziyu extended his willow branches and absorbed the slowly falling blood mist light into his body. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 2,000. Evolution points plus 10,000. Terrifying. More than 100 Sword Sect disciples only gave Lu Ziyu more than 3,000 evolution points. This one old thing's life essence actually gave Lu Ziyu more than 10,000 evolution points. The difference was clear at a glance. Little thing, you are not simple. The Fox Clan girl, who had been slaughtering just now and was frightening, now walked over delicately and weakly. Her eyes stared at Lu Ziyu for a moment and said, "There is no special bloodline inheritance in your body, yet you have developed intelligence, and you can even devour life essence. Such an ability is rarely possessed by living beings. It is somewhat similar to plant beings like ancient man-eating flowers and blood-colored mandragora." Lu Ziyu chuckled. How can it be the same? I have a system. But he still had to restrain himself. It was not time to strike yet. Waving his willow branches, Lu Ziyu showed a posture of closeness, gentleness, wanting to go with her. The Fox Clan girl giggled. Being touched by the willow branches made her body itch a little, and some branches even landed on her buttocks. If not for the fact that in front of her was a willow demon that had just gained intelligence, she would have suspected it was taking advantage of her. All right, this princess cannot take you with me. Becoming serious, the Fox Clan girl said, "This time I came to the human territory secretly. You cannot even transform. If you follow me back to the demon territory, it will be full of danger, life and death uncertain. This wilderness is vast, the mountains and fields magnificent, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is abundant. If you grow here for hundreds of years, you may be able to transform into human form." Lu Ziyu, damn you. Hundreds of years? By then everything would be over. Lu Ziyu used willow branches as arms and wrapped them around the girl's arm. The Fox Clan girl hesitated for a moment, pressed her lips, and said, "Sorry, this princess still cannot take you with me. But meeting you here is also fate. I will give you a cultivation method. Coincidentally, among the 4 divine beasts, vermilion bird is fire, white tiger is metal, azure dragon is wood, black tortoise is water. This azure dragon myriad forms art is a dragon clan technique from ancient times, very suitable for your comprehension. Unfortunately, what I have is incomplete, only 3 layers. But if you cultivate it to completion, it will still benefit you greatly." After speaking, the Fox Clan girl injected a ball of light into Lu Ziyu's body. The ball of light entered Lu Ziyu's trunk and immediately turned into thousands of mysterious symbols, engraved onto Lu Ziyu's soul and spiritual plane. When they spread out, it was exactly the Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art the Fox Demon Girl had mentioned. Judging from the description and the contents of this Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art, it could be called a supreme and unparalleled great Tao heavenly skill. At least, Lu Ziyu could not understand a single symbol. He only felt that it was profound and difficult to understand, obscure like a heavenly book without words. "Little thing, we will meet again." After giving him the cultivation method, the Fox Clan girl, with her graceful back and flowing hair, stepped on a cloud of 7-colored auspicious mist and disappeared at the edge of the sky like an immortal maiden. For a time, only Lu Ziyu was left here alone again. First, let me upgrade. Lu Ziyu currently had 16,500 evolution points. Of these, 100 points were obtained after his transmigration by absorbing moonlight and sunlight. The rest were all obtained by absorbing the life essence of those sword sect disciples and that sword sect old man. Deduct 100 evolution points, realm +1. Deduct 200 evolution points, realm +1. Deduct 500 evolution points, realm +1. Deduct 1,000 evolution points, realm +1. The hollow and emotionless system voice crackled nonstop beside Lu Ziyu's ears. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, willow tree. Cultivation, spirit monster, 9th rank. Bloodline, none for now. Evolution points, 3,000 points. Ability, 9,999 mutated sword leaves, sword-shaped willow leaves, indestructible, piercing metal, and splitting stone. Looking at the extra line in the data panel before him, Lu Ziyu could not help asking, "What does Spirit Monster 9th rank mean? My current level?" The system said nothing. Lu Ziyu was speechless for a while. I should just cultivate honestly. Once I transform and walk out of this vast wilderness, what can I find out? Calming himself, Lu Ziyu used the remaining 3,000 evolution points to strengthen the sword leaves. Deduct 500 evolution points, 9,999 sword leaves strengthened. Deduct 1,000 evolution points, 9,999 sword leaves strengthened. The effect was obvious. The leaves growing on Lu Ziyu's branches, after being strengthened twice, became more crystal clear, thinner and sharper, and in shape they looked even more like long swords. Moreover, with the cultivation of Spirit Monster 9th rank, Lu Ziyu's whole body was filled with power. His trunk also grew more than 1 meter taller, and with one willow branch striking out, he directly cut a ferocious trench more than half a meter deep into the ground. If that struck a human body, it would be flesh flying, bones broken, and tendons snapping. Several days passed. Lu Ziyu gradually started to miss that Fox Clan girl. Without that little woman killing people, by only absorbing sunlight and moonlight, Lu Ziyu could gather only a few evolution points a day. There was also no energy substance in the soil. That bit of moisture in it basically only maintained Lu Ziyu's tree roots from withering. No, I must think of a way. After racking his brains, Lu Ziyu came up with an idea. He waved hundreds and thousands of willow branches, raising dust on this patch of ground. Before long, rocks flew everywhere, and the ground shook and the mountains trembled. It is said curiosity kills the cat. In this savage wilderness, there were not few rare beasts and ancient fierce beasts multiplying and living here. Lu Ziyu did not believe that there was not a single living being with curiosity. It's here. About 1 hour later, Lu Ziyu seemed to sense something. He stopped moving, his willow branches swaying with the wind, his aura restrained, like a completely ordinary willow tree. What came running over was a deer with brilliant fur and huge antlers, under the sunlight, even flowing with dazzling green spiritual light. Its movements were agile, and its eyes carefully examined Lu Ziyu. After finding nothing strange, it looked toward the water pool. Because of the battle between the Fox Clan girl and those sword sect cultivators, this area had become barren and ruined. That pool, which had once been green and clear, was now also broken and ruined. Come a little closer. Lu Ziyu had no eyes, but he could still see that deer coming. Top, top. Its four hooves stepped on the ground, and the deer moved forward a few steps. A moment later, it moved forward a few more steps. Lu Ziyu's patience was worn away bit by bit. When that deer entered Lu Ziyu's 20-meter domain range, without showing any mercy, Lu Ziyu flung out all the willow branches on his body. There were more than 1,000 willow branches, and the leaves were sparse. At most, each willow branch had only 7 or 8 leaves. But every willow branch was spotless and radiant, and the leaves swaying on them were also like sharp heavenly swords, with jumping edge and coldness piercing skin and bones. That deer reacted very quickly, but under the overwhelming willow branches and sword light, it was instantly cut into pieces and split into blood mist. Evolution points plus 200. After absorbing the life essence of that deer, Lu Ziyu felt extremely comfortable. Absorbing sunlight and moonlight to earn evolution points? That was terribly slow. Absorbing life essence was much faster. During the next half year, Lu Ziyu would stir things up once every day. When luck was good, he could trick dozens of fierce beasts into coming over to investigate in one day. When luck was bad, he would not see even one fierce beast come over in 10 days or half a month. There is no sense of years in the mountains. 1 year later, in the depths of this great mountain, there was now a sacred willow tree more than 100 meters tall, vigorous like an ancient giant tree. From a distance, that willow tree over 100 meters tall looked gorgeous and mysterious, as if carved from jade, full of spiritual energy, with dense willow branches and a huge trunk. Under the cover of continuously flowing mist, it seemed to wear a hazy and untouchable robe. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, willow tree. Cultivation, spiritual movement, first rank. Bloodline, none for now. Cultivation method. Azure Dragon Myriad Forms Art, first layer complete. Evolution points, 300 points. Ability, 9,999 purple gold sword leaves, upgraded sword leaves, even more powerful. Return to simplicity in a single thought. Wash away all splendor and return to the original state. Unless it is a top giant living being, the host is just an ordinary willow tree. Compared to 1 year ago, the attribute panel had become much more luxurious. This was also Lu Ziyu's transformation over this year. As for the myriad forms Azure Dragon art, Lu Ziyu could not understand a single symbol and could not comprehend any of its content. The reason he could bring the first layer to completion in 1 year was entirely because he used evolution points to strengthen it. Speaking of this, he still had to thank that Fox Clan girl. This myriad forms Azure Dragon art was extraordinary. After only bringing the first layer to completion, Lu Ziyu already felt an intimate resonance with the wood-attributed energy between heaven and earth. By breathing in and absorbing the wood-attributed energy in this wilderness every day, he could earn more than 1,000 evolution points. Boom, rimble, rimble. The dazzling lightning made the wilderness alternately bright and dark. Dark clouds filled the sky, and heavy rain fell. Lu Ziyu restrained his light and returned to a plain and simple form. This was his newly awakened ability, return to simplicity. After using it, he was like a drop of water merging into the ocean. Unless it was a living being of heaven-reaching strength, no one could see Lu Ziyu's true nature. When he woke up, the sky had cleared, with no clouds for thousands of miles. Lu Ziyu sharply heard footsteps. Another prey has come to my door on its own. Overjoyed, Lu Ziyu made preparations for hunting. The newly obtained ability, return to simplicity, made Lu Ziyu's aura perfectly and seamlessly blend into this vast wild mountain. There was no light surrounding him, no mist covering him, no vigorous life force. Rooted in the soil, aside from his huge trunk over 100 meters tall, which was much taller than ordinary willow trees, there was not a single flaw. The sound of footsteps grew closer. Before long, Lu Ziyu saw figures. Womans. Lu Ziyu was greatly surprised. Since the Fox Clan girl left a year ago, Lu Ziyu had not seen any human cultivators again. The boundless wilderness was undoubtedly extremely dangerous and full of crises. Under normal circumstances, no humans would come here. There were more than 50 human cultivators appearing ahead. Leading them was a handsome young man with a face like jade and outstanding bearing. Just over 20 years old, yet already possessing a remarkable cultivation aura. With each breath, the power and surging blood energy he emitted gave Lu Ziyu a heavy sense of threat. The more than 50 cultivators following this handsome young man were also all of the younger generation, but in terms of cultivation aura, they were far inferior to him. Lu Ziyu was puzzled. Why did so many human cultivators suddenly come? Let's observe first. Without making any movement, Lu Ziyu concealed himself. If that handsome young man were not present, Lu Ziyu would not mind starting a massacre and plundering them. But with him there, unless absolutely necessary, Lu Ziyu would not expose himself. The handsome young man who stopped here raised his brows, looked around, and his gaze finally fell on that huge willow tree. It could be seen that this area had few plants and a dim environment. In this wilderness, it could be considered a barren place. Strangely, the willow tree ahead was actually more than 100 meters tall. Could it be that the energy of this area has all been absorbed by this willow tree? Before entering this wilderness, the sect master reminded us that within these 10,000 miles of wilderness, there are countless ancient species and bloodthirsty fierce beasts. There are also many plants that have developed intelligence and possess terrifying strength. However, there's no demon aura inside or outside this willow tree, which means it has not developed intelligence yet and is not a threat. The handsome young man withdrew his gaze and shouted, "Rest here for one day, recover energy, and adjust your state." Hearing this, dozens of young cultivators gathered in small groups. 2 young cultivators, holding hands, came to Lu Ziyu. These 2 were a man and a woman. After sitting under Lu Ziyu's trunk and branches, they showed affection openly. It was obvious they were a Taoist couple. At such close distance, Lu Ziyu looked down at them with evil intent. The young male cultivator was quite bold. His hands roamed over the girl's body. The girl, with decent looks and a tall figure, blushed under his actions and said, "Stop it. If Senior Brother Wu sees this, he will scold us again for having unstable Tao hearts and being shameless." How could that be? My feelings for you are sincere, witnessed by heaven and earth. You and I are in mutual love, willing on both sides. Even if Senior Brother Wu sees it, he cannot say anything, the young man replied shamelessly. Lu Ziyu felt nauseated. A man's mouth is a lying ghost. This wilderness trial will last half a year. In previous trials, the survival rate of disciples sent here by major forces was less than 30%. Senior Brother Wu told us to conserve energy. You'd better stay away from me. The girl remained clear-headed and was not bewitched by sweet words. All right, hearing about the wilderness trial, the young man also became serious. Lu Ziyu heard every word of their conversation and began to think Perhaps the cultivation sects and family inheritances in the human world treat this wilderness as a trial ground for training the younger generation. That means it's not only this group of human cultivators here. Thinking this, Lu Ziyu's demonic power surged. Among the more than 50 young cultivators present, Lu Ziyu was confident he could hunt them all. Only that senior brother Wu gave him an extreme sense of threat. I'm currently using the Return to Simplicity ability. In their eyes, I am just an ordinary willow tree. If I can lure that senior brother Wu over and attack him by surprise at the critical moment when he is meditating and adjusting his state, then with him unprepared, there is definitely a chance to kill him in one strike. The idea was good, but Lu Ziyu did not know how to lure him. During the past year, Lu Ziyu had stirred up wind and dust with his branches to attract beasts. But this senior brother Wu was different. His strength surpassed Lu Ziyu. If he failed to kill him in one strike, Lu Ziyu could not reveal that he was a demon willow. Otherwise, with a single command, Lu Ziyu would not even have the ability to escape. Maybe I can use this pair? Thinking this, Lu Ziyu extended a willow branch and silently struck the girl's shoulder. The girl, who was resting with closed eyes, felt something hit her shoulder. She turned her head and saw a crystal-clear, radiant willow branch like jade. The leaves on it were sword-shaped and extremely sharp, standing upright as if they could cut her delicate body apart. "Monster!" the girl screamed. "What monster?" the nearby young man asked. This willow tree." The girl pointed at Lu Ziyu, stammering and trembling. The young man looked over. In the Return to Simplicity state, Lu Ziyu's trunk was sturdy and plain, with nothing unusual. "Junior sister, are you seeing things? This is not a monster, just a willow tree," the young man teased. "But I clearly saw that branch shining, and the sharp aura it gave off seemed like it would pierce and cut me." The girl replied, still shaken. "You must be too nervous." The young man comforted her. "Don't be afraid. In the central region, every sect creates trials to train the younger generation. Although this wilderness trial is dangerous, with senior brother Wu here, we will be fine." "Could it really be my imagination?" the girl muttered. Then she returned to her place, looked back several times, finally calmed down, and began to meditate. Several willow branches struck the girl's body again. Lu Ziyu deliberately released his aura, pressing it onto her body. Lu Ziyu's current cultivation level was spiritual movement first rank. How strong that was, and what stage it belonged to in this world's cultivation system, Lu Ziyu had no idea. But from the aura, he could tell that the girl's power was far inferior to his own. When Lu Ziyu deliberately revealed his ferocity, releasing his fierce and violent aura like a vast tide, pressing soul-piercing pressure onto the girl, her scream rang out once again. This scream, filled with fear and shock, naturally attracted the dozens of young cultivators in the distance. "Why the noise?" Senior brother Wu, wearing a long robe and sitting there, walked over irritably and questioned her. "Mon, this willow tree is a monster." The girl trembled as she pointed at Lu Ziyu and replied. "A monster?" Senior brother Wu, with a face like jade and a tall figure, narrowed his eyes and examined Lu Ziyu, but still could not see through Lu Ziyu in the Return to Simplicity state. He shook his head and scolded. "Nonsense! This is just an ordinary willow tree. How is it a monster? With such a Tao heart? How can you cultivate?" The girl had no reply. At this moment, that willow tree indeed looked completely harmless, but she believed that the pressure she had just seen and felt was definitely not an illusion. "Senior brother Wu, this wilderness is vast. We can find another quiet place to rest." Unable to provide evidence, the girl suggested. "Just because you say this willow tree is a monster, we have to leave." Senior brother Wu did not care. He sat down in front of the willow tree, his posture upright, his gaze sharp as he looked at the dozens of young cultivators and shouted, "Remember this. We cultivators must have hearts as firm as iron, unmoved even if the sky collapses. As the saying goes, Mount Tai collapsing before you should not change your expression. Being suspicious and timid like junior sisterly, you will not go far in the future." Extraordinary bearing flowed through senior brother Wu's words. The dozens of young cultivators looked at each other and rushed to agree. Senior brother Wu is right. Indeed, we cultivators move forward without hesitation, with hearts like stone. Junior sister Li, your courage is too small. Senior brother Wu smiled faintly, glanced at the girl, and said, "Well, do you have anything else to say, junior sister Li?" The girl was speechless. Lu Ziyu laughed inwardly. This senior brother Wu was truly at the end of his life. Right now, senior brother Wu was sitting in front of Lu Ziyu's trunk, only a short distance away, within reach. Moreover, he had his back to Lu Ziyu, with no defense at all. As soon as he calmed his mind and entered meditation, Lu Ziyu could seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal strike. Once this senior brother Wu was killed, none of the dozens of cultivators present would be a threat. Don't rush. Like a venomous snake lying hidden in the grass, Lu Ziyu remained calm. Several hours passed. The moment had come. Inside senior brother Wu's body, there surged vast energy like stormy waves, and a layer of brilliant light covered his flesh. His cultivation had reached a peak bottleneck. Lu Ziyu struck decisively. 1,000 willow branches shot into the sky, dancing wildly. The demonic power hidden within Lu Ziyu's trunk burst out without reservation. What is this? A chill ran down senior brother Wu's spine as he opened his eyes and turned around. That willow tree he had regarded as ordinary now shone with radiant light, exhaling clouds and mist. The willow branches it swung were spotless, sharp, and filled with killing intent. In a flash, before he could stand up, the dense willow branches covering the sky struck toward him with incomparable, terrifying force, like chains of order. Monster! The girl, who had already retreated far away, shouted immediately. She even felt a bit happy, thinking, now you should believe me. How dare you? Seeing the tender green willow branches about to pierce his body in an instant, senior brother Wu flew into a rage and raised his hand to form a seal. Boom! A square seal of power blocked the willow branches that could pierce metal and split stone, like spears striking an indestructible wall. Lu Ziyu's heart sank. The willow branches falling from the sky could not break through that seal. But it did not matter. This was only the beginning. Lu Ziyu shook his trunk and activated 9,999 purple gold sword leaves. Clatter! The sword-shaped willow leaves, wrapped in noble and sacred purple gold light, thin as cicada wings and indestructible, so dense that they were like heavenly swords, tearing through the void, instantly submerged that seal of power. Without losing momentum, these purple gold sword leaves struck senior brother Wu's body. Damn it! Senior brother Wu's face turned pale. His flesh, under those purple gold sword leaves, was as fragile as tofu, breaking at a touch. Hurriedly mobilizing more power, he used a movement technique, dodging the attacks like lightning. Trying to escape? Lu Ziyu sneered and extended his willow branches like arms. More than 1,000 crystal-clear branches intertwined in midair, forming a cage 7 or 8 meters high and dozens of meters wide. Falling from the sky, it trapped senior brother Wu. Do not think the branches were fragile. In fact, they were tougher than steel. Under this woven cage, senior brother Wu could not escape for the moment. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Ziyu activated the Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art. Under the enhancement of evolution points, he had cultivated this technique to the completion of the first layer. Green divine light burst from his whole body, with mysterious symbols faintly flickering. Roar! A mysterious and ancient roar was born. This roar, which could intimidate all living beings and tower above heaven and earth, made this area dim and filled with flying dust. The wood-attributed energy between heaven and earth surged endlessly, gathering around Lu Ziyu's tree body. Combined with his own demonic power, a more than 10-meter-long azure dragon phantom, extremely vague with indistinct scales, coiled around his trunk. The dragon race, rulers of the primordial world, the most powerful beings in heaven and earth, born able to ride clouds and summon wind and rain. An adult dragon could directly rival the top human experts. The azure dragon phantom around Lu Ziyu carried a supreme and sacred aura, majestic and domineering, overwhelming mountains and rivers. In color, it illuminated the land, incomparably divine. Lu Ziyu's body overlapped with this azure dragon phenomenon, clearly transcending the mortal world. My heavens! What level of demon is this? The dozens of young cultivators, seeing the green willow tree surrounded by the azure dragon phantom, glowing with divine light, shrouded in mist, and surging with demonic power, stood frozen in shock. Heaven and earth were dim. That willow tree, over 100 meters tall, had a spotless trunk as if carved from jade. The bright and sacred aura it released did not look like that of a demon tree at all, but rather like a divine tree from the heavenly realm. The azure dragon phantom, coiled outside the tree body, was close to 15 meters long. Its claws and fangs were sharp enough to tear the sky, and its long roar intimidated all living beings. It looked very blurry, like a projection, but the trace of dragon might it revealed, in essence, stood above the countless living beings in this savage world. Damn demon, I will grind your bones to ash and refine your soul into nothing. His furious voice was hoarse. Senior brother Wu rushed out of the cage woven from willow branches. His clothes were in rags, his body covered in wounds. On his chest, face, and abdomen, there were wounds pierced and torn open by the purple gold sword leaves. Killing intent surged, and his aura raged. After breaking out of the willow branch cage, Senior brother Wu looked ahead and froze for a moment. Plant beings that had become spirits were not rare in this ancient wilderness, but the aura of that willow tree was far too bright and sacred. And there was also that azure dragon phantom. The moment Senior brother Wu stepped out of the willow branch cage, the azure dragon phenomenon coiled around Lu Ziyu's trunk, dragged a tide of destruction and world-shining light as it charged toward its prey. The aura of death made Senior brother Wu's face turn pale. His strength had originally been above Lu Ziyu's. But under Lu Ziyu's sneak attack, he had lost his footing, lost the initiative, and his physical body had been badly wounded by those purple gold sword leaves that could pierce metal and split stone as sharp as heavenly swords. His long robe was soaked in blood, his combat strength had been greatly reduced, and this azure dragon phantom charging at him also carried majestic and overbearing wood-attributed energy. The trace of dragon might contained within it was so real and terrifying. Yellow's sand technique. At the brink of danger, Senior brother Wu bit his finger and offered his own essence blood. Shining dark yellow grains of sand rose from the ground and gradually formed a storm. This was not ordinary sand. The countless dark yellow grains poured onto that noble, oppressive, peerlessly overbearing azure dragon phantom with crackling sounds. In just a few breaths, they devoured the azure dragon phenomenon completely, leaving not even a trace behind. Ha ha, you demon, and you still want to kill me? Senior brother Wu threw back his head and laughed wildly. After offering essence blood, his face was even paler than before. But he laughed arrogantly because he had already regained his footing. Now, as long as he joined forces with the dozens of young cultivators here, he could strangle that demon tree ahead. Lu Ziyu watched quietly. Suddenly, a willow branch emitting deadly sharp brilliance shot out from deep underground. With a puff, it pierced Senior brother Wu's heart. All the attacks, just now, had only been a setup. This was Lu Ziyu's killing move. Even in his dreams, Senior brother Wu would not have imagined that just when he thought he had escaped danger and regained his footing, at his most careless moment, a willow branch would shoot out from deep in the soil and pierce his heart in one strike. Cough, cough. He dropped to his knees on the ground, vomiting blood. In Senior brother Wu's eyes, there was unwillingness, confusion, and fear. How could it be like this? How can I still die? He wanted to stand up, but his life force was like drifting catkins in the wind, flowing away uncontrollably and impossible to stop. Lu Ziyu did not drag things out. The willow branches trembled as they plundered and absorbed Senior brother Wu's flesh and blood essence. The scream was horrifying. As Lu Ziyu absorbed his life essence, Senior brother Wu's flesh withered and his gaze became dull. A little later, Senior brother Wu lying there had completely become a dried corpse. Evolution points plus 2,000. The system voice in his ear sounded like heavenly music to Lu Ziyu. 2,000 evolution points was not a small amount, but it was still not enough. With fierce malice, Lu Ziyu swung his willow branches and attacked the dozens of young cultivators in the distance. Run! This demon is terrifying. Even Senior brother Wu, at the peak of the 9th level of the Xiantian realm, was mercilessly killed by it. Even if we all join together, we are not its match. The dozens of young cultivators, terrified and trembling, scattered and fled. Lu Ziyu's body still could not leave the soil where it stood, but his willow branches were more than 80 meters long, and he could also unleash those purple gold sword leaves. Within a radius of 100 meters, this became Lu Ziyu's field of slaughter. The dozens of young cultivators trying to flee died, one after another, exploding in a blood mist. Fear really is the greatest weapon. If these people had united and attacked me together, Maybe a few might have escaped. But fleeing in all directions only gave me the chance to crush and harvest them. In the end, not one of them could escape. Lu Ziyu came to understand this. He had crossed into this world and become a willow tree, able to cultivate. That meant he was destined not to be merciful. Today, these dozens of cultivators had not provoked Lu Ziyu, nor had they pointed fingers at him or cursed him. But Lu Ziyu still took the initiative to begin slaughter. This was not cruelty, not bloodlust, but only for the sake of becoming stronger. Besides, Lu Ziyu was no longer human. He was now a willow tree, or it could also be said, a tree demon. The human race was probably the race in heaven and earth most hostile to outsiders. Lu Ziyu believed that one day, if he stepped into the human world and his true form was seen through, it would bring endless hostility. If he did not want to be swallowed by this world, then Lu Ziyu could only become stronger by any means necessary. Mercy in this world, in this wilderness, was too laughable. 1 hour later, the slaughter came to an end. Under the sunlight, those crystal-clear willow branches, like tentacles and chains, pinned corpses one by one in midair. The willow tree, standing in the hazy mist, still had a bright aura, dazzling and sacred. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 800. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 1,000. Lu Ziyu looked at the data panel. After hunting dozens of cultivators and that senior brother Wu, he now had 13,500 evolution points. As his strength increased, Lu Ziyu needed more evolution points to strengthen his cultivation level. Deduct 3,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 3,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 3,500 evolution points. Realm plus 1. His cultivation rose from spiritual movement 1st rank to spiritual movement 4th rank. Lu Ziyu's trunk grew hot, his branches flourished, and those roots buried beneath the rock layers twisted and spread, as thick as water vats, stretching outward and covering dozens of meters around. Should I try leaving this soil? Rooted here, he could only wait for prey to come to him. Lu Ziyu wanted more, to actively search for prey. He moved his body and gathered strength. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shattered inch by inch, and the thick roots buried deep in the soil pulled out and stretched forth. Lu Ziyu controlled these roots and walked toward the distance. At first he was still unsteady, but after walking several hundred meters, he began to adapt a little. The vast wilderness was boundless and magnificent. A towering willow tree more than 100 meters tall ran across the earth, dragging mist and brilliant spiritual light behind it. Those tree roots on its trunk were thick and powerful. If one stripped away the layer of soil covering their surface, one would see that those roots were ink-black in color, crystal clear in texture, spotless and pure, as if carved from black crystal. These more than 10 roots, the longest over 100 meters and the shortest 70 to 80 meters long, were like the legs of that huge willow tree, supporting it as it ran through this wild mountain. But after leaving the nourishment of the soil, Lu Ziyu felt a sense of suffocation, just like a normal human suddenly falling into water and being unable to breathe. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ziyu ran several thousand meters in one stretch. After he really could not hold on any longer, he stopped. His strong roots broke through the ground and rock layers with destructive force and extended deep into the soil. At once, the sense of suffocation disappeared without a trace. This was a bold attempt. Ordinary plants, once separated from the soil, would wither and die before long. Plant beings that had opened intelligence and cultivated into demons also needed the nourishment of the earth to survive before transforming into human form. Lu Ziyu was now certain that although he still could not completely leave the soil, he could at least barely run for a certain distance. This did not seem very useful. But with this temporary ability to leave the soil, Lu Ziyu no longer had to wait for prey to come to him. He could actively search for prey. It could also be said that all the birds, beasts, and living creatures in this entire wilderness had become Lu Ziyu's prey. Of course, Lu Ziyu would not foolishly provoke those beings with overwhelming strength and monstrous ferocity. What place is this? Looking around, Lu Ziyu examined the area where he was. This place was only a few thousand meters from where Lu Ziyu had originally stayed, but to him, the surrounding scenery was extremely unfamiliar. Shriek! A long cry, clear and sharp enough to pierce metal and split stone. Behind the clouds high in the sky, a shadow could be seen faintly, overlooking the earth. After descending a little, Lu Ziyu saw clearly what it was. It was an incomparably majestic, golden-crowned flying eagle, with eyes like lightning. When it spread its wings, the golden-crowned flying eagle was a full 100 meters wide. A trace of rock blood flowed in its body, making it one of the top hunters among flying fierce beasts. Its dense feathers looked as if they had been poured from gold, shimmering under the sunlight and reflecting golden light. Its pair of claws were shaped like iron hooks, their tips flashing with cold light, giving people a frightening sense that they could tear through anything. Flapping its wings, this golden-crowned flying eagle circled above Lu Ziyu's head. Its somewhat spiritual eyes were fixed firmly on the willow tree below. Demonic beasts had a very strong sense of territory. This area was clearly the golden-crowned flying eagle's territory. It was somewhat puzzled by the suddenly appearing willow tree below. When had this tree demon appeared? A few days ago, it had not been here. Keeping its distance, the golden-crowned flying eagle observed for a while. From Lu Ziyu, it sharply sensed a strong, threatening force. This made the golden-crowned flying eagle's gaze grow heavy. Lu Ziyu was also observing the golden-crowned flying eagle above his head. Very quickly, Lu Ziyu came up with an idea. In a single thought, the bright mist and brilliant spiritual light around him disappeared without a trace, unlike ever before. The golden-crowned flying eagle's pupils shrank. A moment ago, that willow demon had given it a strong threat that reached its bones, but now there was nothing at all. It was no different from an ordinary willow tree. The golden-crowned flying eagle, with its limited intelligence, found it strange, but once it sensed that the willow tree no longer posed any threat, it flapped its wings and descended. It took the bait. Lu Ziyu secretly rejoiced. After entering the return to simplicity state, Lu Ziyu blended into heaven and earth and into nature. It was the perfect ability for deceiving prey. With a boom, the ground shook and dust flew everywhere. The golden-crowned flying eagle landed in front of Lu Ziyu, its sharp eagle eyes examining the willow tree before it from top to bottom. Silently, Lu Ziyu moved the roots buried deep in the soil. The hard underground rocks, under the drilling of his black, crystal-like roots, were as fragile as tofu, shattered into pieces. Without the golden-crowned flying eagle noticing, Lu Ziyu's roots had extended beneath its feet. To hunt this golden-crowned flying eagle, Lu Ziyu could not afford not to be careful. Judging from their auras, Lu Ziyu's strength and this golden-crowned flying eagle's strength were about evenly matched. Lu Ziyu's advantage lay in being able to use the return to simplicity state to confuse this beast. But achieving a one-hit kill was somewhat difficult. Yet if he could not kill it in one strike, the startled golden-crowned flying eagle would definitely fly into the sky. Lu Ziyu did not want to see that result, so he had to think of a way to restrain the golden-crowned flying eagle's ability to fly. Shriek! After a long while, unable to see anything strange about the willow tree in front of it, the golden-crowned flying eagle let out a long cry, spread its wings, and looked as though it was preparing to leave. Lu Ziyu launched a sudden attack. Black roots, as flexible as tentacles, broke through the ground and intertwined around the golden-crowned flying eagle's two legs. Caught off guard, the golden-crowned flying eagle let out a piercing cry. Its wings flapped violently, stirring up fierce wind and sand as it struggled against the black roots. Its strength was immense. The force erupting from this golden-crowned flying eagle could uproot a mountain peak and tear apart chains of steel. Lu Ziyu's trunk shook, and with a snort he sent out his willow branches. With those black roots entwining and binding it, the golden-crowned flying eagle could no longer fly into the sky. In other words, without its flying advantage, the golden-crowned flying eagle's combat strength dropped by half. The blazing willow branches, shining brightly with swaying leaves, crossed the sky, pierced through everything, and struck the golden-crowned flying eagle's belly and wings like long spears. However, the golden-crowned flying eagle's golden feathers were like a layer of armor, astonishingly hard, invulnerable to water and fire. Lu Ziyu's willow branch strikes actually could not pierce that layer of golden feathers. Shriek! All this happened in an instant. The golden-crowned flying eagle had already realized that the willow tree ahead was a terrifying demon creature. It burst out with even more violent power, and the mighty demonic energy erupting from its body surged endlessly like a sea, blasting toward Lu Ziyu. I can't drag this out. Lu Ziyu exploded with full force. He wrapped more than 1,000 willow branches tightly around the golden-crowned, flying eagle's body layer by layer. At a glance, the golden-crowned flying eagle, with its legs bound by black roots and its body tied by more than 1,000 willow branches, found it difficult even to move. And the purple gold sword leaves on those willow branches had overbearing sharpness, cutting iron like mud. As they struck the golden-crowned flying eagle's feathers with crackling sounds, they did manage to tear open some wounds. Roar! The long cry of the golden-crowned flying eagle was suppressed by a mighty and incomparable dragon roar. Outside Lu Ziyu's trunk, there appeared that familiar azure dragon phantom, the one that made all living beings of heaven and earth tremble. The dragon roar was blazing, mighty, and sacred. Under that dragon roar, the mountains and valleys shook, and all living beings in heaven and earth prostrated themselves. The golden-crowned flying eagle, proud and impossible to tame, after hearing this majestic and sacred dragon roar, also stopped struggling, its feathers trembling. The azure dragon phantom coiled outside Lu Ziyu's tree body was blurry and unclear, like a reflection of the moon in water, like a bubble in a dream. Yet the supreme dragon might and highest aura it revealed made the golden-crowned flying eagle fearful and unable to resist. The wood-attributed energy spread through this vast world, boiled and rejoiced, pouring endlessly into Lu Ziyu's body. The flowers, plants, and ancient trees growing in the mountains and fields actually bent toward where he was, bowing and worshipping. Layers of mist and divine light shone on Lu Ziyu's huge and brilliant tree body, as if it were a divine tree from the heavenly realm that had fallen into the mortal world. There was no fierce terror, no slaughter, no bloodiness. There was only brightness and greatness. The azure dragon myriad forms art. Lu Ziyu's most powerful trump card at present was not those willow branches, nor those mutated sword leaves, but this azure dragon myriad forms art. The Fox Clan girl had said that this was a cultivation technique of the ancient dragon race, supreme in grade and unmatched in power. By using this azure dragon myriad forms art, Lu Ziyu could summon this trace of an ancient azure dragon phenomenon projection. Its destructive power and suppressive force were beyond imagination, unfathomable like ghosts and gods. Shriek! The golden-crowned flying eagle began struggling again. Under the death shadow of heaven collapsing and earth splitting, it no longer had time to fear or be afraid. When a person is driven into a desperate situation, they often burst out with power beyond their limit. Demonic beasts were the same. The golden-crowned flying eagle, now driven mad, was drowned in golden light. The crystal-clear willow branches binding its body broke one by one, and even the thick black roots wrapped around its legs began to show crack-like lines. Lu Ziyu could feel pain. Those willow branches were equivalent to Lu Ziyu's arms. If your arms are broken, how could it not hurt? No longer hesitating, Lu Ziyu used his will as guidance and sent out the azure dragon phantom. Roar! The azure dragon phantom, more than 10 meters long, was not especially huge and was still not as large as the golden-crowned flying eagle. But after it struck the golden-crowned flying eagle's body with claws and fangs spread wide, the forbidden divine might and overbearing light it released were like a terrifying arrow shocking the world, drilling through inch by inch, and finally piercing straight through the golden-crowned flying eagle's flesh. Blood gushed like a spring, staining the grassland red. Its body pierced through by the azure dragon phantom. The golden-crowned flying eagle, at its last breath, fell weakly to the ground. It's over. Lu Ziyu let out a long breath. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 500. Lu Ziyu's willow branches pierced into the golden-crowned flying eagle's body, gulping down its life essence. A few breaths later, the golden-crowned flying eagle's body withered. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, willow tree. Cultivation, spiritual movement 4th rank. Bloodline, none for now. Cultivation method, azure dragon myriad forms art, 1st layer complete. Evolution points, 6,000. Ability, 9,999 purple gold sword leaves, mutated willow leaves. Return to simplicity in one thought. Return to the original state. merge into nature. Half a day later, the more than 100 willow branches that Lu Ziyu had broken grew back. They had been torn off by that beast during the battle with the golden-crowned flying eagle. Looking at them, the more than 100 reborn willow branches flowed with light, and their leaves were crystal clear, no different from the other willow branches. Any plant being had the ability to heal itself. A seed buried in the ground could grow into a towering ancient tree. A section of willow branch planted in the soil could also become a sky-reaching willow tree after hundreds or thousands of years. Wood-attributed plant beings also had naturally powerful and vigorous vitality. Lu Ziyu was not surprised at all by the rebirth and self-healing of these more than 100 willow branches. This was only natural. The dozens of human cultivators I hunted before were all disciples of human sects outside this wilderness. The human sects outside this wilderness treat this place as a trial ground to train the younger generation. Now there are countless sect disciples entering this wilderness. At present, I have the return to simplicity ability and can conceal myself so well that I can deceive the heavens and cross the sea. This gives me the chance to kill those human cultivators by surprise. Lu Ziyu pulled out his roots and ran into the distance. He was very careful. Every time he ran a certain distance, he rooted himself in the soil and entered the return to simplicity state. Only after confirming there was no danger would he continue forward. More than 10 days passed. Lu Ziyu crossed the territories of more than 100 top fierce beasts. Today, he arrived at the territory of a great demon. Why call it the territory of a great demon? Because as soon as he came to this vast barren region, dark and oppressive, Lu Ziyu felt a boundless and vast demonic aura. In the depths of this region, it seemed as if a prehistoric giant beast was lurking. The roars that came from time to time were as deafening as thunder, and even from dozens of li away, they made Lu Ziyu's heart pound and his branches tremble. In the return to simplicity state, my aura and demonic power merge with heaven, earth, and nature. I wonder whether I can hide from a great demon. Lu Ziyu muttered uncertainly. It is best to be careful. Without rashly going deeper into the territory of this great demon, Lu Ziyu turned and left. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. Lu Ziyu rooted himself in a mountain valley. In this valley, the flowers and plants were lush, the water source abundant, and several fierce beasts lived there. But after Lu Ziyu arrived, all of them became his prey. That day, the great sun slowly rose, and the gentle sunlight shone over this vast wilderness. The air was fresh and also carried threads of moist breath. Many crystal-clear drops of water clung to Lu Ziyu's willow branches and leaves. Evolution points plus 100. Evolution points plus 80. Evolution points plus 200. A day's plan begins in the morning. At dawn, when all things awaken, when the great sun rises in the east, the energy substances between heaven and earth are the purest and strongest. Lu Ziyu's tree body was like a black hole, greedily absorbing the energy of heaven and earth circling in the valley. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. The blazing sun scorched Lu Ziyu and made him a little irritable. Just as he was about to pull out his roots and find a cool place to escape the heat, noisy sounds came from outside the valley. The young master is truly amazing. That dragon-horned rhinoceros was a top fierce beast close to the mysterious realm, but under the young master's divine might and unmatched bearing, it was suppressed in the time of half a cup of tea. Among the thousands of young cultivators participating in this wilderness trial, those who can compare with the young master can be counted on one hand, as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilan horns. Indeed, the young master has the bearing of a heavenly man and unmatched combat strength. I think it will not be long before he can be compared to the outstanding talents on the True Dragon True Phoenix ranking. Amid the endless flattering voices, a purple-robed young man in luxurious clothes, arrogant and overbearing, walked into the valley under the stars-like support of dozens of young cultivators. Looking at that group of young cultivators who walked into the valley, Lu Ziyu's heart was as still as water, and the mist and light outside his trunk instantly withdrew without a trace. From the noise and clamor of these young cultivators, Lu Ziyu knew that this group of human cultivators, like the group he had killed some days ago, had all come to this wilderness to take part in the wilderness trial. He observed in secret. Lu Ziyu locked onto that purple-robed youth. This purple-robed youth, surrounded by dozens of young cultivators like stars around the moon, flattered and walking at the very front, had a face full of arrogance and superiority. After sensing him for a moment, Lu Ziyu made a judgment. This purple-robed youth's strength was about the same as that senior brother Wu's. When Lu Ziyu dealt with that senior brother Wu before, he had used a sneak attack. If it had been a direct confrontation, the Lu Ziyu of that time would not have been a match for that senior brother Wu. But now things were different. After killing senior brother Wu and the dozens of young cultivators, Lu Ziyu's cultivation level had risen to spiritual movement 4th rank. During this half-month, he had also saved more than 10,000 evolution points, enough to raise several cultivation levels at any time. If he wanted to kill that purple-robed youth ahead, even without a sneak attack, he could do it. But an open attack would consume too much strength and also waste time. Lu Ziyu followed the law of hunting, which was to do everything possible to reduce the appearance of variables. In the return to simplicity state, he stayed motionless, looking down at the dozens of young cultivators with branches swaying in the wind, only waiting for the distance to be enough to launch his attack. Young master, look, this willow tree seems somewhat unusual. A young cultivator looked at Lu Ziyu in amazement and said, "This is the first time I have seen such a huge willow tree." The purple-robed youth glanced at it with disdain and cursed. "That is because you have little knowledge. In the 100 regions of Central State, vast and boundless, what kind of rare species are there not? This willow tree may look unusual, but in my opinion, it has not even opened its intelligence. There's not the slightest demonic aura. No matter how huge it grows, it is useless. Young master is wise." Immediately, a young cultivator flattered him with a smile, agreeing with what the purple-robed youth said. "Someone cut down this willow tree for me." The purple-robed youth, pointing and ordering like he alone ruled all, gave the command. The many young cultivators? "Lu Ziyu, cut me down?" Lu Ziyu did not understand. Could it be that he had seen through something? No, with that guy's cultivation realm, it is impossible for him to see through me in the return to simplicity state. Lu Ziyu held his breath and concentrated. No matter what reason the purple-robed youth had for wanting to cut him down, Lu Ziyu would not just sit and wait for death. A mere prey wanted to bite back? Was that possible? Under the ground and rock layers, Lu Ziyu drove his black roots to extend outward meter by meter, ready to launch a surprise attack at any time. "May I ask, young master, why cut down this willow tree?" Someone asked. This was also the answer Lu Ziyu wanted to know. "Do I need to explain to you what I want to do?" The purple-robed youth scolded sharply. "Young master, calm your anger. We will cut down that willow tree right away." Several young cultivators stepped out. In a short moment before they reached the huge willow tree, everything was calm and normal. The young master's temper is getting stranger and stranger. One young cultivator muttered with a bitter smile. "Keep your voice down. If the young master hears you, you will suffer." The other young cultivators rubbed their fists and prepared to use their magic power to smash the willow tree. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was like something had cut through the void. One willow branch after another revived with spiritual light and pierced through the chests of the several young cultivators with sword glow. This is the few young cultivators whose bodies had been pierced coughed up blood, and their vision darkened. Immediately after, the willow branches trembled and dragged them into the air. From a distance, it looked as if one dazzling chain of order after another had nailed those young cultivators to death beneath the sky. What is going on? The sudden slaughter left the dozens of young cultivators unable to react. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The ground broke apart and collapsed into pieces. Thick and crystal-clear black roots, like flood dragons and giant pythons, rose fiercely and savagely into the sky. Poochie! Poochie! Blood mist flew everywhere without end. In an instant, more than half of the dozens of young cultivators were strangled to death by the black roots that burst out from beneath their feet. Monster! The remaining dozens of young cultivators wailed and screamed, trembling in fear. Lu Ziyu swayed his willow branches and absorbed the life essence from each corpse. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 300. Evolution points plus 600. More than 10,000 evolution points were in hand. Lu Ziyu still wanted more. He used his roots to block the valley exit. More than 1,000 willow branches glowed and shimmered, their sword leaves swaying as they attacked that purple-robed youth. Like the young cultivators present, the purple-robed youth's face turned pale. He had not expected this sudden slaughter. Unable to dodge in time, several willow branches wrapped around the purple-robed youth's arms. Crack, crack, crack. The willow branches, which looked slender and tender, immediately cut into the flesh as soon as they exerted force. The purple-robed youth screamed. He raised a long blade and chopped off those few willow branches, only to be met by willow branches and sword leaves filling the sky. To give life and take life is all in my hands. Lu Ziyu's roared. In the 100-meter area with his trunk as the source, he was the slaughterer who ruled everything. Blood splashed like a rainbow. The purple-robed youth's kneecap was pierced by a willow branch. The heart-piercing pain made the purple-robed youth's body go soft, and he knelt on the ground. In that instant, the crystal-clear willow branches dancing in all directions pierced one after another through the purple-robed youth's chest, legs, and both arms. No! The purple-robed youth roared. He could not break free. The willow branches piercing his body were continuously devouring his life force. Such an ability was terrifying. Stop! I am the young master of Yuan's sect. If you kill me, my father will not let this go. The purple-robed youth, whose body had lost its luster and whose flesh was drying up bit by bit, cried out in a voice as weak as a mosquito. Lu Ziyu laughed silently. When a man is about to die, his words should be kind, but this fellow was actually using his identity to threaten him. The wilderness was boundless. Who would know it was he who killed him? Besides, to Lu Ziyu, there was no reason to let prey at his mouth go. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 1,000. The life essence of one purple-robed youth was worth more than the dozens of young cultivators present. And after being drained of life essence, the purple-robed youth naturally died, his soul cut off in the highest heavens. Lu Ziyu threw out willow branches and harvested the few young cultivators who had given up escaping, and the valley immediately returned to silence. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, willow tree. Bloodline, none for now. Cultivation, 4th stage of spirit movement. Technique, Azure Dragon Myriad Forms Art. 1st layer complete. Ability, 9,999 purple gold sword leaves, mutated willow leaves. Return to origin. When used, conceal the truth and blend into nature. Evolution points, 23,000. The valley was silent. The smell of blood in the air was completely absorbed by Lu Ziyu, leaving nothing behind. Deduct 5,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 6,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 7,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 5,000 evolution points. Purple gold sword leaves strength plus 1. The evolution points accumulated over more than half a month were almost exhausted in a short moment. In terms of cultivation, Lu Ziyu reached the 7th stage of spirit movement. The purple gold sword leaves growing on his willow branches, after being strengthened once, emitted an even sharper and more blazing brilliance. Each purple gold sword leaf that flew out could pierce through a solid rock. The physical bodies of ordinary human cultivators were even more vulnerable in front of these shining and deadly sharp leaves. With the help of the system, transforming into human form is only a matter of time for me. With great ambition in his heart, Lu Ziyu felt an indescribable longing and expectation for the vast world outside the great wilderness. He stretched his willow branches, his roots left the soil, carrying large amounts of mist, and departed from the valley. Along the way, Lu Ziyu hunted all the fierce beasts and flying creatures that appeared ahead. When he encountered those too strong to kill, he entered the return-to-origin state to avoid danger. The entire great wilderness was Lu Ziyu's hunting ground. Half a year passed. Lu Ziyu had hunted more than 500 human cultivators. These were disciples of human sects who came to train in the great wilderness. To avoid exposing himself, whenever Lu Ziyu attacked, he would not leave a single survivor, regardless of gender or appearance. All were killed. Unfortunately, the trial in the great wilderness only lasted half a year. Now all the human sect disciples who came here had left as scheduled. If Lu Ziyu wanted to hunt human cultivators again, he would have to leave these wild mountains. On this day, the weather was clear and bright, with no clouds in the sky. Outside a lake in the great wilderness, thick mist lingered and glowing light shimmered, like a paradise. At the center of the lake stood a huge and mysterious willow tree. The roots extended beneath the lake surface, while the trunk exposed in the air was over 150 meters tall. Its diameter required 7 or 8 people holding hands to surround it. The thick mist covering the lake and its surroundings was exhaled by this willow tree. The branches shone like crystal. The trunk was strong and clear, full of vast and surging life force. Standing quietly in the center of the lake, it looked like a divine tree from the heavens, illuminating mountains and valleys in all directions. The energy filling the world, like waves and tides, continuously nourished the willow tree, keeping it in a state of supreme holiness, brightness, and transcendence at all times. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, willow tree. Bloodline, none for now. Cultivation, 9th stage of spirit movement. Technique, Azure Dragon Myriad Forms Art. First layer complete. Ability, 9,999 purple gold sword leaves. Mutated sword leaves. Return to origin. When used, blend into nature and conceal the truth. Evolution points, 60,000. This lake was full of life, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was extremely abundant. This was a good place Lu Ziyu found a few days ago. Water nourishes all things. Rooted in this lake, Lu Ziyu felt completely comfortable. Moreover, within 100 miles, this was the only large body of water. That meant every day, many birds and beasts would come here to drink. To occupy this lake, Lu Ziyu used great effort to kill a golden giant crocodile in it. From today on, this place became Lu Ziyu's base. He did not need to do anything. Hundreds and thousands of birds and beasts would come daily. He only needed to seize the right moment to harvest and slaughter freely. After living in the great wilderness for nearly 2 years, Lu Ziyu had become more and more like a hunter. With 60,000 evolution points, I can try to enter the next major realm. The return to origin ability was obtained after evolving into the spirit monster realm. Lu Ziyu was curious what new ability he would gain after entering the next major realm. Deduct 50,000 evolution points. Realm +1. It was somewhat terrifying. From the 8th stage to the 9th stage of spirit movement, only 15,000 evolution points were deducted. But from the 9th stage to the next major realm, 50,000 evolution points were deducted at once. 50,000 evolution points. How many beasts would Lu Ziyu need to kill to gather that again? But thinking carefully, a being like Lu Ziyu, who could break through realms without bottlenecks just by using evolution points, probably had no equal in heaven and earth. Buzz. Buzz. His mind became chaotic. Lu Ziyu's body turned hot. His trunk changed first, growing from over 150 meters to 200 meters tall. Then his more than 1,300 willow branches grew to over 170 meters long, like strong green dragons dancing and swaying brilliantly. Faintly, new buds sprouted on the branches, emitting green light. In just a few hours, the number of purple gold sword leaves increased from 9,999 to 18,000. These were only visible changes. In a place invisible to the eye, deep within Lu Ziyu's trunk, an extra space appeared. It was like a chaotic inner world, dark, without light, mysterious and boundless. Embedded deep in his trunk, in the soul domain, it connected with Lu Ziyu's consciousness. Suddenly, within this empty, chaotic space, strands of demonic energy began to form. Streams gathered into a river. Those strands merged into a vast, surging river of demonic power. With a thought from Lu Ziyu, the demonic energy in that space instantly spread throughout his entire body. Boom! The willow tree under the sky, sacred and bright, suddenly became surrounded by overwhelming demonic energy. I understand. This space is used to store demonic energy. Lu Ziyu suddenly realized. He checked the status panel again. The cultivation field now read. First stage of Een Palace. That meant this chaotic space could also be called the Een Palace. Amid the surrounding mountains, the clear lake stretching for hundreds of miles was like a flawless and brilliant natural crystal. At this moment, the huge willow tree rooted in the center of the lake, with a trunk over 200 meters tall, was almost touching the sky, majestic and sacred. The more than 1,300 willow branches carrying the purple gold sword leaves all shone with flowing light, wrapped in auspicious glow, full of vast life force, like ancient green dragons. The roots of Lu Ziyu, rooted beneath the lake's surface, also underwent transformation. Those 5 to 6 meters thick black roots, soaked in the lake water, were spotless, wrapped with golden patterns. Telepathy. The host can use spiritual power to communicate with intelligent beings. Life essence. After advancing to the Yin Palace realm, the host's life level has shifted and leaped. The so-called life essence is like the host's blood. It can enhance the vitality of all kinds of living beings, including their cultivation level, and can also be used to heal injuries. However, if too much life essence is lost, the host will enter a weakened state, and in severe cases, will wither and perish. Lu Ziyu was overjoyed. Before transforming into human form, it was difficult to speak. Now, with this telepathy, Lu Ziyu could communicate mentally with the birds and beasts in the great wilderness. The life essence was even more powerful. It could enhance the vitality and combat strength of other beings, and also heal injuries. Then wouldn't I become like a ginseng fruit? One bite could extend life for 100 years, achieving ultimate transformation. Then wouldn't all the birds and beasts in the great wilderness go mad, trying to eat me? Realizing this, Lu Ziyu gasped and felt a chill. Everything has pros and cons. Since this life essence can enhance cultivation and combat power, I can use it to cultivate some fierce beasts. When I transform into human form and step into human territory, I can't be alone. I need some loyal and powerful subordinates. Lu Ziyu calmed down. A faint fragrant aura, full of mysterious temptation, surrounded Lu Ziyu's trunk and spread into the depths of the mountains. Any beast that smelled this fragrance, regardless of species or level, became as crazed as wolves smelling blood. For a moment, the mountains shook and dust flew. In less than half an hour, more than 1,000 beasts gathered in front of the lake. Among them were some ancient and ferocious bloodline creatures. Several of the beasts emitted violent and powerful auras that made even Lu Ziyu feel alarmed. For example, that two-headed dog. Its body was as large as a giant elephant, with terrifying claws and fangs. The two heads looked around. Inside it flowed a trace of hellhound bloodline. The hellhound was a forbidden beast of ancient times. There was also a purple-scaled giant snake over 100 meters long and as thick as a barrel. On its forehead was a fist-sized bulge, and two sharp claws had grown beneath its belly. This was a snake about to transform into a flood dragon. Roar, roar, roar. A supreme and overwhelming roar suddenly sounded, making thousands of beasts tremble and bow. Lu Ziyu did not act rashly. He used the fragrance of life essence to attract these beasts only to conduct an experiment. Now it seemed that with this fragrance, Lu Ziyu truly became like a ginseng fruit, able to attract prey anytime and anywhere. Of course, what was attracted might also be terrifying creatures that wanted to devour him. The more than 1,000 beasts gathered before the lake were strange and varied. Among them, the outstanding ones like the purple-scaled snake and the two-headed dog were not weaker than Lu Ziyu. And that sudden roar clearly came from a being above all present. At the moment he heard the roar, Lu Ziyu entered the return-to-origin state and also restrained the fragrance of life essence. Crack! Crack! The ground could not bear the weight and split into fragments. In Lu Ziyu's sight, from the depths of the forest came a golden lion over 100 meters long and dozens of meters tall, covered in golden scales, with blazing lightning jumping over its body. In ancient times, there were 9-headed golden lions that swept across all races and dominated the world. This golden lion was majestic, with overwhelming aura, and terrifying lightning surged around it. As it walked to the lake, all the bloodthirsty beasts present, including the purple-scaled snake and the two-headed dog, lay trembling and made way. It was like a king arriving. Lu Ziyu sighed. The power of this golden lion, even if it had not yet entered the level of a great demon, was 100 times stronger than him. From this, one could see how deadly and powerful the attraction of the life essence was to living beings. If Lu Ziyu continued to release that fragrance, even the terrifying great demons deep in the great wilderness would likely come to investigate. Roar! Roar! Standing by the shore, the golden lion raised its head. Its roar was like rolling thunder, creating ripples across the lake. The scene became chaotic. The 1,000 beasts scattered and fled in panic. Soon, only the golden lion remained by the lake. It had followed the mysterious fragrance. What puzzled it was that upon arriving here, the fragrance disappeared. Beasts have a sensing ability for beneficial treasures far beyond humans. The fragrance it smelled earlier made the golden lion intoxicated. It had never felt such temptation. Now unable to find the source, the golden lion became furious. Roar! Roar! Anger surged. The blazing lightning around the golden lion burned large areas of plants on the shore into ashes. After venting for a while, the golden lion looked at the willow tree in the center of the lake. Lu Ziyu was not afraid. In the return to origin state, his aura, demonic power, and sacred light all merged into nature. For the golden lion to see through it was impossible. As expected, failing to find anything unusual from Lu Ziyu, the golden lion drank several mouthfuls of lake water and left angrily. But if it ended like this, it would be too dull. Lu Ziyu had no eyes on his trunk, but he could observe everything around him in all directions. Just after the golden lion left, a red shadow rushed out from the bushes by the shore. Looking over, the red shadow that rushed out from the bushes turned out to be a red spirit fox. The red spirit fox, more than 3 meters long, had an elegant figure and smooth, bright fur. Under the sunlight, it looked like a mass of red clouds. Its pair of eyes were full of spirituality and wisdom. In terms of strength, this red spirit fox was a bit weaker than the purple-scaled giant snake and the two-headed vicious dog, but in intelligence, it was absolutely far ahead. This was an inborn advantage. For example, even if turtles have not opened their intelligence, they can still live in a muddled state for hundreds or thousands of years. Otherwise, why would there be the saying, a turtle lives 1,000 years, a soft-shell turtle lives 10,000 years? Looking at this red spirit fox, Lu Ziyu thought of that Fox Clan girl who could bring disaster to a nation and captivate all living beings. Even the azure dragon myriad forms art that Lu Ziyu cultivated was given by that Fox Clan girl. Its enchanting and gorgeous fox tail took up 1/3 of the red spirit fox's body. It stood by the water's edge, its amber-like crystal fox eyes carrying a bit of depth and green light as it looked at the huge willow tree in the center of the lake. Little one, what is your name? Lu Ziyu released telepathy and directly sent what he wanted to say into the red spirit fox's mind. The sudden voice sounding in its head startled the red spirit fox. Shaking its head, it looked all around above and below. After seeing no trace of any living being, it suddenly shivered, and the red spirit fox looked toward the willow tree in the center of the lake. Because this was communication on the spiritual level, even the red spirit fox could not speak human words. The meaning it wanted to express was also clearly transmitted to Lu Ziyu. That's right, it was me. Lu Ziyu admitted that it was his voice. After saying that, Lu Ziyu stretched out a willow branch. The red spirit fox stepped back. It could not tell how strong or weak that willow tree was, and this made it feel fear. Don't run. I won't hurt you. Lu Ziyu's tone was gentle. At the tip of the branch, strands of fragrant aura seeped out. The red spirit fox, whose body had still been tense, smelled the fragrant aura drifting from that willow branch and immediately sank into it. Even when that willow branch crossed the lake surface and landed in front of the red spirit fox, it did not run away. That fragrant aura was simply too soul-hooking and impossible to resist. It was like a supreme immortal fruit placed in front of it. That kind of temptation was something no one in this mortal world could refuse or ignore. The tip of the branch shone brightly, surging with green light. Slowly, a drop of green spiritual liquid, as dazzling as jade, flowed from the tip of the branch. The red spirit fox instinctively opened its mouth and swallowed that drop of green spiritual liquid. This was Lu Ziyu's life essence. After advancing to the Yin Palace realm, he could bestow his life essence upon other living beings. After swallowing that drop of life essence, the thick and glossy red fur of the red spirit fox became bright like burning flames. Its aura also became much stronger in that instant. After getting a taste, the red spirit fox wagged its tail. Lu Ziyu swung a willow branch and slapped it onto the red spirit fox's body, saying with authority, "If you still want more, then acknowledge me as your master. From now on, I am your master, and you must obey all my orders. If you do not agree, not only will you get no reward, I will also grind your bones to dust and chop you into pieces." If he only kept giving, it would only make the red spirit fox push its luck and become greedy. To subdue this red spirit fox, he had to use both kindness and force. Giving it one drop of life essence was to make the red spirit fox understand that Lu Ziyu had something it wanted. Scolding it at this moment was to let this red spirit fox know that if it did not obey honestly, it would have to pay with its life. Woo-woo. After taking a hit from the willow branch, the red spirit fox bared its teeth and extended its sharp claws. The red tail behind it also stood upright, drawing out blazing flames that occupied dozens of meters of air. Not convinced, are you? Luziu sneered. Ripples appeared on the lake surface. Hundreds and thousands of crystal willow branches swept toward the shore like lightning, covering the sky and earth. The red spirit fox let out a long cry. It released Da-pan blazing flames, trying to burn those willow branches into ashes. However, Luziu's willow branches were immune to water and fire, tough and unbreakable. They directly pierced through the sea of flames and wrapped around the red spirit fox's body. The force burst out. The willow branches wrapped around the red spirit fox's body, almost cut into its flesh, and the sound of bones deforming and nearly breaking could be heard. Ow! The red spirit fox screamed miserably. Luziu remained unmoved. Like using an arm, he threw out a willow branch and used it like a whip to lash the red spirit fox. Smack! Smack! After more than 10 lashes, the red spirit fox was half dead, in worse condition than death. Do you submit? Luziu asked coldly. In the depths of the red spirit fox's eyes, some anger still remained, but there was even more fear. I'm asking you, do you submit or not? Luziu raised the willow branch and questioned it in a heavier tone. Woo-woo. The red spirit fox lowered its head. It submitted. Luziu withdrew the willow branches in satisfaction, then dripped a drop of life essence onto the red spirit fox's body. The wounds on the red spirit fox's body healed and recovered at a visible speed. In only a few breaths, the half-dead red spirit fox became lively and full of vigor again. In its eyes as it looked at Luziu, there was nothing but awe and fear. Race, red spirit fox. Bloodline, spirit fox. Cultivation, 9th stage of spirit movement. Ability, fox fire. An unfamiliar status template appeared vaguely before Luziu's eyes. Is this that little fox spirits? From this, Luziu guessed that after subduing a fierce beast, he could see that beast's detailed information. Half a month later, the lake was still clear, and the mountains were still towering. Besides that huge, mysterious willow tree reaching the sky, there was now also a clever and lively red spirit fox by the lake. Early in the morning, the red spirit fox came back with prey in its mouth that was much bigger than itself, but did not eat it directly. Instead, it blinked and looked at Luziu. I don't eat. Luziu smiled bitterly. Even if he wanted to eat, he would not know the taste. It's time to start preparing to subdue new fierce beasts. Luziu did not think much of ordinary fierce beasts. This red spirit fox had the strength of the 9th stage of spirit movement, and its intelligence was also outstanding. Only then did it catch Luziu's eye. After you finish eating, go choose some fierce beasts whose strength is similar to yours and whose potential is extraordinary, and lure them here. Luziu had life essence, which could attract thousands of demons and beasts without effort, but the disturbance would be too great. To subdue fierce beasts, it was still better to be careful and cautious. The great wilderness was vast and boundless, with no end in sight. It was like a majestic and magnificent landscape painting. Under Luziu's orders, the red spirit fox disappeared for a whole day and night. When it returned, a unicorn followed behind it, extremely extraordinary, running like lightning. The unicorn, similar in form to a horse, was spotless all over, with snow-white and crystal-clear fur. The spiral long horn on its forehead was more than half a meter long, and the brilliant divine light jumping at its tip contained a world-shaking, destructive aura. This was an ancient exotic species, rarer and more precious than ordinary fierce beasts. If it evolved and transformed to the extreme, it could become a heavenly horse. In ancient times, there were supreme great emperors who rode heavenly horses, fought all races, and swept across the world. Gio. After following the red spirit fox to the lake, the unicorn raised its head and gave a long neigh. Its 4 hooves stamped the ground, and the demonic power spurting from its nostrils boiled and coiled like giant dragons and pythons. Not long ago, the red spirit fox had broken into the unicorn's territory, provoking it and causing destruction everywhere, making this normally gentle unicorn fall into extreme rage. It chased the red spirit fox all the way here, its purpose being to properly teach that ignorant little fox spirit a lesson. But after arriving at this green and clear lake that stretched for hundreds of miles, the unicorn's gaze involuntarily fell on the huge, mysterious willow tree reaching the sky. The willow tree, standing in the center of the lake, was over 200 meters tall, with crystal-clear branches, brilliant willow leaves, and a vigorous trunk. The mist surrounding the tree gave the willow tree a sacred, inviolable, bright, and majestic appearance. Oh wow! The red spirit fox crouched on the shore and waved its claws at Lu Ziyu. All right, you may step back now. Lu Ziyu sent out telepathy. The red spirit fox obediently retreated into the distance. In the way it looked at the unicorn, there was even a bit of schadenfreude. The unicorn's intelligence was extraordinary. As soon as it saw the red spirit fox's manner, it immediately became fully alert. Oh, Kiki! The void seemed about to be torn apart. Lu Ziyu stretched out his brilliant and flawless crystal willow branches. More than 1,000 willow branches, like chains of divine order, swept before the unicorn with boundless glow and swirling mist. The unicorn neighed loudly, leaving an afterimage on the spot as it dodged the large area of willow branches falling in front of it. It is very fast, Lu Ziyu thought to himself. The unicorn's strength and aura were about the same as the red spirit fox's, but in terms of speed, the unicorn was still superior. But it did not matter. After one strike failed, Lu Ziyu immediately waved the countless willow branches, covering the whole sky above the unicorn's head. At a glance, the more than 1,300 willow branches intertwined and turned into a square cage. Once trapped inside the cage, even the unicorn's speed was useless. It began charging wildly, trying to break free, but the crystal willow branches were tough and unyielding, immune to water and fire. No matter how the unicorn rammed and crashed into them, not the slightest gap appeared. Jiu-Jiu, driven by the desire to survive, the unicorn desperately mobilized its demonic power. That surging demonic energy gathered on its spiral horn. The blazing light it released was like endless flames. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, Kiki! The earth shook, and explosions sounded without end. After more than 10 breaths, the blazing light on the unicorn's horn dispersed, and it itself was panting heavily, completely exhausted. What made it despair was that the cage barrier woven from willow branches in front of it still showed no flaw, except for wisps of green smoke and a few scorch marks. And under Lu Ziyu's incomparably powerful life force, the wounds on those willow branches recovered in the blink of an eye, shining brightly again. The unicorn broke down. It knew it could not escape. The strength of this tree demon completely crushed it in every aspect. Submit to me, and you may be spared from death. Telepathy operated, and Lu Ziyu's voice rang through the unicorn's mind like a great bell. The unicorn's potential was still very great. It had a chance to evolve into a heavenly horse. When Lu Ziyu transformed into human form in the future, he could even use this unicorn as a mount. Snorting roughly through its nose, the unicorn gathered its remaining strength and charged again at the cage wall in front of it. Lu Ziyu did not indulge the unicorn. He threw out willow branches that wrapped around the unicorn's body like giant pythons constricting prey. Then Lu Ziyu freed one willow branch and lashed it down on the unicorn's flesh without mercy. The sound of torn flesh mixed with the unicorn's painful cries. When it fell into the ears of the red spirit fox in the distance, the little thing shivered instinctively. When Lu Ziyu demanded its submission, it had also received a fierce beating. The red spirit fox had never forgotten that beating. Woo-woo. Jiu-Jiu. After dozens of lashes, the unicorn was half dead, and there was not a single piece of intact flesh on its body. Lu Ziyu removed the cage and shouted, "Submit, or be killed by me." The unicorn raised its head with difficulty, defiance in its eyes. A hard bone. Lu Ziyu used a willow branch and pierced through the unicorn's body with a puff. Blood gushed like a spring, and the unicorn was on the verge of death. "Submit to me, and this drop of life essence will be yours." After showing force, next came temptation. At the tip of Lu Ziyu's branch appeared a drop of life essence, green like a precious gem. That mysterious and soul-stealing fragrant aura drifted with the wind to the red spirit fox. The little fox immediately began to drool. Lu Ziyu's life essence had a kind of attraction and temptation for fierce beasts that was impossible to describe, something that seeped into the soul. After smelling the aura of life essence, The defiance in the unicorn's eyes instantly collapsed, replaced by greed and burning desire. It did not know what that green liquid was, but instinct drove it to obtain that drop no matter what. Think about it. Submit to me, and you can get this drop of life essence. If you do not submit, then die. Lu Ziyu's voice was ice cold. This was the last of his patience. Gio. Unable to suppress that agitation deep in its soul, the unicorn lowered its proud head. That is more like it. Lu Ziyu shook his branches and dripped that drop of life essence onto the surface of the unicorn's body. It could be seen that after absorbing that drop of life essence, the unicorn's weakness was swept away. The flesh turned open on its body, and its cracked wounds also healed and recovered under the nourishment of the life essence. A few breaths later, the half-dead unicorn had already returned to its former appearance. Head high, chest out, proud and majestic. Race, unicorn. Bloodline, descendant of the heavenly horse. Cultivation, 9th stage of spirit movement. Abilities, divine radiance. Concentrates demonic power on the long horn, then releases a divine radiance rainbow. Extreme speed. The unicorn's speed surpasses all kinds of fierce beasts. Once fully grown, it can compare with the golden rockbird. After the unicorn submitted, Lu Ziyu saw its status template. Its realm was the same as the red spirit foxes, both at the 9th stage of spirit movement, only one step away from the Yin Palace realm. As for bloodline, this unicorn was, as expected, a descendant of the heavenly horse. The heavenly horse of ancient times was even rarer than divine beasts. One might not see a single heavenly horse appear in several thousand years. Anyone who could take a heavenly horse as a mount was either a world-shaking, peerless genius whose fame shook the ages, or a supreme great emperor standing at the peak of the great Tao and ruling the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Being able to ride a heavenly horse was definitely something everyone dreamed of. For this unicorn, wanting to transform into a heavenly horse was obviously extremely difficult. There is still a long way to go. My life essence can increase battle strength, break through barriers, and dig out potential. As long as I'm still alive, sooner or later I will be able to cultivate a heavenly horse divine beast. Thinking this in his heart, Lu Ziyu gave orders to the red spirit fox and the unicorn, telling them to act separately and lure over powerful rare beasts with uncommon bloodlines. There was only one purpose in doing this, and that was that Lu Ziyu wanted to build his own fierce beast army. In this life, as a demon, once he walked out of these wild mountains one day, what waited for Lu Ziyu would be endless setbacks and killing disasters. The more fierce beasts he raised, the more power Lu Ziyu would have to protect himself. One day in the cave, 1,000 years in the world. Time passed quickly in the great wilderness. In the blink of an eye, several months had gone by. Lu Ziyu's cultivation rose to the 4th stage of the Yin Palace realm, and he also raised the Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art to the early stage of the 2nd layer. In terms of strength, he had undoubtedly undergone a world-shaking change. The cultivation levels of the Red Spirit Fox and the Unicorn had also entered the Yin Palace realm not long ago. Lu Ziyu deserved part of the credit for this. Every few days, he would give 1 drop of life essence to the unicorn and the red spirit fox. With the nourishment of that life essence, if they still could not advance to the Yin Palace realm, Lu Ziyu would have slapped them to death. In addition, during these several months, Lu Ziyu successively subdued 3 more fierce beasts: a lightning bird, a flame rhinoceros, and an earth violent bear. Among them, when that lightning bird submitted to Lu Ziyu, it was already at the 2nd stage of the Yin Palace realm. It could also fly in the air and control lightning. To subdue that lightning bird, Lu Ziyu spent quite a lot of effort. Up to today, the 5 fierce beasts outside the lake had all submitted under Lu Ziyu's feet. The red spirit fox was the first to submit to Lu Ziyu, so its manner was especially arrogant. It showed no good face at all to the earth violent bear and flame rhinoceros that came later. When it met the lightning bird, whose strength was 1 stage higher than its own, they kept to themselves and did not interfere with each other. Oh, under the gentle sunlight, the red spirit fox lazily lay on Lu Ziyu's trunk. Only it dared to do this. The lightning bird, earth violent bear, flame rhinoceros, and even the heavenly horse did not dare to be so arrogant. Perhaps because the red spirit fox was the first to submit to him, Lu Ziyu did not care too much about this little fox spirit's arrogance. It is mealtime. Looking at the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, Lu Ziyu gave the order. This was the rule. At noon every day, the red spirit fox and the others had to go out hunting, catch prey for Lu Ziyu, and let Lu Ziyu kill it. At dusk, the lightning bird returned. This lightning bird, covered in silver feathers, flowing with brilliant lightning, with a clear long cry and flying like electricity, brought Lu Ziyu a fierce beast at the second stage of the Yin Palace realm. Right after that, the red spirit fox returned. It brought a fierce beast at the first stage of the Yin Palace realm. Puchi, Puchi. Two willow branches pierced into the bodies of the two fierce beasts, plundering their life essence. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 3,000. Evolution points plus 500. One fierce beast at the first stage of the Yin Palace realm and one at the second stage of the Yin Palace realm only gave Lu Ziyu a total of 5,000 evolution points. It looked like a lot, but in fact it was very little. The higher the realm became, the more evolution points Lu Ziyu needed. When he just crossed over, Lu Ziyu only needed a few hundred evolution points to raise one realm. Now it was different. To go from the fourth stage of the Yin Palace realm to the fifth stage of the Yin Palace realm, he needed more than 50,000 evolution points. At night, under the moonlight, fierce beasts came one after another to the lake to drink water. For Lu Ziyu, this was a carnival. His willow branches were hidden beneath the water surface. As soon as they were sent out, they dragged a giant blue tiger into the water. Several fierce beasts drinking water not far away had no idea that death was approaching. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 2,000. Evolution points plus 1,500. After this night passed, Lu Ziyu had accumulated more than 30,000 evolution points. Life passed day by day like this. 2 months later, Lu Ziyu broke through to the 9th stage of the Yin Palace realm. The 18,000 purple gold sword leaves on his branches had also been strengthened into 5-colored sword leaves. When the demonic power inside his body was released, it was as vast and mighty as a flood and could spread through the entire lake. Li. The peaceful days were broken on this day. The lightning bird that had gone out hunting returned. It returned wounded. On the back of the lightning bird, there was a wound 7 or 8 meters long. The blood flowing out dyed the whole body of the lightning bird red. The moment it landed in front of the lake, the lightning bird fainted. Who did this? Lu Ziyu was furious. The lightning bird was now at the 5th stage of the Yin Palace realm. The one who could injure it to this extent was at least a fierce beast at the 9th stage of the Yin Palace realm. But no matter who did it, Lu Ziyu would not let it go. He stretched out a willow branch and dripped 2 drops of life essence into the lightning bird's wound. That terrifying wound, which seemed about to tear the lightning bird's body into 2 halves, began to squirm with flesh, and green light flowed through it. After the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, the wound had completely healed. The lightning bird woke up. Tell me, who did this? Lu Ziyu asked directly. The lightning bird stood up and, with a posture full of gritted teeth, grief, and grievance, explained the course of events to Lu Ziyu. It turned out that when the lightning bird went out hunting, it accidentally entered a swamp and discovered a strange spiritual medicine there. When trying to pick it, it was injured by a fierce beast that rushed out of the swamp. A heavenly treasure. Lu Ziyu was slightly startled. Do you still remember the exact location of that swamp? Whether for that spiritual medicine or for the lightning bird, Lu Ziyu did not plan to let that fierce beast off. Li. The lightning bird nodded. Then do you dare go there and lure this beast over here? Lu Ziyu could not leave the soil for too long, and with his current size being too huge, even with the return to origin ability, moving through these mountains and valleys would still attract too much attention. The lightning bird was stunned. It had thought Lu Ziyu was going to go personally and avenge it. It had not expected that Lu Ziyu wanted it to lure that fierce beast over by itself. That was a bit too heartless. Li. The lightning bird let out a dejected cry. It was not that it did not want to go, but being able to escape from danger this time was already thanks to heaven's protection. If it were sent back to that swamp again, whether it could escape back alive was still a question. Useless thing. Lu Ziyu threw out a willow branch and gave the lightning bird a lash, then added, I will not make you go alone. The little fox and the others will go with you, with them backing you up, and since I am not asking you to fight that fierce beast to the death, you only need to lure that fierce beast here. If possible, it would be best to pick that spiritual medicine first. With that spiritual medicine as bait, it will be hard for that fierce beast not to chase you. Hearing this, the lightning bird glanced at the red spirit fox lying on Lu Ziyu's branches, then looked at the unicorn, the earth-violent bear, and the flame rhinoceros by the shore, and nodded helplessly. More than 500 li away from the lake, there was a swamp. It was dark and cold here. The thick gray fog was so dense that even sunlight could not reach the ground. In the swamp, where bubbles kept rising, there were no flowers or plants, no lush greenery, but the terrifying demonic aura deep in the swamp meant this was the territory of some top fierce beast. Suddenly, several figures appeared one after another before the swamp. In the center was a red spirit fox nearly 10 meters long, with smooth, bright fur, an elegant figure, and a noble aura. Its cultivation was at the 4th stage of the Yin Palace realm. With it was also an earth-violent bear, full of savage strength. Its body was so huge that even lying down, it was 30 to 40 meters tall like a mountain. Behind it was that extremely magnificent, snow-white unicorn. There was also a flame rhinoceros covered in scales, whose slightest movement made the ground shake. In midair, the lightning bird looked down and exchanged glances with the red spirit fox. In its eyes, the red spirit fox had the closest relationship with Lu Ziyu. So for how to act now, it was better to let this little fox spirit decide. Ow! The red spirit fox answered. It wanted the lightning bird, the earth-violent bear, the flame rhinoceros, and the unicorn to attack that fierce beast together. Then it could quietly pick that heavenly spiritual medicine. No wonder people say foxes are the most cunning. In this way, if it succeeded, its merit would be the greatest, and it could use the chance to ask Lu Ziyu for life essence. If it failed, then the ones who would suffer would be the lightning bird and the others. Gio. The unicorn shook its head and refused. The lightning bird also narrowed its eyes. As for the earth-violent bear and the flame rhinoceros, their strength was the weakest, only at the 2nd stage of the Yin Palace realm. At this time, they said nothing and did not dare say anything. Ow! The red spirit fox, rejected by the unicorn and the lightning bird, was furious. Suddenly, the red spirit fox spat out a dazzling 5-colored sword leaf, bright like a gem. The aura emitted from this 5-colored sword leaf clearly came from Lu Ziyu. I wonder how it is going. In the lake, Lu Ziyu was bathing in the sunlight. Before leaving, that little fox spirit had secretly plucked one of his leaves. Lu Ziyu knew it clearly, but was too lazy to point it out. In midair, the lightning bird stared fixedly at that flowing and colorful 5-colored sword leaf. After confirming it, it had no choice but to compromise. Ow! The red spirit fox turned back to look at the unicorn, the flame rhinoceros, and the earth-violent bear. There was no need to mention the earth-violent bear and the flame rhinoceros. They could only obey orders. The unicorn snorted a few breaths unwillingly. The lightning bird took the lead. It flapped its wings, and the gusts and waves it stirred carried a large amount of dazzling lightning, dispersing the gray fog covering the swamp ahead. Gwa-gwa! Gwa-gwa! Angry roars came from deep in the swamp, harsh like muffled thunder. Fierce beasts below the Yin Palace realm would have their hearts burst and flee in terror just by hearing them. Dong dong dong. The swamp swayed left and right as a huge creature rushed out from the depths. When it came closer, it was a jade-eyed toad the size of a house. Its pair of eyes were eerie and cold like green agate. Its back was covered with many lumps of flesh like gemstones. In aura, this jade-eyed toad was far above the lightning bird. Gwa-gwa. Seeing the lightning bird return, the jade-eyed toad was both angry and surprised. Under its heavy blow, how had this beast recovered so quickly? Then the jade-eyed toad looked at the earth-violent bear, the flame rhinoceros, and the unicorn. Before the jade-eyed toad appeared, the red spirit fox had already restrained its aura and hidden in the dark. A moment later, the jade-eyed toad launched its attack. The tongue that shot out from its bloody mouth was like a scarlet sharp arrow, and when it extended, it was actually 50 or 60 meters long. The belly of the earth-violent bear was pierced by that tongue. The scene instantly became chaotic. The lightning bird dove down, its claws tearing through the air and scattering layers of destructive lightning. The flame rhinoceros was not willing to fall behind. With a moo, dragging overwhelming force and blazing fire, it charged at the jade-eyed toad. The unicorn used its extreme speed ability, disappeared from where it stood, and waited for a chance to act. 1 against 4, the jade-eyed toad did not fall into a disadvantage. The gwa-gwa sounds it made had the effect of intimidating the spirit and will and shaking blood, flesh, and internal organs. That tongue, when shot out, could pierce metal and split stone, destroying everything in its path. From the lumps on its back, it could also spray poisonous light that corroded flesh and blood. Unknowingly at this moment, the red spirit fox had silently arrived deep in the swamp. An intoxicating fragrance drifted over. The red spirit fox looked over with renewed focus. There grew a bud of many colors. The bud-like spiritual medicine, more than half a foot tall, had a stem like carved jade, flawless gorgeous leaves, and petals ready to bloom. A shocking energy was contained in this small bud. Looking at this spiritual medicine, the red spirit fox drooled, but did not forget its task. It bit the spiritual medicine into its mouth in one bite and quickly turned back outside the swamp. The lightning bird was in a rather miserable state, covered in blood, and many silver feathers had fallen off its wings. The earth violent bear's belly was bleeding without stop, and one arm was already ruined. The flame rhinoceros and the unicorn were also covered in wounds, their auras weak. Ow! The red spirit fox cried out, signaling that they could run now. Hearing this cry, the one with the biggest reaction was the jade-eyed toad. Turning and seeing the familiar spiritual medicine in the red spirit fox's mouth, the jade-eyed toad did not recover its senses for a long while. So these 4 beasts had attacked it fearlessly just to let this little fox steal its spiritual medicine? Outside the swamp, the land was full of scars, and smoke and dust rolled everywhere. The lightning bird let out a long cry, dragged its blood-soaked wings, and unsteadily fled toward the horizon. The earth violent bear, the flame rhinoceros, and the unicorn, whose injuries were even much worse than the lightning bird's, followed closely and escaped toward the depths of the mountains. Gwa-gwa, gwa-gwa. The jade-eyed toad paid them no attention. In its eyes, there was now only that red spirit fox. The spiritual medicine growing deep in this swamp was a heavenly treasure it had guarded through countless springs, summers, autumns, and winters. It had planned to swallow this spiritual medicine and advance into the next major realm. Without the assistance of this spiritual medicine, with its potential, it would be very difficult to break through into the major realm beyond the Een Palace realm. So, the escape of the lightning bird and the other beasts did not matter to the jade-eyed toad at all. It roared furiously, its whole body wrapped in raging force. With one kick of its hind legs, the jade-eyed toad pounced toward the red spirit fox. Okay. The red spirit fox did not meet it head-on. Its elegant body stretched out, its smooth fur blooming with rainbow light, like a red cloud. It avoided the jade-eyed toad's attack, then rushed into the distant forest. The jade-eyed toad was furious and chased without letting up. As for the red spirit fox that had taken its spiritual medicine, it would suppress it even if it had to chase it to the ends of the earth. Boom, boom, boom. Ga-cha-cha. During the chase, all the flowers, plants, trees, hills, and rocks blocking the jade-eyed toad's way were turned into powder and zurifang. In terms of speed, the jade-eyed toad was even better. But the red spirit fox moved nimbly and knew how to use the long, rough mountain terrain. For a while, it was difficult for the jade-eyed toad to catch up with the red spirit fox. More than 500 li of mountain road was covered in a little over 1 hour. The panting red spirit fox returned to the front of the lake. Ow! It raised its head and chest, turned around, and stopped fleeing, looking at the jade-eyed toad rushing out of the forest. Gwa-gwa, gwa-gwa. The jade-eyed toad was alert. It did not pounce on the red spirit fox immediately. The red spirit fox, whose strength was far below its own, had lured it here and then stopped fleeing, even showing such a fearless manner. This made the jade-eyed toad have to carefully look around at the scene. The world before the jade-eyed toad's eyes was majestic and magnificent, like a painting. Mountains surrounded all directions, and in the center was that natural lake, green and crystal clear, covered in mist. In this lake stood a huge willow tree, majestic and ethereal, mysterious and vigorous. When a wind blew past, the hundreds and thousands of willow branches made a rustling, ringing sound. The leaves growing on those willow branches actually flowed with dazzling 5-colored divine light, and in shape they were like heavenly swords, sharp and unstoppable. The strange thing was that this huge willow tree, so unique and mysterious, had no demonic aura at all. It was no different from the ordinary flowers, plants, and ancient trees in this great wilderness. The only unusual thing was that when looking at that huge willow tree, the jade-eyed toad felt some instinctive unease and anxiety. Ow! The red spirit fox sat by the shore. As it threw the spiritual medicine in its mouth into the lake water, it let out a provoking cry toward the jade-eyed toad. Roar! The jade-eyed toad flew into a rage. Although that willow tree was strange, this red spirit fox that had stolen its spiritual medicine was even more hateful and deserving of death. Dense blood vessels filled the jade-eyed toad's eyes. It leaped up and attacked the red spirit fox like a hungry tiger pouncing on prey. In midair, the jade-eyed toad spat out that scarlet, metal-piercing, stone-splitting tongue. There were many sharp barbs on this tongue. When it broke through the air, it even produced crackling, sonic booms. The red spirit fox showed disdain. Just as that scarlet tongue was about to pierce the red spirit fox's body, a crystal willow branch flashing with sacred light and growing 5-colored sword leaves wrapped around the jade-eyed toad's tongue with even greater sharpness. Gua gua. The jade-eyed toad was greatly shocked. Lu Ziyu gave it no chance to react. One willow branch after another, like chains strong and powerful, coiled around the jade-eyed toad's tongue like flood dragons and pythons, then released the killing sharpness of 18,000 5-colored sword leaves. From sword leaves to purple gold sword leaves, and from purple gold sword leaves to 5-colored sword leaves. Each of the 18,000 willow leaves growing on Lu Ziyu's branches contained a killing aura and dazzling sharpness capable of cutting iron like mud and slashing the sky. When the aura and light they released merged together, they instantly severed the jade-eyed toad's tongue. Gua gua. The jade-eyed toad screamed miserably. Its tongue was its strongest weapon, and now it had been cut off just like that. That intense pain was something the jade-eyed toad had never endured before. A large amount of blood filled the jade-eyed toad's huge mouth. Ninth stage of the Yin Palace realm. When Lu Ziyu saw this jade-eyed toad, he had already estimated that its cultivation was the same as his own. But for Lu Ziyu, hunting this jade-eyed toad was not difficult. In terms of battle strength, Lu Ziyu was still very confident. With just these more than 1,300 willow branches and more than 18,000 5-colored sword leaves, Lu Ziyu could crush this jade-eyed toad. Gua gua. With deafening screams, the fleshy lumps on the jade-eyed toad's back, colorful and shining, like agate gems, lit up the sky and twisted the clouds. But what surged out of these fleshy lumps was not auspicious glow, but endless poisonous mist. Hualala. In an instant, within 100 zhang of the shore, all flowers, plants, trees, and lush vegetation without exception turned into liquid. The jade-eyed toad was furious. It stirred its demonic power and merged it into the poisonous mist. Very quickly, within the poisonous mist covering the shore and sky, it changed into the shape of a huge and ferocious toad phantom. Lu Ziyu's willow branches might not be immune to all methods, but they were still indestructible and impervious to blades and spears. Yet when eroded by that surging and terrifying poisonous mist, they actually faintly transmitted a feeling of pain. Gua gua. The jade-eyed toad launched its attack. It hid deep inside the poisonous mist, thinking that this way it could avoid Lu Ziyu's punishment. Ga-cha-cha. What the jade-eyed toad did not expect was that the ground beneath it collapsed, and from below shot out black tree roots decorated with golden patterns. Compared with Lu Ziyu's willow branches, these tree roots, even the thinner ones, were 7 or 8 meters thick, while the thicker ones were dozens of meters thick. The moment they burst out from underground, they were like black spears, piercing into the jade-eyed toad's most vulnerable belly. Before one wave had settled, another rose. Lu Ziyu shook his willow branches, and 18,000 5-colored sword leaves, like 18,000 sacred heavenly swords, crashed down on the jade-eyed toad's body like a torrential rain. The terrifying poisonous mist dispersed. What was revealed was the jade-eyed toad, lying in a pool of blood, barely alive. Its belly had been pierced through by the black tree roots that came out from underground. Under the bombardment of 18,000 5-colored sword leaves, the jade-eyed toad's back and head had almost been beaten into a sieve. At a glance, they were densely covered with bloody holes, filling its back and head. With such a degree of severe injury, even the tough life force of the jade-eyed toad could not keep it lingering for long. When the jade-eyed toad finally died, Lu Ziyu immediately absorbed the life essence in its body. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 3,000. Evolution points plus 500. The jade-eyed toad at the 9th stage of the Yin Palace realm had enormous life essence and provided Lu Ziyu with nearly 5,000 evolution points. I wonder how many evolution points this heavenly spiritual medicine can provide me. Yifei drew the bud-like spiritual medicine floating on the lake's surface to himself. The bud-like spiritual medicine, spreading a rich fragrance, had flawless leaves and petals and a crystal-bright stem. Lu Ziyu could feel that the energy contained in this heavenly spiritual medicine was extremely pure and vast. Li. At the shore, the lightning bird returned. Returning with it were also the unicorn, the earth-violent bear, and the flame rhinoceros. Among them, the earth-violent bear and the flame rhinoceros were the most seriously injured. Lu Ziyu did not hold back and granted them life essence so they could recover and heal. The red spirit fox was responsible for bringing back this heavenly spiritual medicine, and its merit was great, so Lu Ziyu gave it 2 drops of life essence. About half a day later, the injuries of the lightning bird, the unicorn, the flame rhinoceros, and the earth-violent bear had all fully recovered under the nourishment of the life essence. The red spirit fox had not been injured. After swallowing those 2 drops of life essence, its cultivation rose from the 5th stage of the Yin Palace realm to the 6th stage of the Yin Palace realm. Lu Ziyu did not pay attention to these. He controlled his demonic power and refined that bud-like spiritual medicine. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 10,000. Evolution points plus 2,000. 3 days later, the bud-like spiritual medicine was completely refined by Lu Ziyu. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, willow tree. Bloodline, none for now. Cultivation, 9th stage of the Yin Palace realm. Technique, azure dragon myriad forms art. Early stage of the 2nd layer. Abilities, 18,000 5-colored sword leaves. Return to origin, blend into nature, conceal the truth. Telepathy, can use spiritual power to communicate with beings that have awakened intelligence. Life essence, equal to the host's blood, has the effect of drawing out potential, breaking through shackles, and healing injuries. To living beings in heaven and earth, it has an extremely great attraction. Evolution points, 253,000 points. To advance to the next major realm, 200,000 evolution points were needed. The current 253,000 evolution points meant that Lu Ziyu could already step into the next major realm. Lu Ziyu had a feeling that this time, his advancement would cause some major disturbance. He gave orders for the red spirit fox, the unicorn, the flame rhinoceros, the earth-violent bear, and the lightning bird to seal off the area within 100 li. No matter what living thing entered, kill without mercy. At night, the great wilderness was silent, so quiet that even a falling needle could be heard. That huge willow tree bathing under the moonlight began its path of advancement. Deduct 200,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Congratulations, host, for advancing to 1st stage Demon General. The system's voice echoed by Lu Ziyu's ears. 1st stage Demon General? With one more word, general, added to demon. After stepping into this realm, Lu Ziyu felt that he had already risen above the thousands of demons and beasts in the great wilderness. Dong dong dong. The vast lake's surface rolled and gradually turned into a huge vortex that seemed able to swallow the sky and devour the sun. Lu Ziyu, in the center of the vortex, was as towering as an ancient divine mountain, as sacred as a sea-stabilizing divine needle. The raging vortex waters could not shake him in the slightest. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth within a dozen li around surged like stormy waves and gathered outside Lu Ziyu's body. Without Lu Ziyu needing to absorb it, the energy of heaven and earth gathered outside his tree body began to pour into his body. Not long ago, when he broke through to the Yin Palace realm, an extra space appeared inside Lu Ziyu's body, storing his demonic power. Because it was the Yin Palace realm, Lu Ziyu called that space the Yin Palace. At this moment, after the purple energy and energy of heaven and earth swept in and sank into Lu Ziyu's tree body, it directly poured into that Yin Palace space. Notice to host. To advance to the Demon General realm, it is necessary to use the energy of heaven and earth and your own will to form a demon core. is no different from the great Tao golden core opened by human cultivators. On this demon core are imprinted the host's life, origin, and spiritual will. Demon cores are also divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The higher the quality of the demon core formed, the greater the potential and the stronger the demonic power. Lu Ziyu suddenly understood. This baptism of the energy of heaven and earth was for him to form a demon core. Opening his mind, the 1,300 willow branches outside Lu Ziyu's trunk actively guided in the energy of heaven and earth. Since he was going to form a demon core, then he had to do it in one go and with all his strength. Lu Ziyu's body was like a bottomless black hole. The energy of heaven and earth he absorbed turned into rivers and seas inside his Yin Palace space. In the end, it filled every gap and every corner of the Yin Palace space. Refined for me. His long howl was like heavenly thunder. Lu Ziyu's will was imposed on the Yin Palace space, once treating this Yin Palace space as a furnace of heaven and earth. And in Lu Ziyu's mind, one sentence echoed. Heaven and earth are the furnace. Creation is the worker. Yin and yang are the charcoal, and all things are the copper. This sentence echoing in his mind seemed to contain some kind of magic, resonating with Lu Ziyu's Yin Palace space, like harmony between heaven and man. The energy of heaven and earth occupying every corner of his Yin Palace space began to shrink in scope, but its quality rose, just like refining a lake into a single drop of water, and that single drop of water would equal a whole lake. After more than a month passed, the vast energy in Lu Ziyu's Yin Palace space had condensed to the size of a fist. Oh, Kiki! The calm world then became chaotic. Lu Ziyu began once again to absorb the energy substance of this world. During the process of Lu Ziyu condensing the demon core, in front of a cave several hundred li away from the lake, the ground was full of white bones, and the smell of blood pierced the soul. A gigantic creature standing upright, more than 100 zhang tall, emitted a heaven-shaking, terrifying aura as it looked into the distance, as if it had sensed something. This was an ancient dragon ape, with giant dragon blood flowing in its body. As a demon beast at the demon general level, it sharply sensed that at the edge of its territory, there was a living being attacking the demon general realm. As the saying goes, how can one allow others to sleep soundly beside one's bed? If a living being at the demon general level appeared outside its territory, it might threaten it. After thinking for a moment, the dragon ape stepped with its huge feet and walked toward the distance. By the lake, flowers bloomed in clusters, and the willow tree in the water reached the sky. Lu Ziyu's tree body shone and glowed, with immortal radiance flowing around it. The energy of heaven and earth within more than 10 li was crazily gathering outside his tree body. During this period, the red spirit fox, the unicorn, the lightning bird, the flame rhinoceros, and the earth violent bear patrolled this area of the great wilderness day and night. The unicorn, whose fur was snow white and crystal clear, with a long horn on its forehead and rainbow light wrapped around its 4 hooves, was in one group with the red spirit fox. The lightning bird was the fastest and also had the advantage of the sky, so it was responsible for patrolling one area by itself. Then there were the flame rhinoceros and the earth violent bear in one group. These two had the lowest intelligence and were also somewhat dull in temperament. Several days passed, and everything was normal. On the lush grassland, the red spirit fox lazily lay on a rock, taking a nap. It had already been more than a month, and Lu Ziyu still had not successfully advanced. During these days, it had not slept well even once. Gio, the unicorn, was also there. It lay not far from the red spirit fox. By morning, the red spirit fox was suddenly awakened by a series of deafening sounds. Its fur stood on end, and it got up and looked into the distance vigilantly. The unicorn was also awakened. They saw the towering ancient trees at the horizon breaking apart one after another, splitting and shattering. When it got closer, it was a giant ape over 100 zhang tall, with bursting muscles and black hair all over its body. This giant ape, every move of which released a tyrannical, bloody, world-destroying aura, had a head like a giant dragon, and the fangs extending from both sides of its mouth were each 7 or 8 meters long. With one step, it moved dozens of meters and left huge footprints on the ground. The towering ancient trees standing before it were as fragile as weeds. Woo-woo! The red spirit fox trembled. This ancient dragon ape coming over was truly terrifying. Its realm was above its own, and it was an ancient exotic species with giant dragon blood flowing in its body. A being of this level could probably only be handled by Lu Ziyu. Without the slightest intention to fight, the red spirit fox jumped onto the unicorn's back. The unicorn understood at once and carried the red spirit fox back the way they came. After rushing all the way to the shore, the unicorn let out a long neigh. The red spirit fox also cried out anxiously. Lu Ziyu's mind was now focused on forming the demon core. He was refining the absorbed energy of heaven and earth into drops of water again and again. When these drops of energy water melted apart, they became vast and boundless energy of heaven and earth. If Lu Ziyu had only wanted to form an ordinary demon core, then when he absorbed the first round of energy of heaven and earth, and the Yin palace space was completely filled by that energy, he could have completed it. But the system had said that demon cores were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. No matter how foolish Lu Ziyu was, he knew clearly that this demon core was the foundation for climbing to the peak in the future. If he did not form a transcendent and perfect demon core now, then later, even if he regretted it to death, there would be no chance left. Therefore, Lu Ziyu was doing his utmost and concentrating with all his mind. He really did not hear the roars and long neighs of the red spirit fox and the unicorn on the shore. Dong dong dong. Sand and stones rolled, and the ground rose and sank. That sky-supporting, sun-blocking ancient dragon ape was now less than 1 li from the lake. Looking over, the ancient dragon ape stopped. It had clearly noticed the huge willow tree standing in the lake. Looking at that sacred, mist-wreathed, brilliant, and flawless mysterious willow tree, the ancient dragon ape confirmed that this was the being it had sensed, the one trying to charge into the demon general level. This area was not the ancient dragon ape's territory, but it was next to it. Watching with its own eyes as a being of the same level appeared outside its territory was not something the ancient dragon ape wanted to see. Moreover, for fierce beasts to advance, cultivation alone was not enough. They also had to devour all kinds of heavenly treasures. Sometimes devouring beings of the same level was also a great tonic. In the eyes of the ancient dragon ape, that huge willow tree, still transforming and not yet firmly established in the demon general level, was a living, fresh treasure medicine. Driven by instinct, the ancient dragon ape's blood surged, and with a domineering long roar it strode forward. In its eyes, there was only that huge willow tree. The red spirit fox by the shore, or the unicorn, simply did not enter its sight. The Yin Palace realm and the demon general realm were only 1 step apart, but the difference was like heaven and earth. A demon general could command thousands of demons and beasts and look down upon the 8 wastelands and the sky. A first-stage demon general that had just entered the demon general realm could easily wipe out hundreds of fierce beasts at the peak of the Yin Palace realm. From the Yin Palace realm to the demon general realm, the gap was as vast as 108,000 li. Woo-woo. The red spirit fox was not even as big as 1 leg of the ancient dragon ape. Yet at this moment, it actually gathered its courage and stood in front of the ancient dragon ape. Its tail danced in the air, flames rising. The high-temperature fire it released could melt an entire mountain into magma. Ancient dragon ape? Was this little thing tired of living? It was a demon general, too disdainful to attack. The ancient dragon ape opened its angry eyes wide and released a corner of its demon general aura. That corner of demon general aura descended on the red spirit fox, instantly pressing it until it trembled all over and bled from all 7 orifices. Geo. The unicorn crossed the lake and reached Lu Ziyu's trunk, using its long horn to ram fiercely into Lu Ziyu's trunk. Ancient dragon ape? In fact, the moment the ancient dragon ape appeared here, that intense sense of danger had already awakened Lu Ziyu. Now he was doing 2 things at once: guiding and refining the energy of heaven and earth inside the Yin Palace space on one side, while watching the ancient dragon ape on the other. Lu Ziyu remembered that in the first few days after he had crossed over, he had briefly seen this ancient dragon ape. At that time, compared with this ancient dragon ape, Lu Ziyu was as insignificant as an ant. Now, 2 years later, when Lu Ziyu saw this ancient dragon ape again, although he could still feel a huge sense of danger from it, he was no longer the insignificant ant he had once been. At the very least, he now had the strength to fight. In terms of realm, Lu Ziyu had not yet formed his own demon core and stood between the demon general and Yin Palace realms. But his battle strength was definitely 100 times stronger than when he had been at the 9th stage of the Yin Palace realm. Roar, roar, roar. As if sensing Lu Ziyu watching it, the ancient dragon ape beat its chest and stamped its feet, roaring so hard that the sky shook. The red spirit fox could not withstand its might and was blown backward. A willow branch, carrying soft and warm light, caught the red spirit fox. You did well. Step back. Leave this stinking monkey to me. After praising the red spirit fox, Lu Ziyu prepared himself seriously. This was probably the greatest crisis he had faced since crossing over. The demon core in the Yin Palace space had not yet been formed. To divide his attention, fighting on one side while maintaining the birth of the demon core on the other, meant that the slightest carelessness would bring total ruin and leave him with nothing. The sky-supporting, sun-blocking ancient dragon ape stood by the shore, like a bloodthirsty beast walking out of the primordial wilderness. Under that violent, surging, domineering, and destructive demonic aura, not to mention Yin Palace realm beasts like the red spirit fox and the unicorn. Even Lu Ziyu, who was in the process of transformation and had one foot in the demon general realm, felt his hair stand on end and his heartbeat accelerate. As for cultivation level, according to Lu Ziyu's estimate, this ancient dragon ape was no longer at the initial stage of the demon general level. It was at least at the 3rd stage or 4th stage of the demon general realm. With such a level of strength, plus the giant dragon blood flowing in its body, it was no exaggeration to say that most demon general level beasts of the same rank were not its match. Lu Ziyu was currently still forming his demon core. Half of his mind was focused in the Yin Palace space, so his combat strength was somewhat affected. As one rose and the other fell, Lu Ziyu did not dare to show even the slightest carelessness toward the crisis before him. Roar, roar, roar. After beating its chest and stamping its feet, releasing its world-destroying ferocity, the terrifying ancient dragon ape stretched out its rough, thick hand covered in dense black hair. With a grip of its 5 fingers, it uprooted a towering ancient tree several hundred meters tall. Then it exerted force with its arm and threw the towering tree toward Lu Ziyu in the center of the lake. With the violent strength of the ancient dragon ape, that lush towering tree with cracked bark crossed more than 1,000 meters in an instant and arrived before Lu Ziyu's trunk. The force carried by this towering tree was so fierce that it seemed capable of smashing through a mountain. This was a test by the ancient dragon ape. This beast was still cautious. It sensed that Lu Ziyu was different from ordinary fierce beasts, so it used this method to probe Lu Ziyu's strength. With a peaceful aura and a sacred body, Lu Ziyu's branches trembled. 18,000 5-colored sword leaves flowed with light and released auspicious radiance. The sharp killing rainbow light they emitted, like blazing heavenly swords that could destroy anything, instantly engulfed and shattered that towering tree into fragments. After one strike failed, the ancient dragon ape was not discouraged. It raised one foot and stomped down fiercely. In an instant, mountains collapsed and the earth split, and rocks flew everywhere. Amid this chaos, the muscles on both arms of the ancient dragon ape bulged, filled with explosive power. It lifted a massive stone weighing hundreds of thousands of jin and smashed it toward the center of the lake. Lu Ziyu was astonished. This massive stone weighing hundreds of thousands of jin was almost like a small mountain. Yet in the hands of the ancient dragon ape, it was as effortless as a child throwing a pebble. Think about it. Even a small stone the size of a palm could smash someone's head. A stone weighing hundreds of thousands of jin, covering more than 10 meters of space, would have unimaginably terrifying destructive power. But the ancient dragon ape had underestimated Lu Ziyu. Facing this massive stone weighing hundreds of thousands of jin, like a meteor from the sky and covered with damp soil, Lu Ziyu only swung out a crystal-clear willow branch. The crystal branch, as thick as a finger, seemed insignificant compared to that indestructible massive stone. Yet this crystal willow branch was like a divine chain of order judging all beings. It pierced through the massive stone, several meters thick, with unstoppable force. Bala! Bala! Several more willow branches shot out, piercing the stone, then exerting force from different angles. With a ka-cha sound, the massive stone weighing hundreds of thousands of jin was torn into pieces. The broken fragments fell into the lake. When the ripples calmed, it was as if nothing had happened. The ancient dragon ape at the shore also stopped testing. Although its two previous attacks had not revealed Lu Ziyu's true strength, from the fact that Lu Ziyu easily resolved them, the ancient dragon ape became even more cautious of the willow tree ahead. This willow tree, still in the process of forming its demon core, could still divide its attention to deal with it, and gave off a deep, unfathomable, sacred, and transcendent aura. Even the ancient dragon ape, with a trace of giant dragon blood, found this surprising. Advancing to the demon general level was the first essential transformation in the growth of a demon beast. Compared to it, lower-level breakthroughs were insignificant. From the Een Palace realm to the demon general realm was a leap of life, like a cocoon turning into a butterfly. During this process, even the slightest external interference could not be tolerated. When the ancient dragon ape advanced to the demon general level, it had been extremely cautious and careful. But the huge willow tree standing in the lake was different. That willow tree, radiating sacred and bright aura, overturned the ancient dragon ape's understanding. During advancement to the demon general level, it could still maintain such an untouchable, supreme, and transcendent state. This was not something ordinary fierce beasts could match. Roar! After thinking of this, the ancient dragon ape's blood boiled. The more mysterious and untouchable Lu Ziyu appeared, the more energy essence it must contain. For a moment, the ancient dragon ape's eyes were filled with indescribable greed and madness as it looked at Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu understood its intention. This beast probably wants to devour me. I can plunder the life essence of fierce beasts to gain evolution points. Among fierce beasts, they can also devour each other's flesh and energy. Lu Ziyu sneered. All along, he had been the hunter. The entire great wilderness had been his hunting ground. Now, the ancient dragon ape regarded Lu Ziyu as prey. This made Lu Ziyu both amused and angry. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If I want to reach the peak of this world, I must go through countless hardships and endless killing. Today's advancement, attracting this ancient dragon ape, is only a small appetizer for me. If I cannot pass even this stage, then there is no need to continue such hard cultivation. With firm will, the 1,300 willow branches around Lu Ziyu rose into the sky together. The brilliant light they released and the sacred aura they emitted pulled heaven and earth into a magnificent and indescribable scene. The energy of heaven and earth within more than 10 li continued to pour into Lu Ziyu's Een Palace space. Inside that space, a vague, distorted ball of light floated. This was the embryonic form of the demon core Lu Ziyu had formed. The endless energy of heaven and earth flowed into this embryonic demon core, like an ocean pouring into a bottomless abyss. It was unknown how long it would take to reach completion. In the space of the underworld, that embryonic demon core was dazzling, with blazing colors, releasing a sacred light that spread out. It did not look like a demon core at all, but like a great sun slowly rising, lighting up all directions. The stream of heaven and earth energy continuously sinking into this embryonic demon core was also astonishing and shocking. The amount of heaven and earth energy that Lu Ziyu had absorbed over more than a month was enough for most fierce beasts to form 10 or even 100 demon cores. It might also be because Lu Ziyu aimed high. He wanted to create a perfect, ultimate, supreme demon core that could look down upon all demons. In this way, he naturally had to devour endless heaven and earth energy. The more heaven and earth energy he devoured, the stronger and more perfect the quality of the demon core he created would be. In the lake, Lu Ziyu waved 1,300 willow branches. Each of these 1,300 willow branches was crystal clear and sacred, spreading out like a peacock displaying its tail, making heaven and earth lose color, and the sun and moon lose light. The sword-like leaves swaying outside these 1,300 branches were shaped like heavenly swords, sharp and overbearing, wrapped in dazzling, immortal five-color divine light. Lu Ziyu did not dare to say he was at his peak state because he still had to divide his mind to maintain the evolution of the demon core. But his current level of power was definitely more than 100 times stronger than when he was at the 9th level of the underworld realm. This was the benefit brought by the elevation of realm level. Roar! 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 The ancient dragon ape roared. Its ferocious body, over 100 meters tall, was covered by layers of demonic power aura. Extreme terror was fully displayed on this ancient dragon ape, frightening the soul. With a long roar, all beasts submitted, mountains and rivers shattered. As its aura expanded to the peak, the ancient dragon ape stepped into the lake like a primordial, divine mountain. The lower half of its body was quickly submerged by the lake water. But this did not affect its combat power or aura. When it reached dozens of meters away from Lu Ziyu, what greeted it were thousands upon thousands of five-colored sword lights. The 18,000 five-colored sword leaves on Lu Ziyu's branches roared fiercely with brilliant colors. The rainbow-like light they emitted covered the sky and earth, vast and magnificent. These countless five-colored sword lights almost pierced through the sky, but when they fell in front of the ancient dragon ape, they were immediately dissolved by the terrifying demonic power outside its body. The scattered sword lights that penetrated the aura and struck its flesh also lost most of their power and vanished. Such a terrifying attack caused no harm at all to the ancient dragon ape. Boom! With one punch, heaven collapsed and earth split. The ancient dragon ape's fist, accompanied by dragon-like roars, struck forward. Even without mentioning how powerful the punch was, the sonic waves it produced made Lu Ziyu's huge tree body tremble. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lu Ziyu activated the Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art. This technique, belonging to the ancient dragon race, had reached the early stage of the second layer after being strengthened by evolution points. After activation, the wood element energy of heaven and earth instantly gathered around Lu Ziyu's tree body. The plants and beasts in the wilderness all bowed and worshipped in that direction, as if all living beings suddenly felt the birth of a god. The vast wood energy formed a phantom of an azure dragon outside Lu Ziyu's body. This azure dragon phantom was over 30 meters long. Its head, body, scales, claws, and teeth were much clearer and more solid than before. Compared to Lu Ziyu's more than 200-meter-tall trunk, it was still small, but the dragon's might it emitted was supreme and sacred, surpassing all living beings. The ancient dragon ape, which had a trace of dragon blood in its body, froze its punch in midair when it saw the azure dragon phantom. This was natural. Dragons were the rulers of all races, supreme beasts of ancient times. The dragon's might from the phantom was not vast, but extremely real, as if a true ancient azure dragon had appeared around Lu Ziyu's body. Under that dragon's pressure, the trace of dragon blood inside the ancient dragon ape felt mountain-like oppression. Under this suffocating restraint, the ancient dragon ape roared madly like thunder. A beast is still a beast. Today you dare to ruin my advancement, then don't even think of leaving alive. Lu Ziyu's voice echoed in the ancient dragon ape's mind. The ancient dragon ape was stunned. Fierce beasts could generally communicate, but Lu Ziyu's voice entering its mind out of nowhere was too strange. Roar! Under the cover of Lu Ziyu's branches and sword leaves, the 30-meter azure dragon phantom moved swiftly and bit onto the ancient dragon ape's arm. The ancient dragon ape felt pain. This seemingly illusory phantom had terrifying strength. After wrapping around its arm, it tightened like a giant python, making the bones in its flesh crack. Whoosh! Endless five-colored sword lights struck its body like heavy rain. The 1,300 shining willow branches also wrapped and bound around its waist and arms like dragons and pythons. The ancient dragon ape struggled, and the force it released shook the huge willow tree. There's only one chance. If I can't finish it in one go, I'll be counterattacked by this beast. Then not only will I fail to evolve the demon core, I may not even keep my cultivation. Lu Ziyu went all out. Under the water, hundreds of his roots were firmly rooted in the soil, like tentacles stabilizing his massive tree body. Roar! After a few breaths, unable to break free from the bindings, the ancient dragon ape's eyes turned blood red. It opened its huge mouth and gathered all its demonic power. A visible storm of demonic power formed in its mouth, about to burst out the next moment. Lu Ziyu shivered. This was likely the ancient dragon ape's ultimate move. Holding his breath, at the moment the storm in the ape's mouth reached its peak and was about to be released, Lu Ziyu decisively moved his roots under the water. At this time, the lower half of the ape's body was submerged, and its attention was fully on Lu Ziyu, with no defense against the roots suddenly emerging underwater. Just like that, Lu Ziyu's roots, covered with golden patterns and emitting dark crystal light, bound the ancient dragon ape's legs. Splash! With its legs tied together, the ancient dragon ape lost balance in the water and fell down. Coincidentally, the storm in its mouth had not yet been released. With the sudden fall, it exploded directly inside its mouth. Boom! 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 Water shot up into the sky. Soon, a large amount of blood floated on the surface of the lake. This can be considered as bringing trouble upon itself. Lu Ziyu laughed happily. The killing move that the ancient dragon ape wanted to use against him instead became an attack that severely injured itself. Lu Ziyu could see that the ancient dragon ape, which had fallen into the water, had blood all over its mouth and a broken head because the demonic power storm in its mouth had exploded. Woo! The ancient dragon ape was about to go mad. The demonic power storm it had finally gathered. How did it end up exploding on itself? Now it was in a terrible state. Its head was broken and bleeding. All the teeth in its mouth were shattered, and its internal organs were seriously affected. Its combat strength was almost gone. The black tree roots binding its two legs were indestructible and flexible like dragons, dragging the body of the ancient dragon ape down into the bottom of the lake without reason. Lu Ziyu remained calm like dust, without joy or sorrow. He turned his tree body into Mount Bujo that suppressed the prehistoric world. The ancient dragon ape, which had fallen under Lu Ziyu's roots, now had not only its legs, but its whole body wrapped and bound by the black roots, like being trapped in a black cocoon. No matter how it struggled, it was useless. Underwater, the ancient dragon ape could not breathe. It was not a water-type beast. After some time, it could only rely on the demonic power in its body to maintain life. Oh! On the shore, the red spirit fox showed its head. The battle between Lu Ziyu and the ancient dragon ape left a deep shock in its soul. In the little fox's eyes as it looked at Lu Ziyu, there was full admiration. The unicorn hiding in the distance also returned to the shore, its eyes filled with awe and fear. That was an ancient dragon ape with a trace of dragon blood in its body. Lu Ziyu had not even fully completed his breakthrough, yet he could suppress it. For the unicorn, it was completely convinced and prostrated in admiration. First evolve the demon core, then deal with you. Lu Ziyu was a bit tired and had no time to deal with the ancient dragon ape. His consciousness sank into the space of the underworld. The embryonic demon core floating in Lu Ziyu's underworld space was the size of a fist, with brilliant colors and endless light. Inside this small embryonic demon core, there was a sound like surging waves, as if it contained a great world holding lakes and oceans. Occasionally, a trace of energy light that leaked out was as heavy as a mountain. Lu Ziyu's consciousness circled around the embryonic demon core. Everything outside could not disturb him, unless a terrifying beast like the ancient dragon ape arrived. Under such a sense of crisis, he would instinctively wake up. 3 months later, the lakeshore, which had been badly damaged by the ancient dragon ape and full of devastation, after being nourished by several heavy rains, grew hundreds and thousands of rare flowers and lush vegetation. Looking again at the huge willow tree standing in the lake, in these months it had transformed, growing from more than 200 meters tall to more than 350 meters tall. Its spotless and flawless trunk was also 30 to 40 meters wide. The 1,300 willow branches hanging outside the trunk had now become 3,000 branches. This was the appearance shown to the world. Under the water, the roots had transformed even more terrifyingly, extending meter by meter. The longest had grown to more than 1,000 meters, stretching along the veins of the earth beneath the soil, winding and spreading as if to embrace the entire boundless wilderness. Lu Ziyu, whose consciousness remained in the underworld space, was still unaware of his own changes. The demon core embryo floating in front could no longer be called an embryo. It was a demon core surrounded by bright golden light and exhaling chaotic mist. The patterns on its surface were like innate gods and demons. When it flickered and moved, the chaotic mist outside the golden demon core even outlined a willow tree. That willow tree rooted in chaos, untouched by karma, not entering reincarnation. Phoenixes and blue wands perched on its branches, while dragons and cheilins coiled beneath its trunk. Stars and suns flowed across its leaves. The sacred and solemn image it displayed made Lu Ziyu feel dazed, as if he were seeing himself in a mirror. Ding! Congratulations, host! The demon core evolution is complete. The emotionless system voice sounded at this moment. It's finished already? Lu Ziyu's spirit lifted, and he muttered, I thought it would take a few more months. By the way, what level is my demon core? The demon core condensed by the host is an immortal grade demon core. The system answered, Immortal grade demon core? The word immortal made one imagine endlessly and gasp. Previously, the system said demon cores only had 4 grades: heaven, earth profound, and yellow. Lu Ziyu could feel how extraordinary and sacred the demon core he formed was, but he did not expect it to be an immortal grade demon core. System, is this immortal grade demon core much stronger than a heaven grade demon core? Although he already knew the answer, Lu Ziyu still wanted to confirm. Yes, an immortal grade demon core means the host has the potential to become an immortal. Is a supreme demon core. Among human cultivators, the Great Tao Golden Core also has a supreme grade. The system's explanation was simple and clear, enlightening Lu Ziyu. The potential to become an immortal. Lu Ziyu seemed to see a huge willow tree penetrating the 3 realms and 6 paths, spanning the universe. Under this willow tree, all living beings bowed and all paths submitted. Clusters of light, representing great worlds, were attached and imprinted on the tree. A tribute panel. Calming down, Lu Ziyu called out. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, mutated willow tree. Bloodline, spirit willow. Cultivation, first level demon general. Technique, azure dragon myriad forms art. Early stage of the 2nd layer. Abilities, return to truth. Merge into nature with a thought. Life essence, can be used to heal injuries, unlock potential, improve cultivation. Telepathy, communicate mentally with intelligent beings. 18,000 5-colored sword leaves, after advancing to demon general level, become 36,000 5-colored sword leaves. Innate talent, wood dragon, roots transform into a dragon form, greatly increasing defense and attack. After binding a creature, can absorb its energy. When rooted in soil, can absorb the essence of the earth hidden deep underground. Evolution points, 53,000 points. Seeing the new innate talent on the panel, Lu Ziyu quickly checked it. At a glance, Lu Ziyu was shocked. His roots extended in all directions, more than 1,000 meters long, even more terrifying than the tree body. In shape, they looked like wooden dragons, vigorous and fierce, shining brightly. The golden patterns flowing on the surface looked like dragon scales. After advancing to the demon general level and evolving an immortal-grade demon core, Lu Ziyu experienced the feeling of being completely reborn. The trunk exposed above the water surface was more than 350 meters tall. His 1,300 crystal willow branches had already become 3,000 branches, crystal clear, brilliant, and swaying in the wind. That grand and majestic appearance, that sacred and transcendent radiance, made Lu Ziyu illuminate the lands in all directions. Without Lu Ziyu deliberately doing anything, the flowers, plants, and trees on the shore all showed a posture of sincere submission and worship. The biggest change was that Lu Ziyu had gained a native talent. Those roots of his that extended deep into the lake and soil had turned into hundreds and thousands of vigorous wooden dragons. These wooden dragon-shaped roots moved through the underground rock layers and, with Lu Ziyu's every breath, drew for him the essence of the earth buried deep in the veins of the land. Before advancing to the demon general level, Lu Ziyu could absorb the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation, and he could also absorb some energy substances from deep in the soil. But to devour the essence of the earth within the veins of the land like he was doing now was something Lu Ziyu had been far from able to do before advancing to the demon general level. How high is the sky? How vast is the earth? From a moment countless living beings were born, they multiplied and lived on this boundless prehistoric land. After endless eras, the essence of the earth buried in this land was vast and endless beyond imagination. Lu Ziyu's wooden dragon roots absorbed that inexhaustible essence of the earth, and his whole body felt warm and light. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 2,000. While the energy of the Earth's essence continuously poured into Lu Ziyu's body, the system voice in his ears also kept sounding nonstop. Suddenly, Lu Ziyu noticed something strange. The ancient dragon ape that he had suppressed under his tree body had disappeared. Did it escape? That's not very possible. That beast was badly injured and had been bound and suppressed under my tree body by my roots. Even if my mind was focused on the process of opening the demon core, that beast could not possibly have escaped and vanished without me noticing. Lu Ziyu thought. Could it be? Lu Ziyu saw the truth. Inside the ancient dragon ape's body, there had been a trace of giant dragon bloodline. It must have been that when Lu Ziyu opened the immortal gray demon core, while his consciousness was in a muddled state, he had instinctively absorbed that ancient dragon ape. He absorbed the life essence of the ancient dragon ape, as well as that trace of giant dragon bloodline in its body. As a result, Lu Ziyu's roots transformed into this wooden dragon form. Helping my roots turn into dragons, this was also fate. Lu Ziyu laughed freely. At the critical moment of his breakthrough to the demon general level, the ancient dragon ape came over bearing fangs and claws, then was suppressed by him, and finally absorbed by Lu Ziyu, completing Lu Ziyu's native talent. One link after another, with many twists and turns, it seemed like a result that had already been destined in the dark. Now that I stand at the demon general level, my strength can barely be called enough to dominate one region in this wilderness. Lu Ziyu gathered his mind and summoned the red spirit fox, the unicorn, the lightning bird, the flame rhinoceros, and the earth violent bear. Among these 5 fierce beasts, the lightning bird had the highest cultivation. After not seeing it for a few months, it had reached the 7th level of the underworld realm. Following behind, it was the red spirit fox at the 6th level of the underworld realm, and then the unicorn at the 5th level of the underworld realm. The somewhat honest and simple-minded flame rhinoceros and earth violent bear were, as usual, the weakest in cultivation, only at the 4th level of the underworld realm. After standing at the demon general level, Lu Ziyu's life force was vast, which was also the natural advantage of all plant life. He stretched out a willow branch and bestowed life essence. The life essence carrying an intoxicating fragrance was green like agate gems. The life energy contained in it was more than 100 times more precious than the life essence Lu Ziyu had bestowed in the past. The fragrant scent it gave off also had a maddening temptation. The red spirit fox was the first to swallow the life essence. Its body began to change visibly. Its elegant and noble figure stretched to more than 10 meters long, and the tail behind it also became as gorgeous and brilliant as flames, wrapped in fire. Next was the lightning bird. This extremely handsome and imposing lightning bird was covered all over with indestructible silver feathers like steel. After taking the life essence given by Lu Ziyu, it circled high in the sky, crying sharply with blazing light. Even a corner of the dazzling lightning jumping outside its body was enough to instantly kill a fierce beast at the underworld realm level. Chirp, chirp. The unicorn, unwilling to fall behind, swallowed the life essence. The unicorn, which had heavenly horse bloodline, had a chance to evolve into a heavenly horse. In appearance, the unicorn with strong 4 hooves and snow-white fur, wrapped in that surging mass of life energy, saw its aura rise step by step, and in the blink of an eye it rose from the 5th level of the underworld realm to the 7th level of the underworld realm. By comparison, the earth violent bear, huge and terrifying like a great mountain, and the flame rhinoceros, with sharp horns and surging red flames, also made real breakthroughs after taking the life essence given by Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu quietly watched all this, feeling a sense of achievement in his heart. The reason he subdued these 5 fierce beasts was to cultivate for himself several loyal, reliable, and fearless fighting forces. Under Lu Ziyu's cultivation, that red spirit fox would sooner or later become a 9-tailed demon fox. The unicorn could also transform into the heavenly horse of the mythical age. The ancient dragon ape is dead. Its territory is now my territory. Little fox, take them there and take over the ancient dragon ape's territory. Also check whether there are any heavenly and earthly spiritual medicines in that area. Through telepathy, Lu Ziyu gave the order to the red spirit fox. Ow! The red spirit fox nodded obediently, called the lightning bird, earth violent bear, flame rhinoceros, and unicorn, and ran toward the ancient dragon ape's territory. 3 days later, the red spirit fox returned. The ancient dragon ape's territory covered several hundred li, and now all of it had become Lu Ziyu's territory. The fierce beasts in that area had also all expressed submission. The only regret was that there were no heavenly and earthly spiritual medicines in the ancient dragon ape's territory. As long as the heaven and earth energy is sufficient, under nourishment and gestation, even an ordinary flower or grass can transform into a spiritual medicine and precious material. Lu Ziyu looked around at the lush scene outside the lake, and he had an idea. Why not cultivate some spiritual medicines himself? Do it yourself, and you will have enough food and clothing. That was much more reliable than depending on luck. To cultivate spiritual medicine by oneself. Once this thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. Lu Ziyu devoured the energy of heaven and earth in large mouthfuls, while also using his wooden dragon roots to draw out the essence of the earth from deep underground and pour it onto the surface near the shore. For a time, mist spread across the shore. The flowers and plants immersed in this earth essence and heaven and earth energy were like being bathed in spring rain, glowing and shining, with spiritual light flowing. But this was far from enough. Relying only on the heaven and earth energy and earth essence that Lu Ziyu gathered, turning ordinary plants into spiritual medicine would take at least several years, and what was cultivated would only be ordinary spiritual medicine. Taking a step back, Lu Ziyu himself also needed to cultivate. He could not spend all 12 hours of the day on this matter. If he put all his energy into cultivating spiritual medicine, his own growth speed would also be greatly reduced. An ordinary plant can only absorb a limited amount of heaven and earth energy and earth essence in one day. I can first cultivate 100 plants. In that case, I only need to spend 1 hour each day, and the earth essence and heaven and earth energy I gather will be enough for these 100 plants to absorb for 10 to 15 days. Besides, I can also use life essence. Lu Ziyu's life essence had the marvelous effect of transforming living beings, unlocking potential, and breaking through limits. That was why the red spirit fox and the unicorn went almost mad when they saw it. But this life essence could not be consumed too much. If too much was used, Lu Ziyu would fall into a weakened state. If it were exhausted, he would even face the danger of withering and falling. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The willow branches stretched gently toward the shore with sacred light, and a drop of life essence flowed out and fell into the soil. Immediately, more than 100 plants growing in that area absorbed the energy of the life essence. The change was obvious. The energy of the life essence spread through the soil. After being absorbed by the plants, their colors and light underwent a fundamental transformation. Take one blade of grass as an example. After being washed by heaven and earth energy and earth essence, it had only gained a few strands of spiritual light. But after absorbing Lu Ziyu's life essence, in less than an hour, that blade of grass seemed to have been enlightened by God. Not only did it grow twice as tall, but its leaves and stem were also covered with faint golden patterns. Just one drop of life essence. For Lu Ziyu, who now had the cultivation of the first level of Demon General, was only a tiny fraction. After witnessing the effect of life essence, he released 2 more drops. The supreme and mysterious life energy nourished those more than 100 ordinary plants. Even the soil was dyed with a layer of life radiance. Oh, the red spirit fox walked over. Standing on that soil, soaked with life essence, was a kind of enjoyment. The lightning bird, circling in the sky, then landed. Soon after, the earth-violent bear, flame rhinoceros, and unicorn also ran onto that patch of soil. All of you be careful. These are the spiritual medicines I cultivated. If you damage even one, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Ziyu's voice was cold as he warned them. The flame rhinoceros, which had already stuck out its tongue and wanted to eat a blade of grass, froze as if falling into an ice cave. The red spirit fox was smarter. It dug a hole in the soil and buried itself inside. Its small head left outside looked comfortable and intoxicated. Lu Ziyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. That patch of soil was soaked with the energy of 3 drops of life essence. The little fox burying itself in the soil looked funny, but it was actually very cunning. Lying in that soil, even without actively absorbing the life essence, it could still receive some nourishment, like a person soaking in a hot spring. Moo! The flame rhinoceros roared. It also wanted to bury itself in the soil. But with its size, digging would inevitably damage the surrounding plants. The earth-violent bear, lightning bird, and unicorn also stare at the red spirit fox with envy. Among the 5 beasts, the red spirit fox was the smallest. Only it could bury itself in the soil without damaging the plants. 1 month passed. Lu Ziyu named that area the medicine garden, a medicine garden that belonged only to him. During this month, Lu Ziyu set aside 1 hour every day to gather heaven and earth energy and draw earth essence, watering those more than 100 plants. He also dropped 3 drops of life essence into the soil each day, like fertilizing. Up to now, the 107 plants in the medicine garden had undergone earth-shaking changes. All of them were colorful, fragrant, and full of energy. Compared with the flower bud spiritual medicine guarded by the blue-eyed toad, there was still some gap. But judging from the current development speed, Lu Ziyu believed that in another 3 or 4 months, the quality of these plants would not be inferior to that flower bud spiritual medicine. To cultivate ordinary plants in a spiritual medicine so quickly, the watering of heaven and earth energy and earth essence was secondary. Lu Ziyu's life essence played a crucial and transformative role. Without the extraordinary effect of life essence, relying only on heaven and earth energy and earth essence, even after several years, it might not be possible to cultivate these ordinary plants into spiritual medicine. 3 months later, Lu Ziyu's cultivation rose to the 4th level of Demon General. During this time, the lightning bird advanced to the 1st level of Demon General and condensed an Earth-grade Demon Core. Among fierce beasts, the lightning bird had good potential, but normally its limit would be a profound-grade Demon Core. That it could condense an Earth-grade Demon Core was clearly due to Lu Ziyu's life essence nourishment. The life essence elevated the essence of the lightning bird's bloodline and fully unlocked its potential. After another half-month, the red spirit fox also stepped into the demon general realm in 1 leap. After advancing, the red spirit fox's body did not change much, but it gained 1 more tail. As the saying goes, when a cat grows a 2nd tail, it becomes a demon. The same applied to foxes. Only when a fox grows a 2nd tail does it truly become a demon beast. From the moment it grew the 2nd tail, the red spirit fox's temperament became more lively and noble. It vaguely made Lu Ziyu see a fox made incapable of captivating all beings. In front of Lu Ziyu, 2 data panels appeared. Race, red spirit fox. Bloodline, 2-tailed spirit fox. Level, 1st level demon general. Demon core grade, earth grade. Ability, fox fire. Innate divine ability. Charm, a talent ability awakened after advancing to the demon general level. After using it, it can charm the mental will of various living beings. Race, lightning bird. Bloodline, descendant of Thunder Kuan. Level, 1st level demon general. Demon core grade, earth grade. Abilities, lightning. Extreme speed. Innate divine ability, thunder cry. After advancing to the demon general level, the bloodline returns to ancestors, and the trace of Thunder Kuan blood in the body awakens, thus obtaining this innate divine ability. After using it, the cry carries the power of thunder, splitting metal and stone, unstoppable. It can attack enemies through sound waves. Looking at the data panels of the red spirit fox and lightning bird, Lu Ziyu thought that the unicorn, earth violent bear, and flame rhinoceros would probably also advance to the demon general realm soon. With the ability of life essence, the faster Lu Ziyu grew, the more terrifying the growth of the red spirit fox and lightning bird became. As expected, 1 month later, the unicorn advanced to the demon general level. The earth-violent bear and flame rhinoceros were 2 months later, but they also advanced to the demon general level. More pleasing was that the 107 plants in the medicine garden by the shore, after nearly a year of cultivation, had almost completely changed from their former appearance. Looking over, each of the more than 100 plants in the medicine garden was brilliant like rosy clouds, shining with flowing light. The fruits hanging on the branches and buds were as clear as gemstones, pure and flawless. It could be said that these 107 spiritual medicines were no worse than the flowerbud spiritual medicine guarded by the blue-eyed toad, and that flowerbud spiritual medicine was at least 200 to 300 years in quality. As for Lu Ziyu, he only used 1 year to cultivate more than 100 top-quality spiritual medicines. Such ability and such speed were absolutely unbelievable and unique in the world. Rustle, rustle. The rich and abundant aura of spiritual medicine drifted with the wind, attracting a large group of flying insects. These thousands upon thousands of insects looked similar to bees, but their color was reddish gold. Within a few days, many butterflies also flew over. Colorful butterflies of different kinds landed on the flowers of the spiritual medicines, collecting nectar and absorbing spiritual energy. Lu Ziyu did not drive them away. These small insects had not open intelligence and could not absorb much energy, so they would not affect the growth and transformation of the spiritual medicines. Deduct 250,000 evolution points. Realm +1. Deduct 300,000 evolution points. Realm +1. Deduct 350,000 evolution points. Realm +1. Under the night, Lu Ziyu's cultivation silently rose to the 8th level of Demon General. On the shore, the red spirit fox, lightning bird, and unicorn, sensing their master's strength growing again, could not help but show awe. The rising sun appeared. Strands of purple glow shone on Lu Ziyu's huge tree body, covering him with a brilliant and sacred coat that could not be violated. Releasing his mind, Lu Ziyu could sense any movement within more than 10 miles. The insects crawling on the ground and the dust floating in the air could not escape his perception. Suddenly, in Lu Ziyu's perception, several auras appeared. These auras were different from fierce beasts. They were human auras. In the years Lu Ziyu had spent in this wilderness, he had only dealt with humans twice. Once was the fox girl being chased by a sword sect cultivator. Another time was when a human sect sent the younger generation into the wilderness for training. Now human cultivators appeared again in this wilderness, and they were heading straight toward him. Lu Ziyu immediately entered the return to truth state. Once in this state, the auspicious glow and sacred light around his tree body disappeared completely. Even a top human expert coming here would not notice anything unusual. Then, Lu Ziyu ordered the red spirit fox, unicorn, and lightning bird to guard in front of the medicine garden. About half an hour later, that group of human cultivators appeared outside the lake. More than 20 human cultivators, led by a noble young man with bright eyes like stars. Behind him followed a gray-robed old man, with obscure aura and dull eyes. But as soon as Lu Ziyu saw this gray-robed old man, he sensed a strong feeling of danger from him. "Ha ha, Your Highness, look! There are so many spiritual medicines here, and their quality is all above 200 years. Don't be happy too early. Didn't you see those fierce beasts? Hee, just a few demon general level beasts. Your Highness is gifted and unmatched in battle power. Why fear these beasts?" The more than 20 cultivators behind the noble young man talked noisily. "Ow! Ow!" In front of the medicine garden, the red spirit fox made warning sounds. "This place is good. It is normal to produce more than 100 spiritual medicines." The noble young man, exuding dazzling brilliance, said arrogantly, "This time I came to the wilderness to collect spiritual medicines. That lightning bird is at the 5th level of Demon General, and the two-tailed spirit fox is at the 4th level. Killing them will take some effort and waste some of my time. Then let this old man handle it." The gray-robed old man beside the noble young man stepped forward, his eyes shining brightly. A shocking aura burst out from the old man's thin body. "Ha ha! Then I will trouble Elder Wang." The noble young man nodded. Lu Ziyu observed secretly. Boom! With his robe fluttering, the old man rose into the air. The vast and powerful aura continuously spreading from his body stirred the sky and raised dust. Looking down at the beasts in front of the medicine garden, he shouted, "You have 3 breaths to leave this place. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing without mercy." Demon General level beasts had intelligence not inferior to humans. When facing powerful humans, most would avoid them and flee. However, the red spirit fox, earth violent bear, and flame rhinoceros in front of the medicine garden seemed not to hear. The lightning bird at the 5th level of Demon General directly launched an attack. Dragging dazzling lightning, it swept forward at extreme speed like a rainbow, and one wing slashed down like a heavenly blade, indestructible and able to cut metal like mud. "Overestimating yourself." The gray-robed old man snorted. His wrinkled hand lifted and directly caught the silver wing that slashed down. Sparks flew, and a metallic clash shook the ears. On that wing of a lightning bird, dense and brilliant electric snakes surged, lighting up heaven and earth with blazing brightness. With such astonishing power, even a fierce beast at the 6th level of the underworld realm would not dare to face its edge head-on. But that gray-robed old man, thin in body and full of white hair, used only one hand to block the lightning bird's wing strike. The indestructible wing strike and the crackling, dazzling lightning spread out in the gray-robed old man's palm, yet from beginning to end, they left no mark at all. Screech! The lightning bird's eyes turned heavy. It activated that trace of Thunder Kuan bloodline deep within its body. Thunder Kuan was a super divine beast of the ancient age, able to stand alongside Kunping. This was a trace of Thunder Kuan bloodline that the lightning bird awakened after advancing to the demon general level through bloodline reversion. After reviving that trace of Kunping bloodline, the lightning bird's aura swelled. Its light shone in all directions, as if it had transformed into a supreme divine bird of the ancient age. The cry it let out was also like thunder from the 9 heavens, filled with tyrannical might that could destroy all resistance and split metal and stone. Crack, crack, crack. Ripples appeared in the void, and cracks spread across the earth. The towering ancient trees growing in the distance also split apart and shattered under that cry. The gray-robed old man, standing extremely close to the lightning bird, was naturally the first to bear the brunt. But even within that cry that tore flesh and shattered bones, the gray-robed old man only frowned slightly. Boom! The next moment, the lightning bird was sent flying backward. It fell miserably into the lake. When it floated back up, it was covered in blood and weak in spirit. Ow! The red spirit fox bared its teeth and launched an attack without hesitation. It shook the 2 fox tails behind it, like 2 crimson fire rainbows dancing gracefully, extremely gorgeous and enchanting. Gradually, a monstrous sea of fire, carrying a scorching heat that seemed able to burn the sky, surged toward the gray-robed old man like a sweeping storm. Chiu Chiu! The unicorn flashed forward. Using extreme speed, it left a string of afterimages in the air. After approaching the gray-robed old man, it raised its head and charged with its long horn. The blazing rainbow light and shining symbols jumping on that horn were enough to mercilessly pierce even a great mountain. Roar, roar, roar. The earth-violent bear, over 100 meters tall, rose from the ground. It did not have the fancy methods of a lightning bird, red spirit fox, or unicorn. What it had was pure brute force. When it advanced to the demon general realm, the innate talent awakened by the earth-violent bear was called berserk. As the name suggested, once entering the berserk state, the earth-violent bear forgot everything else, became bloodthirsty and mad, and its battle power greatly increased. At this moment, the earth-violent bear, over 100 meters tall, covered in world-swallowing, destructive, demonic flames, though only at the 2nd level of demon general, displayed such brutality and ferocity that it could be compared with most fierce beasts at the 3rd or 4th level of demon general. Last was the flame rhinoceros. Its body was huge, completely covered in shining blue scales. The rhinoceros horn on its forehead was over 9 meters long, piercing the sky. The destructive light it suddenly burst out with surged like a tide. Its destructive power was also extraordinary and could not be underestimated. Ridiculous! The gray-robed old man, whose robes flapped loudly and whose face was cold and sinister, was surrounded by the red spirit fox, unicorn, earth-violent bear, and flame rhinoceros, yet he showed no panic at all and formed a hand seal. The energy of heaven and earth boiled and flowed around the gray-robed old man like rushing rivers. He pointed out with 2 fingers together, and the giant heaven-supporting finger that appeared was illusory, sacred, and vast. It first wiped out the red spirit fox's fox fire-devouring attack, and then neutralized the attacks of the unicorn, earth-violent bear, and flame rhinoceros. Boom, boom, boom. The gray-robed old man stepped forward. With a wave of his sleeve, a fierce wind mixed with flames poured down violently, and the several fierce beasts cried and screamed in pain. These beasts really are stupid enough. Elder Wong is a half-step nascent soul expert. Your Highness, these beasts are doomed. Shall we go pick those spiritual medicines now? Seeing the several fierce beasts struggling in the fierce wind and flames, screaming in pain and unable to break free, noisy voices rose from behind the noble youth. Go! The noble youth stood with hands behind his back and nodded. At once, several figures walked toward the medicine garden by the shore, planning to pick the 100+ fragrant spiritual medicines there. In the sky, the gray-robed old man's face was gloomy as he looked down below. At this time, he no longer needed to do anything. Those few fierce beasts would be burned and refined into nothing by the fierce wind and flames he had created. Look, the quality of this spiritual medicine is especially outstanding. It is close to 300 years in maturity. Among the several cultivators who stepped into the medicine garden, one pointed at the spiritual medicine in front that emitted blue glow and said, "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and pick them. If His Highness is in a good mood, he may even reward us with a few spiritual medicines." One person shouted and reached out toward several spiritual medicines ahead. Swish! The lake's surface rippled. Willow branches crossed the void and appeared before these several cultivators like they were piercing through all things. What is this? They only felt darkness before their eyes. The bodies of the several cultivators standing in the medicine garden were pierced through the chest by those mysterious willow branches flowing with misty light and crystal colors. This sudden change caused the pupils of the gray-robed old man in the sky to shrink sharply, and he looked toward the huge willow tree in the lake. After arriving here, he had not discovered even the slightest trace of danger from that huge willow tree. He did not know from when it started, but the heaven-reaching willow tree standing in a lake had become covered in endless mist. Its trunk was pure like glazed crystal. 10,000 auspicious lights shone from its branches, and the sword-shaped willow leaves growing outside those 3,000 willow branches were also wrapped in noble and immortal 5-colored divine light. Especially that aura, supreme, sacred, and beyond everything, was like a world tree from the age of myth. Under this willow tree's aura, thousands of mountains and valleys fell silent, and the creatures of the wilderness bowed in worship. In comparison, even heaven and earth seemed dim and worthless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chapter of slaughter officially began. Lu Ziyu's 3,000 willow branches were like 3,000 spears of judgment, sharp, murderous, and unstoppable as they descended upon the shore. The dozen cultivators standing behind the noble youth had no chance to resist and no qualification to flee. One after another, their bodies were pierced through by the willow branches. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 2,000. The branches trembled, and Lu Ziyu absorbed the life essence of those cultivators. The 20-some cultivators whose flesh and blood energy was plundered suffered a fate worse than death, wailing and screaming in pain. Before long, more than 20 dried corpses lay on the ground. What kind of demon is this? Looking at the shriveled corpses lying on the ground, the handsome and imposing noble youth immediately shouted, as if falling into an ice cave. "Your Highness, do not panic. With this old man here, this tree demon." Before the gray-robed old man finished speaking, the ground collapsed, and thick roots like palace pillars burst out. These roots, still stained with soil and lake water, were different from ordinary roots. Their surface was decorated with natural, noble, and strange golden patterns. In shape, they were like ancient dragons. In an instant, several wooden dragon roots wrapped around the gray-robed old man. That huge and surging force made even the gray-robed old man feel as if he were about to be crushed into pieces of flesh. Insolent, just as the gray-robed old man was about to unleash a divine ability to break these wooden dragon roots, he suddenly froze. The magical power within his body was actually flowing away uncontrollably. When Lu Ziyu acted, he ensured that the gray-robed old man would fall into eternal doom, unable to escape death. These wooden dragon roots had the ability to absorb the energy of living beings. That is to say, any prey bound by these roots would have its power continuously devoured and taken away. Under such weakening, if the gray-robed old man wanted to break free, his power would have to be terrifying enough to kill Lu Ziyu in an instant. No. The gray-robed old man cried out hysterically. So noisy. Lu Ziyu was filled with killing intent. 3,000 willow branches struck forward. Poochie. The gray-robed old man was destroyed into a cloud of blood mist, leaving nothing behind. Evolution points plus 30,000. After absorbing the life essence of more than 20 cultivators, Lu Ziyu gained 20,000 evolution points. This gray-robed old man alone gave 30,000 evolution points. But there was nothing strange about it. Based on the gray-robed old man's cultivation, 30,000 evolution points was still little. If this old man had been younger and his vitality stronger, Lu Ziyu could have gained even more evolution points. Monster! The noble youth, who had arrived surrounded and arrogant, was now pale as death, his body trembling like a sieve. Do you want to live or die? Lu Ziyu's voice echoed in the noble youth's mind without any emotion. I want to live. I don't want to die. I am a prince of the Dayu imperial dynasty. If you kill me, the Dayu royal family will not let you go. The noble youth became even more terrified, transmitting voice through spirit. This was an ability only great demons had. With his level, escaping in front of a great demon was almost impossible. What Dayu imperial dynasty? Never heard of it. Lu Ziyu scolded. If you want to live, answer my questions honestly. All right, I will say everything. As long as Lord Tree Demon spares me, I will tell everything I know. Lu Ziyu's tone softened slightly. Then tell me, what is the world outside this wilderness like? The noble youth was speechless. Why would a tree demon be interested in the outside world? Reporting to Lord Tree Demon, the outside world is called Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou is vast. Even great powers cannot see its full extent. In one's lifetime, being able to travel through even one region among the 100 regions of Zhongzhou is already difficult. Outside Zhongzhou, there are also the Eastern Wilderness, Northern Sea, Southern Ridge, and Western Desert. The Eastern Wilderness is like Zhongzhou. Both are territories of the human race. The Northern Sea is different. It is a boundless ancient sea independent from a world. There, all kinds of beings gather, demons run rampant, and powerful beings are everywhere. Many cultivators who have caused great trouble flee there. As for the Southern Ridge, it is the dwelling place of the demon race. The Western Desert is the origin of the Buddhist path. There, everyone believes in Buddhism and inherits its teachings. The noble youth slowly explained, giving Lu Ziyu a preliminary understanding of the world he was in. And how are the cultivation levels of your human race divided? In the years since Lu Ziyu arrived in this world, he had experienced several realms and reached the demon general level, but he knew nothing about the cultivation system. The noble youth swallowed and thought for a moment before explaining. Reporting to Lord Tree Demon, the cultivation levels of the demon race and human race are both divided into 9 stages in the early phase. For humans, meridian wheel, foundation building, innate, profound sea, golden core, nascent soul, cave heaven, dragon transformation, Tao entry. For demons, spirit creature, demon beast, spirit movement, underworld, demon general, great demon, demon king, heavenly demon, tribulation crossing. Different paths lead to the same goal. After these 9 realms, the cultivation systems of humans and demons are almost the same. If Lord Tree Demon wishes to transform into human form, either take a heavenly treasure like a transformation fruit in advance, or cultivate to the Demon King level. Judging by your overwhelming aura, it should not take long for you to reach the Demon King level. Lu Ziyu smiled faintly. You flatter me. Also, I need to correct you. I am not Lord Tree Demon. I have a name, Lu Ziyu. The noble youth? Lu Ziyu? Was this the name the Tree Demon gave itself? Yes. Lord Lu Ziyu, I have told you everything I know. May I leave now? The noble youth asked. Go. Lu Ziyu replied indifferently. Thank you. The noble youth turned and rushed away. Damn Tree Demon. Just wait. Once I leave this wilderness, I will gather troops to destroy you. Thinking this in his heart, the noble youth suddenly froze. A willow branch emitting brilliant glow pierced from his back and came out through his chest. You broke your promise. You said you would let me go. Full of unwillingness and hatred, the noble youth shouted. Making a deal with a tree demon like me. Don't you find it ridiculous? Lu Ziyu was unmoved, and the branch twisted as it devoured the noble youth's life energy. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 5,000. The noble youth's cultivation was at the first level of Demon General. No, it should be the first level of Golden Core. Spirit Creature, Demon Beast, Spirit Movement, Underworld, Demon General, Great Demon, Demon King, Heavenly Demon, Tribulation Crossing. After reaching the Demon King level, one can transform form. I am currently at the 8th level of Demon General, only one step away from the Great Demon Realm before Demon King. Lu Ziyu waved his branches, feeling pleased. At most 2 years, if fast within 1 year, he could advance to the Great Demon Realm. After transforming into human form, Lu Ziyu could leave this wilderness and go to the human world to take a look. Zhongzhou, Dayu Imperial Dynasty. A life token placed on an altar suddenly shattered. What is this? Oh no, it is the life token of the seventh prince. The seventh prince has fallen. The eunuch guarding the hall screamed in shock. The Dayu Imperial Dynasty. This was an ordinary imperial dynasty in the Xinjiang region, compared to those supreme dynasties that ruled all directions and possessed the heritage of ancient great emperors. The gap was like heaven and earth. But in the Xinjiang region, it still dominated one side and stood firm. Up to now, the Dayu Imperial Dynasty had been passed down for more than 13,000 years. The current emperor had more than 20 princes and 19 princesses. What? You say the seventh prince has fallen? Inside the grand hall, a majestic figure sat there. Just a projection carried immense pressure and aura, making heaven and earth lose light and the void freeze. Reporting to your majesty, the life token of the seventh prince has shattered. This fall is most likely true. The eunuch kneeling below was pale and trembling. Among all the princes and princesses, the seventh prince was not especially outstanding, but he was still of royal blood. His sudden death made the Dayu emperor, sitting on the dragon throne, appear calm, yet the cold killing intent in his eyes instantly made the hall fall into complete silence. Father Emperor, a graceful figure suddenly arrived. It is Yaoer. The killing intent in the Dayu emperor's eyes softened slightly. The girl who entered the hall had red lips and white teeth, noble and elegant. Her face was stunning, capable of toppling cities. What was even rarer was that this girl, wearing a golden palace dress, carried a heroic and domineering aura in every movement. Such bearing was especially rare in a woman. Father Emperor, I heard that seventh brother's life token shattered, so I came to verify it. As far as I know, seventh brother brought a group of people into the depths of the wilderness to collect spiritual medicine, and there was also a half-step nascent soul expert with him. As long as they did not encounter a dominant great demon in the depths of the wilderness, nothing should have happened. The girl spoke calmly and clearly. If Father Emperor allows it, I can personally go to the wilderness. Perhaps I can find out the truth behind seventh brother's fall. Hearing this, the Dayu emperor thought for a moment and shook his head. It comforts me that you have such intentions. But the wilderness is dangerous. Yaoer has peerless talent. Among all the princes and princesses, your future is the most brilliant. It is better to let others investigate this matter. Father Emperor is mistaken. Chu Yao raised her brows, her face like a painting. She stepped forward, her bright eyes full of sharp dominance, looking directly at the imposing Dayu emperor, and said, First, seventh brother and I share the same lineage. Second, this trip to the wilderness is not only to investigate his fall, but also to temper my Tao heart and consolidate my foundation so that I can break into the next major realm. No one is more suitable for this than me. Father Emperor, please consider. After speaking, the girl knelt on the ground. The Dayu emperor pondered for a while. Fine, if you wish to go, then go. Thank you, Father Emperor. Chu Yao stood up and left the hall. What happened outside the wilderness, Lu Ziyu did not know. Since learning about the cultivation levels of humans and demons from the seventh prince of the Dayu dynasty, Lu Ziyu did only two things every day: cultivating those more than 100 spiritual plants and focusing entirely on his own cultivation. Deduct 400,000 evolution points. Realm +1. After advancing to the 9th level of Demon General, Lu Ziyu's strength increased again. In the following months, the Red Spirit Fox, Lightning Bird, Earth Violent Bear, Flame Rhinoceros, and Unicorn began to expand territory wildly. By this day, within 1,000 miles, no fierce beast dared to resist. On this same day, the Lightning Bird circled in the sky, crying loudly and calling the Red Spirit Fox, Earth Violent Bear, Flame Rhinoceros, and Unicorn. After some communication, it turned out that the Lightning Bird had encountered a tough opponent, a golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger. It stood at the 9th level of Demon General. If they could kill this tiger, Lu Ziyu's territory could expand to 1,500 miles. Awu, the Red Spirit Fox immediately expressed its stance. One word: fight. Next, the Unicorn also expressed its stance. Fight. Since those who liked to start trouble were ready, the Earth Violent Bear and Flame Rhinoceros, who were always the weakest, had no choice but to join this conflict. Moving stealthily along the way, the 5 beasts restrained their auras and arrived at the territory of the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger. The lightning bird flapped its wings and hid behind the clouds in the sky. On the ground, the unicorn, earth violent bear, and flame rhinoceros followed the lead of the red spirit fox. Before long, the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger appeared ahead. It was a giant black tiger more than 100 meters long and over 10 meters tall. Its majestic and ferocious body, its black claws shining with metallic light under the sun, and the fangs in its bloody mouth made it look like a forbidden beast from ancient times. On its forehead, there was also a golden vertical mark, flickering like a golden eye. In terms of realm, this golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger was at the 9th level of Demon General. The lightning bird was at the 7th level, the red spirit fox at the 6th, the unicorn at the 5th, and the earth violent bear and flame rhinoceros at the 4th level. Normally, 1 7th level, 1 6th level, 1 5th level, and 2 4th level demon generals would find it difficult to defeat a 9th level demon general. Like humans, the higher the realm, the greater the gap between each level. But after following Lu Ziyu for so long, these beasts had grown bolder, and with the life essence unlocking their potential, even the lightning bird alone could fight the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger for hundreds of rounds. Roar, roar, roar. Mountains shook and dust fell. The golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger, which had been lying on the ground resting, shook its mighty body and stood up. It sharply sensed danger. Screech! The lightning bird dived down. Roar! The golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger became furious. It raised its claws and slashed through the air, producing black claw marks that struck the lightning bird's silver-feathered body, causing sparks to fly with sharp metallic sounds. Crack, crack, crack. The lightning bird's eyes were sharp. It summoned the dazzling lightning around its body and the vast energy of heaven and earth, suddenly letting out a cry that could tear apart the world and shatter flesh. Innate divine ability, thunder cry. Within this violent thunder sound, the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger felt pain as if its body was being torn apart and its flesh shredded. Even its mental will was affected, making its vision become blurred. After advancing to the demon general level, the lightning bird, through bloodline reversion, gained a trace of Thunder Kuan bloodline and also awakened its innate divine ability, Thunder Cry. At this moment, the sound of Thunder Cry coming from the lightning bird's mouth spread over a vast range, with overwhelming power. Crackling without end, it spread everywhere between heaven and earth, causing the void under the sky to twist like the surface of a lake. Even the flowers, plants, moss, and rocks growing on the ground trembled and swayed, covered with cracks. Roar, roar, roar. The golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger was furious. The lightning bird's thunder cry belonged to the path of sound. It could penetrate invisibly and formlessly into its flesh and organs. After only a few moments, even with the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger's cultivation at the 9th level of Demon General, it felt splitting headaches and pain as if its bones were about to burst. Unable to endure it, it fought back, continuously letting out tiger roars and dragon-like cries that stood above all beasts and carried the aura of a king. In the eyes of mortals, among the fierce beasts in the mountains and wilderness, the tiger was the strongest and also the king of beasts. Within the furious tiger roar released by the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger, the lightning bird's thunder cry gradually began to be pushed back. This heaven and earth fell into 2 completely different kinds of sound. One was the tiger roar of the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger. The other was the thunder cry divine ability of the lightning bird. The advantage in realm allowed the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger to gain the upper hand. Just as it was about to completely crush the lightning bird's thunder cry divine ability, a sudden change occurred. The earth violent bear, huge as a mountain, pounded its chest and stomped its feet as it charged out wildly. There was no fancy move, no baring of claws and fangs. It simply crashed directly into one side of the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger's body like a meteor striking the earth. Roar! Caught off guard, the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger tumbled and was thrown dozens of meters away. Its internal organs were already injured. The destructive force produced by the earth-violent bear's savage charge was as fierce and terrifying as 100,000 great mountains. However, before the golden-eyed, black-clawed tiger could steady itself, the flame rhinoceros, whose long horn shone with blazing fire and crystal light, also rushed out. Its way of attacking was not much different from the Earth violent bears, charging straight at the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger. Crash! Blood gushed like a spring. The flame rhinoceros's horn pierced through the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger's body. After suffering such a severe injury and sneak attack, the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger became so furious that it lost reason. Chiu-chiu, moving at a speed hard to catch with the naked eye, the unicorn descended from the sky. The snow-white and noble-looking unicorn raised its hoof, surging with auspicious light and sharp brilliance, and smashed it down mercilessly onto the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger's forehead. This strike left the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger dizzy and disoriented. Immediately after, the red spirit fox appeared. It waved its two fox tails and summoned that brilliant fox fire, which burned the sky and boiled the sea, pouring bright and blazing flames onto the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger's flesh. In only a few breaths, the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger was burned until it was covered in blood and blackened all over. Screech! The lightning bird stopped the sound of thunder cry, then swooped down with great power, fierce and overbearing. With the tacit cooperation of the several fierce beasts, this 9th-level demon General Golden-Eyed Black-Clawed Tiger died without suspense, its soul scattering. Demon General-level fierce beasts all had demon cores inside their bodies. The red spirit fox, clever and crafty, dug out the demon core of the golden-eyed black-clawed tiger. This was a profound-grade demon core, and the energy contained in it could not be underestimated. After digging out this demon core, the red spirit fox did not plan to consume it itself. It intended to bring it back and offer it to Lu Ziyu. No heavenly material, earthly treasure, spiritual pill, or wondrous medicine could compare to Lu Ziyu's life essence and attraction. Outside the wilderness, banners fluttered and wheels rumbled. What came was an ancient bronze war chariot. This ancient bronze war chariot, covered with marks of blades and axes and tempered by war, flowed with faint golden divine light. Standing on it was a proud woman wearing a golden long dress with unmatched beauty. Not yet 20 years old, the girl was tall and graceful with noble bearing. What showed between her brows was not tenderness or charm, but majesty and killing intent. Then there were those domineering phoenix, eyes high above. As her robes fluttered, she looked like a young empress arriving. Looking at the towering mountains ahead and the primitive scene, the girl slightly raised her red lips and murmured with satisfaction. To open a cave heaven, one must imprint one's own Tao inside that cave heaven. In this wilderness, there are many fierce beasts and living creatures, enough for me to kill without limit. In this life, I, Chu Yao, will prove the Tao through slaughter and lay the foundation of my great Tao through slaughter. The reason she had taken the initiative to tell the Yu Emperor that she was coming into the wilderness to investigate the truth of the seventh prince's fall was only an excuse. The girl's real purpose was to gather killing intent before the final step, so that she could break into the next major realm. As for the seventh prince falling in this wilderness, it had nothing to do with her at all. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, mutated willow tree. Bloodline, spirit willow. Level, 9th level demon general. Technique, Azure Dragon Myriad Forms Art. Early stage of the second layer. Abilities, return to truth, merge into nature, deceive heaven and cross the sea. Telepathy, can use spiritual power to communicate with beings that have open intelligence. Life essence, equivalent to the host blood essence, can improve a being's aptitude, unlock potential, and break through barriers. 36,000 five-colored sword leaves, as sharp as heavenly swords, indestructible and unbreakable. Innate talent, wood dragon. The roots take the form of wooden dragons. After binding an enemy, they can absorb and devour the enemy's cultivation energy. When rooted deep in the earth, they can also draw out the essence of the earth's veins. Evolution points, 752,400. In the lake, Lu Ziyu stretched out his 3,000 willow branches and looked over his status panel. These 750,000 evolution points were enough for him to advance from the Demon General realm to the Great Demon level. After Great Demon came Demon King. A Demon King could transform form. That meant that as long as Lu Ziyu reached the Great Demon level, transforming into human form would be close at hand. Previously, when I advanced from the Underworld realm to the Demon General level, it wasted nearly half a year of my time. As for advancing from Demon General to Great Demon, who knows how much time it will take again. So before advancing to the great demon realm, Lu Ziyu had to make some proper arrangements. He called the red spirit fox, lightning bird, flame rhinoceros, unicorn, and earth violent bear to the front of the lake. Next, I'm going into seclusion to break through to the next realm. During this time, you must not act without permission. Guard well the spiritual medicines and treasures in this medicine garden. Little fox, you are in charge. Do you understand? Lu Ziyu instructed. Awu, the red spirit fox, having gained the job of leader, was full of energy. Deduct 500,000 evolution points. Realm +1. With his mind gradually becoming calm like still water, Lu Ziyu, with a single thought, stepped into the great demon realm. There were no bottlenecks or restraints. As long as there were enough evolution points, even stepping into the Demon King level overnight would be natural and easy. However, after entering the great demon realm, due to the rise in realm, Lu Ziyu's tree body and aura began to undergo earth-shaking changes. First, the vast energy between heaven and earth surged endlessly, pouring into Lu Ziyu's tree body like a storm. Absorbing this endless energy, his tree body grew taller. 400 meters, 500 meters, 600 meters. In just a short moment, the giant willow tree standing between heaven and earth grew to 600 meters tall. The 3,000 willow branches also changed, transforming like pythons turning into flood dragons. Their length reached more than 500 meters, and their color was like crystal, bright and flawless. The willow leaves swaying outside the branches were sharp like ancient swords, thin as cicada wings, and wrapped in noble and dazzling five-colored divine light. Under the lake, waves surged and currents moved. Lu Ziyu's wooden dragon roots, originally more than 1,000 meters long, now extended uncontrollably, drilling into the ground and emerging again, repeating back and forth, quickly growing to more than 1,500 meters long. In form, they looked even more like wooden dragons. At the ends of the roots, dragon heads appeared vivid, with dense scales, even letting out dragon-like roars. Whoosh whoosh, crash crash. When advancing to Demon General, Lu Ziyu absorbed the energy of heaven and earth within dozens of miles. Now, he was devouring the energy within 100 miles like a whale, swallowing water. This movement was impossible to hide and attracted the attention of countless fierce beasts within 1,000 miles. After sensing that rising and ever-growing great demon aura, thousands of demons and beasts submitted. All living beings trembled. But this time, no fierce beast like the ancient dragon ape would come to cause trouble. The mountains within more than 2,000 miles had already been conquered by the red spirit fox, unicorn, lightning bird, and the others in the past months. In other words, this wilderness within 2,000 miles now belonged to Lu Ziyu. All plants and beasts living here submitted under his might. After the first 3 days, Lu Ziyu's transformation slowed down. Looking from afar, the giant willow tree between heaven and earth reached the sky and illuminated all directions. The supreme and sacred aura it released made the boundless wilderness lose its color. The 3,000 willow branches moving outside the trunk were like 3,000 divine chains. Though they appeared only a little over 500 meters long, they seemed able to extend to the ends of the world and beyond the heavens. The scene under the lake was even more terrifying. More than 1,000 wooden dragon roots, fierce and noble, moved through the underground rock layers. Even the hardest granite was easily shattered under their drilling. This was an open area deep in the wilderness. Not long ago, it had been full of birdsong and pleasant scenery. But now, the smell of blood filled the air. The dominant beast that ruled here, the golden-clawed king snake with great demon strength, lay in a pool of blood, badly wounded and struggling. In front of it was an ancient bronze war chariot wrapped in golden light. Standing on the chariot, the girl in a golden dress was unmatched in bearing, domineering and peerless. She held a bronze spear stained with the blood of the golden-clawed king snake and exhaled, saying, "In these days, I have killed thousands of beasts. Today's battle was the most satisfying." With rumbling force, behind the girl in the golden dress, there seemed to be a cave heaven. This cave heaven contained a great world, and the killing aura pouring out from it was overwhelming and indescribable. Under this endless killing aura, the peerless girl looked like a young empress who pacified chaotic times. In the sky, lightning flashed, then disappeared in an instant. During Lu Ziyu's seclusion, he had ordered the red spirit fox, unicorn, and earth violent bear to guard outside the lake. But the lightning bird, with its extreme speed, took on the duty of patrolling. Today, on a whim, it flew outside the territory and saw the golden-clawed king snake below, a great demon-level beast, struggling miserably in a pool of blood. The lightning bird quickly fled toward the horizon. That woman was too terrifying. This matter had to be discussed with the red spirit fox immediately. On the bronze chariot, the girl in the golden dress glanced toward the horizon and said with a faint smile, "A lightning bird? Among flying beasts, it has top potential, incredible speed, and can control lightning." She did not chase. First, the lightning bird had already flown far away. Second, after killing a top great demon beast, she needed to digest the accumulated killing aura. Screech! In less than an hour, the lightning bird returned to the shore, still frightened, and anxiously cried to the red spirit fox. Fierce beasts could communicate with each other, and at the demon general level, communication had no obstacles. After listening to the lightning bird's description, the red spirit fox was also surprised. Humans lived on the land, and beasts lived in the wilderness. This was naturally ordained. A human woman strong enough to kill a top great demon appearing in the wilderness, and not far from their territory, was a major matter even when Lu Ziyu was not in seclusion. Moreover, Lu Ziyu had been in seclusion for several months without any response. If that human woman came to the lake, the consequences were obvious. The red spirit fox's lively eyes turned uneasily. After thinking hard, it came up with a plan. If this plan succeeded, it would make a great contribution and receive plenty of life essence as a reward. The ancient bronze war chariot, surrounded by faint golden light, moved forward through the primitive forest, crushing everything in its path. On the chariot, the girl in the golden dress looked ahead, full of dominance. Suddenly, the chariot stopped. The girl narrowed her eyes and shouted, "Sneaking around! Come out!" The tall bushes shook, and a red spirit fox over dozens of meters long ran out. Full of spiritual energy, elegant in form, with smooth fur. It looked at the girl on the bronze chariot, trembling, harmless, and pitiful. Two-tailed spirit fox, looking at the red spirit fox lying on the ground trembling. Without any ferocity, the girl in the golden dress smiled faintly and said, "You have also advanced to the demon general level beast. You should understand what I'm saying, right?" The red spirit fox carefully raised its head, blinked its bright, harmless big eyes, and nodded within a whoa. Then, the red spirit fox spread its claws, revealing a crystal-clear, richly fragrant green spirit herb. The energy of this green spirit herb is astonishing. Its color is brilliant. It should be at least 400 to 500 years in quality. At the moment when the gaze of the girl in the golden dress was attracted by this green spirit herb, the red spirit fox's eyes were full of cunning and agility. This is its scheme. In order not to let this overwhelmingly powerful human disturb Lu Ziyu's breakthrough, it did not hesitate to infiltrate the enemy and acknowledge the thief as its father. This green spirit herb was also picked from Lu Ziyu's herb garden to gain the human's trust. Like a painting in front of the lake with green mountains, clear water, and ever-changing sky, the lightning bird cried out to the sky. Beside it, the unicorn, the flaming rhinoceros, and the earth violent bear were also full of worry and in low spirits. The red spirit fox's scheme is really hard to praise. But that human woman could even kill the great demon-level golden claw, king snake. Even if they rushed together, it would only be a useless death. At this point, they can only hope that the red spirit fox's scheme succeeds. Interesting. Are you going to give this spirit herb to me? On the shining bronze war chariot, the domineering girl with flowing hair and long dress asked with a half-smile. "Awoo!" The red spirit fox nodded continuously and cautiously approached the bronze war chariot, using its 2 fluffy tails to rub against the graceful body of the domineering girl. Feeling the gentle closeness from the fox tails, the killing aura in the domineering girl's eyes showed signs of dissolving. She thought for a moment and smiled lightly. "Fine, seeing that you are so intelligent and spiritual, I will accept this spirit herb. If you don't want to cultivate in this wilderness, you can also follow me." It is common for cultivators to tame beasts as mounts and spirit pets. Awoo! The red spirit fox did not hesitate at all, immediately acting cute and rolling around toward the domineering girl, looking overjoyed as if saying it would follow her. This vivid acting successfully deceived the domineering girl. "You're the first spirit pet I have subdued. From today on, you will be called Shaoli," the domineering girl said with dignity and grace in every movement. Awoo! The red spirit fox became even more excited. It was not happy about getting a name, but that its scheme had succeeded. If the master knew about this, he would definitely reward it with a lot of life essence. Unaware that she had fallen into the scheme, the domineering girl pointed lightly and granted a bottle of pills, saying, "This is marrow cleansing pill. Although it is only a profound grade pill, for you it can cleanse the marrow, refine the bones, and strengthen the body and soul." The red spirit fox was flattered and tearfully grateful. In its heart, it was full of disdain. Marrow cleansing pill? Compared to the master's life essence, it is far inferior. You live in this wilderness. Your understanding of this place is beyond mine. Tell me, are there any powerful demon kings or great demons nearby? With serious eyes, the domineering girl asked. The red spirit fox immediately gave directions, leading the girl toward a direction opposite to Lu Ziyu. In this way, the domineering girl got farther and farther from Lu Ziyu's territory. Time flies. Lu Ziyu's sublimation in the great demon realm, compared to when he was at the 9th level of demon general, can only be described as rapid change and transformation like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. Natal talent, endless life. This is a natal talent awakened after the host advances to the great demon realm. Its function lies in recovery and rebirth. All wood attribute beings naturally have vitality above other beings, and the host is no exception. With endless life, as long as the origin is not destroyed, the host can regenerate and self-heal infinitely. Ability, Willow Seed. The host can use its own origin energy to create willow seeds, imprinted with the host's spirit and will. After being implanted into a living being, it can sprout and take root, then intertwine with that being's body and soul. It belongs to a control-type divine ability. Once rooted in the body, even extraordinary beings cannot erase it. After several months, one day, Lu Ziyu's transformation ended, and he gained 2 more abilities. The natal talent that allows him infinite self-healing and rebirth. Endless life. The ability that can sprout and take root in living beings and control them. Willow Seed. Both of these abilities are terrifying beyond imagination. Lu Ziyu absorbed the vast energy of heaven and earth, and the origin energy in his body surged and roared. What is origin energy? It is the primal force within a living being, more precious than organs and blood essence. Mobilizing his origin demon power, in front of Lu Ziyu's huge, towering trunk, appeared a diamond-shaped, soybean-sized green seed. This bright, vibrant willow seed resonated with Lu Ziyu's spirit and will. After estimating, creating this willow seed consumed 1/10 of his origin energy. That is to say, his current limit is to create 10 willow seeds. But unless absolutely necessary, Lu Ziyu would not exhaust all his origin demon power. Exhaustion of origin energy is a near-death situation. Cry. The lightning bird, sensing Lu Ziyu's awakening, dragged a long arc of lightning and landed above the lake. Lu Ziyu felt strange. He glanced and saw the earth-violent bear, flaming rhinoceros, and unicorn on the shore, but the red spirit fox was missing. What happened? Lu Ziyu asked sternly. Cry. The lightning bird chirped intermittently, conveying what it wanted to express to Lu Ziyu. A human woman. After learning everything, Lu Ziyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. The red spirit fox has extraordinary intelligence and is the best among the 5 beasts, but this little fox actually came up with a scheme to infiltrate the enemy, and it has been gone for several months. Did it succeed? Or was it exposed and died in the wilderness? Troublesome. Shaking his willow branches with a headache, Lu Ziyu created 3 more willow seeds. Together with the previous one, 4 willow seeds in total were integrated into the bodies of the lightning bird, earth-violent bear, flaming rhinoceros, and unicorn. The willow seeds flowing with auspicious colorful light, after merging into the bodies of the lightning bird, unicorn, earth-violent bear, and flaming rhinoceros, were like taking root upon landing, and in an instant penetrated into their limbs and bones, internal organs, and in the end even spread to the soul level of the 4 beasts. At that very moment, Lu Ziyu formed a vague and strange connection with the lightning bird, unicorn, flaming rhinoceros, an earth-violent bear, as if it were the difference between a superior and an inferior. With just one word from Lu Ziyu, even mountains of blades, seas of fire, or the 18 levels of hell, they would advance forward without hesitation. Previously, Lu Ziyu only subdued these beasts through his own strength and the temptation of life essence, combining grace and authority. Now it was completely different. Lu Ziyu had gained true control and leadership over these beasts. With just a thought, Lu Ziyu could activate the willow seeds and take their lives. It can also be said that from today on, no matter the reason, these beasts have no way to betray him. Cry. The lightning bird did not know what had invaded its body, but instinctively showed submission to Lu Ziyu. The unicorn, earth-violent bear, and flaming rhinoceros on the shore followed and lay prostrate on the ground. No need to be afraid. This is just a seed. It causes you no harm or loss. Lu Ziyu said with authority, mobilize the fierce beasts in this area and have them search for the trace of that human woman. Remember, after finding her, do not act rashly. A human woman who can kill a great demon. No one in this area except me can deal with her. Obeying orders, the lightning bird and the other beasts scattered. According to the lightning bird, that golden claw king snake was at the peak great demon level, yet it was killed by that human woman. This shows that the human woman's cultivation is at least at the peak great demon level, and her combat power is not weak, or she is at the demon king level. If the little fox's plan succeeded, it should now be by that human woman's side. If it failed, it is destined to have died without a burial place. Lu Ziyu was speechless. Previously, when he advanced to Demon General, an ancient dragon ape appeared. This time advancing to Great Demon, a terrifying human woman appeared. Heaven really likes to play jokes. Thousands of miles away from Lu Ziyu's territory, in a barren land, this was originally the territory of hundreds of ancient bloodwolves. The ancient bloodwolf king was also a peak great demon. At this moment, the golden bronze war chariot rumbled across this land. Before the wheels, bones shattered, flesh scattered. Those ancient bloodwolves at the demon general level had no power to resist and turned into piles of blood, mist, and fragments. Owu, the huge and ferocious ancient bloodwolf king swallowed sun and moon, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The chaotic storm it spat out could grind through and pierce distant mountains. However, this earth-shattering attack posed no threat to the peerless woman on the bronze war chariot. Only to see the domineering girl in a golden dress, with flowing hair and radiant divine light around her, thrust her spear. Vast power surged like a world-destroying dragon sweeping out, crushing and destroying the storm ahead. In a flash, the peerless girl stepped into the air. Forming seals with her hand, she shouted and threw the bronze spear. The bronze spear, weathered by time and surrounded by mysterious ancient symbols, contained a killing aura capable of shattering the sky and piercing all paths. Crack, crack. The peak great demon ancient bloodwolf king raised its claws to block the bronze spear, but within a few breaths, its indestructible dark red claws shattered into pieces. Poochie. The bronze spear's force did not diminish and pierced through the head of the ancient bloodwolf king. At that moment, heaven and earth fell silent, sun and moon lost their light. The peak great demon ancient bloodwolf king was pierced through the head and nailed to the ground. Only after the blood solidified did the dozens of ancient bloodwolves present howl and flee in panic. Awoo-awoo. The red spirit fox, which had been watching the battle from afar, wagged its two tails and came before the girl. It raised its paw and offered a wild fruit it had picked. Its intention to flatter and admire was obvious. Is this fruit tasty? The domineering girl smiled. During these past months, after each battle, the red spirit fox would bring her wild fruits from the mountains. This kind of intimate behavior had invisibly softened the girl's coldness. Awoo! The red spirit fox moved closer, rubbing and fawning. The domineering girl laughed and pushed it away, then said seriously, I prove my path through killing. After these months, my killing aura has formed a great momentum. Next, I will find a quiet place to go into seclusion and imprint this killing momentum into my inner world. In this way, my purpose for coming to this wilderness will be accomplished. Hearing this, the red spirit fox's eyes turned cunningly. Seclusion? After enduring humiliation and acting foolish and cute for these months, has the opportunity finally come? As long as during this woman's seclusion, it informs its master Wouldn't it be easy to deal with this woman? For a moment, the red spirit fox could not help but roll on the ground and shout excitedly. It even admired its own intelligence. After this matter, its status would rise sharply, firmly surpassing the lightning bird, unicorn, earth-violent bear, and flaming rhinoceros. Seeing the red spirit fox happier than herself, the domineering girl smiled like a flower, reached out to stroke its soft fur, and said, "You are so well-behaved and sensible. Then guard me. While I am in seclusion, you will act as a guard. After I succeed, I will take you away from this wilderness." The red spirit fox nodded. What it was thinking about was how to inform Lu Ziyu about this human woman going into seclusion. This place is thousands of miles away from Lu Ziyu's territory. With the red spirit fox's cultivation, a round trip would take 10 to 15 days. If it disappeared for so long without reason, it would likely arouse this human woman's suspicion. Oh, suddenly, another clever idea appeared in the red spirit fox's little head. Why not lure this human woman to go into seclusion in Lu Ziyu's territory? With this thought, the red spirit fox began to act with all its effort. Under the red spirit fox's persistent pestering and superb acting, the domineering girl said with little interest, "All right, then let's go to the place you mentioned to go into seclusion." The red spirit fox danced with joy. Everything was proceeding according to its plan. More than 10 days later, the bronze war chariot, filled with golden divine light, drove into Lu Ziyu's territory. As soon as it entered this area, several flying fierce beasts circling in the sky looked at each other, flapped their wings, and quickly fled into the distance. Arriving at a cliff, these flying fierce beasts told what they saw to the lightning bird lying at the edge of the cliff. The lightning bird was overjoyed. Lu Ziyu had ordered it to mobilize the thousands of demons and beasts in this territory to search for the red spirit fox and that human woman. Now that there was suddenly a result, how could it dare delay? It immediately used its speed and returned to the lake with blooming flowers, green mountains, and clear water. What's going on? Lu Ziyu was greatly puzzled. This red spirit fox, bold and reckless, pretending to submit to that human woman. Wasn't its purpose to take that human woman away from his territory and not let her disturb his peace? Now, the red spirit fox suddenly returned together with that human woman. Lu Ziyu could not understand. Was this the red spirit fox's idea, or the decision of that human woman? A human woman who can kill peak great demons. With my current first-level great demon cultivation, if I fight, I'm afraid the chances are bad. Lu Ziyu thought and entered the return-to-truth state. Then, he had the lightning bird secretly monitor the human woman's every move. The lightning bird was at the 8th level of demon general. If it monitored the human woman, it might arouse her killing intent. So the ones truly responsible for monitoring were some flying fierce beasts under the lightning bird. These flying fierce beasts were not strong. Some were only sparrows and orioles that had just begun to gain intelligence. Having the monitor was like an invisible net, which would not arouse the human woman's vigilance, and would also allow Lu Ziyu to control her every move. In front of a majestic waterfall, the golden-dressed girl, graceful and domineering like a queen, stepped down from the bronze war chariot. Following behind the red spirit fox, she passed through the flowing waterfall and arrived at a naturally formed cave. It is indeed quite hidden. The girl nodded in satisfaction and smiled at the red spirit fox. Then this princess will go into seclusion here. You guard outside. Without my permission, you're not allowed to come in. A cunning light flashed deep in the red spirit fox's eyes. Several days passed, and the red spirit fox quietly guarded in front of the waterfall. On the 10th day, after confirming that the woman had entered deep cultivation, the red spirit fox immediately ran toward the distance. It skillfully arrived at the lake, and upon seeing the lightning bird, earth-violent bear, flaming rhinoceros, and unicorn, it raised its head and chest proudly, as if it were supreme. It had made a contribution. If not for its stepping forward at a critical moment and enduring humiliation, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Well done. Lu Ziyu's voice echoed in the red spirit fox's mind. The red spirit fox stood upright, patted its chest, and shook its head, as if saying, "Don't praise me. This is what I should do." Lu Ziyu. Back to the main point. What is that human woman's purpose in coming to this wilderness? And what exactly is her level of cultivation? Lu Ziyu asked. The red spirit fox organized its thoughts. After a while, based on what it had learned during these months following the human woman, it expressed its view. proving the Tao through killing. Cave Heaven Realm. Lu Ziyu became serious. The realms of the demon race are essence monster, demon beast, spiritual movement, underworld, demon general, great demon, demon king, heavenly demon, tribulation crossing. The realms of the human race are meridian wheel, foundation building, innate, mysterious sea, golden core, nascent soul, cave heaven, dragon transformation, entering the Tao. Lu Ziyu, at the first level of great demon, is roughly equivalent to a human cultivator at the nascent soul realm. And that human woman could crush and slaughter peak great demons. And now she's going to break through to the cave heaven realm. If she succeeds, her combat power will be overwhelming. Moreover, this woman proves the Tao through killing. From this alone, it can be seen that this human woman is not comparable to ordinary human cultivators. There is still a chance. That woman is currently in seclusion, trying to break through to the cave heaven realm. When breaking through a major realm, no external disturbance can be tolerated. Even with extraordinary cultivation, at the critical moment of seclusion, the power she can use is less than half of her peak. As long as I seize the right moment, a single strike may succeed. Lu Ziyu set out. He moved his towering, magnificent, sacred tree body. Roots like wooden dragons broke free from the earth and rose out of the water, like tentacles supporting Lu Ziyu's huge body, moving out of the lake with earth-shaking force. At present, the human woman had not provoked Lu Ziyu, but in his view, she possessed the power to threaten him and had appeared in his territory. So he had to strike first. Lu Ziyu was no longer human. He was a mutated willow tree that had entered the great demon level. In human eyes, those not of my race must be eliminated. In Lu Ziyu's eyes, it was the same. Moreover, the red spirit fox's months of endurance could not be in vain. Hunting the human woman was inevitable. The wooden dragon roots were strong, extending and dancing. Lu Ziyu's movement speed was like a giant star covering the sky, and he quickly approached the waterfall where the human woman was in seclusion. When the distance was still 1,000 meters, Lu Ziyu stopped. He rooted himself there, and the flowers and plants around felt the supreme aura from him, and all bowed and swayed. For the next few months, Lu Ziyu did not move, did not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and did not hunt any beasts. He quietly waited for the opportunity. Until this day, when the energy of heaven and earth within hundreds of miles surged like an ocean and gathered above the waterfall, Lu Ziyu's mind tightened. Obviously, that woman had reached the most critical moment of her breakthrough and had begun to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen herself. When Lu Ziyu entered the demon general and great demon realms, he also had a process of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to refine himself. The momentum caused by that human woman was far more terrifying than Lu Ziyu's. The energy of heaven and earth within hundreds of miles rushed and gathered toward that place. The lake where Lu Ziyu stood was only about 100 miles across, but now the heaven and earth energy seized by that human woman covered a vast area of about 500 miles. That heaven and earth energy, vast like water and brilliant like splendor, surged endlessly and gathered above the majestic waterfall like sand piling into a tower, forming clusters of spiritual mist for a time. The densely packed spiritual mist each gave off tempting light and violent fluctuations. Because they were condensations of heaven and earth energy, if even one of them fell, it could crush a mountain peak. As Lu Ziyu watched, his heart could not stay calm. He had only one chance to strike. If he could not hit in one blow and gave that human woman a chance to turn the situation around, then the situation would be very different. Before a person suffers a fatal crisis, even in deep sleep, they will instinctively notice something. That is also why last time, when I broke through to the demon general level, when that ancient dragon ape jumped out bearing its fangs and claws, I was able to wake up in time. Right now I have the initiative to strike, but I still have to use it carefully. I cannot let that woman feel even the slightest sense of danger. To do that, and without revealing any killing aura, the best way is to imprint the willow seed into that human woman's body. With the willow seed taking root and sprouting in that human woman's body, whether she lives or dies will be in my hands with a single thought. With this thought, Lu Ziyu released peaceful, sacred, mysterious, and brilliant origin energy. This origin energy, surging with majestic life force, combined with Lu Ziyu's own demon power and created a green willow seed out of thin air. What remained was how to put this willow seed into that woman's body. The waterfall shone with bright ripples under the sunlight. Behind this waterfall, there was another world. The huge natural cave could easily hold hundreds of humans. The girl in the golden dress, sitting there cross-legged, bright like a silver moon in the sky, was peerlessly graceful and had an unworldly aura. Every inch of her body was beating with blazing divine light like great Tao symbols. The bones beneath her flesh were also spotless and colorful. Under the cleansing of heaven and earth energy, they were like heavenly immortal metal tempered 1,000 times. Boom, boom, boom. Vast sacred sounds echoed, and thunder roared fiercely. Behind the girl, there actually stood a strange and mysterious cave heaven phenomenon. This cave heaven phenomenon, shaped like a volcano, rose into the clouds and touched the sky, with countless great Tao tracks and countless stars, suns, and moons outside it. The wind, fire, thunder, lightning, and sacred sounds continuously pouring out from it were as if a great world were continuing inside it. What was even more terrifying was that with each breath of the girl in the golden dress, she was also drawing a killing aura that could shake heaven and earth and bring chaos to past and present. This pure and huge killing aura gave people a vision of mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and all living things crawling on the ground. Oh, Kiki! When the time was right, the girl in the golden dress began to merge that killing momentum into the cave heaven behind her. For human cultivators to step from a nascent soul realm into the cave heaven realm, they must condense a cave heaven phenomenon. Once the cave heaven is formed, that means imprinting the great Tao. What is the great Tao? It is the order and rules that govern the operation of all heavens and worlds and the reproduction of all living beings. The great Tao chosen by the girl in the golden dress was clearly this Tao of killing. Among all the great Taos, this Tao of killing could be considered one of the most extreme and highest forms of power. In order to gather the momentum of killing, the girl in the golden dress did not hesitate to come to this wilderness and hunt fierce beasts for months, bringing her will, spirit, and killing momentum to a perfect and flawless state. At this moment, she guided that killing momentum, enough to bury heaven and earth and throw the 8 wastelands into chaos, into her cave heaven phenomenon like a river flowing into the sea. This process was painful and tormenting. A large amount of crystal clear sweat appeared on the forehead of the girl in the golden dress, and her body also suffered pain as if it were about to be torn apart and destroyed by that killing momentum. Her spirit and will were completely and fully focused on that cave heaven phenomenon. Suddenly, the soil in front of the girl in the golden dress loosened, and a small sprout broke out of the ground. Slowly extending out was a tender green willow branch, as brilliant as crystal. The sword-shaped willow leaves growing on the branch were wrapped in 5-color divine light, hiding astonishing sharpness and killing intent. Lu Ziyu was rooted in the soil 1,000 meters away. His willow branches seemed to be only a little over 500 meters long, but after reviving his demon power, they could extend several times longer. He did not dare be careless at all. Controlling that willow branch, he moved it along the rock layers all the way into the cave behind the waterfall. The girl in the golden dress, fully focused on breaking through and imprinting the Tao of killing, still had not noticed. Before long, the tip of that willow branch was only a little more than half a meter away from the girl in the golden dress. The willow seed, filled with a strange and sacred color, was released from the tip of the willow branch, then struck the delicate jade body of the girl in the golden dress like a meteor. The soybean-sized willow seed, at the moment it touched the flesh of the girl in the golden dress, sank into the depths of her body like melting ice and snow, then sprouted, took root, and spread wildly. In just a few breaths, this willow seed had already been imprinted inside the girl in the golden dress in a way that could not be removed. Although she did not feel a life-and-death danger, after the willow seed rooted itself inside her flesh, the girl in the golden dress still opened her autumn water-like eyes as if startled awake, and looked around, but saw nothing. Am I too sensitive? Shaking her head, the girl in the golden dress closed her eyes. More than 100 days passed. The boiling energy between heaven and earth returned to calm. The girl in the golden dress who walked out of the cave was peerlessly radiant and carried herself with noble bearing. With every step, she also showed an unmatched, domineering, killing aura. She had successfully merged the Tao of killing into her cave heaven. Oh, standing in front of the waterfall, the girl in the golden dress did not see the red spirit fox. An unease vaguely rose in her heart. And not far away, there was now an enormous and sacred willow tree. That mysterious willow tree, as tall as the sky, swayed with 3,000 willow branches, and its trunk shone with countless auspicious lights. Rooted there, it was like a world tree, untouchable, supreme, and sacred. Before entering seclusion, the girl in the golden dress had not seen such an unusual, transcendent, and saint-like mysterious willow tree in this area. After watching for a moment, the girl in the golden dress walked beneath the willow tree. At close range, she became alert. "What should I call you?" Lu Ziyu suddenly spoke. After stepping into the great demon level, Lu Ziyu no longer needed mind sensing and could speak whatever he wanted to say. "Tree demon." Hearing Lu Ziyu's voice, the girl in the golden dress frowned and replied, "Princess of the Dayu royal family, Chu Yao. And you? What kind of thing are you?" "A tree demon that has gained intelligence." Lu Ziyu was speechless for a while. Princess of the Dayu royal family? Not long ago, the noble young man he killed was the 7th prince of the Dayu royal family. Wasn't he? This Chu Yao appeared in this wilderness shortly after he killed the 7th prince of the Dayu royal family. Could it be that she came to avenge him? Probably not. After thinking about it, Lu Ziyu dismissed the doubt. The red spirit fox had served the enemy for several months. According to its description, this woman came to this wilderness simply to kill. "Why are you not speaking?" The girl in the golden dress angrily questioned. "Where's my spirit pet? Did you eat it?" Lu Ziyu laughed and asked, "May I know what the spirit pet you speak of looks like?" "Red spirit fox." The girl in the golden dress said with surging killing intent, "It is the spirit pet I subdued in this wilderness. It is well-behaved and sensible and absolutely loyal to me. You'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, I will uproot you." "That is not your spirit pet." Sighing, Lu Ziyu said unwillingly, "That little fox is my spirit pet." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Snorting, the girl burst out with brilliant divine light and shouted, "You must have eaten it. How dare you? You dare to eat my spirit pet. Watch me beat you until your soul is scattered and your body destroyed." Lu Ziyu did not bother to explain. "Awoo!" From the mountains, a two-tailed spirit fox rushed out. The dozens of meters long two-tailed spirit fox, with bright red fur and lively aura, immediately attracted Chu Yao's attention. "Xia Uli." Chu Yao waved and said, "I thought you were eaten by this tree demon. It made me worry for you for a moment. Where did you go? Come here." The red spirit fox ignored her and jumped onto one of Lu Ziyu's branches, looking down at the human woman below with a gaze full of pity. "You?" Chu Yao was stunned. She remembered what Lu Ziyu said. "What do you mean your spirit pet?" "This is my spirit pet." "Damn tree demon, what did you do?" The girl roared in anger. "To make a long story short, it is my spirit pet. At that time, I was breaking through to the great demon realm. In order not to let you disturb me, this little thing took it upon itself to sneak to your side and led you far away from me." Lu Ziyu explained truthfully. "When I learned that you were also going into seclusion, I quietly came here. So, I was deceived?" Chu Yao's face turned icy, and flames rose in her eyes as she said word by word. "Do you know, what I hate most is being deceived, even by a spirit pet." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yao stared at the red spirit fox and shouted with killing intent spreading everywhere. "The result of betraying me is death." The red spirit fox lay lazily on the branch and even yawned. With Lu Ziyu here, it had nothing to fear. This fearless attitude, in Chu Yao's eyes, was like adding fuel to the fire. Terrifying killing aura swirled around Chu Yao. Her long dress fluttered, her hair danced wildly, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. Vast and boundless power gathered from all directions of heaven and earth, surrounding her graceful body, making her every movement shine with domineering divine light. The bronze spear, carrying bloody killing intent and the aura of war, appeared in her hand. With one thrust, the terrifying rainbow it formed was like a flood dragon or giant python, unstoppable, making even Lu Ziyu feel alarmed. However, with a single thought from Lu Ziyu, Chu Yao, who had just been as domineering as a queen, suddenly curled up and fell to the ground, sweating profusely, trembling in spasms, as if in unbearable pain. Damn, what is this? It felt as if something inside her was about to burst out and tear through her bones and flesh. Chu Yao could not understand it all. She truly could not figure out what was happening to her. Could it be some hidden problem left from her breakthrough? It came quickly and left quickly. That indescribable pain disappeared in an instant. Chu Yao stood up and stepped back, distancing herself from Lu Ziyu. Beating around the bush is not my style. Lu Ziyu said directly. You must be wondering what just happened. In fact, when you were in seclusion, I took advantage of the situation. Nonsense. Chu Yao half believed and cursed. You want to shake my Tao heart with this? That is wishful thinking. With one strike, I can make you and that hateful fox disappear from this world. Lu Ziyu smiled. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. I can let you experience that unbearable feeling again. As he spoke, Lu Ziyu activated the willow seed. As expected, Chu Yao immediately collapsed on the ground in pain. This time, she had no choice but to believe Lu Ziyu's words. But what she could not understand was that with her cave heaven realm cultivation and Lu Ziyu only at the first level of Great Demon, what method did he use to push her into such a situation? Human race, meridian wheel, foundation building, innate, mysterious sea, golden core, nascent soul, cave heaven, dragon transformation, entering Tao, demon race, essence monster, demon beast, spiritual movement, underworld, demon general, great demon, demon king, heavenly demon, tribulation crossing. A first-level great demon, like Lu Ziyu, should normally only be comparable to a first-level nascent soul human cultivator. A great demon at this level should not be able to threaten a cave heaven human cultivator. But the fact was undeniable. So do you believe me now? Lu Ziyu said teasingly. You despicable and shameless tree demon. Chu Yao looked at Lu Ziyu with deep hatred. At first, I planned to kill you directly. But now I have changed my mind. Lu Ziyu said, the vast world outside this wilderness. I will go there sooner or later. Before that, planning a chess piece is very important. Aren't you a princess of the Dayu royal family? Your identity and cultivation are not comparable to ordinary human cultivators. If you are willing to be my chess piece, I can let you leave this wilderness safely. Chess piece. You want this princess to be your chess piece? As if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Chu Yao's face was cold as she mocked. Even if this princess dies and her body and soul are destroyed, I will not submit at the feet of you, a despicable and shameless tree demon. Her attitude was resolute. Lu Ziyu ignored it and said in a hollow voice, don't speak so absolutely. In my view, your way of thinking is too childish and ridiculous. Once a person dies, there is nothing left. But if you submit to me, there is hope to live. Maybe one day in the future, you can even escape my control. Chu Yao could not deny it. If it was not a desperate situation, who would want to die? But she would rather die in this wilderness than submit to a tree demon. Not long ago, I killed a person. He claimed to be the 7th prince of the Dayu royal family. You should know him. Lu Ziyu said suddenly. The girl was shocked. This was too coincidental. The 7th prince of the Dayu royal family, who fell here, was actually killed by the tree demon in front of her. Think about it carefully. After you die, other humans will still appear in this wilderness. A chess piece does not have to be you. Lu Ziyu said no more. He gave the girl enough time to think. After one day and one night, Chu Yao made a decision. She said with a struggling expression, what do you want me to do? Let me say this first. This princess will never willingly become your chess piece. Don't give me a chance. Once you give me a chance, I will make you regret it. What a temper. Lu Ziyu sneered. If I cannot control you, you can take revenge on me at any time. As for what you need to do, you don't need to think so much for now. Just cultivate normally. After you return outside the wilderness, there is no need to reveal my existence to others. It is enough that you know it in your heart. Chu Yao was puzzled. Although I don't know what you did to me, aren't you afraid that after I leave this wilderness, you won't be able to threaten me anymore? Lu Ziyu laughed freely. I am not worried. So what are you worried about? Oh right, you cannot reveal my existence to others, but after you return to the Dayu royal family, you might as well spread some rumors, saying that some opportunity appeared in this wilderness to attract some greedy people here. As for cultivation level, do not exceed the cave heaven realm. Understood. Chu Yao nodded slightly. Thinking of something, the girl raised her head and said, with your strength, it is easy to subdue some beast generals. This stinky fox, give it to this princess, how about it? Having been deceived by the red fox for several months, Chu Yao became furious when she thought of it. Now she could not do anything to Lu Ziyu, so she could only vent her anger on the fox. Awoo! The red fox, realizing Chu Yao's thoughts, nervously showed its claws. Lu Ziyu was speechless. He stretched out a willow branch to comfort the fox, then said, "Have you forgotten what I said? This little one is my spirit pet. It approached you for my sake. Do you think I would give it to you?" Chu Yao was very disappointed. "Stinky fox, don't be too proud." With surging hatred, Chu Yao transmitted her voice. "It is only because this princess was careless that you deceived me for several months. Today this tree demon protects you. But when one day you are alone, don't blame this princess for being ruthless and not remembering old feelings." The red fox blinked and told Lu Ziyu every word of the girl. No need to pay attention to her. Lu Ziyu pulled out his tree roots from the ground and moved toward the distance, shaking the earth. Looking at the huge willow tree going farther away, Chu Yao suddenly realized that this was not an ordinary tree demon. The other party was extremely intelligent, with a sacred aura, and its roots were like vivid, ancient wooden dragons. Perhaps it has inherited some ancient bloodline within its body. Thinking this, Chu Yao flew out of the wilderness. Rerooting in the lake, Lu Ziyu looked at the medicinal garden on the shore. To gain Chu Yao's trust, the red fox had deliberately picked a spiritual herb from the garden and gave it to the girl. So the 107 spiritual herbs in the garden became 106. During Lu Ziyu's breakthrough to Great Demon, he had no time to take care of these herbs, so their quality had not improved much during this period. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A fragrant aura spread out. Lu Ziyu released life essence. With the increase in cultivation, Lu Ziyu's life energy had changed. One drop of life essence now was equal to dozens before. The life essence seeped into the soil and was absorbed by the herbs. Soon, the 106 herbs showed visible improvement and transformation in luster and energy. Awoo! The red fox jumped out and looked at Lu Ziyu with expectation. Lu Ziyu smiled. In theory, the red fox had made a great contribution. Without it approaching Chu Yao, Lu Ziyu could not have subdued her. Green light flowed on the branches, and Lu Ziyu gave 5 drops of life essence to the red fox. Smelling the fragrance of the life essence, the lightning bird, earth bear, flame rhinoceros, and unicorn also looked at Lu Ziyu excitedly. Clear rewards and punishments are the best way to control subordinates. The red fox took risks and made contributions, so it received 5 drops of life essence. Lu Ziyu could only give 1 drop to the others, otherwise it would seem unfair. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. The red fox's cultivation was only 1 step away from becoming a great demon and had begun closed-door cultivation. With Lu Ziyu's 5 drops of life essence, the red fox progressed rapidly. The lightning bird, whose cultivation was originally higher, was now left behind. The 106 herbs in the garden also underwent unmatched transformation during these months. Just the aura of the herbs attracted countless fierce beasts every day. Even beast generals came, and all these beasts became Lu Ziyu's prey. At this time, a rumor spread in the Yu dynasty, saying that in the wilderness outside the dynasty, there was a strong person's cave dwelling. The rumor spread quickly. Within a month, everyone knew it. Some said that the cave dwelling was covered by formations, and if cultivators above the cave heaven realm entered, it would collapse. Rumors stopped with the wise. But for that 1 in 10,000 chance, countless cultivators still rushed there to investigate. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, mutated willow tree. Bloodline, spirit willow. Level, first order great demon. Technique, azure dragon myriad manifestations art. Second layer early stage. Abilities telepathy. Returned to truth. Life essence. 5 colored sword leaves. Willow seeds control type divine ability. Innate talent. Wood dragon roots, tree roots in wood dragon form, can absorb the physical strength and life force of living beings, and can also draw the earth essence deep underground. Endless life, exclusive talent of wood-type beings, as long as the host's origin energy is not exhausted, can regenerate and heal infinitely. Evolution points, 5,650,000 points. Nearly 6 million evolution points looked astonishing. But in Lu Ziyu's eyes, it was too little. When he was at the spirit monster level, demon beast level, and agile level, 1 million evolution points was a huge number. But now that he stood at the great demon level, these more than 5.6 million evolution points could only raise a few small realms. If these evolution points were used to upgrade innate talents and abilities, it would be even less. Deduct 600,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 700,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 800,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Deduct 900,000 evolution points. Realm plus 1. Without any bottleneck, Lu Ziyu's cultivation rose in a straight line to the level of 5th order Great Demon. Out of more than 5.6 million evolution points, a little over 1 million remained. Lu Ziyu thought for a moment and decided to strengthen his innate talents and abilities. Deduct 200,000 evolution points. Wood Dragon Roots plus 1. Deduct 500,000 evolution points. Wood Dragon Roots plus 1. Deduct 200,000 evolution points. 5-colored sword, leaves plus 1. Deduct 200,000 evolution points. 3,000 willow branches plus 1. Raising his realm to 5th order Great Demon only elevated Lu Ziyu's aura. After strengthening the wood dragon roots, the roots buried under the water and in the rock layers immediately emitted a scorching aura, as if iron had been thrown into a furnace. The golden patterns wrapped around the wood dragon roots almost covered every inch, like golden dragon scales covering wooden dragons. At the same time, Lu Ziyu's 3,000 willow branches also showed obvious changes. The sacred mist and brilliant glow flowing from them, rotating and condensing, seemed like stars and suns. The sword leaves surrounded by 5-color divine light, after being strengthened, released even sharper killing aura. From a distance, the strands of sharp energy they reflected cut cracks and ripples across the lake surface. If I release my current combat power, even peak great demons are not my match, right? Lu Ziyu muttered as he looked into the depths of the wilderness. He could keenly sense that in the depths of the wilderness, several overlord-level fierce beasts were entrenched, either demon kings or heavenly demons. There was still some gap between Lu Ziyu and these overlord-level beasts. Chirp, chirp. The unicorn returned from outside. Its snow-white noble body was very eye-catching under the sunlight. After listening to the unicorn's report, Lu Ziyu learned that a large number of human cultivators had begun to pour into this wilderness continuously since a few days ago. Was it that woman's doing? The first person Lu Ziyu thought of was Chu Yao. Before parting with her, Lu Ziyu had instructed her to spread a rumor after returning to the Diu dynasty, saying that opportunities and treasures had appeared in the wilderness to attract human cultivators below the cave heaven realm. The reason was obvious. Lu Ziyu wanted to hunt these human cultivators. If there were suitable candidates, Lu Ziyu also wanted to cultivate more chess pieces, which would greatly help him integrate into the human world in the future. Now that many human cultivators had entered the wilderness, Lu Ziyu's towering body could not be hidden even in the return to truth state. He could not act rashly. I must find a way to attract those human cultivators. What Lu Ziyu was currently worried about was whether there were any Cave Heaven Realm experts among them. The Cave Heaven Realm was comparable to Demon Kings. In the wilderness covered with gray mist, ancient trees stretched endlessly and mountains stood tall. Beneath this picturesque scene, various dangers and horrors were hidden. Top, 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 top. Dense footsteps sounded. Groups of cultivators moved through the mountains and fields. Suddenly, many cultivators' eyes were drawn to a beam of light in the distance. Inside that mysterious beam of light that illuminated the sky, there faintly stood a sacred, ancient, immortal, towering willow tree. 3,000 jade-like green willows, 5-colored sword, leaves flying. Around that sacred trunk, various birds and beasts seemed to dwell. What is that? An anomaly? Wasn't it said that a treasure of a strong person appeared in this wilderness? This may be the phenomenon released by that treasure. Voices of discussion rose one after another. In a moment, the beam of light that lit up the world disappeared. But this did not affect those human cultivators who had seen the phenomenon. They rushed toward the same area one after another. Lu Ziyu released all his power aura. He believed this would attract many human cultivators. At this moment, Lu Ziyu stood quietly in the lake, restraining his power and light, waiting for the human cultivators to come, ready to begin the slaughter. In less than half a day, figures appeared outside the lake. The mountains and fields were filled with human cultivators. More than 3,000 human cultivators, perhaps only a small part of those who entered the wilderness. What pleased Lu Ziyu was that among these thousands of cultivators, none were at the cave heaven realm. The highest cultivation among them was only 7th level of nascent soul realm. Look, there are more than 100 top-grade spiritual herbs growing there. Yes, top-grade spiritual herbs. Each of these herbs is over 500 years old. The more than 3,000 human cultivators gathered at the shore did not focus on Lu Ziyu, but were attracted by the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden. This was understandable. In the return to truth state, Lu Ziyu had no light or brilliance, returning to simplicity. Apart from his huge trunk, how could he compare to these more than 100 spiritual herbs? This old man has been stuck in the nascent soul realm for a long time. With these top-grade spiritual herbs, reaching the cave heaven is hopeful. A sinister old man said coldly, eager to act. Then a handsome young man in blue robes scolded, "Old thing, you are already so old. Even if you get them, it would be a waste. It is better to let this young master enjoy these top-grade spiritual herbs." What did you say? The sinister old man angrily revealed his 7th level nascent soul cultivation. The blue-robed young man was only 6th level nascent soul, but behind him were dozens of nascent soul cultivators, so he was not afraid of the old man at all. In just a short while, chaos broke out on the shore. Not to mention those cultivators below the nascent soul realm, those standing in the nascent soul realm, especially outstanding ones like the sinister old man and the blue-robed youth, all wanted to swallow up the more than 100 top-grade spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden. Lu Ziyu had no time to listen to these people's endless nonsense. 3,000 willow branches moved at the same time. Crash! Whoosh! Heaven and earth blazed, sun and moon dimmed. The 3,000 willow branches carrying the 5-colored sword leaves were like 3,000 chains of the great Tao, instantly tearing through the void and sweeping to the shore. Pucci! Even the nascent soul realm experts present could not withstand the piercing and judgment of the crystal willow branches. In an instant, the 3,000 willow branches pierced through the chests of 3,000 cultivators. Not one more, not one less. Screams exploded right after, endless, rising and falling one after another. Lu Ziyu's trunk shook, and the flesh of the 3,000 cultivators whose bodies had been pierced quickly shriveled, their vitality rapidly draining away. Their life essence flowed along the veins of those willow branches and poured without a trace into Lu Ziyu's tree body. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 2,000. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 5,000. Small amounts add up, drops gather into a river. The cultivation of the 3,000 cultivators varied, and their life essence also differed in amount. Gathered together like this, in an instant it brought Lu Ziyu more than 3 million evolution points. Monster! What kind of demon thing is this? The few hundred cultivators who survived looked at the huge willow tree that had harvested 3,000 cultivators in a single moment. The fear on their faces and the shock in their eyes were exactly the same. A few cultivators were directly scared unconscious. Mercy did not exist. Lu Ziyu used the 5-colored sword leaves, and heaven and earth blazed once again. The 5-colored sword light, like a sea and ocean, surged with a killing aura that could break all things and destroy all hardness, covering the heads of the few hundred cultivators. There was no suspense in the result. The few hundred cultivators left no corpses or bones, turning into powder. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 2,000. Evolution points plus 7,000. Lu Ziyu felt delighted. In just this brief moment, he had harvested a total of 5 million evolution points. Keep up the good work. After dispersing the bloody killing aura on the shore and dealing with the bloodstains and corpses, Lu Ziyu restored the scene on the shore to its original state. Right after that, he burst out with light that shone across heaven and earth in order to attract the second group of human cultivators. Day after day, Lu Ziyu mercilessly harvested the human cultivators who came into this wilderness. 1 month later, the evolution points Lu Ziyu had accumulated reached 20 million points. In the last few days, fewer and fewer human cultivators had come to the shore. Yesterday, there was no one for the entire day. It looks like I have almost hunted all the human cultivators who poured into this wilderness. He had gained 20 million evolution points in 1 month, and Lu Ziyu was already fully satisfied. With these 20 million evolution points, reaching the Demon King domain was already within sight. If no one comes today either, then I can stop. Thinking this, Lu Ziyu prepared to try one more time. Suddenly, the sorrowful cry of the lightning bird rang in Lu Ziyu's heart. At this time, the lightning bird was not in the lake area, but out patrolling. Lu Ziyu knew this was the lightning bird communicating with him through telepathy. The lightning bird, which had a willow seed branded inside its body by Lu Ziyu, could still communicate with Lu Ziyu across mountains and rivers. Somewhere in the wilderness, the lightning bird, handsome in form, with dazzling electric light flowing across its wings, could not fly and lay there covered in wounds. Its body was bound by chains flowing with formation patterns and symbols. What a beast that does not know life from death. If I had not seen that there is a trace of Lei Kuan bloodline in your body and that your potential is not bad, I would have torn your corpse into 10,000 pieces already. If you still remain so stubborn and ignorant of life and death, then do not blame me for being ruthless. The boy was 13 or 14 years old, with red lips and white teeth, heroic and spirited. He wore a noble and dazzling black dragon robe. A powerful aura surged around him, and a mass of lightning jumped in his eyes. Nascent Soul Realm. This boy, only 13 or 14 years old, was actually a nascent Soul Realm expert, and that aura on his body was violent, domineering, and world-destroying, absolutely not something an ordinary nascent Soul Realm cultivator could compare with. Dao Child, calm your anger. This lightning bird is not some rare exotic beast. If Dao Child truly wants to tame a spirit pet, the clan has plenty of powerful exotic species. That is right. Take, for example, the scarlet flame bird tamed by the clan leader not long ago. That is a descendant of a divine beast, much more powerful than this lightning bird. The dozen or so young cultivators gathered behind the handsome boy spoke one after another. The flattery and respect they showed were obvious without words. A bunch of trash. What do you know? Though still very young, the boy stood high above others and carried himself arrogantly. He glanced at the crowd with disdain and scolded. What this Dao Child values is that this beast has Lei Kuan bloodline in its body. Lei Kuan was a super great fiend from the mythological era. Before even stepping into the great demon level, it has already awakened Lei Kuan bloodline. This lightning bird has extraordinary potential, and this Dao Child has a thunder spirit body. Once this beast's Lei Kuan bloodline improves, this Dao Child will seize that bloodline. The benefits gained at that time are something you people cannot imagine. Hearing this, the dozen or so young cultivators looked at each other. Dao Child is wise, but this beast would rather die than submit. Should we directly seize its bloodline? Someone suggested. The boy frowned, and with surging killing intent locked onto the still struggling lightning bird, shouted, "This Dao Child does not have much patience left. Even if you do not submit, this Dao Child can still forcibly make a bloodline contract with you." The lightning bird angrily raised its head. Forcibly forming a bloodline contract was the worst plan, but at this point the boy had no other choice. He took a breath and said, "This Dao Child has only recently advanced to the nascent soul realm, while this beast is at the peak of the demon general level. Next I will focus fully on setting the bloodline contract. All of you protect me." Understood. The dozen or so young cultivators obediently spread out. The boy walked in front of the lightning bird, released a drop of natal essence blood, then recited an incantation and guided the energy of heaven and earth. The lightning bird was furious and struggled even more violently. "What nerve! Don't you know this is my spirit pet?" The voice rolled over like thunder, shaking the boy so suddenly that his mind scattered, and he directly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The dozen or so young cultivators at the scene looked over. It was a crystal willow tree that held up the sky and covered the sun, incomparably sacred. Dragging boundless, glowing radiance, it crossed the vast earth as it came, grand and immortal like a divine tree from the heavenly world. Great demon! Everyone trembled. This aura cannot be wrong. It was definitely a great demon. The lightning bird let out a long cry of joy. Lu Ziyu came with anger. His tree body that covered the sky and sun was lush with branches and leaves, shining with brilliant divine light. The 3,000 willow branches flowing with dense mist swayed, making heaven and earth lose light, mountains and rivers tremble. Standing on this vast land, looking down at the lightning bird whose body was pierced by chains, covered in blood and wounds. Lu Ziyu's anger surged even more violently. If not for the willow seed inside the lightning bird sending a timely distress signal, Lu Ziyu would not have thought such a thing would happen. How bold! You dare suppress my spirit pet. Lu Ziyu showed his boundless, sacred, and terrifying will without hiding it. His voice was like heavenly thunder, shaking and piercing the soul, spreading across heaven and earth, making all living beings among mountains and valleys tremble uncontrollably and submit. He said it is his spirit pet. Tao child, this tree demon is a great demon. We should leave quickly. Yes, for one lightning bird. Making an enemy of a great demon is not wise. The dozen or so young cultivators, frightened out of their wits, shouted to the boy one after another. What are you afraid of? It is only a great demon. It is not enough to make this Tao child flee in panic. The boy's expression was serious, but his eyes showed no fear as he shouted. Lu Ziyu began to observe this boy. A boy of 13 or 14, extremely handsome, full of spirit, wearing a black dragon robe, noble with a trace of dominance and coldness. His blood energy was vigorous, mixed with mysterious ancient thunder sounds. His cultivation had reached the nascent soul realm. Although only first level, reaching this level at such an age, along with that domineering and arrogant bearing, among all human cultivators Lu Ziyu had seen, only Chu Yao could compare with this little brat. Interesting. Lu Ziyu sneered. Before entering the human world, Lu Ziyu had planted Chu Yao as a chess piece. She was a princess of the Dayu royal family, with outstanding talent, proving her path through killing, qualified to be his chess piece. These days, while hunting human cultivators in the wilderness, Lu Ziyu had also imagined that if he met another suitable human, he would turn them into his second chess piece. The more chess pieces he had, the more stable his future path would be. Unfortunately, after killing so many human cultivators, he had not seen one that interested him. Now the boy below, though still young, his cultivation, talent, and bearing immediately aroused Lu Ziyu's strong interest. Damn tree demon! The boy's face turned cold. He sharply sensed that the huge, mysterious willow tree was looking him up and down. Fearless, lightning burst from the boy's body. Bathed in that strong and blazing lightning that lit the sky, the boy became tall and imposing, like a young god, swallowing mountains and rivers. He stepped forward and shouted, "Listen well, this Tao child is from the Gongsun family, an ancient family of Zhongzhou. My Gongsun family has been passed down since ancient times. I now order you to leave immediately." Lu Ziyu ignored him. Ancient family? Gongsun family? It sounded powerful, but was it useful in this wilderness? Here, Lu Ziyu was the master of everything, the hunter who controlled all. This brat could not see the situation clearly. Perhaps the Gongsun family was truly powerful, which made this brat develop such arrogance. No need to think more. Lu Ziyu waved his branches. 3,000 willow branches tore the void and split the sky at the same time, releasing judgment and killing intent, instantly disturbing this space. "I'm not afraid of you." The boy still showed no fear. He clenched his hand and took out a huge ancient halberd over 1 zhang tall. This ancient halberd was full of dominance and blood, stained with eternal red blood, as if left by gods and demons of ancient times. Activating his cultivation, the boy swung the halberd. The forbidden divine power and vast thunder it released swallowed the overwhelming crystal willow branches. Lu Ziyu felt pain. His 3,000 willow branches were destroyed and swallowed. Something is wrong. A first-level nascent soul being cannot have such power. Lu Ziyu put away his underestimation. Great wilderness halberd? This is a sacred object of the clan. Tao child, you actually carry it with you? Ha ha, great. With this great wilderness halberd, what is this great demon? The great wilderness halberd is naturally invincible. It is the killing weapon of our Gongsun family. But Tao child's cultivation has not reached the giant level. Forcibly using it consumes too much power and blood. The voices came from the dozen young cultivators. Lu Ziyu understood. The shocking attack that destroyed his 3,000 willow branches came from that halberd. Magic weapon? Divine weapon? Lu Ziyu sighed. This was the confidence of that brat. The black dragon robe fluttered, and the golden dragon pattern on it seemed to come alive, standing straight in endless thunder. Though his body was not even half the height of the halberd, The boy's fighting spirit and supreme aura were unmatched. This lightning bird, this Tao child will definitely take it. Get lost. Facing the towering willow tree, the boy's tone was full of pride and contempt. Lu Ziyu stood rooted, not moving. Being driven away by a first-level nascent soul brat would be a joke. Any external object requires matching strength to control. Activating his innate talent, endless life, visible life energy appeared around Lu Ziyu's body. Within that ocean-like lifelight, Lu Ziyu's destroyed 3,000 willow branches regrew instantly. The reborn branches were crystal clear and radiant. Seeing this, the boy's pupils shrank in shock. How is this possible? Wood-type beasts have strong vitality, but this instant regeneration, it is comparable to the human giant's rebirth from a drop of blood. One swing of the great wilderness halberd had already consumed half of the boy's power. He had thought that attack would scare away the willow tree, but Lu Ziyu still had such an ability. After advancing to the great demon realm, Lu Ziyu obtained 2 abilities. One was Willow Seed, which is a control-type ability, and this endless life is Lu Ziyu's second innate talent after the wood dragon roots. Its terrifying aspect is that as long as Lu Ziyu's life origin is not exhausted, he can regenerate and heal infinitely. For example, at this moment, Lu Ziyu's 3,000 willow branches regenerated. For his vast and pure life origin, the consumption was only a tiny part. Damn, this tree demon's regeneration ability is forbidden. If this Tao child uses the great wilderness halberd once more, that will be the limit. The boy's face turned pale. Damn it. If today this Tao child had the cultivation of the cave heaven realm, one strike would completely destroy this tree demon without leaving anything. Thinking unwillingly, the boy had no choice but to give in. He shouted, "This lightning bird is returned to you, but don't be proud. This Tao child will come back." Lu Ziyu, is this child out his mind? You can come back, but before you leave this wilderness, you must first accept my gift. With a vast and majestic voice, Lu Ziyu launched his attack. Besides the 3,000 willow branches, the 5-colored sword leaves on those branches also released immeasurable sharp divine light. In form, the 5-colored sword leaves were like heavenly swords, thin as autumn water, shining brilliantly, continuously releasing sharp light. Gathering together like rivers into the sea, the storm formed instantly devoured the sky above and the mountains and earth below. The 3,000 willow branches were hidden within it. Before this chaotic attack that filled heaven and earth, even peak great demons would likely bleed and fall. Boom, boom, boom. Rumble, rumble. Within 1,000 zhong, everything was flattened. The earth trembled faintly, as if meteors from outside the sky had struck this land. The dozen or so young cultivators in the center of the storm, unable to escape, fell into death. After a long time, everything calmed. The boy did not die, but to resist Lu Ziyu's suppression, he had used up all his strength. Now he knelt on one knee on the ground, no longer showing his earlier pride and spirit. You have gone too far. This Tao child will fight you to the death. Roaring in fury, the boy quickly took out a small shining bottle. The few pills inside the bottle had vast energy and blazing light. Lu Ziyu saw through his intention. Several willow branches shot out like dragons, binding the boy. The bottle fell from his hand. This made the boy furious and hysterical. He roared viciously. "Despicable tree demon! You really dare? Do you believe that with one command from this Tao child, the powerful figures of the Gongsun family can flatten this entire wilderness in one day?" Lu Ziyu was speechless. They say you can see the future from childhood. This child probably had never suffered or been hit by anything. Meeting me is your fortune. Under my guidance, your temper will surely change. Muttering to himself, Lu Ziyu refined a willow seed. The boy looked suspiciously at the shining green seed. In an instant, it entered his body. It rooted in his flesh, invisible and without trace. "Tree demon, what did you do to this Tao child?" The boy shouted. "Release this Tao child. I tell you, I am the Tao child of the Gongsun family. If you kill me, this entire wilderness will become a land of destruction." Lu Ziyu smiled and withdrew the branches binding the boy, saying, "To be brief, I really wanted to slap you to death. A brat like you, arrogant and ignorant, deserves it." The boy, is this tree demon insulting him? Lu Ziyu continued, "But one thing your talent is not bad, and you have unusual power in your body. That is the Thunder Spirit body, the boy said proudly. This Tao child is born with the Thunder Spirit body. It is a special constitution. A cultivator with the Thunder Spirit body can control lightning. After reaching a certain level, every move can draw thunder from heaven and earth. In time, among the young generation of Zhongzhou, this Tao child will be invincible. Lu Ziyu was pleased. Did he find a treasure? Thunder Spirit body. Unheard of, but from the boy's words, it was clearly extraordinary. Clearing his throat, Lu Ziyu said, "Listen first. The main reason I did not kill you is that from today on, you are a chess piece in my hand." The boy. What joke? You think you can control this Tao child? The boy stepped back and shouted. Today's humiliation will not be forgotten. Just wait. After shouting, he fled. Suddenly, the boy fell to the ground. Something inside his body activated, like countless ants and roots moving through his flesh, bones, and organs. The pain could only be described as worse than death. After enduring for a few breaths, the boy screamed in unbearable pain. Lu Ziyu smiled. How is it? I have placed a mark on you. Your life and death are under my control. The boy shouted hoarsely. Despicable. You tree demon are despicable. It is not despicable, just a method to control you, Lu Ziyu said with a smile. You can either die in this pain or live and leave this wilderness. Choose. The boy's face twisted, veins bulging. The unbearable pain filled every part of his body. Maybe I should pretend to submit and deceive this tree demon. Once I return to the clan, someone can remove this mark. Thinking this, the boy said with difficulty, Fine, this Tao child submits to you. The moment he said it, the pain disappeared. Lu Ziyu looked down and said playfully, So quick to submit? Let me guess, you plan to deceive me now and remove the mark later, right? The boy was stunned and denied. No, this Tao child did not think that. As you wish. I believe no one can remove my mark. If someone can, you will not survive either. Once the willow seed takes root, no matter the distance, Lu Ziyu can take his life at any moment. If someone tries to remove it, Lu Ziyu can activate it first. Arrogant. The young man did not care. The Gongsun clan is an ancient family. The strength of its heritage and foundation, looking across the whole Zhongzhou world, is also a supreme peak lineage. In the young man's view, as long as he returned to the clan, any powerful figure in the clan could easily remove Lu Ziyu's mark for him. A mark from a great demon. Could it resist the vast divine power of a powerful giant? You can leave now. The willow seed had already been imprinted inside the young man's body. Lu Ziyu had not yet reached the point of leaving this great wilderness, so keeping the young man was useless. You letting me go so easily? The young man was secretly delighted. He had already planned that after returning to the clan and removing Lu Ziyu's mark, he would immediately send people to suppress Lu Ziyu. If he did not vent this anger, then he would not be the Tao child of the Gongsun family. Wrapped in dazzling lightning, the young man flew toward the horizon. Lu Ziyu also left this place. Returning to the lake without obstruction, Lu Ziyu called out the data interface. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, mutated willow tree. Bloodline, spirit willow. Cultivation, 5th stage great demon. Technique, Azure Dragon myriad forms art, early 2nd layer. Abilities, return to true. 5-colored sword leaves. Life essence, willow seed, innate talent. Endless life, as long as the origin is not destroyed, can endlessly regenerate and self-heal. Wood dragon roots, dragon-shaped roots with some dragon might, can devour life, energy, and absorb earth vein essence. Evolution points, 20,100,000 points. 20 million evolution points. This was a huge wealth Lu Ziyu had accumulated over these days by hunting the many human cultivators who came into this wilderness. Once I reached the Demon King realm, I could transform into human form. These 20 million evolution points should be enough for me to advance to the Demon King realm. Lu Ziyu planned in his heart. Deduct 1 million evolution points. Wood dragon roots +1. Deduct 500,000 evolution points. 3,000 willow branches +1. Deduct 1 million evolution points. 3,000 willow branches +1. Deduct 500,000 evolution points. 5-colored sword, leaves +1. Deduct 1 million evolution points. 5-colored sword, leaves +1. In the blink of an eye, 4 million evolution points were consumed. In return, Lu Ziyu's with dragon roots became thicker and stronger, shining brightly, and the dragon-like aura they emitted had a fundamental upgrade. The 3,000 willow branches did not change color, still lush and bright. The enhanced 5-colored sword leaves became much sharper, full of edge, and with a ringing sound, seemed capable of cutting apart the sky. Right, the Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art can also be strengthened. This is a technique of the ancient dragon race, extremely powerful, and it is the only technique I have understood so far. The Fox Girl once said that this Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art is an inherited technique of the ancient dragon race, of supreme quality, very suitable for wood-attributed beings to comprehend. But she only had the first 3 layers. Lu Ziyu had never seriously studied this technique. Its content was mysterious, like a heavenly book. Just looking at it gave him a headache, let alone studying it carefully. The reason he could cultivate it to the early 2nd layer was entirely because of system enhancement. Deduct 200,000 evolution points. Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art upgraded to mid-2nd layer. Deduct 500,000 evolution points. Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art upgraded to late 2nd layer. Deduct 1 million evolution points. Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art upgraded to complete 2nd layer. Lu Ziyu felt very satisfied. Having a cheat ability really makes a difference. Deduct 1,100,000 evolution points. Realm +1. Deduct 1,200,000 evolution points. Realm +1. Deduct 1,300,000 evolution points. Realm +1. Deduct 1,400,000 evolution points. Realm +1. His cultivation reached the 9th stage of Great Demon. Lu Ziyu's power increased several times, and he was only 1 step away from the Demon King realm. Out of 20 million evolution points, more than 9.4 million remained. Just when Lu Ziyu was about to rise to the sky and advance to the Demon King realm. System prompt. If the host wants to advance to the Demon King realm, you must complete a special task assigned by the system. Lu Ziyu was stunned. What does that mean? Does it mean he cannot use evolution points to improve his cultivation anymore? Damn system. That feeling of being blocked by a huge mountain right before success immediately made Lu Ziyu irritated. He asked, "Say it, what special task?" System prompt. Make all the fierce beasts in this wilderness submit under your feet, and you can advance to the Demon King realm. The system's answer was simple and clear, but as difficult as reaching the sky. Lu Ziyu had thought before that one day he could dominate the entire wilderness. But when he stayed in the Great Demon realm, he sensed that deep in this wilderness, there were several extremely terrifying auras. They were definitely at the Demon King level. They lived in the core area of this wilderness all year round, while Lu Ziyu was only in the outer area. Now, the system required him to dominate the wilderness and stand above all fierce beasts to advance to the Demon King level. This was no different from asking him to do something with almost no chance of survival. But if he did not do it, he could not enter the Demon King realm, nor transform into human form. Damn system. He cursed again. Lu Ziyu summoned the lightning bird, unicorn, earth violent bear, and flame rhinoceros to the front of the lake. The red spirit fox was in seclusion, trying to break into the great demon realm, and had not come out yet. Before unifying this wilderness, I cannot advance to the Demon King realm. But they're different. I can use life essence to raise them to the Demon King realm. At that time, with several Demon King level fierce beasts helping me, plus my own strong combat power, there will be a chance to subdue the Overlord level fierce beasts deep in the wilderness. Once those Overlords are subdued, the rest of the fierce beasts will only be able to bow to me. This was Lu Ziyu's plan, and also the most stable method. He gave life essence. The lightning bird got 3 drops, and the flame rhinoceros, earth violent bear, and unicorn also got 3 drops each. In cultivation, the lightning bird was a 9th stage demon general, the unicorn an 8th stage demon general, and the flame rhinoceros and earth violent bear were 7th stage demon generals. With the nourishment of those 3 drops of life essence, the lightning bird and unicorn had hoped to break through to the great demon realm, and the earth violent bear and flame rhinoceros were close as well. Time. I lack time the most right now. Just going from demon general to great demon takes several months. From great demon to demon king. That will take another year or more. During this time, I cannot improve my cultivation, but that does not mean I cannot improve my combat power. Lu Ziyu's thoughts jumped. Strengthening the wood dragon roots, 3,000 willow branches, and 5 colored sword leaves were all ways to improve combat power. The special task issued by the system blocked Lu Ziyu's path to advancing to the Demon King realm. But even if he stopped at the peak of the Great Demon level, Lu Ziyu's combat power could still improve and transform without being limited by his realm. The reason is simple. Lu Ziyu only needs to continuously strengthen his willow branches and his innate talents. This is also a way to become stronger, but without advancing to the Demon King realm, Lu Ziyu cannot transform into human form. Dozens of days later, a cave in the distance collapsed. There, flames shot into the sky, and blazing fire surged. The brilliant flames contained unimaginable heat, burning a huge hole in the sky. Awu! Within this overwhelming fire that swept everything and burned the sky, a lively and elegant red spirit fox appeared, raising its head proudly, stepping forward with shining light under its feet. The red spirit fox was more than 10 meters long, with bright eyes and a noble demeanor. The most eye-catching thing was the 3 foxtails behind it. Each was dozens of meters long, swaying in the air and scattering hundreds and thousands of brilliant flames. Race: Red Spirit Fox. Bloodline: Spirit Fox. Level: First Stage Great Demon. Ability: Fox Fire. Innate Divine Power, Charm. The 3-tailed demon fox in the endless flames was clearly the red spirit fox that had successfully come out of seclusion and broken through to the great demon level. After stepping into the great demon realm, the red spirit fox's 2 tails became 3. Owl, releasing the aura of a great demon wildly. The red spirit fox descended in front of the lake as fast as a streak of flame. Even after advancing to the great demon level, when the red spirit fox looked at the huge willow tree in the center of the lake, it was still full of awe and worship. During the years of submitting to Lu Ziyu, the fear and respect toward him had already been carved into its bones. Not bad. Lu Ziyu stretched out a willow branch and tapped the red spirit fox's forehead. Owl. The red spirit fox raised its brows. It did not see the unicorn, lightning bird, earth violent bear, or flame rhinoceros. I gave them life essence. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few months, they can reach the great demon level. Dozens of days ago, Lu Ziyu gave life essence to the lightning bird and the other beasts, with the purpose of training them. The lightning bird was already a 9th-stage demon general. After refining 1 drop of life essence, it entered the process of breaking through to great demon. After dozens of days, the unicorn also went into seclusion to break through to great demon. The earth violent bear and flame rhinoceros only began seclusion a few days ago. Mas, dear. Very suddenly, the red spirit fox stared at Lu Ziyu with bright eyes. The sound from its mouth was like a baby learning to speak. But that word, master, Lu Ziyu heard it clearly, completely real. You can speak now? Lu Ziyu asked with some surprise. The red spirit fox nodded and continued in broken, unclear words. Master. Lu Ziyu laughed. At this moment, the red spirit fox was like a 3 or 4-year-old child. Even though it could speak human words, it still needed time to fully master human language. Now that you have reached the great demon level, the next step is the Demon King level. I will do my best to cultivate you, so that you reach that level earlier. Lu Ziyu cleared his thoughts and instructed seriously. While improving your realm, combat power and experience are also necessary. From today on, I will give you 1 drop of life essence every day. After refining it, you will go hunt 1 great demon for me. The praise cultivation level cannot be lower than yours. During the hunt, I will not interfere. If you die, it only means you are useless. Lu Ziyu still could not step into the Demon King realm. To dominate this wilderness, he had to start with the overlord beasts deep inside it. By cultivating the red spirit fox, lightning bird, and others to the Demon King level, Lu Ziyu could confidently deal with those overlord beasts. And the red spirit fox, as the first beast to submit to Lu Ziyu and the first to advance to the great demon level, was given high expectations by him. Understood. The red spirit fox obediently followed Lu Ziyu's will. This is the Qing Tian domain among the 100 domains of Zhongzhou. Looking across the 100 domains of Zhongzhou, Qing Tian domain can be called a super large domain. Magnificent mountains and rivers, outstanding people, rich resources. The immortal sects, Dao lineages, and family inheritances occupying Qing Tian domain number in the thousands upon thousands. Today, above all the lineages in Qing Tian domain stands a Gongsun family, an ancient family known as the supreme inheritance of Qing Tian domain. The Gongsun family, passed down since ancient times, was created by an ancient great emperor. After countless years, it remains prosperous and respected across the world. Even today, it is still the supreme inheritance of Qing Tian domain. At a glance, where the Gongsun family is located, divine islands and treasure mountains float, immortal mist drifts, and spiritual herbs flourish. Many ancient exotic species move within, their blood energy covering the sky. Inside a grand and magnificent palace over 1,000 meters tall, Gongsun Tian, 13 or 14 years old, had red lips and white teeth, and was as handsome as a demon. His black hair was thick, and his aura was strong and domineering. His vigorous blood energy was like an ocean, shocking the world, accompanied by mysterious and unmatched thunder sounds. Wearing a black dragon robe, the young man was full of spirit, domineering and supreme, like an invincible young god shining in the world. Great-grandfather, you are a peak-level, powerful giant. Can't you remove the mark inside my body? With a gloomy and depressed face, Gongsun Tian looked at the old man in ancient robes in front of him, who was helpless and unable to help, and asked in surprise. Sigh. The old man in ancient robes had a crystal-clear body, an ethereal figure, and was surrounded by an unremovable mist of the great Tao. In his eyes, full of vicissitudes, countless law symbols flowed. Standing there calmly, the aura from his body made the space and time in the hall freeze. But at this moment, this unfathomable old man shook his head and sighed. Tianer, you said that when you went to the wilderness to seek treasure, you were marked by a great demon willow tree. But after observing for these days, there is no mark in your body at all. Could it be that you had a deviation in cultivation and imagined it yourself? Gongsun Tian. What does that mean? Saying he is delusional? He suddenly remembered what that willow tree had said. In this world, no one can remove my mark. At first, Gongsun Tian thought it was nonsense. How could a mark from a great demon control him? But now, the old man in front of him, a top expert of the Gongsun family, a peak powerful giant, after several days, not only failed to remove the mark, he could not even find it. For no reason, Gongsun Tian began to feel fear. In the Gongsun family, apart from those few ancestor grandfathers, no one can match great-grandfather's cultivation and attainments. Even great-grandfather's cultivation cannot find the mark left in my body by that willow tree. This makes no sense. Gongsun Tian racked his brains as he thought about it, becoming more and more irritated and frightened. Then, he raised his head and looked at the old man in ancient robes and said solemnly, Great-grandfather, your grandson can swear to heaven that I am absolutely not suffering from cultivation deviation or demonic confusion. This time, in that great wilderness where I went out, there were more than 10 clan cultivators traveling with me. They all died under the claws of that tree demon, and that tree demon really did leave a mark inside my body. Seeing how firm the boy spoke, the old man in ancient robes frowned and muttered with Tao symbols flickering in his eyes. According to what you said, that tree demon was only at the great demon level. A great demon, even if it is an ancient variant, is still only a great demon. In a few days, send an elder into that great wilderness to capture that tree demon and bring it back to the clan. Then all the problems will naturally be solved. Gongsun Tian vaguely felt that something was wrong. Great-grandfather, you should go personally. That tree demon I encountered really was a little strange, special. I am not at ease if other elders are sent. The old man in ancient robes was displeased and rebuked. With my status, how can I go out so easily? Besides, the elders in the clan are all giants. Could they not subdue a great demon? If you're not at ease, then go along as well, and you will see the outcome. Gongsun Tian had no reply. At this point, he could only obey. In the wilderness, flames burned, and under the baking heat, even heaven and earth were somewhat twisted and deformed. Hoochie hoochie! Within this endless, sky-covering fire, a noble and elegant three-tailed spirit fox dived down, its sharp claws tearing through the air. The great demon, lying below, was a fierce beast shaped like a mantis. Its dark black body looked as if forged from steel, flowing with a cold luster that seemed indestructible and immune to water and fire. The two arms in front of its abdomen were also like sickles, full of sharpness. When they slashed out, they immediately split open the raging fire covering above. The red spirit fox had the advantage in speed, flickering uncertainly in midair, from time to time stirring up foxfire flames that burned the sky. According to Lu Ziyu's arrangement, the red spirit fox could receive 1 drop of life essence every day. This was to make it advance to the Demon King realm as soon as possible. And during this growth process, the red spirit fox also had to hunt one great demon fierce beast every day whose cultivation was not lower than its own. This was to temper the red spirit fox's combat power and ferocity. Having only cultivation level but no combat skill would not do. At this time, the black mantis fighting and killing with the red spirit fox was a 3rd stage great demon. Its attack power was very strong. When that pair of sickles danced, the surrounding mountains, rocks, forests, and trees split apart and collapsed one after another. After a while, unable to get close to the black mantis, the red spirit fox began to prepare a killing move in anger and irritation. Vast demonic power and fire element energy from heaven and earth gathered endlessly and ceaselessly onto its 3 fox tails. In the blink of an eye, a fireball as huge as a mountain, as hot and brilliant as the sun, appeared in the sky. Under the temperature of this huge fireball, even the clouds were burned red, and the flowers and grass on the ground began to ignite on their own. Feeling danger, the black mantis tensed its muscles, and its sickles gleamed brightly. The red spirit fox launched the huge fireball. The black mantis showed no fear. It slashed out with its 2 sickle arms joined together. The rainbow-like slash it created was thin and sharp, fierce and domineering. With a crushing, flowing momentum, it split the huge fireball rolling with scorching heat into 2 halves. Walala! The split fireball was like a star exploding. The flames it scattered fell onto the land in all directions, turning the ground within 1,000 meters into scorched earth. It could also be seen that some rocks were melted by the flames in a magma, flowing across the surface like streams. At this moment, the red spirit fox's eyes became somewhat different. Threads of strange demonic power and bewitching light flickered in the red spirit fox's eyes, covering the black mantis below while ignoring distance. This black mantis, full of violent aura, actually showed signs of mental dullness and bodily stiffness. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime chance, the red spirit fox rushed forward. Not long after, the red spirit fox tore open the black mantis's body and dug out a blood-stained demon core full of energy. The magical light born in its eyes was clearly the red spirit fox's innate talent, bewitchment. This was also one of the innate talents of all fox-type demon beasts, able to confuse the will and spirit of all living beings. In a quiet lake, the mist was dense and immortal light shone. Lu Ziyu's tree body rooted there, towering into the sky and covering the sun with flourishing branches and leaves. The divine radiance it gave off was vast and bright, like a heavenly divine tree illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands. With each inhale and exhale, the heaven and earth spiritual energy it absorbed could cover dozens of li around. In terms of realm, Lu Ziyu today was still a 9th stage great demon. If he did not complete the special task issued by the system, he had no way to advance to the Demon King level, but cultivation could not be neglected. Host, Lu Ziyu. Race, mutated willow tree. Level, 9th stage great demon. Bloodline, spirit willow. Technique, Azure Dragon Myriad Forms Art, 2nd layer complete. Abilities, return to the true. 5-colored sword leaf. Willow tree seed. Life essence. Innate talents. Endless life. Wood dragon tree root. Evolution points. 13,050,000 points. With 13 million evolution points, Lu Ziyu did not think much and strengthened the wood dragon tree root, the 3,000 willow branches, and the 5-colored sword leaf. In the span of a finger snap, 13 million evolution points were completely used up. In exchange, Lu Ziyu's 5-colored sword leaf, 3,000 willow branches, and wood dragon tree root all transformed and rose once again. His realm as a 9th stage great demon did not move at all. But after strengthening the 3,000 willow branches, the 5-colored sword leaf, and the wood dragon tree root, Lu Ziyu's combat power level naturally rose somewhat. Why don't I go and look at the end of the great wilderness? Rooted in this lake, Lu Ziyu could vaguely and keenly sense that the several auras at the end of the great wilderness were each more terrifying than the last. They were definitely demon king-level beings. But without seeing them with his own eyes, there was no way to determine exactly how powerful those beings at the end of the great wilderness really were. If I can't beat them, I can still run. Thinking to himself, Lu Ziyu pulled out the wood dragon tree root, stepped across the sky, and moved toward the end of the great wilderness with his spotless trunk. The wood dragon tree roots numbered in the thousands, arranged in rows and layers, growing densely beneath Lu Ziyu's trunk. The longest were several thousand meters, and even the shortest were over 1,000 meters long. In form, they naturally resembled wooden dragons. These wood dragon tree roots were vigorous and powerful, capable of splitting mountains and rocks. They supported Lu Ziyu's massive tree body as he moved across mountains and rivers through this boundless wilderness. It could be seen that most of the wood dragon tree roots were still rooted in the soil, drilling in and out repeatedly. The waves of earth they lifted stacked layer upon layer. This vast land, to Lu Ziyu, was like a great ocean, allowing him to move freely through it. Occasionally encountering hard minerals and crystals, as solid as iron and unbreakable, they still could not withstand the piercing and crushing of the wood dragon tree roots. Owl, the red spirit fox, came upon hearing the movement. Come up, I'll take you to see. Lu Ziyu extended a willow branch and wrapped the red spirit fox onto his crystal-like branch. Along the way, thousands of demons and beasts avoided him. At dusk, Lu Ziyu stopped. Ahead was the core area of this great wilderness. The terrifying auras Lu Ziyu had sensed were all entrenched in this region. Not wanting to alert the enemy, Lu Ziyu entered the return to true state. The light on his body, his vast life force, and his mighty aura all withdrew into his body in an instant. In the return to true state, Lu Ziyu was no different from the ordinary trees in this wilderness. Even a super expert would not be able to see anything unusual. But Lu Ziyu's huge tree body was hard to hide. He could only carefully move forward little by little. Night soon fell. The wilderness sank into endless darkness. Cold, bone-chilling winds swept wildly across heaven and earth. Various poisonous insects, fierce beasts, and ancient species appeared frequently, hunting everywhere. Under the cover of night, Lu Ziyu's speed increased a lot. The next day, the sky was just getting light. Faint mist lingered, covering the mountains and fields. In a certain valley, the scenery was beautiful and colorful. The energy of heaven and earth gathered in this valley was 10 times stronger than outside. A white giant tiger, 50 to 60 meters long, with thick fur shining with a soft glow, lay there resting. Its muscles were well-defined, and within its body full of kingly aura surged a terrifying power that was astonishing. The golden mark on its forehead looked like a third eye, and the tail behind the white giant tiger, black and white mixed, as thick as a giant python. When it struck, the ground would crack apart. Within a radius of 10,000 li, all was this white tiger's territory. From several thousand meters away from the valley, Lu Ziyu had already seen this white tiger. A demon king. The aura emitted by the white tiger gave Lu Ziyu a strong sense of threat and pressure. Moreover, since ancient times, there have been the 4 divine beasts: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. The white tiger is one of the 4 divine beasts, in charge of killing, with unmatched attack power. Lu Ziyu felt that this white tiger likely had the bloodline of the divine beast white tiger. Oh, at some point, the red spirit fox, which had separated from Lu Ziyu, ran back. Master! The red spirit fox's speech was already quite complete. It jumped on a Lu Ziyu's branch and said, I captured a few fierce beasts living in this area. They told me that the white tiger is the overlord beast of this region. Outside this region, there are 4 other overlord-level fierce beasts. The white tiger is the weakest one. Lu Ziyu understood. His gaze was sharp as he continued to observe the white tiger. The demon king-level white tiger gave Lu Ziyu a strong sense of danger, but Lu Ziyu felt that he could fight it. At least he could try. Between great demon and demon king, there's an unbridgeable realm suppression. What is a demon king? It is the king among demon beasts. But Lu Ziyu was not an ordinary demon beast. He was a mutated willow tree. After multiple enhancements to his 5-colored sword leaves, 3,000 willow branches, and wood dragon tree roots, Lu Ziyu's combat power had long surpassed the limits of his realm. It was just unknown whether he could defeat this white tiger demon king. Go, lure it over. If Lu Ziyu approached the valley himself, his huge body would immediately alert the white tiger demon king. With the red spirit fox as bait, Lu Ziyu would gain the advantage of striking first. Oh, the red spirit fox shook its head. It did not want to go. That was a demon king. Not listening to me? With me here, do you still need to fear that little cat? Lu Ziyu shook his body and threw the red spirit fox out. Helpless, the red spirit fox sneakily went to the front of the valley. The white, giant tiger resting in the valley opened its eyes. Its eyes shone like golden lamps, fierce and cold. Staring at the red spirit fox outside the valley, it let out a tiger roar that shook heaven and earth, sending dust flying. The red spirit fox trembled, but did not turn and run. Instead, it gathered courage and responded with a howl. White Tiger Demon King. A great demon dare to challenge it? Also, the White Tiger Demon King noticed that this fox was not a beast from its territory. Could it be here to seize territory? The White Tiger Demon King's eyes turned cold. It raised its head, majestic and imposing, and walked out of the valley with its snow-white fur. Seeing this, the red spirit fox turned and ran. White Tiger Demon King. Why did it run? Roar, roar, roar. Coming to its senses, the White Tiger Demon King disappeared from ground. It appeared behind the red spirit fox like lightning. That speed was many times faster than the red spirit fox. Oh, the red spirit fox's fur stood on end. Turning back, it used bewitchment. The White Tiger Demon King's mind fell into confusion for an instant. In that flash of time, the red spirit fox escaped back under the willow tree. The White Tiger Demon King did not rush to attack. It also saw the huge willow tree. A willow tree hundreds of meters tall, with a trunk like a dragon and lush branches. The White Tiger Demon King shook its head. It did not understand how a willow tree suddenly appeared here. Was it brought by that fox? Still unable to see through it, the White Tiger Demon King turned its gaze to the red spirit fox and let out a sky-shaking roar. The red spirit fox ignored it. Roar! From the White Tiger Demon King's paw, golden claws extended. Lu Ziyu struck first. The wood dragon tree roots, hidden underground, shot up into the sky, extremely fast. The ground under the white tiger shattered. Even if it tried to dodge, it stumbled and was bound by the wood dragon tree roots like steel chains around its body and limbs. The wood dragon tree roots that rushed out from beneath the underground rock layers were like ancient wooden dragons crossing the long river of time, with dense scales, shining golden light, and vast dragon might, tightly wrapping around the huge body of the White Tiger Demon King. The White Tiger Demon King, 50 to 60 meters long, at the moment it was entangled and bound by the wood dragon tree roots, released divine light from its forehead, and its eyes shone with fierce light. The terrifying demonic power that surged out of its body was astonishing, capable of swallowing heaven and devouring earth. However, that vast and grand demonic power, the moment it left the White Tiger Demon King's body, was almost completely destroyed. The wood dragon tree roots, wrapped around the White Tiger Demon King's body, possessed a forbidden ability to absorb life, energy, and devour the strength of living beings. In other words, the huge demonic power the White Tiger Demon King used to break free from the binding, at the moment it left its body, was mostly taken away by the wood dragon tree roots. The remaining portion of demonic power poured violently onto the wood dragon tree roots, but the damage caused was minimal. Roar, roar, roar. The White Tiger Demon King was furious. Its body shook, like a forbidden creature raging. Lu Ziyu's tree body reached the sky. The wood dragon tree roots he used were only a part of him. More roots were still deeply embedded in the earth's rock layers, making Lu Ziyu stand like an ancient divine mountain, unmoving and indestructible. No matter how the White Tiger Demon King struggled, it could not shake Lu Ziyu's sacred tree body. As time passed, the wood dragon tree roots continuously absorbed the White Tiger Demon King's demonic energy. No matter how much power it had, it could not withstand endless devouring and plundering. Sensing great danger, the White Tiger Demon King decisively used the bloodline power deep within its body. The bloodline of the divine beast White Tiger. Among the 4 divine beasts, the White Tiger governs killing and is especially sharp. After awakening that trace of White Tiger divine beast bloodline within its body, the White Tiger Demon King was filled with unstoppable killing intent. It raised its tiger paw fiercely and domineeringly. The golden claws, more than 1 meter long, revealed cold sharpness, able to break anything, instantly tearing apart the wood dragon tree roots wrapped around its body. A demon king is indeed a demon king. Taking advantage of the moment before the white tiger demon king completely broke free, Lu Ziyu, with a single thought, unleashed overwhelming 5-colored sword light that illuminated the universe. The 3,000 willow branches also swept out, pure and flawless, shining with countless auspicious lights. Lu Ziyu would not give this white tiger demon king a chance to counterattack. The 5-colored sword light erupting from the 5-colored sword leaves gathered in countless numbers, like a torrential rain, like the Milky Way of the 9 heavens, covering the white tiger demon king's body with overwhelming force. Even with its amazing defense, after a few breaths, many bloody sword holes appeared. Following that, the 3,000 willow branches cut through space, stretched straight, with sacred and sharp 5-colored sword leaves swaying on them, flowing with immortal and supreme Tao radiance. They looked like chains of the great Tao, indestructible and unstoppable, striking the white tiger demon king's body with crackling force, immediately piercing through it. Looking at it, the noble and supreme white tiger demon king was nailed to the ground by the 3,000 willow branches piercing its body, covered in wounds, with blood gushing like a spring. With the wood dragon tree roots weakening and devouring the white tiger demon king's demonic power, the tender and crystal-like willow branches that pierced its body also released a corrosive and paralyzing viscous liquid, spreading into its flesh and bones. In an instant, the white tiger demon king lost all its momentum and was on the verge of death. Lu Ziyu succeeded. He was powerful and invincible, suppressing a demon king across realms. Woo woo woo. In the pool of blood, the white tiger demon king, unable to move, became weaker and weaker, and its consciousness grew more and more blurred. At this moment, the white tiger demon king had no trace of its former dominance. It was like a harmless white kitten on the brink of death. Oh! The red spirit fox jumped out, looking down at the white tiger demon king with gloating pride. Lu Ziyu was thinking whether to absorb the life essence of this white tiger demon king or to subdue it. In terms of potential, this white tiger demon king was worth cultivating. Moreover, this white tiger demon king was one of the demon kings occupying the end of this wilderness. By subduing it, Lu Ziyu could learn detailed information about the other demon king beasts in this area. From what the red spirit fox had learned earlier, at the end of this wilderness, there were 5 demon king-level super beasts in total, and the white tiger demon king ranked last. Lu Ziyu could suppress this white tiger demon king at the peak of 9th stage great demon, but that did not mean he could sweep the other demon kings that were stronger than it. Ow ow ow. The white tiger demon king howled. Its eyes were unwilling, still flickering with hatred and anger. Not convinced. Lu Ziyu's voice sounded slowly, like a supreme god in the unseen, carrying cold authority everywhere. The winner is king, the loser is bandit. It can only be said that your strength is too weak. Now I give you 2 paths. One is death, be devoured by me and become nourishment. The other is life. Submit to me and recognize me as your master. The white tiger demon king ignored him. The tiger is the king of beasts, a natural ruler. It also had the bloodline of the divine beast white tiger. Asking it to submit to a great demon willow tree that defeated it by surprise, it would rather die than submit. Lu Ziyu showed no joy or anger. A demon king without pride would be too spineless. But Lu Ziyu would not give the white tiger demon king too much patience. He waved a willow branch and sent a drop of emerald-like life essence in front of it. That shining life essence contained an indescribable attraction aimed at the soul, and the fragrance it emitted penetrated the spirit and will of all living beings. Life essence, equivalent to the host's blood essence, can unlock potential, improve cultivation, heal injuries, and has irresistible attraction to beings other than the host. Lu Ziyu laughed and said, "See this? Is a good thing. If you submit to me, you can obtain this life essence for a long time. Otherwise, you will be crushed to pieces and die." Threat alone was not enough. Only by combining reward and punishment could the white tiger demon king willingly bow its head. Roar, roar, roar. The white tiger demon king showed a look of intoxication. The aura of the life essence was something it had never felt before, making its blood boil and its soul tremble. The temptation of the life essence to the white tiger demon king was no less than an ordinary mortal seeing an elixir of immortality. After only a moment of inner struggle, in order to obtain that drop of life essence, the white tiger demon king raised its head and looked at that sacred willow tree towering into the sky and covering the sun. "Have you thought it through?" Lu Ziyu asked. The white tiger demon king nodded. "A wise choice." Lu Ziyu condensed a willow tree seed. The diamond-shaped willow tree seed entered the flesh, took root, and disappeared into the white tiger demon king's body. "This thing is the mark I left inside your body. It is a shackle to prevent you from betraying me. If you dare to harbor disloyal thoughts, I can activate this mark and easily take your life." After a brief explanation, Lu Ziyu released the wood dragon tree roots wrapped around the white tiger demon king's body, and the willow branches that had pierced the white tiger demon king's body were also pulled out, stained with blood. Freed from restraint, the white tiger demon king eagerly swallowed that drop of life essence, full of life aura and tempting fragrance. Gentle and mysterious energy exploded inside the white tiger demon king's body. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the wounds and sword holes on the white tiger demon king's body had completely healed. That overwhelming demon king aura also returned to its perfect state. "See this little fox in front of you? It is also a fierce beast that has submitted under my feet. It told me that in this area there are 5 demon king fierce beasts, and you are one of them, and also the weakest one. Now I want to know what the other 4 demon king level fierce beasts are like, and how much stronger they are than you." Lu Ziyu's voice was like a great bell, unquestionable. The white tiger demon king bared its teeth and glared at the red spirit fox. It had not forgotten that when it was being suppressed, this little fox had mocked and provoked it with delight. It was also this little fox that had lured it before Lu Ziyu. Oh, the red spirit fox was fearless. Everything it did was in obedience to Lu Ziyu's will. Reporting to Master, the white tiger demon king suddenly spoke in human language, sounding especially fluent. "In this area, there are indeed 4 other demon king-level super fierce beasts. They're the golden flame toad, the golden rock bird, the 3-headed green flood dragon, and the thunder-scaled giant crocodile. Among these 4 demon king fierce beasts, the golden rock bird is the strongest. It is at the peak demon king level, and is also a descendant of a divine beast. Next is the 3-headed green flood dragon. That beast has 3 heads and can spit fire, frost, and lightning. After that are the golden flame toad and the thunder-scaled giant crocodile. By comparison, I am only a 2nd stage demon king. The golden flame toad and the thunder-scaled giant crocodile are both at the level of 5th stage demon kings." There was some resentment in the white tiger's words. It seemed that in ordinary times, it had not suffered little bullying and pressure from those few demon kings. Lu Ziyu calculated in his heart. To suppress this 2nd stage demon king, white tiger demon king, he had used about 70% of his power, and part of that was because he struck first and gained some advantage. If it had been a direct face-to-face fight, Lu Ziyu might have needed to use his full strength to suppress this 2nd stage demon king white tiger. From this calculation, Lu Ziyu truly could not act rashly now. "Master," the white tiger demon king hesitated to speak. "Do not stammer." Lu Ziyu was displeased. Reporting to Master, when I had just advanced to the demon king realm, I accidentally entered the territory of that golden rock bird. As a result, I saw a palace there. Outside that palace, all kinds of top-grade spiritual herbs and rare precious materials were growing. At that time, I thought of swallowing them, but that golden rock bird descended from the sky. If I had not run fast enough, I would not have lived until today." The white tiger recalled and answered. "A palace?" Lu Ziyu's interest greatly increased. In this great wilderness, lofty mountains were shrouded in mist, and ravines stretched endlessly. Those multiplying and living here were all bloodthirsty, fierce beasts. So how could there be a palace standing deep in this great wilderness? Could it be some treasure left by a strong expert? At this thought, Lu Ziyu could not suppress his excitement. Whether it is a strong expert's treasure or not, if I want to investigate it, the premise is that I must suppress that peak demon king golden rock bird. Golden rock bird, an ancient divine beast. The white tiger demon king said that the golden rock bird is a descendant of a divine beast, which means this golden rock bird is not a pure-blooded ancient divine beast, but only a divine beast descendant with part of the golden rockbird bloodline. But even so, a peak demon king level divine beast descendant should still be 10 times more terrifying in power than an ordinary peak demon king. My cultivation currently cannot advance to the demon king level. If I only rely on strengthening the 5-colored sword leaves and the willow branches and tree roots, and want to defeat a peak demon king level divine beast descendant, that will require a very long period of time. I must continuously strengthen my various abilities and raise them to an extreme level before I can suppress that golden rockbird with the cultivation of a 9th stage great demon. After thinking for a moment, Lu Ziyu sighed. He had no choice. Whether it was suppressing that golden rockbird, or suppressing the golden flame toad, thunder-scaled giant crocodile, or 3-headed green flood dragon, he still had to proceed according to Lu Ziyu's original plan. What was the original plan? It was to cultivate the red spirit fox, lightning bird, unicorn, earth violent bear, and flame rhinoceros all to the demon king realm. Now, there was also a 2nd stage demon king, white tiger. Lu Ziyu's life essence had the effect of drawing out potential, breaking through barriers, and increasing cultivation. After a year or half a year, it could at least raise the white tiger demon king by several minor realms. More than 100 days later, the lightning bird came out of seclusion. Race, lightning bird. Bloodline. Carries a trace of thunder, Kuan bloodline. Cultivation. 1st stage great demon. Abilities, extreme speed. Control lightning. Innate talents, thunder cry. Lets out a cry like thunder and lightning. Thunderous force. Draws in the lightning of heaven and earth and brings down a destructive strike. During the period when the lightning bird was in seclusion, the red spirit fox's cultivation also did not stand still. By today, it had risen to the 4th stage of great demon. To be able to improve so quickly, Lu Ziyu's life essence played an extremely important, transformative role. Then there was the white tiger demon king. This beast was originally a 2nd stage demon king, and the benefits produced by Lu Ziyu's life essence were far less obvious than for the red spirit fox. Even though Lu Ziyu gave several drops of life essence to this white tiger demon king every day, after more than 100 days, the white tiger demon king had only broken through from 2nd stage demon king to 4th stage demon king. In fact, such a speed of advancement was already advancing by 1,000 miles a day, soaring upward. Before the white tiger demon king submitted to Lu Ziyu, it had taken 3 years to advance from 1st stage demon king to 2nd stage demon king. Through the temptation and attraction of the life essence, the white tiger demon king had now submitted wholeheartedly under Lu Ziyu's command. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 2,000. Within the dense mist that could not disperse, Lu Ziyu continuously absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His wood dragon tree roots extending into the earth's rock layers were also drawing in the essence of the earth's veins for him. In one day, he could accumulate at least hundreds of thousands of evolution points. More than 2 months passed in a flash. Lu Ziyu called out the data panel, and the evolution points had reached as many as 25 million. Deduct 1,500,000 evolution points. 5-colored sword leaf plus 1. Deduct 2 million evolution points. 5-colored sword leaf plus 1. Deduct 3 million evolution points. 5-colored sword leaf plus 1. Deduct 1,500,000 evolution points. 3,000 willow branches plus 1. Deduct 2 million evolution points. 3,000 willow branches plus 1. Deduct 3 million evolution points. 3,000 willow branches plus 1. Deduct 2 million evolution points. Wood dragon tree root plus 1. Deduct from million evolution points. Wood dragon tree root plus 1. The evolution points that had been painstakingly accumulated were all used up in one moment. But this was a necessary expense on Lu Ziyu's path to becoming stronger. After being strengthened, his 5-colored sword leaves, 3,000 willow branches, and the wood dragon tree roots beneath his body were immediately filled with power. The brilliant divine light and radiant glow they emitted became overwhelmingly intense. Without Lu Ziyu's control, his wood dragon tree roots extended like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, like a python shedding its skin. In just a short time, they grew to more than 5,000 meters long. Next were the 3,000 willow branches and the 5-colored sword leaves. First, The 3,000 crystal-clear willow branches, like divine chains, were surrounded by divine light, completely pure and flawless. When they moved with the wind, they made heaven and earth lose color and the lake dim. Then came the 5-colored sword leaves growing on those branches. The sharp sword light they released, along with the blazing rainbow glow, were like heavenly swords shining in the world. That unstoppable, sky-cutting forbidden aura spread out in threads, causing countless fierce beasts in the mountains and valleys to feel fear and trembling, as if their bodies were pierced and their souls cut apart. Compared to when he suppressed the White Tiger Demon King, Lu Ziyu's combat power today had undoubtedly undergone a real transformation. If he were to suppress a second-stage Demon King-level beast again, Lu Ziyu was confident he could do it in one decisive strike. Even third-stage or fourth-stage Demon Kings, he did not take seriously. Boom rumble. In the distance, the ground shattered and dust rose into the sky. Within that chaos, a snow-white unicorn, extremely handsome and majestic, walked out. Race, unicorn. Bloodline, descendant of the heavenly horse. Cultivation, first stage great demon. Ability, extreme speed. Innate talent, divine light, concentrates energy on the horn to release a destructive strike. After the lightning bird, the unicorn also broke through to the great demon realm. It let out a long cry and ran across the clouds in the sky as fast as lightning. Lu Ziyu glanced at it, feeling a bit envious. His strength was increasing day by day. At present, Lu Ziyu could almost completely survive without soil, as long as there was enough spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish him. But he still could not, like the unicorn and lightning bird, freely move above the earth. Even the red spirit fox, after reaching the great demon level, could already freely ride clouds and mist. If I want to truly stand above the earth, it seems I still have to reach the Demon King realm. When a Demon King transforms into human form, there will be no restriction of the original body. At that time, flying through the air will only be a matter of thought. Half a month later, the Earth Violent Bear and Flame Rhinoceros also broke through to the Great Demon level. Race, Earth Violent Bear. Bloodline, Ancient Dragon Bear bloodline. A trace of inherited bloodline awakened after reaching the Great Demon level. Level, first stage Great Demon. Ability, Divine Strength. Bear-type beasts possess unmatched strength. Innate talents. Berserk, enter a frenzied, bloodthirsty state, instantly increasing combat power several times. Bear Roar, shakes heaven and earth, fierce and violent. A sound wave type ability. Race, Flame Rhinoceros. Bloodline, Ancient Heavenly Bull bloodline. A trace of inherited bloodline awakened after reaching the Great Demon level. Level, first stage Great Demon. Ability, Rhino Radiance, after combining demonic power with flames, released through the horn. Innate talent, Rampage, after activating the Heavenly Bull bloodline, releases a fatal charge. In this way, among the 5 fierce beasts under Lu Ziyu, except for the White Tiger Demon King, all had stepped into the Great Demon realm. What was gratifying was that the 106 spiritual herbs by the shore also underwent extreme changes a few days later. For example, that golden spiritual grass, under the moonlight, actually rose into the air and roared, transforming into a lifelike, noble and blazing golden dragon. There was also that vermilion fruit filled with purple mist, with a captivating fragrance and brilliant light. On its surface flowed mysterious and dazzling innate patterns, as if carved from stars in the sky. Lu Ziyu was overjoyed. Counting it, he had cultivated these more than 100 spiritual herbs and materials for 3 to 4 years. In such a short time, turning over 100 ordinary plants into top-grade spiritual herbs displaying phenomena like dragon roars, phoenix cries, and purple auspicious light. This would be an unbelievable, world-shaking fortune even in the vast world outside the wilderness. And the reason Lu Ziyu could achieve this transformation in such a short time, apart from absorbing spiritual energy and earth essence every day to nourish them, was that he also released life essence, letting it seep into the soil of the herb garden for these plants to absorb. At this moment, the 106 spiritual herbs in the garden all displayed phenomena and auspicious radiance. Lu Ziyu realized that these herbs had most likely broken through some barrier and transformed into a higher level. 1,000-year spiritual herbs. The White Tiger Demon King rushed to the garden and exclaimed with wide eyes, Master, your spiritual herbs have all become thousand-year spiritual herbs. In some aspects, Lu Ziyu knew less than the White Tiger Demon King. Although it might not have left this wilderness, once a beast reaches a certain level, it can inherit memories from its ancestors through its bloodline. Passed down generation after generation is somewhat similar to what humans call inheritance. Thousand-year spiritual herbs? Is there something above that, like 10,000-year spiritual herbs? From the literal meaning, the older the spiritual herb, the more precious and rare it becomes. Replying to Master, above thousand-year spiritual herbs are 10,000-year sacred herbs, the White Tiger replied. Since I gained intelligence, I have only seen thousand-year spiritual herbs outside that palace. Master, how did you cultivate so many thousand-year spiritual herbs? Don't worry about how I cultivated these thousand-year spiritual herbs first. You said what you saw outside that palace were thousand-year spiritual herbs. Lu Ziyu had never forgotten the palace mentioned by the White Tiger. But before having the strength to sweep through this entire wilderness, he could not go to that palace to investigate. Now, the White Tiger Demon King said that thousand-year spiritual herbs were growing outside that palace. This further proved one thing. That palace mentioned by the White Tiger truly had something extraordinary. Master is wise. When I first advanced to the Demon King realm, I rashly entered the territory of that golden rock bird. The palace standing there was grand and ancient, as if it had been there for a very long time. I did not have time to step into that palace before I was driven away by the golden rock bird, but I did indeed see it with my own eyes. The number of thousand-year spiritual herbs beneath the palace steps was no less than those in your herb garden. The golden rock bird being able to cultivate to the peak Demon King level is likely due to consuming those thousand-year spiritual herbs. The White Tiger explained. Lu Ziyu became serious. With such resources of thousand-year spiritual herbs, wouldn't that peak Demon King golden rock bird be able to advance to the heavenly demon realm at any time? Lu Ziyu's strategy was to cultivate the red spirit fox, lightning bird, unicorn, earth violent bear, and flame rhinoceros to the Demon King realm first, then suppress the golden rock bird and explore the palace. But if the golden rock bird broke through to the heavenly demon level, this plan would fail. No, he must not allow the golden rock bird to step into the heavenly demon level. Lu Ziyu looked at the White Tiger and said, "Let's discuss something." White Tiger. Discuss what? It suddenly felt uneasy. You go lure the golden rock bird away. Then I will let the little fox pick and steal the thousand-year spiritual herbs outside the palace. Doing this was somewhat risky, but Lu Ziyu had no other choice. With those thousand-year spiritual herbs under the palace steps, the golden rock bird had the resources to advance to the heavenly demon realm. This was something Lu Ziyu could not tolerate and did not want to see. Master, that golden rock bird is at the peak Demon King level and has extreme flying speed. Last time I escaped from it was just luck. If I appear in its sight again, it will definitely tear me into pieces. The White Tiger trembled and was unwilling to go. Useless thing. Do you think you were still at the time when you had just advanced to the Demon King realm? You are now a 6th-stage Demon King. Lu Ziyu snorted unhappily, then thought for a moment and said, "Since you are afraid, then I will lure that golden rock bird away. You take the chance to pick the thousand-year spiritual herbs outside the palace. Anyway, you have been to that palace before. As long as I draw the golden rock bird away, you could take advantage of the chaos." The White Tiger nodded. This it could do with little risk. Set off. Not willing to delay even a moment, Lu Ziyu was even worried whether the golden rock bird had already advanced to the heavenly demon level. Arriving at the depths of the wilderness at great speed, this used to be the territory of the White Tiger Demon King. After it submitted to Lu Ziyu, it left this place. Reporting to Master, to reach the territory of the golden rock bird, we must pass through the territory of the thunder-scaled giant crocodile and the three-headed green flood dragon. Raising its head and looking into the distance, the White Tiger spoke in human language and reminded, "The thunder-scaled giant crocodile is a 5th-stage Demon King. Its strength has probably not increased much since the last time I saw it. But the three-headed green flood dragon is quite powerful. It is a 7th-stage Demon King. If we fight it, it may alert the golden rock bird." Lu Ziyu sneered. "I say you are useless, and you still don't admit it. Is a 7th-stage Demon King very powerful? Only that golden rock bird has some deterrence. If that three-headed green flood dragon dares to show itself, just kill it." Suddenly, Lu Ziyu thought of something and looked down at the White Tiger Demon King, asking, Demon King level beasts can transform into human form and shed their original body. After so long, I haven't seen you show your transformed appearance. Haven't you transformed yet? The white tiger smiled. Master does not know. It is true that beasts can transform after reaching the Demon King realm, but in this wilderness, strength is respected. No Demon King cares about appearance. Moreover, only in the original body form can one exert full strength. If transformed into human form, it would waste unnecessary demonic energy. Lu Ziyu did not deny it. It was only because he had a human soul that he was so obsessed with transforming into human form. For beasts like the white tiger demon king, the red spirit fox, the lightning bird, and the unicorn, appearance did not matter. Strength was the most important thing. Passing through the white tiger demon king's territory, they entered the territory of the thunder-scaled giant crocodile. This territory was quite vast, mostly marshlands, and the air was filled with intense and violent lightning energy. It could be imagined that the thunder-scaled giant crocodile, like the lightning bird, was a beast possessing lightning abilities. Lu Ziyu's tree body was huge, so he had to move carefully, not making too much noise. Fortunately, with the return to true state, Lu Ziyu did not release any demonic aura while moving. He could also release dense, surging mist like a vast ocean. Under the cover of this endless fog, Lu Ziyu silently moved through the territory of the thunder-scaled giant crocodile. But trouble still came. When passing a muddy and uneven marsh lake, ripples appeared on the water's surface, and several giant crocodiles over 100 meters long emerged. These golden giant crocodiles, with skin as hard as steel and flowing with faint golden light, were at the great demon level. After climbing out of the water, they stared suspiciously at the mysterious fog filling heaven and earth and slowly pressing forward. Swish! Swish! Without warning, crystal clear and radiant willow branches shot out from the fog. These branches crossed space with unmatched speed, reaching the bodies of the golden crocodiles in an instant. The defense of these golden crocodiles was much stronger than ordinary beasts, their bodies like cast steel. But in just a moment, those soft, green, glowing willow branches pierced through the heads of the crocodiles. With their heads pierced, even the resilient golden crocodiles could not escape death. Deep within the fog, Lu Ziyu's tree body towered into the sky. If he did not kill these crocodiles, he would have to detour. A few days later, Lu Ziyu passed through the territory of the thunder-scaled giant crocodile and entered the territory of the three-headed green flood dragon. Compared with the territory of the thunder-scaled giant crocodile, the territory of the three-headed green flood dragon appeared cold, damp, and dark. The ground was full of thorns, vines, dense forests, and ancient trees. After moving forward for some time in the return to true state, Lu Ziyu sharply sensed a monstrous tide of demonic power entrenched ahead. Something able to release demonic power on this scale was very likely that three-headed green flood dragon. Lu Ziyu's wood dragon tree roots pierced through the earth and rock layers, extending several thousand meters in an instant. They silently drilled out from beneath the ground, and it was as if eyes had grown on them, allowing Lu Ziyu to spy on the scene in that area. Looking only at that area, towering ancient trees stood in rows. Under these towering ancient trees with flourishing branches and leaves that blocked the sunlight, there was a hill. Only after looking carefully did he realize that this was not a hill, but a huge creature coiled there. Its thick body, so large that 3 or 4 people could barely wrap their arms around it, lay there layer upon layer, and was probably over 300 meters long. Its surface was also covered with countless black scales, each as large as a palm, immune to water and fire, and as hard as iron. Looking upward, this huge creature had 3 heads, shaped like pythons, but with bulges on their foreheads. There was no need to say more. This was definitely the 3-headed green flood dragon the white tiger had mentioned. The 3-headed green flood dragon, without even fully showing the terrifying power inside its body, was already extremely shocking. This beast's cultivation level was indeed, just as the white tiger had said, at the level of a 7-stage demon king. Lu Ziyu thought to himself, if I catch this 3-headed green flood dragon by surprise and bind it, and the white tiger is now also at the cultivation of a 6-stage demon king, with the 2 of us suppressing it together, we should be able to finish off this worm in a flash. If we are fast enough, it will not attract the golden rock bird's attention. If I do not get rid of this 3-headed green flood dragon, when I go to lure away the golden rockbird later, this three-headed green flood dragon may jump out and make trouble. So, getting rid of this three-headed green flood dragon has only benefits and no harm. The life essence of a 7-stage demon king can also bring me a huge amount of evolution points. Once he decided, he acted. Lu Ziyu gave the white tiger an order. The white tiger, not expecting that Lu Ziyu wanted to kill the three-headed green flood dragon, was distracted for a moment. Then its eyes showed fierce light as it rushed out. It did not dare to provoke the golden rockbird because the golden rockbird was at the peak demon king level. This three-headed green flood dragon was different. Its cultivation was not too far from its own, and even if things went wrong, it could still retreat safely. Deep in the dark forest, the three-headed green flood dragon lay there without moving. Within thousands of miles, it ruled everything on this land. For the three-headed green flood dragon, which had swallowed a great demon beast only this morning, it was still digesting the food in its body. Under normal circumstances, no living being would dare jump out at this time to disturb it. So in terms of vigilance, the three-headed green flood dragon was not that alert. Keeping his distance, Lu Ziyu distributed his wood dragon tree roots beneath the ground and rock layers to below the three-headed green flood dragon's body. On the other side, the white tiger, suppressing its aura, also used the cover of the forest to approach within a few hundred meters of the three-headed green flood dragon. If it got any closer, it might be noticed. Oh, Kiki! A cold wind swept past. Lu Ziyu exploded into action. The wood dragon tree roots buried beneath the surface rumbled and shot upward. The hard ground, under the drilling and stirring of the wood dragon tree roots, broke apart like tofu and split into pieces. The three-headed green flood dragon was greatly shocked. It had not sensed anything at all, yet the ground beneath it had suddenly sunk and collapsed. Having lost its balance, the three-headed green flood dragon did not have time to stretch out its body before the wood dragon tree roots, drilling up from underground, bound its body layer by layer. To be honest, the three-headed green flood dragon was stunned. It had transformed from a three-headed giant python into a three-headed green flood dragon. The killing move, it was best, I was strangling. But now it was actually being wrapped by the wood dragon tree roots, and the dragonmite aura coming from these wood dragon tree roots was unbelievably real, supreme, and sacred, pressuring all things, causing an indelible shock and influence on the three-headed green flood dragon's spirit and will. When the three-headed green flood dragon tried to struggle, the demonic power and blood energy inside its body were actually leaking away bit by bit. Roar, roar, roar. The white tiger leaped out. Its posture was exactly like a fierce tiger pouncing on prey. The golden tiger claws extending from its paws, over 1 meter long, tore with brilliant light across the bound three-headed green flood dragon's body. Only the sound of scales shattering and flesh flying could be heard. A large chunk of flesh was torn from the three-headed green flood dragon's body. The intense pain drove the three-headed green flood dragon into wild rage. It opened its bloody mouths, with fire, lightning, and frost surging in them respectively. Lu Ziyu gave this beast no chance. Willow branches fell across the air, wrapping around the heads of the three-headed green flood dragon, causing those 3 bloody mouths to snap shut with a crack. The white tiger continued its attack, swiftly waving its claws. Bound and restrained, the three-headed green flood dragon was in misery, wailing and groaning. In only a few breaths, dozens of chunks of flesh had been torn off by the white tiger. Suddenly, the white tiger jumped up and bit into the belly of the three-headed green flood dragon, its sharp teeth cutting a long opening there. At this time, the three-headed green flood dragon was already on its last breath. Even without Lu Ziyu's binding, it would only be food on the white tiger's plate. Roar! Amid an excited roar, the white tiger dug out the demon core of the three-headed green flood dragon. Lu Ziyu's 3,000 willow branches also stabbed into the body of the three-headed green flood dragon at this moment. Hualala! The life energy contained within the body of the three-headed green flood dragon flowed without end along the 3,000 willow branches into Lu Ziyu's tree body. Evolution points plus 50,000. Evolution points plus 100,000. Evolution points plus 80,000. The life energy of a 7-stage demon king was like an ocean. It provided Lu Ziyu with more than 2 million evolution points. Roar! The white tiger cautiously glanced at Lu Ziyu. Its meaning was obvious without words. It wanted to consume that demon core of the three-headed green flood dragon. but was afraid Lu Ziyu would not agree. Eat it. What Lu Ziyu wanted was the life essence of the three-headed green flood dragon. A demon core being given to the white tiger did not matter. Besides, the white tiger's cultivation improving was also something Lu Ziyu was happy to see. Roar! The white tiger happily consumed the demon core of the three-headed green flood dragon. To refine the vast energy in that demon core, as well as the violent will left inside it by the three-headed green flood dragon, all required time. Lu Ziyu quietly waited for about 20 days. On the 21st day, the white tiger finished refining the demon core of the three-headed green flood dragon, and that huge energy pushed the white tiger's cultivation to the 7th-stage demon king. Race: White Tiger. Bloodline: carries a trace of divine beast white tiger bloodline. Level: 7th-stage demon king. Abilities: Tiger Roar, Tiger Claws. Innate talent: Slaughter. The white tiger is one of the 4 divine beasts, governing slaughter, unstoppable. A white tiger demon king, carrying a trace of the divine beast white tiger bloodline, also possesses a killing power beyond that of ordinary fierce beasts. The data panel of the white tiger demon king appeared before Lu Ziyu. Judging by this growth speed, perhaps before Lu Ziyu cultivates the red spirit fox, lightning bird, earth violent bear, flame rhinoceros, and unicorn to the demon king realm, the white tiger demon king could reach the peak of the demon king level. At that time, Lu Ziyu could cooperate with the white tiger demon king to suppress that 9th-stage demon king golden rock bird. Of course, all this must be based on the premise that the golden rock bird has not yet advanced to the heavenly demon level. Once that golden rock bird steps into the heavenly demon realm, Lu Ziyu's chance of suppressing it will become slim. Roar! After its cultivation improved, the white tiger demon king was majestic, with sharp eyes and surging blood energy, raising its head and letting out a long roar that shook the mountains and fields. Lu Ziyu struck with a willow branch, like a slap, fiercely hitting the white tiger demon king on the head, and shouted, "What are you roaring for? Is this a place where you can shout loudly? Before I lure that golden rock bird here, you must not expose your position. Otherwise, stripping your skin will be the least of your punishment." The white tiger demon king bared its teeth, but immediately backed down. Compared to when it first submitted to Lu Ziyu, it had become much stronger. But after a few months of interaction, it had become even more respectful and fearful of Lu Ziyu, who was only at the 9th-stage great demon level. One day, dozens of days later, in the sky above a region at the end of the great wilderness, vast and magnificent, suddenly, a streak of golden light, blazing like the sun, cut across from deep within the clouds. The sky was torn apart, revealing a golden rock bird of unmatched brilliance and divine presence. This golden rock bird, a descendant of a divine beast, was covered from head to toe in golden feathers that were immune to water and fire, hard and dazzling. As it flapped its wings, the violent winds it stirred could easily tear apart the sky. Among ancient divine beasts, the golden rock bird is extremely fierce. Not only can it fly tens of thousands of miles with a single flap of its wings, but when fully grown, it can even hunt dragons for food. The aura and color of this golden rock bird illuminated the entire sky. The divine beast bloodline flowing within it was extremely pure and powerful, far stronger than beasts that only carried a trace of such bloodline. Oh, Kiki! Carrying violent wind and lightning, it patrolled its territory. Soon, the golden rock bird landed in a quiet and mysterious area. All around were towering mountains and dense mist. Looking ahead, deep within the mist, a palace could faintly be seen. Looking at the outline of the palace, the golden rock bird's gaze became heavy. Everything it had today was because of that palace. If it could approach that palace at any time, it might have already advanced to the heavenly demon realm, or even the tribulation crossing realm. Li, with a clear and sharp cry, the golden rock bird released its excited emotions. Before long, it would be able to approach that palace again. At that time, it could transform and advance further. However, at this moment, at the edge of the golden rock bird's territory, that sacred, towering, lush, crystal-like willow tree appeared. Lu Ziyu's tree body was massive, and there were no visible eyes from top to bottom. But wherever his 3,000 willow branches, trunk, or what dragon tree roots reached, Lu Ziyu could observe everything without blind spots. Under Lu Ziyu's gaze and perception, there was indeed an extremely powerful demonic aura entrenched ahead. This must be the aura of the golden rock bird. But aside from the golden rock bird's aura, there were no other living auras in this land. Strange, like the white tiger demon king, the three-headed green flood dragon, and the golden giant crocodile, these demon king beasts all have many fierce beasts under their command within their territories. This is also the nature of demon beasts. Powerful beasts become overlords of a region and rule all beasts there. But this golden rock bird, as the top overlord in this wilderness, why are there no other beast auras in its territory? Lu Ziyu thought to himself that it might be due to the limit of his perception range, or perhaps the golden rock bird simply did not care to have followers. No matter, Lu Ziyu did not bother with such details. What he needed to do now was to lure the golden rock bird out from deep within its territory. After that, he would have the white tiger demon king sneak to the palace and pick the 1,000-year spiritual herbs beneath it. In this way, the golden rock bird would lose the resources needed to advance to the heavenly demon level, and Lu Ziyu could also gain a batch of 1,000-year spiritual herbs. How to lure the golden rock bird out was the question, and Lu Ziyu's method was very direct. He produced a drop of life essence. The wind blew, carrying the fragrant scent of the life essence into the depths of the golden rock bird's territory. The white tiger following behind Lu Ziyu became greedy and excited, its eyes turning green. Having followed Lu Ziyu for several months, what impressed it most was this liquid. The fragrance emitted from that green liquid had an irresistible effect on the white tiger demon king and other beasts, penetrating their will. Threads of fragrant scent drifted in the air, lingering without fading. An hour passed, 2 hours, 3 hours. The golden rock bird, waiting before the sea of mist, remained focused and attentive. At this moment, nothing could attract it. But when that suddenly drifting fragrance entered the golden rock bird's nose, it instantly shook its mind. Li, with a slightly confused expression, the golden rock bird turned around and looked toward the end of the land. It knew its territory well. Although there were some spiritual herbs growing within it, none of them could compare to this sudden fragrance. In the golden rock bird's view, this scent carried by the wind, appearing without warning, seemed to come from a supreme immortal medicine with unmatched attraction. The great temptation contained within it was obvious, something the golden rock bird had never experienced before. Cry. For a moment, the great golden rock bird became, as if intoxicated, completely entranced. Under the temptation of that mysterious fragrance, the great golden rock bird forgot everything, like a ferocious beast lost in endless darkness, suddenly seeing a blazing light. Flapping its wings, the great golden rock bird rushed forward without hesitation, flying toward the end of the earth as fast as lightning. The wind swept away clouds, dragging lightning. At an unimaginable speed, the great golden rock bird flew over 100 miles in an instant. At this moment, Lu Ziyu stood at the edge of the great golden rock bird's territory, its branches rustling, its trunk dim. It was in the return to truth state, perfectly hiding itself. No matter what kind of creature came, none could see that Lu Ziyu was a tree demon at the 9th level great demon rank. Only its vishal tree body reaching the sky and covering the sun was somewhat eye-catching and drew attention. As it come, soon, Lu Ziyu sensed a shocking demonic aura rapidly approaching. Not daring to be careless, Lu Ziyu believed that in the return to truth state, the great golden rock bird would not see through him, but he still had to be cautious. What he was about to face was a peak-level demon king, and also a descendant of a divine beast. Once this great golden rock bird went mad, it would not be inferior to those early-stage heavenly demons. Crack! A streak of golden light flashed by, and the storm it stirred cut the earth like a heavenly blade. As the light faded, a magnificent bird with wings spread across hundreds of meters appeared on the ground several hundred meters away from Lu Ziyu. Holding his breath, Lu Ziyu thought that, as expected, this great golden rock bird was the supreme overlord of this wilderness. With pure divine beast blood flowing within it, the great golden rock bird had a fierce aura, eyes like lightning, and a cold form. The golden feathers covering its body would likely not leave any mark, even if struck by a bolt of heavenly thunder. What reassured Lu Ziyu was that this great golden rock bird had not yet transformed into the heavenly demon realm. As the white tiger demon king said, it was still at the peak of the 9th level of the demon king. Cry. The great golden rock bird looked around. Lu Ziyu observed secretly. When he sensed the bird approaching, he had already concealed the aura of the life essence. The great golden rock bird, which had been attracted here by the aura of the life essence, was now confused and full of doubt. That fragrance which made its blood boil, its soul rejoice, and its will intoxicated had vanished without a trace after it arrived. The great golden rock bird scanned the heavens and earth. After a long while, finding no clues and unable to smell that fragrance again, it became uncontrollably irritable. Raising its wings and slashing down, it produced a golden arc that tore open a terrifying trench hundreds of meters long in the ground. Lu Ziyu felt a chill. Hopefully this beast won't, in its madness, accidentally strike me with its wings, he thought. Fortunately, after flapping its wings once, the great golden rock bird calmed down. Cry. Its clear cry pierced the eardrums and shook mountains and rivers. Unable to find the source of the life essence aura, the great golden rock bird flapped its wings and returned the way it came. How could Lu Ziyu let this beast go back? At this time, the white tiger demon king had already sneaked into the great golden rock bird's territory. Before it completed the task Lu Ziyu assigned, Lu Ziyu also had to fulfill his own role. After waiting for about half an hour, Lu Ziyu shook its branches and deliberately released the fragrance of the life essence. The great golden rock bird, flying at high speed, smelled that fragrance coming from behind again and became suspicious. Unable to resist, it turned back toward the edge of its territory with curiosity and doubt. It disappeared. When the great golden rock bird landed, the fragrance that attracted it vanished for the second time. The irritable great golden rock bird wished it could tear apart this world. Its eyes were red and filled with blood vessels. After a long time, it flew away in frustration. But that mysterious fragrance once again drifted into its nose. Cry. With anger and suspicion, the great golden rock bird turned back again. As expected, when it reached the edge of its territory, it still could not find the source of the mysterious fragrance. Having cultivated for so long and never encountered such a strange situation, the great golden rock bird roared wildly, burning with rage. Lu Ziyu was pleased to see this. The aura of life essence to this great golden rock bird was like a bone to a dog. No matter how fierce or clever the dog was, when it saw a bone, it would rush over and bite it without hesitation. With the great temptation of life essence, over the next few days, Lu Ziyu tirelessly lured the great golden rock bird back and forth. Over several days, the great golden rock bird went back and forth hundreds of times. But every time it landed at the edge of its territory, that mysterious aura would disappear completely. Yet when it turned back toward the depths of its territory, within less than half an hour, the aura would drift into its nose again. By today, the once spirited and majestic great golden rock bird seemed to have aged hundreds of years, listless and exhausted. Now, if any creature appeared in its sight, the suppressed and collapsing great golden rock bird would most likely tear it to pieces to vent its frustration. On the fourth day, Lu Ziyu looked toward the depths of the world. The white tiger demon king had been gone for 3 days. Today was the fourth day. It was supposed to sneak into the palace to pick thousand-year spiritual herbs. With the great golden rock bird delayed here, it should not have taken this long. Roar! Outside the thick fog covering a vast area, the white tiger with snow-white fur and a noble form paced back and forth, restless. It also wanted to go under the palace to pick thousand-year spiritual herbs. But after arriving here, it discovered that outside the palace there was a vast fog. Upon entering this fog, the white tiger immediately felt terrified, as if facing a great horror of death, as though it would be crushed to pieces and vanish. The white tiger clearly remembered that when it advanced to the Demon King realm and entered this territory, it had reached the mysterious palace without encountering this vast fog. As long as this sea of fog existed, the white tiger could not reach the palace. If it could not reach the palace, it could not report back to Lu Ziyu. Roar! The white tiger roared. It decided to wait 2 more days. If the fog did not disperse, it would leave. What to do then would be Lu Ziyu's decision. Cry! The angry cries of the great golden rock bird echoed endlessly, resounding through heaven and earth, piercing metal and splitting stone. This super fierce beast at the 9th level Demon King stage was already somewhat like a mad creature, ready to devour anything it chose. In just a few days, It had been attracted by that mysterious fragrance to the edge of its territory hundreds of times. Every time the great golden rockbird followed the source of that fragrance and landed at the edge of its territory, that indescribable scent would evaporate like air. But not long after it turned and flew away, that mysterious fragrance would again enter its nose again and again. In fact, even for a top-grade spiritual herb, the great golden rockbird would not waste so much time. But the great temptation within that fragrance was something it could not resist from the depths of its soul. As long as it smelled that mysterious fragrance, no matter how it tried to suppress itself, no matter how furious it became, it could not control the urge to trace it to its source. On the 5th day, the great golden rockbird, showing fatigue and disappointment, landed at the edge of its territory for who knows how many times. Just as it expected, after it arrived, the mysterious fragrance that had attracted it disappeared once again. Several hundred meters away, Lu Ziyu watched the great golden rockbird, which kept coming and going and was almost driven mad by him, and felt a bit impatient. The white tiger demon king had been gone for 5 days. Was it really that difficult to pick some spiritual herbs? Could that little cat have taken the 1,000-year spiritual herbs outside the palace and run away? With this suspicion, Lu Ziyu immediately activated his spiritual power. The willow seed he had imprinted inside beasts like the unicorn, and the lightning bird was naturally also left inside the white tiger. With the willow seed, containing Lu Ziyu's original will imprinted inside the white tiger, it not only prevented the white tiger demon king from betraying him, but also allowed Lu Ziyu to maintain a constant spiritual connection with it. For example, when the lightning bird encountered danger last time, it sent a distress signal to Lu Ziyu through the willow seed. Before long, Lu Ziyu's spiritual power crossed heaven and earth and reached the willow seed inside the white tiger. The white tiger, wandering before the thick fog, immediately raised its ears. "Speak. Why haven't you returned yet?" Lu Ziyu's voice was cold and piercing, echoing directly in the white tiger's mind. The white tiger shivered and explained, "Master, please calm your anger. I also want to pick the 1,000-year spiritual herbs, but the problem is there's an extra thick fog outside the palace." Lu Ziyu. "What fog?" Lu Ziyu could communicate with the white tiger through the willow seed, but he could not see its surroundings. Reporting to Master, "I don't know how this fog appeared, but when I arrived, it was already covering the outside of the palace," the white tiger replied. "Previously, when I reached the palace, there was no such fog in this area." "A fog, and you can't pass through it?" The white tiger shook its head in grievance. "Master, you do not know. This fog is strange. Once I step into it, I feel a great terror of my soul, scattering, and eternal destruction. I have been waiting here for several days. Master, how about you come here yourself?" Lu Ziyu was surprised. Damn it, why did a fog appear? According to Lu Ziyu's plan, he would hold the great golden rockbird at the edge of the territory, and the white tiger could pick the 1,000-year spiritual herbs beneath the palace. Now, a strange fog had appeared out of nowhere. If entering, it brings a great terror of total destruction and soul dispersal. Then can this great golden rockbird also not pass through that fog? Lu Ziyu felt a headache. The situation had developed beyond his expectations. He had to hold back the great golden rockbird and could not go to investigate the fog himself. At this moment, Lu Ziyu either returned empty-handed or waited and continued to delay. There seems to be a third choice. If I suppress this great golden rockbird, I would have enough time to investigate the fog in the palace and also complete the special task issued by the system, dominate this wilderness, and then advance to the Demon King realm. In an instant, Lu Ziyu dismissed the idea of suppressing the great golden rockbird. A peak 9th level Demon King, great golden rockbird, was more than 100 times stronger than that 3-headed green flood dragon. Even if Lu Ziyu had the advantage of surprise, and even with the 7th level Demon King white tiger, the chance of suppressing this great golden rockbird was less than 30%. Without more than 70% certainty, Lu Ziyu would not act rashly, as that would only alert the enemy. "Master," the white tiger's voice came, "if you can continue to hold back the great golden rockbird for a while longer, this fog may disperse. From what I observe, this fog is already much thinner than a few days ago." "Lu Ziyu, are you sure?" The white tiger gritted its teeth. "I'm sure. Good. Don't worry about the great golden rockbird disturbing you. Just wait for the fog to disperse. There is nothing else, but time is sufficient. Lu Ziyu still had confidence in this. The temptation of life essence was something the great golden rock bird could not resist. Otherwise, it would not have been driven to madness and fury in just a few days. It was like a poisoned chicken leg thrown in front of a starving beggar. For that beggar, even a poisoned chicken leg was a relief in desperate times. Whether he ate or not, he would die anyway, so he might as well die full. Cry, as if knowing that once it flew away, that mysterious fragrance would drift before it again and lure it back only to disappear. The great golden rock bird simply closed its eyes and lay still on the ground. It looked as if it had fallen asleep. Lu Ziyu laughed silently, but he did not act rashly. This was fine. Lu Ziyu did not need to do anything. Just doze off with this bird. 1 day passed, then 2 days. On the 3rd day of lying there, the great golden rock bird opened its golden eyes, now calm and sharp again. It looked ahead intentionally or unintentionally, clearly locking onto Lu Ziyu. Looking at that huge willow tree that reached the sky, dim and without brilliance, the great golden rock bird felt curious. It had not come to patrol the edge of its territory for a long time. Otherwise, it would definitely find it unbelievable. How could such a massive willow tree suddenly appear at the edge of its territory? Being examined by the great golden rock bird with those sharp and blazing golden pupils, Lu Ziyu's heart was as still as water, unmoved. As long as this beast dared to leave, Lu Ziyu would dare to use the same method again, using the aura of life essence to lure it here once more. If it did not leave, then staring at each other was also fine. In any case, it was impossible for this great golden rock bird to see through Lu Ziyu in the return to truth state. At this moment, in the depths of the great golden rock bird's territory, that mysterious thick fog covering heaven and earth and filling all directions began to fade and recede like seawater at low tide. After several days of guarding in front of this fog without moving, the white tiger demon king was overjoyed when it saw this. It had told Lu Ziyu that this fog showed signs of dispersing. It did not expect that in just a few days, this fog containing strange terror would truly disperse on a large scale. The white tiger could already clearly see the mysterious palace deep within the fog. Before the fog dispersed, that palace was faint and illusory. Now that the fog retreated, the palace revealed before the white tiger's eyes could only be described as a work of divine craftsmanship, breathtaking. The ancient bronze palace was grand and magnificent, with a shocking presence. 10,000 streams of auspicious light and hundreds of millions of immortal rays, undying and unextinguished, flowed endlessly around the surface of the palace, making this ancient bronze palace that filled heaven and earth seem like a divine hall fallen from the heavens, untouchable, illuminating the mortal world. Vaguely, one could also hear a mysterious and sacred Tao chant that touched the soul, intermittently echoing within the ancient bronze hall. The white tiger became solemn. The first time it accidentally broke into this territory of the great golden rock bird and glimpsed the palace ahead, the grand and sacred scene it saw was exactly the same as now. Step by step, instead of rushing forward, the white tiger carefully moved its paws, getting closer to the ancient bronze palace step by step. After several hours in the vast and boundless world, the strange fog that made the white tiger tremble with fear could no longer be seen. After this cautious advance, the huge white tiger finally stopped in front of the ancient bronze palace. Standing before this palace, the white tiger's body, over 100 meters long and dozens of meters high, seemed as small and insignificant as dust. It was hard to believe that at the end of this endless wilderness, there stood such a towering ancient bronze palace. Especially the immortal light, auspicious glow, and Tao chants surrounding the palace. These were all rare in the world and deeply shocking creations. If the human experts outside the wilderness knew of this palace, it could be imagined that it would not take long before this endless wild land would fall under human control. The white tiger instinctively suppressed its ferocity and fixed its gaze on the herbs below the palace steps. It could see that beneath the long stone steps leading to the palace gate, there grew hundreds and thousands of spiritual herbs. These strange and radiant herbs, full of fragrance and energy, were all top-grade and rare 1,000-year spiritual herbs. Picking just one of them would allow the white tiger to advance to the peak of the Demon King level. Roar! The white tiger could not suppress its excitement. Then, it moved toward the herbs. A sudden pressure swept over, covering the white tiger's body invisibly, instantly making it feel as if its soul would scatter, filled with fear. Roar! The white tiger trembled, holding its head with its two paws as it lay on the ground. After a long time, although it did not suffer any terrifying attack, the sense of judgment and deathly fear lingering in its heart did not disappear. This left the white tiger in a dilemma. After a long while, it gritted its teeth, stretched out a paw, and without thinking further, grabbed a 1,000-year spiritual herb and turned to flee. At that moment, from within the towering and wondrous ancient bronze palace came a sound like a great bell. Under this grand and mighty bell sound that spanned heaven and earth, mountains and valleys trembled, the world lost its light, and even the stars in the sky seemed about to fall. The great golden rock bird, resting at the edge of its territory, heard the bell sound coming from the depths of its territory. At first it was shocked, then it let out a long cry, full of grief and anger. That palace had stood within the fog since it first had memory. The fog surged around it and disappeared once every 5 years. Only when the fog disappeared did the great golden rock bird have the chance to go to the palace and pick the spiritual herbs beneath the steps. Each time after picking the herbs, a bell sound would come from the palace. Now, with the bell sound spreading across the wilderness like a flood, no matter how dull the great golden rock bird was, it understood that another creature had secretly gone to the palace and taken the 1,000-year spiritual herbs that should have belonged to it. Crying madly, the great golden rock bird's aura surged to the sky. It had stayed at the peak of the Demon King level for a long time, waiting for this chance when the fog dispersed, so it could pick a 1,000-year herb in advance to the heavenly demon realm. Now that another creature had taken this opportunity, it lost a great foundation for advancing. It was like a person who had waited through countless seasons for fruit to ripen, only for it to be stolen the day it matured. Did it succeed? While the great golden rock bird went mad, Lu Ziyu was full of joy. But the suddenly sounding bell was truly ancient and supreme. As it spread, all things in heaven and earth roared. Yin and yang appeared. The sun and moon sank, and all the fierce beasts in the wilderness would likely tremble in fear under this sound. Even Lu Ziyu, with his detached will, felt an uncontrollable fear of being shattered and destroyed within this overwhelming sound. Did it come from that palace? Lu Ziyu cleared his mind and communicated with the white tiger. After a moment, Lu Ziyu was surprised. Through the willow seed, communicating with the white tiger should have been natural. But in his perception, the white tiger seemed to have vanished, as if it had left this world. Once the willow seed was imprinted in a creature, Lu Ziyu could sense it no matter how far away it was. The disappearance of the white tiger from his perception was unbelievable. What exactly is going on? Lu Ziyu looked toward the depths of the land, unable to understand. The willow seed was an ability Lu Ziyu obtained after advancing to the great demon realm. It rooted in flesh, had no form, and after taking root inside a creature's body, life and death were all determined by Lu Ziyu's single thought. Moreover, once a creature was marked by this willow seed, no matter how far the distance, the connection with Lu Ziyu could not be cut off. For example, Princess Chu Yao of the Diu dynasty and the Dao child of the Gongsun family. At the moment they were marked with the willow seed, an obscure and unbreakable connection was established between them and Lu Ziyu. Even if the two left this wilderness and returned to the Diu dynasty and the Gongsun clan, Lu Ziyu could still vaguely sense them. In addition, the willow seed, implanted in a creature rooted in flesh and penetrated the soul. Without Lu Ziyu's permission, external force could not remove it. Not long ago, Lu Ziyu could still sense the willow seed inside the white tiger and even communicate with it across distance. But now that spiritual connection had disappeared completely. Full of doubts, Lu Ziyu tried to sense many times. The lightning bird, unicorn, red spirit fox, earth violent bear, and flame rhinoceros that remained near the distant lake all entered his perception, but only the white tiger was missing. For a moment, Lu Ziyu became even more alarmed. With the white tiger's strength, it was absolutely impossible to remove the willow seed from its body. Then how did it escape his sensing range? After thinking, Lu Ziyu suddenly recalled something. Could it be that the white tiger lost connection with him because of that palace? Lu Ziyu had not seen the ancient bronze palace in the depths of the great golden rock bird's territory, but the bell sound that had just come was sacred and grand, like a divine bell from ancient heaven being struck. Even Lu Ziyu's firm will, when impacted by that sound, produced a feeling of wanting to bow and tremble. And this bell's sound most likely came from that palace. As for why it appeared, perhaps it was triggered when the white tiger picked the 1,000-year spiritual herbs outside the palace, activating some restriction within. Following this reasoning, Lu Ziyu confirmed his guess. The white tiger, which suddenly lost contact with him, must be because of that palace. Other than this, Lu Ziyu could not think of any other reason. Cry. The great golden rock bird flew away. Carrying overwhelming anger, it rushed toward the depths of its territory. Lu Ziyu hesitated. Having lost contact with the white tiger, he did not know whether he should continue staying here and waste time. Half a day passed. There was still no news from the white tiger. Helpless, Lu Ziyu thought of returning. But at this moment, a new change occurred. The ancient bronze palace, standing in the depths of the great golden rock bird's territory, rose from the ground like the sun, moon, and stars. In an instant, heaven and earth shook, sand and stones flew, ghosts cried and wolves howled. Countless cracks appeared on the barren land, like dragons and pythons, dense and endless. Some cracks extended directly to Lu Ziyu's feet. Looking ahead, Lu Ziyu saw the rising bronze palace, surrounded by brilliant auspicious light and immortal radiance, rising higher and higher, until it stood above heaven and earth, imprinted at the peak of the 9 heavens, releasing a world-illuminating divine glow that shook the vast world beyond the wilderness. At the same time, in different places and regions, countless gazes and powerful figures all looked in the same direction. The Central State's 100 regions were vast and magnificent. Immortal sects, aristocratic families, and inheritances were spread across them like fish in water. Above them were eternal sacred lands, ancient families, and ancient great sections. Any one region was immeasurably vast, often measured in hundreds of millions of miles. Normally, the fall of a great expert would not cause much disturbance in these 100 regions. But this bronze palace floating at the peak of the 9 heavens shook heaven and earth and illuminated the Central State. In a flash, its influence reached the ends of the world, attracting the attention of all human cultivators and all human factions. Heavens, what kind of fortune is this? The aura it emits is so terrifying and domineering. Could it be a great expert? No, this must at least be a legacy left by a saint-level being. The direction is the Qiantian region. Among the 100 regions, Qiantian ranks last and is not prosperous. Who would have thought such an opportunity would appear there? Discussions surged like a flood across heaven and earth. At the same time, in the eternal sacred lands, ancient families, and ancient sects of the Central State, great figures began using immense power to open spatial gates leading to the Qiantian region. Lu Ziyu was moved. He felt that the bronze palace was close at hand, within reach, yet compared to that palace imprinted at the peak of the 9 heavens, his enormous tree body was smaller than dust on the ground. It seems this bronze palace has reached the time to appear. Sending the white tiger to pick herbs there was unnecessary. I just don't know how many human cultivators from outside the wilderness will be attracted. From today on, this wilderness will no longer be peaceful. Lu Ziyu felt great pressure. If only ordinary human cultivators came, it would be fine. But judging from the extreme brilliance and supreme presence of the Bronze Palace, it would definitely attract top human experts. Lu Ziyu had not yet entered the Demon King realm and had not taken human form. If discovered by those human experts, he would inevitably be killed as a demon. With the concealment of the return to truth state, as long as I don't appear before those human experts, it will be hard to be discovered. But if I choose to hide, I will miss the fortune inside this bronze palace. Lu Ziyu was conflicted. Staring at the palace floating in the sky, he suddenly saw a streak of golden light. It was the great golden rock bird. The great golden rock bird flashed across the palace steps and disappeared into the palace gate. Even a beast dares to fight for it. What do I have to hesitate about? The action of the great golden rock bird made Lu Ziyu make up his mind. As for the update time, is around noon. The wooden dragon-like roots shrank and coiled, and Lu Ziyu ran across this shattered and scarred vast land. Before long, he arrived below the ancient bronze palace. The ancient bronze palace, imprinted in the sky and emitting dazzling light, was at least several thousand meters above Lu Ziyu. He mobilized all the blood energy and demonic power in his body and leaped with all his strength. His huge tree body, heavy like a primordial mountain, rose as if riding clouds in mist. After rising several hundred meters into the air, Lu Ziyu threw out 3,000 willow branches. The crystal-clear willow branches were originally only over 500 meters long, but nourished by Lu Ziyu's demonic power, they grew endlessly. In the blink of an eye, the 3,000 branches became several thousand meters long, then wrapped around the stone steps and pillars outside the bronze palace. These seemingly soft willow branches were actually indestructible, immune to water and fire. Carrying Lu Ziyu's huge tree body, they showed no sign of breaking. Pulled by the force of the 3,000 branches, Lu Ziyu's massive tree body climbed through the air, approaching the ancient bronze palace. If someone stood beneath this sky, they would be stunned. A huge willow tree, hundreds of meters tall, was actually climbing toward the bronze palace, hanging high in the 9 heavens. Those shining, colorful willow branches were like the arms of the giant tree. Soon, Lu Ziyu arrived before the stone steps of the bronze hall. The gate of the ancient hall ahead was unreal, distorted and floating like a water curtain, with natural divine patterns and Tao symbols flowing on its surface. From time to time, a bell-like sound that seemed to open heaven and earth could be heard, sacred and supreme, coming from inside the bronze hall. Lu Ziyu's mood became extremely heavy. Entering the bronze hall, whether it was fortune or danger, was still unknown. However, if he gave up exploring this bronze hall, Lu Ziyu was certain he would regret it. In front of the wilderness, the clear sky suddenly cracked without warning, like a broken mirror. Crack! At first, the cracks were like a spider web, but in an instant they expanded. A gate hundreds of meters tall, with dazzling symbols and spatial runes flashing along its edges, appeared outside the wilderness. Then, from the pitch-black gate where nothing could be seen, a golden war chariot rushed out, shining with intense light and crushing heaven and earth. This golden war chariot, pulled by 9 black flood dragons, carried an ancient aura of time. The killing intent attached to it was vast and unimaginable. But what drew the most attention was the middle-aged man standing on the chariot. Wearing a jade crown, the middle-aged man had a majestic aura and eyes like torches. He was 9 feet tall, and with each breath, the spiritual energy of thousands of miles gathered around him. When his eyes opened and closed, countless Tao symbols flickered within them. With such bearing, his cultivation level needed no explanation. It stood at the peak. Among the 100 regions of the central state, the Qiantian region ranks last. Now that this bronze palace has appeared, illuminating heaven and earth and affecting all regions, once the eternal sacred lands, ancient families, and great sects arrive, this opportunity will likely not fall into the hands of cultivators of the Qiantian region. Looking into the depths of the wilderness, the middle-aged man sighed. Feeling a chill through his tree body, Lu Ziyu passed through the water curtain gate of the bronze palace. Clouds and mist surrounded his sight, and beneath him was a vast sea of vapor. The palace hall he entered had no visible end. In the dense fog, Lu Ziyu walked cautiously, highly alert. Dong dong dong. The deafening bell sound echoed again. Inside the bronze hall, this bell sound that shook heaven and earth felt even more real and overwhelming to Lu Ziyu. The moment he heard it, his mind shattered. Dizzy and unsteady, Lu Ziyu's soul left his body and wandered beyond. It was as if he arrived at an immortal heavenly court. Golden light rolled like red clouds, and auspicious colors sprayed purple mist. Pushing aside the clouds, he saw a great gate, deep green and bright, with heavenly soldiers and generals standing outside, filled with killing intent. Lu Ziyu's soul drifted inside the heavenly court, passing palaces and halls, until he saw a high platform. On the platform stood a man, facing away from all beings, towering and majestic. This back figure inspired endless imagination, surely unmatched in brilliance and power. His robes fluttered, his posture upright, like a god supporting heaven and earth, standing above all beings. In front of him was a bronze bell. The bronze bell was ancient and grand, unstoppable by heaven, unshakable by earth. Heavy yellow energy flowed endlessly across its surface. Looking closely, Countless stars and the 3,000 Tao were imprinted within the bell by supreme power. When the bell shook, all worlds lost light, and the universe shattered. The bell sound I heard came from this bell, and that man facing away from all beings. Who is he? Lu Ziyu swallowed, filled with awe. The powerful aura and supreme presence of the mysterious man matched exactly what Lu Ziyu imagined of a peerless expert. Looking at that figure, Lu Ziyu felt his blood boil and his will resonate, wishing to step onto the platform and stand beside him, overlooking the world. Dong dong dong. The bell sound spread and shattered the heavenly court into fragments. Lu Ziyu's consciousness returned to his tree body. Everything he saw before was just a vision carried within the bell sound. If I walk to the end of this hall, will I see that bell? Lu Ziyu moved forward, unable to calm himself. At this time, outside the wilderness, figures gathered, and heaven and earth were in chaos. Spatial gates connected to distant worlds appeared before the wilderness. From these gates came powerful figures with vast strength. Suddenly, a young man stepping out from one of the gates attracted attention. He was 13 or 14 years old, handsome, domineering, and cold. Lightning surrounded his body, and divine light shone. What is going on? Gong Sun Tian landed outside the wilderness, both amused and confused. He had never imagined that the bronze palace stirring the entire central state would appear in this wilderness. Good. Since I am here, I will take the chance to destroy that willow tree. He snorted in thought. In front of the wilderness, voices were boiling, and figures were everywhere. In less than a day, not only many powerful figures from this region had gathered, but also numerous forces and traditions from outside the Qiantian region had opened spatial gates and descended before this wilderness. The cultivators standing on the ground were mostly ordinary ranks or the younger generation, while those occupying places in the sky were all great cultivators with boundless power and immense cultivation. Hundreds and thousands of these great cultivators gathered together, their auras filling heaven and earth like mountains and rivers. Among them, the most imposing figures were all major figures from the super traditions of the central state. But whether it was the ordinary cultivators on the ground or the great cultivators in the sky, at this moment their focus was the same, the ancient bronze palace deep in the wilderness ahead. After a long time, an old man in a Tao robe, with an immortal bearing and a glowing face, sitting on clouds, spoke. Fellow Taoists, what kind of being do you think left this palace? In my opinion, this may be a fortune left by a saint-level being, replied a towering man with overwhelming presence. His body was wrapped in immortal Tao light, making him look like an undying god. It is possible. The Tao-robed old man nodded. The saint path is elusive, and the road to becoming an emperor is difficult. In this era, the saint path is already the peak. To become an emperor is nearly impossible. This bronze palace, upon appearing, shook the 100 regions of the central state and spread across heaven and earth. Such power makes it reasonable to say it is a legacy left by a saint. Everyone became solemn. Below the saint, all are ants. The temptation of a saint's inheritance was unimaginable. Whether it is true or not, once we enter this bronze hall, the truth will be clear. With a voice like thunder, a dark-faced man with a purple sun behind him stepped forward, covering vast distance in a single step, entering the depths of the wilderness. Look, that is the Holy Lord of the great Luo sacred land. Terrifying. This is a true major figure. The great Luo sacred land is one of the few eternal sacred lands in the central state. Its great Luo secret art can gather the power of the sun, breaking everything in battle, extremely domineering, and also able to repel evil and resist all methods. It is said that this holy lord reached the peak of great power 1,000 years ago. Now, who knows what level he has reached? Voices rose endlessly on the ground. In just a few breaths, the great Luo holy lord, with the purple sun behind him, crossed mountains and rivers and stood before the bronze palace. At this moment, all heaven and earth focused on him, and everything fell silent. Everyone, including the creatures of this wilderness, looked up at his powerful figure. With a flash, the great Luo holy lord appeared before the palace gate. The gate of the bronze palace was like a layer of illusion, like a surface of water. Before the holy lord's power, even countless mountains would vanish. But when he tried to pass through the gate, a sudden change occurred. The great Luo holy lord was blasted backward as if struck by lightning. During his flight, the purple sun behind him flickered and dimmed. Space behind him collapsed layer by layer. After he stabilized himself in a miserable state, a spatial crack stretching 10,000 miles remained in the sky. This crack, like a black dragon, split heaven and earth. At this point, silence fell before the wilderness. Who was the great Luo Holy Lord? The leader of an eternal sacred land, a supreme expert of the central state. Yet he could not pass through that thin gate and was thrown back 10,000 miles? Damn it! With a roar, the great Luo Holy Lord appeared again before the palace and pressed down with his hand. What appeared was a giant purple hand covering heaven and earth. Before it even touched the palace, the surrounding space shattered. Dong dong dong. As if in response, the bell sound came again from the palace. With one sound, all things trembled and turned to dust. The giant hand instantly collapsed into nothing. Then came the Holy Lord himself. Under the bell's sound, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his body cracked, and the purple sun behind him shattered. A single bell sound shattered his cultivation. The origin of this palace is more terrifying than we imagined, said the dour-robed old man. It seems we must act together. Then let us act together. Dozens of top experts at the same level as the old man and the Holy Lord stepped forward. Their powers filled the wilderness in an instant. True dragon soared. Divine phoenixes appeared. One even reached into the sky and grabbed a star. This was truly moving mountains and seizing stars. Zong. Dong dong dong. The bell sounded again. All phenomena vanished instantly. The dozens of experts showed fear. Dong dong dong. The bell rang again, targeting them. Not good. They used all methods and treasures to defend. But it was useless. The bell sound reached the soul and shattered will. One after another, the experts fell from the sky. Inside the bronze palace, Lu Ziyu walked aimlessly, still unable to see the end. But he heard the noise from outside. Have people already arrived? Lu Ziyu felt a headache. They came very fast. The ancient bronze palace appearing in the world will attract powerful human experts from outside the great wilderness. Lu Ziyu realized this the moment he witnessed the bronze palace emerge brilliantly and light up heaven and earth. It was also because the kind of light phenomenon stirred by the appearance of this bronze palace was too earth-shaking, surpassing ancient and modern times. Under the attraction of the light of this bronze palace, those human cultivators and super experts outside the great wilderness would surely rush here eagerly, scrambling to arrive first. But now, it had been less than a day since the bronze palace appeared, and noisy crackling sound were already coming from outside. This was something Lu Ziyu did not expect. He had thought it would take 2 or 3 days before human experts would arrive outside the palace. Now it seemed that Lu Ziyu had underestimated the shock and attraction of this palace, and also underestimated the speed and methods of those human experts outside the great wilderness. Because he was inside this palace, Lu Ziyu still did not know the specific situation outside, nor did he know the scene where dozens of super figures joined forces to attack the bronze palace and were severely injured by the sound of the bronze bell inside. But Lu Ziyu knew that he had to quickly explore the inside of this palace. Once those human super experts arrived inside the bronze palace one after another, if Lu Ziyu still wanted to explore the opportunities inside freely, he would be torn to pieces by those human experts. The roots of the wooden dragon tree swayed rapidly as Lu Ziyu used his fastest speed. What was frustrating was that this palace hall was like a vast world without end or boundary. Even as Lu Ziyu ran desperately, apart from the mist floating in the void, he could not see anything else from beginning to end. It would be one thing if the Holy Lord of the Luo was severely injured by the bell sound coming from the palace. But even the head of Tiandao's sect and dozens of super figures joined forces. Even a prehistoric divine beast would have bled and fallen, suppressed miserably. Yet under that single bell sound, they also vomited blood and fell from the sky. What kind of being left behind this bronze palace? Could it be a secret inheritance left by a being beyond the Saint Dao level? A being above the Saint Dao realm? Are you talking about an ancient great emperor? That's impossible. Every great emperor throughout history was invincible above and below heaven, looking down upon all worlds. Their names and deeds are destined to be recorded in history and remain immortal forever. If this were an opportunity left by an ancient great emperor, without the will of that emperor allowing it, no one in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands would be able to step even half a foot into this palace. At this moment, Countless cultivators outside the great wilderness were in an uproar, voices surging like a boiling cauldron, seeing with their own eyes that figures like the Holy Lord of the Luo and the old man in Dao robes, top super figures, were successively vomiting blood and being heavily injured. The shock was so great that even the 1,000 great cultivators floating in the sky felt horrified and terrified. Judging from the supreme meaning and majestic, domineering aura contained in that bell sound, this must be a world-destroying weapon that dominates past and present. The old man in Dao robes who walked out of the ruins had sleeves shining, untouched by dust, but his pale face and weakened aura could not be hidden. He looked up at the bronze palace above and sighed. Under the impact of that bell sound, even I felt a sense of insignificance and fear, as if I should kneel and worship. Fellow Taoists, could this be? The old man did not finish his sentence, but the dozens of super figures present understood without words. An ancient great emperor? The Holy Lord of the Luo, whose shattered purple sun behind him was slowly reforming, clenched his fists in his sleeves and said, "The last time Zhongzhou had an opportunity involving an ancient great emperor was many years ago, and that time it was only a divine technique related to an ancient emperor. Compared with this bronze palace, it is like heaven and earth apart. What's the use of saying all this? We don't even have the qualification to step into this palace now," a certain great figure said with a bitter smile. "That's not necessarily true. This bronze palace has appeared, illuminating Zhongzhou and intimidating the universe. If we cannot enter, perhaps the time has not come, or entering this bronze palace requires certain conditions," the old man in Dao robes said with wise eyes, calculating with his hands. In just a few breaths, he secretly used more than 10 kinds of deduction methods. At his level, peeking into heavenly secrets and observing yin and yang, every deduction method he used was top tier. Though he could not deduce past and future lives, calculating the traces of the great Tao, unknown matters, or the whereabouts of beings was still easy. Puff! Suddenly, the old man's face turned as pale as gold paper, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The Holy Lord of the Luo glanced sideways and sneered. "What are you trying to do? Not to mention you alone. Even all of us together do not have the strength to deduce this bronze palace." The old man smiled faintly. "I know. I only wanted to confirm it once. Just now, I used more than 10 deduction techniques. The result speaks for itself. I did not deduce even the slightest truth about this bronze palace, and I suffered a destructive backlash. Fortunately, I had an ancient jade talisman protecting me, so I only spat out one mouthful of blood. Otherwise, I would most likely have died." After speaking, a dim jade talisman appeared in his hand. The talisman was full of cracks, but from the remaining patterns, it was not hard to recognize its origin. A great figure exclaimed, "Saint patterns? Fellow Taoist, what a grand move. Is this a protective jade talisman left by an ancient saint?" Another great figure immediately said in shock, "One deduction destroyed a protective jade talisman left by an ancient saint? I am starting to feel more and more that this bronze palace was left by an ancient great emperor." The corner of the old man's mouth twitched. Using one deduction to destroy a saint-level talisman made even him feel great pain. Even at his level, it was difficult to obtain a second talisman of such grade. But doing so also gave him a deeper understanding of the bronze palace before him. He took a deep breath and said, "As for whether this was left by an ancient great emperor, I still dare not make a conclusion. After all, opportunities related to ancient great emperors are the greatest taboo and the greatest temptation in this era. But the terror of this bronze palace means we cannot force our way in. We should study how to enter it properly." The hall of this ancient bronze palace seemed like a boundless great world. Lu Ziyu's wooden dragon tree roots were like the feet beneath his tree body, supporting his huge, towering sacred body, running as fast as a fierce wind, as swift as lightning through this bronze palace hall filled with vast fog and dense mist. During this half-day of mad sprinting, Lu Ziyu had at least covered 10,000 miles, but ahead it was still empty, filled with mist. Did I fall into some formation, or some illusion? Panting, Lu Ziyu muttered to himself and stopped running. He stood there, 3,000 willow branches shining, his crystal body glowing. In this calm, trance-like state, Lu Ziyu seemed to sense something. The white tiger, which had lost contact with him, suddenly entered Lu Ziyu's mind. Before the bronze palace appeared, The white tiger had already lost its connection with Lu Ziyu. But now, Lu Ziyu suddenly sensed the existence of the white tiger. Immediately, Lu Ziyu questioned, "What's going on?" This was a dark and dim, mysterious space, which could collapse and shatter at any time. The killing aura filling this space had already turned into visible storm currents like a sea. Within this killing storm that covered the sky and devoured everything, all paths turned to ash. Heaven and earth collapsed. Ghosts and gods cried in fear. A huge white tiger, over 100 meters long, walked with difficulty, covered in wounds, across this devastated land on the verge of destruction. Each time the endless killing aura swept toward the white tiger below, the trace of divine beast white tiger bloodline deep inside its body would awaken on its own, releasing an obscure ancient aura like a natural barrier, offsetting most of the killing aura. If not for this, even a trace of that killing aura would have been enough to pierce the white tiger on the ground. "Master," driven by instinct, the white tiger slowly approached the depths of this world and suddenly raised its head. It replied, reporting to Master, "I don't know what happened. After that fog dispersed, I ran to the front of the palace. I finally picked 1,000 years spirit medicine growing under the palace, but from inside the hall came that bell sound that terrified me. I instinctively chose to run. But soon after, an irresistible force spread out from the bronze hall, and then I was forcibly taken into the palace." The white tiger's narration, through the willow seed imprinted in its body, entered Lu Ziyu's mind without missing a word. After hearing this explanation, shock surged in Lu Ziyu's heart. "You mean, you came into this bronze palace? And it's because you entered this bronze palace that our connection was cut off. If calculated like this, it does make sense. Now that I have also entered this bronze palace, we can reconnect mentally." Lu Ziyu spoke many words without thinking, both to himself and to the white tiger. "Master, you were also captured into this palace?" the white tiger asked in surprise. "I came in by myself," Lu Ziyu said seriously. "Enough talk. What is your environment like now?" The white tiger looked around and replied, "It is a world about to collapse and break apart. There's also a vast killing aura flowing here, and in the depths of this world, there's a voice calling me." Lu Ziyu was stunned. "A world about to collapse? After entering the palace, you appeared in that kind of environment?" After a series of surprises, Lu Ziyu instead calmed down. "Yes," the white tiger answered firmly. "That voice calling you, do you know what it is?" Lu Ziyu asked. "Not yet," the white tiger said blankly. "I only know that voice makes me feel close and also gives me the urge to submit and kneel." Lu Ziyu stayed silent for a long time. He reached two conclusions. Although the white tiger had also entered the bronze palace, it was brought in by some force. It was not the same space as the one Lu Ziyu entered by himself. Also, the voice calling the white tiger might be the one that brought it into the bronze palace. Was it fortune or a deep abyss? Lu Ziyu smiled lightly. No matter which it was not something he could interfere with. "Master," the white tiger's voice came. "Calling me won't help." Lu Ziyu cut off the connection with the white tiger. Sensing the white tiger's existence did not help Lu Ziyu's current situation at all. The place where the white tiger was clearly was not the same place as Lu Ziyu, so there was no need to interfere. At this time, in front of the bronze palace, besides the old man in Dao robes, the holy lord of the Luo, and other super experts, the ground and the sky were filled with cultivators. A forced attack cannot enter this bronze palace. The bell sound generated inside can easily pierce our bodies. Most of the ancient secret treasures and primordial realms in Zhongzhou also have certain restrictions and eternal rules. Since we're not qualified to enter this bronze palace, why not let others try? That makes sense. Talent, age, and cultivation level all determine whether one can enter a treasure realm. For example, the Dragon Palace Secret Realm, one of the 3 great secret realms in Zhongzhou, is a blessed land from the primordial era. Only great cultivators at the level of great supernatural powers can enter it. The great figures discussed. After a moment, the old man in Dao robes, the holy lord of the Luo, and other super experts made a decision. They first let those great cultivators with overwhelming power present step toward the gate of the bronze palace. Among the more than 1,000 great cultivators present, some rode clouds, full of spirit. Some were extraordinary, bathed in golden light. Others were tall and mighty, overwhelming like mountains and rivers. Any one of these people could suppress a region and wipe out countless beings. They were peak experts just below the old man in Dao robes and the Holy Lord of the Luo. However, more than 1,000 great cultivators were all repelled by the gate of the Bronze Palace. Obviously, even great cultivators did not have the qualification to enter that Bronze Palace. Next were the ordinary cultivators present. The ordinary cultivators gathered here had uneven levels of cultivation, and their number exceeded several 100,000. The ancient bronze palace floating at the peak of the 9 heavens emitted hundreds of millions of rays of light and thousands of immortal rainbows, illuminating the vast and boundless land of Zhongzhou in just one night. The cultivators now gathered outside the bronze palace came from different regions of Zhongzhou. Although less than a day had passed, their number had already exceeded several 100,000. Aside from super figures like the Holy Lord of the Luo and the Old Man in Dao robes, there were also more than 1,000 great cultivators standing in the void, shining with boundless light and possessing immense power. At this moment, those more than 1,000 great cultivators had all been bounced away by the gate of the Bronze Palace. Thus, under the imposing gaze of dozens of super figures such as the Holy Lord of the Luo and the Old Man in Dao robes, the hundreds of thousands of ordinary cultivators present, whose cultivation levels and ages varied greatly, had no choice but to surge forward like a swarm of locusts toward the illusory gate of the Bronze Palace. The Bronze Palace filled heaven and earth, imprinted upon the clouds and sky, like an immortal sun illuminating all worlds and shining over the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The gate of this Bronze Palace was extremely illusory and dazzling, like a curtain of water, colorful and rippling, without any terrifying appearance. But even super experts like the Holy Lord of the Luo and the Old Man in Dao robes, who stood above the great cultivators, could not pass through this gate, including the more than 1,000 great cultivators. What should we do? If I had known, I wouldn't have come to join this excitement. Exactly. Even supergiants like the leader of Tiandao sect, the Holy Lord of the Luo Holy Land, and the master of Wan Sheng Palace couldn't pass through this gate and were injured by that bell sound. Those great cultivators were also beaten badly. With our little strength, this is like hitting a stone with an egg, seeking death. Among the hundreds of thousands of ordinary cultivators standing outside the gate, most had pale faces and hesitated to move forward. Seeing this, the Holy Lord of the Luo, whose eyes shone like flames, frowned and snorted. Stop making noise. This is a chance for you to touch a great opportunity, understand? If you're lucky enough to pass through that gate and enter the palace, you will have a chance to rise in one step. Not everyone has such an opportunity. The crowd despised him. His words sounded nice, but he was clearly using them as experiments. However, in the eyes of supergiants like the Holy Lord of the Luo and the Old Man in Dao robes, all living beings, including the hundreds of thousands of cultivators present, were no different from ants. Amid the chaos, hundreds and thousands of cultivators rushed one after another toward the palace gate. Screams echoed one after another. The cultivators who rushed toward the bronze palace gate were all knocked back in waves. But no one died, and no bell sound came from inside the palace. It seemed that those cultivators were not qualified to trigger the bell. Suddenly, a young cultivator at the Golden Core realm closed his eyes when he touched the gate. Then a scene that made everyone hold their breath appeared. This small Golden Core cultivator passed directly through the gate. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the Holy Lord of the Luo and the others. Golden Core realm? Judging by his bones, this little guy is not more than 20 years old. A Golden Core cultivator at 20 is common in my Heavenly Emperor Hall. What matters is not the cultivation level, but that he passed through the gate without triggering the bell. After a brief discussion, a great figure looked down at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators and said in an unquestionable tone, "All Golden Core cultivators, step forward." Hearing this, several thousand Golden Core cultivators stepped out. Demon race, spirit, beast, awakened, underworld, demon general, great demon, demon king, heavenly demon, tribulation crossing. Human race, meridian wheel, foundation building, innate, mysterious sea, Golden Core, nascent soul, cave heaven, dragon transformation, entering the Tao. Golden Core human cultivators were at the same level as demon generals of the demon race. Several thousand Golden Core cultivators passed through the Bronze Palace gate one after another, causing unstoppable waves. Within 1 hour, All of them disappeared into the gate. Does this mean only cultivators at the golden core level can enter? Let those at the nascent soul and cave heaven levels try as well. We are destined not to enter this palace, but we cannot miss the opportunities inside. Once we understand the rules of this bronze palace, we can make proper arrangements. Dozens of great figures discussed calmly. That day, outside the bronze palace became quiet. After a full day and night of attempts, the cultivators present understood the rules of the palace. Only beings from the Golden Core realm to the Dragon Transformation realm could pass through the gate and enter the Bronze Palace. If great cultivators or supergiants like the Old Man in Dao robes or the Holy Lord of Deluo approached, they would be blasted away by the bell's sound from inside. Outside, the situation was turbulent. Inside the palace, it was vast and misty. A huge willow tree over 500 meters tall dragged its fierce and shining wooden dragon roots, running like a wild horse through the dense fog inside the hall. The 3,000 willow branches hanging from the massive trunk were like crystal and jade carvings, pure and radiant. Lu Ziyu was breathing heavily. He could no longer remember how far he had run. Was it 10,000 miles? Or 20,000? Cry. In this exhausting and monotonous journey, Lu Ziyu faintly heard a sharp and clear cry. Golden-winged rock. Lu Ziyu was overjoyed. This cry must belong to that golden-winged rock. When the bronze palace hung in the sky, Lu Ziyu had seen that rock flap its wings and fly into the palace. For Lu Ziyu, encountering that rock in this vast and endless hall was something pleasing. It felt like meeting a familiar face in a foreign land. At least, Lu Ziyu now knew that he was not the only one moving forward in this palace hall. There was also a golden-winged rock ahead. Stay calm. This beast is at the peak of the Ninth Order Demon King. If I run into it, no one can guarantee it won't attack me. Lu Ziyu slowed down his pace. After hearing the cry of the golden-winged rock, Lu Ziyu slowed down his pace. Fortunately, with the thick fog covering everything, as long as Lu Ziyu's huge body did not get right in front of the rock's eyes, the beast would not notice his existence. As for the return to true state, it could only hide Lu Ziyu's cultivation and demon aura, making others think he was an ordinary willow tree. But the golden-winged rock was different. This beast had been attracted again and again by the aura of life essence from Lu Ziyu, so was very familiar with his appearance. If Lu Ziyu suddenly appeared in the rock site, even if the beast could not see through the return to true state or detect his cultivation, it would still realize that Lu Ziyu was not an ordinary willow tree. Naturally, it would then attack Lu Ziyu. Although Lu Ziyu had extraordinary combat power, for him to fight a peak Ninth Order Demon King while still at the Ninth Order Great Demon level was still too difficult. Cry. The cry of the golden-winged rock grew closer and closer. Lu Ziyu listened carefully and unexpectedly found that the long cry carried pain and struggle. It was like a bird trapped in a desperate situation, making a mournful sound. At the same time, Lu Ziyu smelled a fresh plant fragrance. It was completely different from the scent of ordinary flowers and grass. After smelling it, Lu Ziyu's whole body heated up, his demon power surged, and deep within his soul arose a desire and expectation. Lu Ziyu forcibly suppressed the surge of his demon power and the desire in his heart. At his core, he was human, not a wild beast that would lose reason at the smell of blood. Human nature and reason reminded him that no matter the situation, he must stay calm. Only with a calm mind could he deal with unknown dangers. Several hours later, Lu Ziyu, whose entire body, from crown to roots, was half hidden in the thick mist, stopped. About 100 meters ahead, there was a pure land. It was called a pure land because there was a lotus pond. The water in the pond was clear and bright, shining with light. On the rippling surface grew one mysterious green lotus after another. The plant fragrance Lu Ziyu smelled came from these green lotuses. There were more than a dozen lotuses. Their stems were transparent, their leaves shining, and each flower had 3 petals, explaining the great truth of Tao giving birth to 1, 1 to 2, and 2 to 3, and 3 to all things. Rules symbols, almost invisible to the naked eye, flowed across the surface of the lotuses like stars, making them pure, transcendent, and as if they were born from the immortal world. Above the lotus pond, auspicious clouds moved one after another, and within them were even stars, sun, and moon. The faint starlight they cast covered the entire lotus pond. After observing for a long time, Lu Ziyu reluctantly looked toward the front of the lotus pond. The golden-winged rock, covered in golden feathers, was lying there. It seemed as if an invisible weight of countless mountains was pressing on its back, pinning it to the ground, unable to move, crying in pain. Oh! Lu Ziyu smiled. His body swayed as he dispersed the mist around him. He still could not see what kind of power was suppressing the rock. But the way the beast lay there, unable to move, clearly did not look fake. So Lu Ziyu no longer bothered to hide. After dispersing the fog, he stood tall and looked down at the rock, shouting, "Little thing, we meet again. Golden-winged rock. Don't recognize me?" Lu Ziyu said jokingly. "Think again." The rock cried loudly. How could it not recognize Lu Ziyu? Before, it had been attracted by the aura of life essence, coming back and forth, landing in front of Lu Ziyu hundreds of times. In the end, it even stayed at the edge of its territory. During that time, it had observed the huge willow tree rooted at the edge of its territory. At that time, it looked like an ordinary willow tree without intelligence or demon power, except for its unusually huge size. Now that this giant willow tree appeared in the bronze palace and could speak to mock it, how could it be ordinary? Cry! The rock cried angrily. If not for the mysterious force pinning it to the ground, it would have already rushed up and torn Lu Ziyu apart. The special task given by the system is for me to dominate the great wilderness and obtain the submission of all fierce beasts here, so that I can advance to the Demon King level. And in this wilderness, the strongest is this golden-winged rock. Before, I plan to raise the red spirit fox and the others to the Demon King level, then suppress this rock together and rightfully dominate the great wilderness. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Now that this rock is suppressed here, this is a great chance for me to kill it. Lu Ziyu raised his 3,000 willow branches. Little thing, don't blame me for taking advantage of you. This is just your bad luck. Speaking coldly, Lu Ziyu lashed out with his shining willow branches. Cry! The rock struggled violently, but the force pressing on its back gave it no chance to escape. Just as Lu Ziyu's branches were about to pierce the rock's body, a mysterious and profound Tao pressure suddenly descended upon the branches. At once, the branches seemed to fall into an invisible swamp. Their light dimmed, their power faded, and they dropped weakly to the ground. Some even fell onto the rock's body. I see. Any being that touches near this lotus pond will be suppressed like the rock. Lu Ziyu tried to pull back his branches, but the force pressing on them was even stronger than he expected. It was like a rope pressed under a mountain. Puff! His body glowing, Lu Ziyu cut off his own branches. In the blink of an eye, new branches grew out. This powerful and rapid regeneration made the rock, which had escaped danger, stare with wide, angry eyes. Innate talent, endless life. As long as the source of life does not dry up, he can regenerate endlessly and heal endlessly. In other words, even if Lu Ziyu were turned from head to toe into ashes, he could recover in an instant. Such a talent and ability is extremely rare and unmatched in any region of heaven and earth. The 3,000 willow branches that regrew outside Lu Ziyu's body shone like morning clouds, pure like glass. As they swayed, they scattered a sacred and indescribable extraordinary light. He looked at the golden-winged rock ahead and thought, from the distance where this beast is suppressed in front of the lotus pond, and from the fact that my 3,000 willow branches were crushed the moment they reached it, any being within 10 zhang of this lotus pond will definitely attract that irresistible Tao pressure. In that case, although this beast has become meat on a chopping board, at my mercy, I still cannot approach it. Lu Ziyu raised a willow branch, and the dense leaves on it flickered. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword-shaped willow leaves wrapped in 5-color divine light burst with sharp killing power and radiant light, like blazing heavenly swords that could cut through anything. With a piercing sound, large amounts of 5-colored sword light shot out, piercing the void and lighting up all directions. These dense sword lights came in hundreds and thousands, one after another. However, after reaching the front of the golden-winged rock, they froze there as expected, then shattered like broken stars and disappeared. Lu Ziyu became serious. The unknown pressure in front of the lotus pond did not only target living beings. Even spells and divine abilities would be crushed into nothing there. I need to find a way. Even if not to kill the rock, Lu Ziyu still had to approach this lotus pond. The dozen mysterious green lotuses planted in the pond were surrounded by mist, sacred and radiant, full of energy, clearly rare treasures. The more than 100 spiritual herbs Lu Ziyu cultivated by the lake could compare to thousand-year herbs. But compared with these lotuses covered in primordial aura and flowing with Tao symbols, they were worlds apart. Smelling the fragrance from these lotuses, Lu Ziyu felt an instinctive excitement, just like other beings when they smelled the life essence he released. Cry. Realizing that Lu Ziyu could not harm it, the golden-winged rock relaxed and began to cry toward him. Lu Ziyu? Was this beast provoking him? Even if I can't kill you now, you still can't escape the suppression here. Calm inside, Lu Ziyu did not bother with it. He moved his huge, sacred body and circled around the lotus pond. After several tests, he understood more clearly. Just as he had guessed, within 10 zhang of the lotus pond, no matter from which direction one approached, once entering that range, one would be suppressed and restrained. Fortune comes from danger. To pick those lotuses, Lu Ziyu was willing to pay a painful price. He adjusted his state, raising his demon power and life source to the peak. At a glance, the giant willow tree over 500 meters tall looked like a sacred tree connecting heaven and earth. Supreme and sacred, untouchable, the huge tree body was pure and flawless. The 36,000 five-colored sword leaves were all dazzling and sharp. The hundreds of wooden dragon roots beneath were fierce and full of dragon-like power. The golden-winged rock trembled. It was at the peak of the ninth-order demon king. Yet at this moment, looking at this ninth-order great demon tree, it felt ashamed and wanted to worship. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he moved, stars and moons surrounded him, and countless divine lights blessed him. Lu Ziyu stepped into that invisible crushing field. The lotuses in the pond were now within reach. But even this short distance was hard to maintain. The Tao pressure he endured was like countless heavy mountains pressing down on him. Crack, crack, crack. His crystal body, originally indestructible, began to split with huge cracks. The rock saw this and cried happily. It thought Lu Ziyu was attacking it, but instead, this foolish tree jumped into danger knowing the taboo. Crack! The crack spread across Lu Ziyu's whole body. Even as a tree, he felt as if his flesh was tearing apart. The pain of being shattered overwhelmed his mind, making him want to retreat. I can't step back now, he reminded himself. Lu Ziyu took another step forward. He got closer to the lotus pond. At the same time, the pressure increased dozens of times. Crack, crack, crack. Crash. His body could no longer hold. Lu Ziyu's body exploded, with fragments flying everywhere, branches breaking apart. The wooden dragon roots, wrapped in golden light, also dimmed and shattered. After a few breaths, the huge tree that stood there had only about 1/10 of its body left. The main trunk was full of holes, almost crushed into dust. All 3,000 branches were gone. Of the more than 1,000 roots, only a few remained. Seeing this, the rock was no longer mocking, but felt sorrow. In its eyes, this tree's fate would soon be its own. Thinking this, the rock cried, "Why are you shouting? I'm not dead yet." The rock's cry woke Lu Ziyu, whose consciousness was fading. With most of his body destroyed, this was the most serious damage he had ever suffered. Under such damage, his mind naturally sank, but the rock's cry made him wake up. Dapeng Golden Bird. What the hell? That willow tree had already been crushed to a terrible state, full of holes and wounds. Yet it still hadn't died? The Dapeng Golden Bird is a descendant of a divine beast. Pure and powerful Dapeng blood flows in its body, and its vitality is stronger than many heavenly demon beasts. But even so, if it suffered the same destructive blow as Lu Ziyu, it would not be able to survive. What happened next shocked the Dapeng Golden Bird even more. Outside Lu Ziyu's shattered trunk, green light surged and illuminated the sky. Each strand of green light was filled with a life aura that nourishes all things, vigorous and brilliant. If one looked closely, they would also see that within the life essence flooding Lu Ziyu's entire body, countless mysterious symbols were imprinted and flying. In just dozens of breaths, Lu Ziyu's broken body recovered to a complete and flawless form, like a withered tree coming back to life in spring. 3,000 willow branches swayed. The trunk shone brightly, and the wood dragon roots were sacred. When the life light mixed with mysterious symbols disappeared and gathered back into Lu Ziyu's tree body, the world became silent. Dapeng Golden Bird. What did it just see? A willow tree that was almost destroyed, with less than 1/10 of its trunk left, actually recovered to a complete form in such a short time? Regenerating 3,000 willow branches only consumes 1/10,000th of my life essence. Not worth mentioning. But to regenerate and heal like this on a large scale consumes at least 1/10 of my life essence. By this estimate, I still have 10 chances of full regeneration. Lu Ziyu calculated in his heart. If he wanted to retreat now, it would be very easy. But if he continued forward, these 10 chances of regeneration seemed barely enough. After all, after entering this crushing domain, Lu Ziyu had only taken one step and ended up shattered, his tree body broken. The more painful the price paid, the richer the reward gained. If I didn't have the courage to face life and death, why would I come to this ancient bronze palace? Lu Ziyu gathered all his strength. His massive trunk after regeneration shone brightly and leaned forward. Crack! Cracks appeared again on the surface of Lu Ziyu's trunk and roots. The doping golden bird watched in fear, trembling. This really was a mad tree. Even with regeneration ability, it shouldn't harm itself like this. Doesn't it hurt? Rebirth in destruction, destruction in rebirth. Back and forth, repeatedly. After Lu Ziyu regenerated for the 9th time, his tree body was still sacred and radiant, but his life aura had become weak and sluggish. He only had one chance of full regeneration left, and at this moment, he no longer had the chance to retreat. Once the last regeneration was used, his life essence would be completely exhausted. At that time, he would fall into a long period of weakness, and if he did not recover properly, he might even wither and die. The only thing that comforted Lu Ziyu was that he was only 1 zhang away from the lotus pond. For him, that distance could be crossed in 1 step. In fact, if not for the heavy and overwhelming Tao pressure firmly restraining his tree body, 1 step of his could cover at least 100 zhang. Because of the Tao pressure in front of the lotus pond, 1 step was limited to only 1 zhang, and during that process, his tree body would shatter and be destroyed. I have persisted for so long for this 1 step. Whether it is a bottomless abyss or a great fortune, this is my own choice. Lu Ziyu muttered as he activated his wood dragon roots. The golden wood dragon roots. Each one could support a mountain and cut across a river. Thousands of wood dragon roots worked together to support Lu Ziyu's huge tree body as it, while breaking apart, sank into the clear lotus pond. Splash! As his broken tree body sank into the water, Lu Ziyu felt comfortable all over, and his will surged. It was not quite what he expected. The moment he entered the lotus pond, the omnipresent Tao pressure that suppressed heaven and earth instantly vanished without a trace. Moreover, the pond contained an extremely strange and mysterious life energy and Tao energy, which seeped into Lu Ziyu's shattered trunk from every direction. In an instant, it restored his vitality, sprouted new buds, and the speed of regeneration was comparable to using his innate talent, endless life. This meant that Lu Ziyu no longer needed to waste his remaining life essence to use his innate ability. By absorbing the Tao energy and life energy in the pond, he could recover to his peak state. Also, there was no longer that crushing force in the lotus pond. Thus, Lu Ziyu absorbed the Tao energy and life essence in the water and quickly recovered to his original state. However, there was still a special task issued by the system that was not completed. Otherwise, with the Tao energy and life energy in this lotus pond, Lu Ziyu could easily break through to the Demon King realm or even the Heavenly Demon realm. The Tao energy and life energy contained in this water were beyond the level of natural spiritual energy. In essence, they were vast, pure, and immense, almost inexhaustible. Rooted in this lotus pond, Lu Ziyu felt completely comfortable and refreshed. Wonderful! Lu Ziyu laughed freely, waving his willow branches like a joyful child dancing with excitement. Evolution points plus 500. Evolution points plus 10,000. Evolution points plus 3,000. Evolution points plus 1,000. Not long after his tree body became complete and his life essence was full, the life energy and Tao energy he absorbed from the lotus pond transformed into evolution points. In half a day, Lu Ziyu absorbed more than 10 million evolution points. Yet the Tao energy and life energy in the water showed no sign of weakening or thinning. While absorbing the energy in the water, Lu Ziyu looked at the dozen or so mysterious green lotuses floating on the surface. These mysterious green lotuses growing in the pond gave off a sacred aura beyond the mortal world. The Tao symbols wrapped around their leaves and stems seemed like the essence of heaven and earth itself, imprinted upon them. This made the energy aura emitted by these lotuses extremely attractive to Lu Ziyu, as if swallowing them would allow him to shed his old body and ascend. Evolution points plus 10,000. Evolution points plus 20,000. Evolution points plus 4,000. In his ears, sounds rose and fell, ding, ding, dong, dong. On Lu Ziyu's data panel, the evolution points quickly broke through to 20 million. In less than a day, he absorbed 20 million evolution points in this lotus pond. And the energy in this lotus pond was vast and endless, inexhaustible and limitless. Lu Ziyu thought, even without these dozen mysterious green lotuses, as long as he rooted himself in this lotus pond for 10 or 15 days, he could accumulate over 100 million evolution points. Immersed in this process, Lu Ziyu suddenly felt something. For some unknown reason, he and the dozen mysterious green lotuses on the water surface formed a faint, obscure, and strange connection. After a few hours, that connection became clearer. During this time, Lu Ziyu also figured out the reason. He was continuously absorbing the energy in this lotus pond, and he himself was a willow tree belonging to wood-type life. The dozen mysterious green lotuses in the pond were also wood-type life, so there was no rejection between them. Perhaps the Tao energy and life energy accumulated in this lotus pond were also released by these dozen mysterious green lotuses. With these connections, and after unconsciously rooting in the lotus pond for a day, Lu Ziyu naturally formed a vague and subtle connection with these dozen mysterious green lotuses. Through this blurry connection, Lu Ziyu vaguely saw a scene. In the scene stood a man in green robes. His appearance was handsome, unmatched in elegance. This gentle man, like an exiled immortal, surrounded by immortal aura and visions of plants, stood in front of a lotus pond with deep eyes and casually scattered 13 green lotus seeds. The shining green lotus seeds were not ordinary. Tao patterns intertwined, symbols shone brightly. After sinking into the water, the man in green robes turned and left. I understand. The dozen mysterious green lotuses I see now were planted here by that man in green robes. Then this ancient bronze palace was most likely also left here by him. But who is he? Lu Ziyu recalled the man's unmatched appearance and felt some admiration and longing. This was clearly a great figure beyond ancient and modern times. The light and aura he revealed in every move was not something ordinary beings could have. Cry. The cry of the Dapeng golden bird came. Almost forgot about you. Lu Ziyu looked over. The Dapeng golden bird, suppressed and unable to move in front of the lotus pond, was in much worse condition than yesterday. Unlike Lu Ziyu, it could not regenerate. Under the Tao pressure and restraint in front of the lotus pond, as long as it struggled even a little, it would suffer broken bones and torn flesh. So the Dapeng golden bird could only lie there obediently, not eating or drinking, slowly consuming its life force and while under the pressure. Are you hoping I will save you? Lu Ziyu asked directly. Cry. The eyes of the Dapeng golden bird were full of despair. It had no other choice. If no one saved it, its end was obvious. You think too much. Lu Ziyu laughed. The reason he hadn't killed the Dapeng golden bird was only because of the crushing field outside the lotus pond. But thinking carefully, Lu Ziyu realized that the reason he wanted to kill the Dapeng golden bird was to dominate the great wilderness outside after killing it, make all beasts submit, and complete the system task to advance to the Demon King realm. If he didn't kill it, but instead made it submit, he could still dominate the wilderness. In the wilderness outside the ancient bronze palace, thousands of demons and beasts thrived. The Dapeng golden bird was the strongest, followed by the 3 green flood dragons, the golden flame toad, the golden giant crocodile, and other Demon King level beasts. Among them, the 3 green flood dragons had already been killed by Lu Ziyu and the white tiger. After subduing the Dapeng golden bird, Lu Ziyu could still dominate the wilderness and advance to the Demon King realm. Moreover, this Dapeng golden bird had extraordinary potential and was a true descendant of a divine beast. Creatures like the earth-violent bear, flame rhinoceros, and lightning bird only awakened a trace of divine beast bloodline after advancing to the demon general level, through bloodline return and nourishment from Lu Ziyu's life essence. But this Dapeng golden bird itself was already a divine beast descendant. With proper cultivation, growing into a pure-blood Dopping golden bird will be no problem. Are you willing to submit to me? Only then can I save you. Without beating around the bush, Lu Ziyu asked in a loud voice. The Dopping golden bird nodded repeatedly. At this point, it had no other choice. At worst, after escaping danger, it could turn against him. All right. Lu Ziyu extended his willow branches and pulled out the dozen mysterious green lotuses from the water surface. An unexpected change occurred. The moment the dozen mysterious green lotuses left the lotus pond, the Tao energy and life energy in the pond began to rapidly decline. Then, the roots of the dozen mysterious green lotuses, like octopus tentacles, became alive and wrapped around Lu Ziyu's willow branches. Before Lu Ziyu could react, the roots of the dozen mysterious green lotuses that wrapped around his branches actually connected with his branches, as if they had grown out from them. What is this? Lu Ziyu was stunned. Were these parasites? As soon as they touched him, they merged with his branches. It was too strange. After waiting for a while, Lu Ziyu did not feel anything wrong. Instead, because of the connection with the 13 mysterious green lotuses, his life essence was comprehensively elevated and strengthened. Can they still be eaten? With the 13 mysterious green lotuses growing on his branches, Lu Ziyu doubted life. If he wanted to refine them, wouldn't that be the same as refining part of his own body? Cry. The Dopping golden bird called again. Lu Ziyu was helpless. How to deal with the 13 mysterious green lotuses would have to wait until after leaving the ancient bronze palace. He pulled out his wood dragon roots and prepared to leave the lotus pond. When the wood dragon roots touched outside the lotus pond, Lu Ziyu was ready to be crushed by the field force again. However, even after his huge tree body moved outside the lotus pond, the field pressure did not descend. Within a radius of 10 zhang around the lotus pond, there was an unfathomable and irresistible Tao pressure. Under this Tao pressure, the Dopping golden bird could not move at all. If it struggled, it would be crushed to pieces with broken bones and torn tendons. Lu Ziyu was able to pass through this 10 zhang Tao field pressure only by relying on his innate talent, endless life, regenerating again and again before entering the lotus pond. And now, after Lu Ziyu's tree body left the lotus pond, that Tao pressure which could shatter his trunk and destroy his branches did not strike again, as if it had never existed. But the Dopping golden bird lying not far away was still unable to move even now. From this, it could be seen that the Tao pressure outside the lotus pond had not disappeared, it just no longer targeted Lu Ziyu. As for the reason, Lu Ziyu thought for a moment and associated it with the 13 mysterious green lotuses attached to his willow branches. These 13 mysterious green lotuses that originally grew in the lotus pond, at the moment they touched Lu Ziyu's branches, were like seeds taking root in soil, connecting with his crystal-like willow branches without rejection. Because of the attachment of these 13 mysterious green lotuses, Lu Ziyu's life essence had fundamentally grown stronger, though his demonic power and cultivation had not changed. The reason he was no longer targeted by the Tao pressure outside the lotus pond could only be because of these 13 mysterious green lotuses. In short, this was a good thing. Without the crushing destruction of the Tao field, Lu Ziyu no longer needed to consume life essence to regenerate. He looked down at the Dopping golden bird and, with a thought, created a bright and shining willow seed. Once the willow seed was imprinted, this Dopping golden bird would no longer have the chance to betray or resist Lu Ziyu. Race, Dopping golden bird. Bloodline, divine beast descendant. Level, 9th rank demon king peak. Ability, extreme flight speed. Innate talent. Heaven-splitting golden claw. The ancient Dopping golden wing bird could capture dragons as food. Its claws are sharp and indestructible, able to tear apart dragon scales and flesh. After Lu Ziyu imprinted the willow seed into the Dopping golden bird, he saw its data panel. Then, Lu Ziyu waved his 3,000 willow branches, dragged the Dopping golden bird, and pulled it out of the Tao field pressure outside the lotus pond. At the moment it regained freedom, the Dopping golden bird cried out wildly. With a flap of its dazzling wings, it turned into a golden rainbow and flew above Lu Ziyu's head. I just saved you, and now you want to betray me? Lu Ziyu questioned coldly. The Dopping golden bird ignored him. It was a divine beast descendant, at the peak of the 9th rank demon king. Submitting to Lu Ziyu was only a temporary measure. Cry. Suddenly, the Dopping golden bird fell from the sky. It rolled in unbearable pain, crying out miserably. Its internal organs, limbs, flesh, and bones were all suffering an indescribable torment. After more than 10 breaths, the pain that penetrated its entire body faded away. Lu Ziyu's voice then sounded. Do you still want to betray me? If you do, I can let you experience that again. The Daping golden bird was terrified. The pain just now was even more terrible than being suppressed in front of the lotus pond. Cry, lowering its head and body. The Daping golden bird submitted before Lu Ziyu's trunk. Lu Ziyu smiled and said, From today on, you're number 7. Before you, there are the red spirit fox, lightning bird, earth violent bear, flame rhinoceros, white tiger, and other beasts. You submitted the latest. Although you are the strongest, you can only rank last. Daping golden bird. Number 7 it is. This is fate. The Daping golden bird cried helplessly. Top, 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 top. Lu Ziyu's perception was sharp. Even though the hall of the ancient bronze palace was filled with endless thick fog, he still heard a series of footsteps coming toward his position. The Daping golden bird also heard the dense footsteps. So human cultivators have entered here. The ancient bronze palace had appeared for 2 days. It was expected that human cultivators from outside the wilderness would come in to explore opportunities. Lu Ziyu could not yet determine what cultivation levels these human cultivators had. If super experts among them had arrived, the situation would be worse. Go! With a command, Lu Ziyu quickly rushed toward the depths of the hall. Not long after Lu Ziyu and the Daping golden bird left, hundreds and thousands of figures gathered outside the lotus pond. These people had different cultivation auras, some at the golden core realm, some at the nascent soul realm, and some beyond it at the dragon transformation realm comparable to heavenly demons. Looking at the empty but clear lotus pond filled with spiritual energy, noisy discussions rose. Soon, the Tao field pressure outside the lotus pond was exposed. Hundreds of cultivators fell into the Tao pressure. Some struggled and shouted, their flesh splitting, bones shattering, and in the end, they exploded into blood mist. The Daping golden bird led the way in front. Lu Ziyu followed behind. Hearing the faint screams from behind, Lu Ziyu sneered. Someone must have been crushed to pieces in the Tao pressure. This sensing is... Lu Ziyu suddenly stopped. He had imprinted willow seeds in the lightning bird, earth violent bear, flame rhinoceros, white tiger, red spirit fox, and this Daping golden bird. So he had a connection with them. Outside the wilderness, he also had 2 connections. One was the princess of the Diyu dynasty, Chu Yao, and the other was the Dao son of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Tian. These were the 2 pieces he placed in the human world. Now, as many human cultivators entered the ancient bronze palace, 2 auras appeared in his perception. They were the Diyu royal princess, Chu Yao, and the Gongsun family, Dao son Gongsun Tian. They also came to the ancient bronze palace. Lu Ziyu was worried about how to secretly understand the strength of the human cultivators here. If these 2 pieces were also here, that would be perfect. In front of the lotus pond, figures gathered. Gongsun Tian, carrying dazzling lightning, about 13 or 14 years old, looked young, but his extraordinary bearing, handsome appearance, and identity as a Dao son of an ancient family made no one dare to underestimate him. On the other side, a young girl in her prime wore a golden long dress. She did not have the usual softness of ordinary women. Instead, she was majestic and domineering. Standing there, she was like a bright empress. More and more cultivators appeared outside the lotus pond. In about 1 hour, the number exceeded 10,000. But at this time, no one dared to act rashly. The terror of the mysterious pressure covering the outside of the lotus pond was no longer a secret. The hundreds of cultivators who could not hold back earlier and walked toward the lotus pond, whether at the Golden Core realm or the Nascent Soul realm, were all suppressed without exception. Those who struggled under this suppression were crushed one after another, their bodies shattered and souls destroyed. If they did not struggle, they could only lie there in the Tao pressure in front of the lotus pond, waiting for death. At this moment, the tens of thousands of cultivators standing around the lotus pond were only whispering and did not move forward. Unnoticed by anyone, a heroic and handsome young man and a beautiful girl in a golden dress standing in the crowd heard a voice in their minds at the same time. Through the willow seed imprinted in their bodies, Lu Ziyu spoke from afar. Do you still remember me? Gongsun Tian. Zhu Yao. The 2 felt as if struck by lightning. Their eyes burst with the same anger, unwillingness, and killing intent. Their submission to Lu Ziyu was not voluntary, but forced by his power and brutality. It is worth mentioning that Gongsun Tian is the Dao son of the Gongsun family, an ancient family. Chu Yao is the princess of the Dayou dynasty. The two had no connection with each other and did not know that the other had submitted to Lu Ziyu. Grinding her teeth, Chu Yao was the first to shout, "If you have something to say, say it. If you have something to do, do it." Lu Ziyu laughed and teased. "That doesn't sound like a slave's tone, more like a master's." Chu Yao widened her beautiful eyes and retorted, "This princess was never your slave. You enslaved me secretly while I was in seclusion breaking through my realm. If I get the chance, I would rather die together with you, you despicable tree demon." The central region has hundreds of domains, vast and boundless. The Dayou dynasty belongs to the Qiantian domain. In this huge land filled with immortal sects, it is only a small country. Any top immortal sect or extraordinary force could easily destroy the Dayou royal family. But Chu Yao did not think so. She was born with exceptional talent and great combat power. None of the princes or geniuses of the Dayou dynasty were worthy in her eyes. Moreover, she proved her Dao through killing and formed a cave heaven phenomenon. She had the ambition to dominate everything and reach the peak. Being enslaved by a despicable tree demon was something she had never imagined, so she had never truly submitted to Lu Ziyu. Her words about dying together were sincere. Rather than living in humiliation under a despicable tree demon, she would rather die gloriously together with it. You can forget about dying together. That is impossible. Feeling the woman's stubbornness and ruthlessness, Lu Ziyu said indifferently, "Right now, I'm also in this ancient bronze palace, not far from you." Gongsun Tian's pupil shrank. "What? You are also in this ancient bronze palace?" Chu Yao was also startled and looked around. "Since you are here, then stop hiding." Lu Ziyu did not want these two pieces to discover each other's existence, so he did not say more and said directly, "Enough small talk." The appearance of the ancient bronze palace shook heaven and earth and caused great phenomena. Such a big disturbance will inevitably attract human cultivators from outside the wilderness. I want to know what kind of people have entered this ancient bronze palace. Gongsun Tian looked gloomy. The appearance of the ancient bronze palace was completely unexpected. According to his plan, he would bring powerful figures from the Gongsun family to suppress Lu Ziyu. That way, he could free himself from Lu Ziyu's control. Chu Yao frowned and replied coldly, "There are many cultivators in this ancient bronze palace, beyond your imagination. Outside the palace, more than 1,000 great cultivators have gathered, as well as super figures like the Holy Lord of the Luo and the Master of Tiandao sect. If you leave this palace, you will definitely be suppressed into nothing. I advise you to stay here forever and stop harming others." Lu Ziyu smiled. "Don't try to scare me. How many big figures are outside has nothing to do with me. I only want to know what level the cultivators inside the palace are. From Golden Core Realm to Dao Entry Realm." Chu Yao snorted. "You should feel lucky. This ancient bronze palace has immortal rules. The bell-like sounds inside are something even figures like the Holy Lord of Deluo and the Master of Tiandao sect cannot resist. So the ones inside now are only human cultivators between the Golden Core and Dao Entry Realms. Even so, for a monster like you, all human cultivators would want to kill you. Do you dare to show yourself?" Lu Ziyu did not deny it. In his tree demon form, if he appeared before the crowd, he would most likely not escape death. But there was no need for him to do that. "Tree demon," Gongsun Tian suddenly shouted, "if you don't want to turn into dust, remove the thing you planted in my body. Let me tell you, the great cultivators of my Gongsun family are outside this palace. With one order from me, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you won't escape." Lu Ziyu. This must be a fool. Too young, lacking experience. Lu Ziyu was too lazy to activate the willow seed to torture him and said mockingly, "The great cultivators of your Gongsun family probably cannot enter this palace. And after you return to the Gongsun family, you must have asked someone to remove the willow seed from your body. What was the result? I think it failed." Gongsun Tian's expression changed. "How do you know the great cultivators of my Gongsun family cannot enter this palace?" He had not told Lu Ziyu about the immortal rules of the palace. "That's none of your concern." Lu Ziyu cut off the connection. Knowing that those who entered the ancient bronze palace were all human cultivators from the Golden Core to Dao Entry Realms. Lu Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. There was no need to mention Golden Core and Nascent Soul. Above them was the Cave Heaven Realm, comparable to Demon Kings. Then the Dragon Transformation Realm, comparable to Heavenly Demons. And then the Tao Entry Realm, which in the demon race is the Tribulation Crossing Realm. That is to say, among the human cultivators in the ancient Bronze Palace, only those at the Dragon Transformation and Tao Entry realms could threaten Lu Ziyu. This was much better than a group of powerful human giants entering. The human cultivators who entered this ancient Bronze Palace are still being held back by that lotus pond. For the time being, they will not explore deeper into the palace. The 13 mysterious green lotuses in the pond have already fallen into Lu Ziyu's hands. Without these 13 lotuses, the great Tao energy and life energy in the pond began to fade and weaken. It will not take long before the lotus pond no longer has any special properties. Naturally, the thousands of human cultivators gathered around the lotus pond cannot perceive this without passing through the great Tao pressure outside the pond. Lu Ziyu, who decisively cut off his connection with Gongsun Tian and Chu Yao, sped up and moved toward the depths of the ancient Bronze Palace. Cry. Several hours later, the Golden Rock, flying ahead to scout under Lu Ziyu's will, let out a loud cry. Lu Ziyu moved closer. This was the end of the main hall of the ancient Bronze Palace. The thick fog that lingered everywhere had disappeared. Lu Ziyu's huge tree body stood here, emitting a hazy holy light. What appeared before his eyes was an altar. This grand altar, like a passage to the 9 heavens' immortal realm, rose from the ground and seemed to support heaven and earth. Each tier was over 100 meters high, stacked layer upon layer. Lu Ziyu could not estimate its total height, but he could vaguely hear from the top of the altar an ethereal and supreme sound of the great Tao. When the divine light at the top flickered, Lu Ziyu also caught sight of an ancient bronze bell. This bronze bell was dazzling, extremely brilliant, and unmatched in holiness. Its entire body was infused with Xianhuang Mother Qi, a primordial energy born from the depths of cosmic chaos. A single strand could crush a mountain. The Xianhuang Mother Qi covering the bell was like an endless ocean. Around the bell were intertwined 3,000 great Tao laws. Just one glance made Lu Ziyu's mind tremble and his soul almost leave his body. Then the scene changed. Before this bronze bell, which suppressed eternal time and radiated immortal divine light, appeared a majestic figure with its back facing all beings. From the green robe, Lu Ziyu recalled the man he saw when resonating with the 13 mysterious green lotuses. The 13 lotuses in the pond were formed from 13 lotus seeds, casually scattered by that unparalleled man in green. The majestic figure now appearing before the bronze bell also wore green and stood with overwhelming presence. Probably the same person. Lu Ziyu made a guess. And the bell sound coming from this palace must also be released by this bronze bell. That Chu Yao said the bell sound from this hall cannot be resisted even by the great figures outside. If I can obtain this bronze bell, I will have a treasure to protect my path. Lu Ziyu became excited. He did not have much time. Before those human cultivators arrived at the altar, he had to obtain the bronze bell. Otherwise, once many cultivators gathered here, Lu Ziyu, a tree demon, will become a target for everyone. You go up and take a look. Glancing at the golden rock, Lu Ziyu ordered. Cry. The golden rock trembled. Don't worry, I will support you here. Lu Ziyu urged. Support? The golden rock felt like crying. That sounded better than it was. It did not want to go, but it had no choice. Flapping its golden wings, it reluctantly landed on the altar steps. Lu Ziyu held his breath and observed. For several breaths, after the golden rock landed on the steps, nothing happened, and everything was silent. When the golden rock gathered courage and tried to fly toward the top, the bronze bell at the altar peak released a trace of great Tao divine light. The Xianhuang Mother Qi around the bell began to flow like ancient rivers. In an instant, the vast hall was filled with this overwhelming, surging energy. Within this river of Xianhuang Mother Qi, there seemed to be azure dragons swimming and black tortoises rising and sinking. The next moment, this primordial energy from cosmic chaos wrapped around the golden rock's body. Lu Ziyu inhaled sharply. Xianhuang Mother Qi. This was innate primordial energy born in chaos. A single strand was priceless and rare. The energy around the bronze bell had already formed a boundless ocean. It was hard to imagine what kind of supreme being could forge such a bell. Cry, cry. The golden rock screamed miserably. Only about 100 strands of Xianhuang Mother Qi wrapped around it, each as thin as a hair and no longer than an arm. But each strand carried the origin of chaos, indestructible and endless. A single strand could shatter mountains and shake the earth. Wrapped by these strands, the golden rock suffered broken bones and torn flesh. Its golden feathers shattered instantly under the pressure. After a few more breaths, its body would be completely torn apart. Come back. Lu Ziyu threw out 3,000 willow branches and pulled the golden rock back in time. As soon as it left the altar steps, the strands of Xianhuang Mother Qi returned to the flowing river above. If all of that pressed down at once, mountains would vanish, and even great cultivators would be torn apart. Lu Ziyu sighed. Cry. The golden rock lay weak and covered in wounds before the altar. It looked at Lu Ziyu with some resentment. It wasn't me who caused this. Lu Ziyu released a drop of life essence. Even so, the golden rock had risked itself for him and tested the danger of the altar steps. Whether publicly or privately, Lu Ziyu had to reward and punish clearly. The drop of green, fragrant life essence seeped into the golden rock's wounds. In less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, its injuries healed, and its condition returned to peak. Cry. The golden rock chirped happily. Its gaze toward Lu Ziyu no longer held resentment, but surprise and excitement. It did not know what that green liquid was, but the scent was very familiar. Some days ago, it had been attracted by this very aura and lingered near its territory. Now it knew. The source of that aura was Lu Ziyu. The golden rock fixed its burning gaze on Lu Ziyu. The attraction of life essence to fierce beasts is obvious and beyond imagination. If you want more, then behave properly and follow my orders obediently. Lu Ziyu warned with authority. The golden rock nodded. With the temptation of life essence, even going through mountains of blades or seas of fire, it would not hesitate and would move forward bravely. Lu Ziyu looked toward the bronze bell at the top of the altar and the majestic figure that appeared from time to time before it. He thought to himself, normally, if I step onto these altar steps, I will also be suppressed by the Xianhuang Mother Qi. But I have 13 mysterious green lotuses growing on me. Since these 13 lotuses grew on my willow branches, the great Tao pressure outside the lotus pond no longer targeted me. In other words, relying on these 13 lotuses, I might also be free from the suppression of this Xianhuang Mother Qi. Of course, this is only a guess. If my luck is bad, I will still have to endure that suppression. At that time, I can only rely on my will and my innate talent, endless regeneration, to force my way forward. After weighing all possibilities in his mind, Lu Ziyu slowly approached the grand altar. The golden rock cried loudly, as if cheering him on. Dong dong dong. His huge tree body moved onto the first step of the altar. Each step of the altar was over 100 meters high. Lu Ziyu's huge tree body standing on it no longer looked so grand, especially compared with the immortal divine light of the bronze bell. It was like the light of a grain, not worth mentioning. Splash. From the river of Xianhuang Mother Qi flowing in the sky above, strands separated. These 100 strands quickly floated to Lu Ziyu's body. He waved the willow branch with the 13 mysterious green lotuses, trying to make them take effect. However, the strands of Xianhuang Mother Qi still wrapped around his trunk, just as he felt the heavy pressure about to crush him. The 13 mysterious green lotuses growing like parasites on his branches finally emitted a deep and mysterious fluctuation. Lu Ziyu no longer felt the heaviness. The strands around him became light as feathers, glowing softly. Then something even more incredible happened. The strands of Xianhuang Mother Qi that brushed past his trunk and branches settled below his body and were absorbed by his wood dragon roots. The wood dragon roots were one of his innate abilities. They could absorb the essence of the earth and spiritual energy, and also bind enemies and devour their energy. But Lu Ziyu never expected them to absorb Xianhuang Mother Qi. What is Xianhuang Mother Qi? It is primordial energy from the depths of chaos, the most precious and mysterious energy in the world. After absorbing over 100 strands, Lu Ziyu even wondered how many evolution points he would gain. Ding! Congratulations to host. Absorbed Mother Qi of all things, bloodline, +1. Congratulations to host. Absorbed Mother Qi of all things, bloodline, +1. Congratulations to host. Absorb mother chi of all things, bloodline +1. Bloodline? In Lu Ziyu's status panel, the bloodline field showed Spirit Willow. At the beginning, he was just a mutated willow tree without a bloodline. Only after growing did he become a Spirit Willow. The importance of bloodline was obvious. The golden rock was a pure blood divine beast descendant, so its combat power and potential surpassed most beasts. After absorbing these strands, Lu Ziyu did not gain evolution points, but his bloodline improved. He carefully felt it. After continuous upgrades, his realm did not change, but his life origin, demonic power, and vitality all increased. Even his huge tree body became more brilliant and sacred. Around his 3,000 willow branches, green lights surged, as if something was about to grow. Without realizing it, Lu Ziyu climbed upward excitedly. More Xianhuang Mother Chi fell from above, dense like rain. Within this crushing energy, Lu Ziyu was like plants bathing in sunlight, shining brightly. Below the altar, the golden rock was confused. This energy that nearly killed, it had no pressure on Lu Ziyu at all. Absorbed 1 strand of Xianhuang Mother Chi, bloodline +1. Absorbed 1 strand of Xianhuang Mother Chi, bloodline +2. Absorbed 1 strand of Xianhuang Mother Chi, bloodline +2. Each step Lu Ziyu took on the altar, more Xianhuang Mother Chi descended. For others, it was destruction and suppression. For Lu Ziyu, it was a great transformation. After a long time, Lu Ziyu was very close to the top. Bloodline evolved into innate divine willow. The system voice sounded clearly. Obtained innate ability, Xianhuang Mother Chi. The host can release it to suppress enemies physically and mentally. This is the innate ability after evolving into an innate divine willow. Around Lu Ziyu's body, immortal and flowing Xianhuang mist appeared. With it, he became extremely majestic and sacred, like a supreme divine tree supporting heaven and earth. Though not as terrifying as the bell's energy, it still carried great pressure. Such fortune is nothing more than this. I just don't know what level my bloodline is among wood-type beings. Lu Ziyu felt intoxicated. His combat power was now more than 100 times stronger than before. Next is this bronze bell. Calming himself, Lu Ziyu looked at the bell and the faint figure in green before it. After a moment, he stepped forward. Down! A loud bell sound exploded. It was like the silent chaos of the universe being split apart. Lu Ziyu was hit first. In that instant, his body, soul, and will all seemed about to be destroyed and vanish. The bell body trembled. Its light shone across heaven and earth. Its power ran through the 3 realms and 6 paths. At the moment the ancient bronze bell rang, the 3,000 great Tao symbols flowing around it also released a mysterious aura that suppressed the universe and surpassed all directions. At the same time, the river of Mother Chi of all things flowing like an ocean in the sky poured continuously onto the bronze bell like a waterfall. The bell sound it produced was like a chaotic, heavenly sound pointing directly to the great Tao. Under this soul-shattering sound, time and space were frozen, and all laws trembled. Lu Ziyu's tree body and will struggled again and again on the edge of destruction. It was the 13 mysterious green lotuses growing on his branches that protected him, emitting auspicious light and mysterious radiance. After a moment, the bell sound faded. Lu Ziyu's tree body trembled, still shaken. In those few breaths within the bell sound, it felt as if he had spent 10,000 years in destruction. This struggle between life and death could easily destroy a person's Tao heart and spirit. Lu Ziyu was glad that he had obtained the 13 mysterious green lotuses in the lotus pond. Without them, when the bell sounded, his body and soul would have turned to ashes. Thanks to these 13 lotuses growing on his branches, he narrowly escaped. For a time, his interest in the bronze bell grew stronger. Such a supreme sacred bell would be one of the top killing weapons in the central region. Carefully, Lu Ziyu extended the willow branch with the 13 lotuses and slowly touched the bronze bell. During this, the 13 lotuses swayed, surrounded by auspicious light. The bronze bell rang, and it seemed that it was hidden inside suddenly extended and covered Lu Ziyu's body. Lu Ziyu was startled. An innate spiritual root? No, you're not an ordinary one. That supreme will sweeping over him made a slightly surprised sound. Lu Ziyu tried his best to stay calm and said, "Senior, please calm your anger. I did not mean to offend." Offend? The wolf spoke without emotion, like the bell itself. You did not offend me, but your bloodline puzzles me. Among the innate spiritual roots in the heavens, the top ones are the world tree, Tantian Jinmu, and Chaos Green Lotus. Your bloodline can compare to high-grade ones, yet it is not any I know. Could it be a mutation, a newly born spiritual root? Lu Ziyu's bloodline evolved from absorbing the Xianhuang mother qi here, so it was normal that it did not belong to this world's known types. What troubled him was what kind of being this will inside the bell was. It must not be offended. Lu Ziyu replied respectfully, Senior, my bloodline indeed evolved step by step. In fact, it is thanks to you. Without the Xianhuang mother qi here entering my body, I could not have such a strong bloodline. The bronze bell shone as the will sighed. No wonder the Xianhuang mother qi around you woke me up. So you absorbed it from here? It seems you are also an extraordinary, innate spiritual root. Otherwise, you could not absorb it. And the 13 lotuses on your branches. Those are seeds once scattered by the Green Emperor. At this stage, they already have awareness, yet they grow on your branches. This proves your potential is extraordinary. Green Emperor? Lu Ziyu exclaimed. When I resonated with these lotuses, I vaguely saw a man in green. There's also his figure before this bell. Is he the Green Emperor? Correct. He is the Green Emperor. The wolf said. In the eternal sky, one lotus. The Green Emperor was originally a chaos green lotus born in the depths of chaos. After 10,000 years, it formed a flesh body and then proved the Tao and became an emperor. In the ancient chaotic era, his name made all races tremble. This chaos Xianhuang bell was forged by him and is an extreme Tao emperor weapon. When fully awakened, it can compare to a living ancient emperor. Emperor. These simple words carried a strange power. Even without knowing their strength, Lu Ziyu could feel their terror through this bell. So the Green Emperor is also a wood-type being? And who are you, Senior? I am the will of this Emperor weapon born within the chaos Xianhuang bell. As you said, the Green Emperor is also a wood-type being, same origin as you. Otherwise, why would these 13 lotuses attach to your branches? These seeds are like his life essence, like his children. They attach to you and nourish each other. Lu Ziyu struck his own trunk. The pain reminded him this was real. Little one, do you want this chaos Xianhuang bell? This is an extreme Tao emperor weapon. In this lower world, ancient emperors are the peak of power. This weapon can compare to them. With it, you will have an emperor protecting you. It also contains emperor-level techniques. Lu Ziyu. Such tempting words could not be refused. But he remained calm. Senior, to obtain it, is there no test? You have already reached the altar. What more test is needed? The bell trembled as the will said, and you are a wood-type being, a unique, innate spiritual root. No one is more suitable than you. Lu Ziyu was overjoyed. He had unexpectedly gained a great fortune. As long as the senior is willing to let me inherit this chaos Xianhuang bell, then I dare to take it. Lu Ziyu said word by word. The chaos Xianhuang bell roared, carrying the Xianhuang Mother Qi River that spread above the altar, turning into an obscure rainbow light and drilling into Lu Ziyu's tree body. Then, the artifact spirit will of the chaos Xianhuang bell spoke in a grand voice. I have said that no one is more suitable than you for this extreme Tao Emperor weapon. But after inheriting this chaos Xianhuang bell, you will also have to bear enormous karma. Lu Ziyu did not understand. Senior, what do you mean? What enormous karma? Could it be that this extreme Tao Emperor weapon is also connected to some terrifying taboo? The artifact spirit smiled lightly. For now, you are not qualified to know what that is. Let's return to the main topic. Within this Xianhuang Mother Qi is engraved a cultivation method called Qing Emperor Longevity Art. This is an emperor-level technique created by the Qing Emperor after attaining the Tao. After cultivating this Qing Emperor Longevity Art, one can command all flowers and plants, stand above all wood-type life forms, and also connect with the power of heaven, earth, and chaos. Your bloodline is special, not inferior to a high-grade, innate spiritual root. Comprehending this Qing Emperor Longevity Art should not be difficult for you. Lu Ziyu was fascinated. Right now, he only had one cultivation method, which was the Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art, given to him by that Fox Tribe girl. In terms of rank, this Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art was an ancient dragon clan technique and could be considered a top-tier extraordinary method. Unfortunately, the version given by the Fox Tribe girl only had the first 3 levels. Now that he had this Qing Emperor Longevity Art, Lu Ziyu decisively gave up the idea of continuing to comprehend the Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art. A complete Emperor-level technique was far superior to the incomplete Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art. Moreover, the Qing Emperor who created this Qing Emperor longevity art was transformed from a Chaos Green Lotus, so this technique was purely wood element based and would not conflict with Lu Ziyu at all. Cry. Below the altar, the golden rock flapped its wings and cried. Lu Ziyu looked down from above. In the distant mist, figures were about to emerge. During the time Lu Ziyu was communicating with the Chaos Xianhuang Bell, the human cultivators who had entered this ancient bronze palace were also heading toward this altar. Lu Ziyu had no way to retreat. This was already the end of the hall. What is there to fear? The Chaos Xianhuang Bell floating inside, Lu Ziyu spoke. If you are willing, you can kill all these people. Lu Ziyu's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. This hall was originally the Qing Emperor's sleeping palace. It bears the laws of the Emperor Dao. In quality, it is not an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, but it is still indestructible and cannot be destroyed. The strongest human cultivators who came here are only at the Dao entry level. I will release the Xianhuang Mother Qi. Under its pressure, these people will be at your mercy. Being able to kill all the cultivators who came into this Emperor Palace was exactly what Lu Ziyu wanted. Without me refining it, you can still awaken the extreme Dao power of this Chaos Xianhuang Bell, as expected of the artifact spirit born within it. Do not flatter me yet, the Chaos Xianhuang Bell said coldly. Helping you suppress these ordinary human cultivators is not a problem. The difficult part is the human cultivators outside this hall. If you stay inside this Emperor Palace, it is fine. But once you go out, you will face oppression from great supernatural experts. If I resist the suppression of hundreds or thousands of such experts for you, I will fall into sleep, and it will also bring you enormous karmic chains. If the karma becomes too great, your path will not be smooth, and you will encounter more and more life and death dangers and terrifying tribulations. Lu Ziyu fell silent. Again, this talk of karma. When inheriting the Chaos Xianhuang Bell, the artifact spirit also mentioned karma. Was it really that terrifying? Cry. The golden rock flapped its wings and flew into the mist above. Lu Ziyu thought that among the many human cultivators who came here, there must be descendants and disciples of powerful figures. If he killed them all without concern, he would definitely form irreconcilable hatred with those powerful figures outside the hall. This cause and effect would indeed be karma. After thinking it over, Lu Ziyu had an idea. At this moment, the figures in the distant mist gradually stood before the grand and ancient altar. In less than an hour, more than 15,000 cultivators gathered in front of the altar. Among them, Lu Ziyu saw Gongsun Tian, who was extraordinarily talented and heroic, and also saw Chu Yao, who was radiant and domineering. When the two saw the sacred willow tree standing at the top of the altar, the shock in their eyes was exactly the same. What is going on? Why is this tree demon here? They knew Lu Ziyu was in the Bronze Palace, but they did not expect him to boldly expose himself in front of so many cultivators. Everyone, can you tell what kind of heavenly treasure this willow tree is? Not sure, but it is surrounded by Xianhuang Mother Qi, and its color is brilliant and sacred. It should be a rare heaven and earth spiritual root. If it can stand on this altar, then it must be an opportunity within this bronze palace. Why guess blindly? Voices were noisy. The cultivators present had clearly misunderstood something. They regarded Lu Ziyu as an opportunity within the bronze palace. Chu Yao's face darkened. Gongsun Tian cursed. All of you are fools. Just a moment ago, he imagined the cultivators rushing together to suppress the tree demon. But instead, they regarded Lu Ziyu as an opportunity. But objectively speaking, Lu Ziyu now was completely different from when he enslaved them. His realm was mysterious and unfathomable, with lush branches and leaves, glowing and shining, and a crystal-like trunk standing within the Xianhuang Mother Qi. He truly looked like some supreme and rare wood-type divine object. Not long ago, outside that lotus pond, there was an invisible and terrifying Dao pressure. Who knows what kind of terror exists on this altar? Enough talk. We have been in this bronze palace for quite some time. If we return empty-handed, wouldn't that be a joke? A tall and mighty young man, about 9 feet tall, walked to the steps of the altar with the bearing of a dragon and tiger, releasing a shocking aura. Lu Ziyu looked down. This young man, around 20 years old, had a blazing body and a huge physique. His blood and vitality were as strong as a humanoid fierce beast. In terms of cultivation, he had even surpassed the heavenly demon, dragon transformation realm, level. Not bad. Lu Ziyu acknowledged this person's talent and aptitude. Demon race, spirits, demon beasts, awakened beings, underworld, demon generals, great demons, demon kings, heavenly demons, tribulation crossing, human race, meridians, foundation building, innate, mysterious sea, golden core, nascent soul, cave heaven, dragon transformation, entering the Tao. The realm systems of the two races sound completely different, but in fact, the great Tao has 3,000 paths, all leading to the same destination. Now, the mighty and heroic young man who walked to the stone steps of the altar looked just over 20 years old, yet every movement revealed an extraordinary and unmatched presence. The blood and chi surging inside his body were also as vigorous and vast as a furnace of heaven and earth, grand and overbearing. As his forehead bone shone, this 9-foot-tall, blazing-bodied man was like a humanoid fierce beast, violent and domineering, with aura piercing the sky. Like Gongsun Tian, who possessed the special physique of a thunder spirit body, with talent 1 in a billion, and was also the Tao child of the ancient aristocratic Gongsun family. He had already reached the nascent soul realm at the age of 13 or 14. As for Chu Yao, her status was far less noble than Gongsun Tian's, and she had no special physique, but her talent was stunning and her will was strong. She opened a cave heaven phenomenon by proving her Tao heart through killing, thus stepping into the cave heaven realm. This alone made her unmatched by ordinary human geniuses. Now, this mighty and domineering young man who entered Lu Ziyu's sight shone brilliantly, walked like a dragon and tiger, with an aura shaking mountains and rivers. The martial momentum revealed in every gesture was so powerful and surging that even older human experts could hardly compare. In terms of cultivation realm, this young man was also far ahead, unmatched. Among the many human cultivators present, their realms range from Golden Core to Daoan Tree, that is, from Demon General to Tribulation Crossing. The realm of this mighty young man was clearly above the Dragon Transformation realm, standing at the Daoan Tree level. In other words, this young man, just over 20 years old, already stood at the Tribulation Crossing level as called by demon beings. Lu Ziyu could use the Chaos Xianhuang Bell to suppress all the human cultivators before the altar, but doing so would bring huge karmic backlash. Who knew what great supernatural experts were backing these cultivators? Outside the Emperor Palace, there were already thousands of such experts gathered, and even more than a dozen figures above them. With this concern, Lu Ziyu could only settle for the next best option. He planned to select a group of human cultivators with excellent talent and strong backgrounds and turn them into his chess pieces. This way, he could gain many pieces while reducing the karma he would incur. At this moment, the mighty and domineering young man standing before the altar steps, whether in cultivation presence or in martial momentum, as blazing as the sun in the ninth heaven, had the qualifications to become one of Lu Ziyu's chess pieces. Roar! Out of nowhere, 10,000 dragons flew together, shining unmatched in the world. Around the tall and blazing body of the mighty young man, thousands upon thousands of true dragon phenomena appeared. These true dragon phantoms, each about the length of an arm, densely layered and endlessly roaring, surrounded him. Under this display, the young man became like a youthful god overlooking the vast earth and illuminating all directions. The terrifying aura spreading from every movement was overwhelming and domineering, completely different from before. Amazing! True Dragon Hall is known as a top Tao lineage in Central State, founded by an ancient True Dragon Supreme. It is said that this True Dragon Supreme had half true dragon blood, with power reaching heaven and earth, unmatched in the universe. The Tao lineage he left behind cannot be underestimated. The current Holy Son of True Dragon Hall is naturally an unmatched supreme genius. I heard that this Holy Son bathed in true dragon blood, forging an indestructible body, and cultivates the supreme technique of True Dragon Island, True Dragon Supreme Art. Among the younger generation of Central State, he is one of the top invincible geniuses. At 20 years old, he already stands in the Tao entry realm. Just one step more, and he will enter the Tao domain. Compared to him, we're like grains of rice, like ants in dust. The cultivators present looked at the mighty figure standing within the countless true dragon phenomena, and discussions and sighs rose uncontrollably. True Dragon Hall, True Dragon Supreme. The noisy voices in the hall let Lu Ziyu understand the identity of the mighty young man. Thinking back, when Lu Ziyu suppressed the seventh prince of Diyu, he learned that this world was divided into 5 regions: Central State, Eastern Wilderness, Northern Sea, Southern Ridge, and Western Desert. The Great Wilderness where Lu Ziyu was located belonged to Central State. Central State was further divided into 100 regions, each larger and more vast than the last. Even great supernatural experts with boundless power and lifespans of 10,000 years could not fully explore a single region in their lifetime. The time for Lu Ziyu to leave this great wilderness was already very near. Having only Chu Yao and Gong Sun Tian as chess pieces placed among humans was far from enough. Lu Ziyu was no longer human. He was a tree demon. If he wanted to survive in the human-dominated Central State, he had to tread carefully and use many strategies. Wasn't True Dragon Hall the top Dao lineage in Central State? And wasn't its holy son an invincible genius among the younger generation? Lu Ziyu thought that if he could subdue this holy son of True Dragon Hall, then in the near future, he could use him to control the entire True Dragon Hall. The branches trembled. Lu Ziyu condensed a willow seed. Look, what is that? Someone noticed the green, crystal-like willow seed suddenly growing from the top of Lu Ziyu's branch. Buzz. Lu Ziyu swung his branch. The soybean-sized willow seed, green and crystal clear, pure and flawless like carved jade, fell precisely at the feet of the holy son of True Dragon Hall. The holy son picked up the willow seed instinctively, not understanding. He felt that inside the willow seed was a special and mysterious power, and it also emitted a faint fragrance. Could it be the fruit produced by this willow tree? The holy son murmured. Lu Ziyu observed secretly. The cultivators here regarded him as an opportunity within this bronze palace, as some kind of wood-type treasure. At this moment, Lu Ziyu released this willow seed with the intention that the holy son would take the initiative to eat it. As long as the willow seed entered the holy son's body, Lu Ziyu could control him at will. If the holy son did not eat it, Lu Ziyu was not afraid. At worst, he would use the chaos Xianhuang bell and start a round of killing. As Lu Ziyu's willow seed fell into the hands of the holy son of True Dragon Hall, the many cultivators gathered outside the altar began to discuss even more fiercely, the noise becoming louder and harsher. This tree stands high above on the altar. This ancient bronze palace possesses supreme brilliance that shakes Central State and shines across the universe. The bell-like sound coming from this palace cannot even be endured by great figures like the Holy Lord of Daluo or the leader of Tiandao sect, nor by more than 1,000 great supernatural experts. In my view, this willow tree must be a legendary heaven and earth spiritual root. Heaven and earth spiritual root? It is said that when heaven and earth first opened and all things were born, some wood-type beings with unique fortune and supreme potential were called heaven and earth spiritual roots. Each one is unique and world-shaking. This willow tree is surrounded by immortal mist, glowing with auspicious light, and emits dense Xianhuang energy. It may truly be such a spiritual root. If it is a heaven and earth spiritual root, then what fell into the hands of the holy son of True Dragon Hall is most likely the essence produced by this willow tree, or perhaps a rare fruit it formed. It must contain the source energy of the spiritual root. After consuming it, it would be no less than extraordinary spirit pills. Amid the noisy discussions, several figures stepped forward one after another and walked toward the grand ancient altar. None of these figures were ordinary. Take the white-robed young man with outstanding bearing and jade-like appearance. Behind him extended a world of phenomena, with misty light rain, flowing energy, and brilliant divine light. Within this beautiful, painting-like phenomenon world, there floated 9,999 sharp heavenly swords. The aura of the white-robed young man resonated with this phenomenon world, making every movement of his sharp and unstoppable. The 2 beams of divine light in his eyes were like 2 immortal heavenly swords, piercing the heart and cutting through space. In terms of presence, he was not inferior at all to the domineering holy son of True Dragon Hall. A sword Dao genius? Lu Ziyu looked down at the white-robed young man, feeling his heart tremble and his tree body sting. The sword intent of this young man could be described as unprecedented and unmatched. Looking again at the few figures who walked with him to the altar steps, each of them was outstanding in their own way. Among them, one young woman in plain clothes, in her youth, was of stunning beauty, rarely seen in the world. From her body emanated a pure and ethereal, sacred aura, like a fairy from the moon palace who had fallen into the mortal world. She could only be admired from afar and not approached. Even a slight, impure thought toward her would be a kind of blasphemy. Lu Ziyu was not confused by her beauty. The sense of danger she gave him was even stronger than that of the holy son of true Dragon Hall. Calming down, Lu Ziyu examined them one by one. The 5 people now standing at the altar steps had one thing in common. All of them were young geniuses under 30 years old. Also, each of them was full of vitality and possessed outstanding talent, including the holy son of true Dragon Hall. The 6 young human cultivators at the altar steps were all top geniuses of the human race in Central State. Looking farther, Lu Ziyu observed the more than 15,000 human cultivators. Among them, there were quite a few whose cultivation aura was not inferior to those at the altar steps, but in terms of potential, talent, presence, and age, the gap was significant. After this comparison, Lu Ziyu made a decision. His branches moved, and he refined exactly 5 willow seeds. Then, the 5 willow seeds infused with Lu Ziyu's spiritual will, green and shining, flew like rainbows and landed below the altar. The holy son of true Dragon Hall still held 1 willow seed. These newly released seeds were for the 5 top geniuses who had not yet received one. Is this a reward for us? The white-robed young man, with the phenomenon world behind him, held a willow seed between 2 fingers. While releasing spiritual power to examine it, he frowned and muttered, "I can feel a strange energy inside this seed, and the fragrance it gives off makes my blood surge." Lu Ziyu's willow seeds carried an aura similar to life essence. This fragrance could trigger the most primal impulses and desires of living beings. If we are cautious, we should not consume this green fruit so quickly. The one who spoke was the peerless young woman in plain clothes. Her sleeves fluttered, her beauty unmatched, making all beautiful things pale in comparison. Her voice was like heavenly music. What the fairy says is right. This willow tree can stand in this bronze palace, so is clearly not ordinary. But this palace cannot allow great supernatural experts to enter. If we rashly consume this green fruit, we do not know what will happen. It is better to take it out and let great figures study it. As for us, we should first go up the altar and capture this willow tree into a spatial artifact. The white-robed young man said in one breath. Immediately, the holy son of true Dragon Hall, who had been about to consume the willow seed, gave up the idea and said in a loud voice, "This willow tree is huge in form and protected by Xianhuang energy." Just as everyone said, it must be a rare heaven and earth spiritual root. Hearing this, the beautiful young woman's eyes became serious. She parted her red lips and said, "If it is a heaven and earth spiritual root, it would be enough to make a force prosper for hundreds of thousands of years. Doesn't Baiwa Palace have a pool of innate clear lotuses? That is also a kind of heaven and earth spiritual root. It is said that eating the lotus seeds can extend life by 1,000 years, reshape the body, and preserve beauty forever," the holy son said with a grin. The young woman smiled lightly without speaking. Baiwa Palace indeed had such a lotus pool, but it was only an ordinary level innate spiritual root, far inferior to the legendary high-grade and top-level ones. At the top of the altar, Lu Ziyu's killing intent surged. It was all because of that plain-clothed woman. If not for her caution, these top geniuses might have already consumed the willow seeds. Talp, 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 talp. At this moment, the white-robed young man, the plain-clothed woman, the holy son of true Dragon Hall, and the other top geniuses stepped onto the altar stairs one after another. The chaos Xianhuang bell was still inside Lu Ziyu's body. Therefore, after the plain-clothed girl, the holy son of true Dragon Hall, the white-robed young man, and the other top geniuses stepped onto the altar stairs, they did not suffer the veto of the Xianhuang Mother Qi. This would not do. Lu Ziyu silently communicated with the chaos Xianhuang bell inside his body. As expected, the artifact spirit of the chaos Xianhuang bell revived this extreme Tao Emperor weapon on its own. A fully revived extreme Dao Emperor weapon was equal to a living ancient Great Emperor descending. The Chaos Xianhuang Bell, activated by its artifact spirit, had limited power, but as that grand and vast bell sound, shaking the three realms, suddenly exploded within the ancient bronze palace. For a moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths sank, the 8 directions shattered. Endless Xianhuang Mother Qi surged and flowed outside Lu Ziyu's tree body. The more than 15,000 cultivators standing before the altar all had trembling souls and shattered courage. This supreme and mighty bell sound was like the war drum of the heavenly court in myth being struck, like 3,000 gods and demons roaring from the depths of chaos. Under its impact, even great supernatural experts would fall into fear and trembling. Crash! Some cultivators with weak strength and unstable will have their bodies explode into blood, miss the moment they heard the bell sound. Those with some strength hurriedly used divine abilities and defensive artifacts. Even the plain-clothed girl, the holy son of true Dragon Hall, the white-robed young man, and the other top geniuses on the altar steps all turned pale. Outside Lu Ziyu's tree body, the Xianhuang Mother Qi was dense. This was not the Xianhuang Mother Qi he originally had, but what the Chaos Xianhuang Bell released after its initial revival. Each strand was as heavy as 10,000 tons, crushing heaven and earth. The Xianhuang Mother Qi born at the end of chaos was the original energy of heaven and earth. To capture such primal energy required not only unmatched power, but also luck beyond ordinary people. If one had strength but no luck, even searching the universe for a lifetime, one would not find a single strand. The Chaos Xianhuang Bell was an extreme Dao Emperor weapon forged by the Qing Emperor, and this Xianhuang Mother Qi was also collected by him. When Lu Ziyu had previously stepped onto the altar stairs, he had been oppressed by this Xianhuang Mother Qi. A single strand could crush a primordial mountain and force an ancient fierce beast to submit. The reason Lu Ziyu was not crushed, and instead absorbed it to evolve his bloodline into an innate divine willow, was because he had merged with the 13 green lotuses left by the Qing Emperor. These 13 green lotuses from the lotus pond were formed from seeds of the Qing Emperor's original body. The artifact spirit of the Chaos Xianhuang Bell had said they were like children formed from the Emperor's essence blood. With these 13 green lotuses attached to him, Lu Ziyu was not targeted by the Xianhuang Mother Qi from the bell, and instead developed a bloodline comparable to a heaven and earth spiritual root. Now, as the Chaos Xianhuang Bell forcefully revived, its bell sound swept across the 6 paths, and the Xianhuang Mother Qi it released gathered like an endless ocean around Lu Ziyu's huge tree body. To outsiders, Lu Ziyu standing within this vast Xianhuang Mother Qi shone with divine light, illuminating the sky. His presence and power were like the world tree of ancient times, great, eternal, supreme, and sacred. Lu Ziyu's 3,000 willow branches moved, but he felt a bit embarrassed. The Xianhuang Mother Qi around him looked light and soft, but was as heavy as the ancient Mount Buzhou. Even with all his branches pushing, it did not move. Kid, you want to use the Xianhuang Mother Qi to suppress those few little ones on the stairs, right? The artifact spirit of the Chaos Xianhuang Bell asked. That is exactly my intention. Lu Ziyu replied. Then let me do it, said the artifact spirit. Your cultivation is still shallow. How can you move the Xianhuang Mother Qi? After speaking, the artifact spirit secretly controlled the vast Xianhuang Mother Qi, which rumbled and pressed down toward the plain-clothed girl, the holy son of true Dragon Hall, and the others. Spare them, Lu Ziyu quickly said. These people have excellent talent and potential. They're worth cultivating. I want to subdue them for my use. Just suppress them, do not take their lives. The Chaos Xianhuang Bell understood. The Xianhuang Mother Qi directed at them was less than 1/10,000th of what surrounded Lu Ziyu. But even that small amount, when descending before the plain-clothed girl, the white-robed young man, and the holy son, immediately made these top geniuses show unprecedented seriousness. Be careful. This is Xianhuang Mother Qi. Unbelievable. The Xianhuang Mother Qi around that willow tree has reached this level. This is true Xianhuang Mother Qi. A single strand added to a weapon can forge a top Dao treasure. A single strand pressing down can crush the spine of a top expert. Amid shocked exclamations, the white-robed young man with the phenomenon world behind him was the first to act. With a shout, From the world behind him flew 9,999 sharp heavenly swords. Each sword was indestructible, unstoppable, filled with killing intent, and shining with sharp brilliance. However, under just a few strands of Xianhuang Mother Qi, no matter how great the phenomenon or how bright the light, everything instantly turned to ash. The white-robed young man's phenomenon collapsed, and the countless swords were completely destroyed. At that critical moment, a seal flew out from his forehead. This ancient seal, covered in sword patterns, under his control, spread a protective domain like an indestructible world. At the same time, the plain-clothed girl, the holy son of true Dragon Hall, and the other top geniuses all activated their treasures. Heaven and earth fell into chaos. A bronze cauldron appeared, releasing visions of divine beasts like azure dragon, phoenix, black tortoise, and white tiger. Formation flags fluttered, stirring earth, water, wind, and fire, sealing the sky. A great seal shone, illuminating all directions and suppressing the universe. None of the artifacts used by these geniuses were ordinary. All were filled with Tao and law. Boom! The Xianhuang Mother Qi rolled. In an instant, the great seal fell, the cauldron dimmed, and the formation flags cried. The protective artifacts of these top geniuses were suppressed by the continuous flow of Xianhuang Mother Qi above them. On the altar steps, the protective artifacts used by the holy son of true Dragon Hall, the white-robed young man, the plain-clothed girl, and the other top geniuses, under the pressure of strands of Xianhuang Mother Qi, could not resist and lost their light one after another, falling to the ground. This scene, reflected in the eyes of the many cultivators outside the altar, caused waves of shock that could not be described or imagined. Some people trembled and cried out in fear. Too terrifying. The saintess of Baiwa Palace, the holy son of true Dragon Hall, the holy son of Daluo, they all used Tao treasures woven with Tao and law. Exactly. Once such Tao treasures are fully activated, they can open heaven and earth and reverse yin and yang. Even if not fully activated, just a trace of their power is already unpredictable and terrifying. If I hadn't seen it myself, I would not believe that these strands of Xianhuang Mother Qi could suppress several Tao treasures. Look, the Xianhuang Mother Qi around that willow tree is like a vast ocean. The amount suppressing those treasures is not even 1/10,000th of what surrounds the tree. If all of it spread out, even a great supernatural expert would be crushed to pieces in an instant. Voices of fear rose and fell. Gongsun Tian and Chu Yao, standing among the crowd, had especially heavy expressions. They had been enslaved by Lu Ziyu's willow seeds. Toward this tree demon, they felt the same hatred and hostility. In their eyes, this tree demon had no right to stand above them. But now, this tree demon somehow released such vast Xianhuang Mother Qi and suppressed several Tao treasures. This fierce and supreme power did not match the tree demon they knew. When Lu Ziyu enslaved Chu Yao, he had just entered the great demon realm. When he enslaved Gongsun Tian, he was also at the great demon level. Could a tree demon at that level produce Xianhuang Mother Qi? Could it suppress several Tao treasures? Damn it, what kind of heaven and earth spiritual root is this? The Xianhuang Mother Qi it releases is so powerful? Isn't Xianhuang Mother Qi something born only in the depths of the chaotic universe? On the altar steps, the holy son of true Dragon Hall roared angrily. His Tao treasure was being pressed by more than 100 strands of Xianhuang Mother Qi. There were also hundreds of strands surrounding his body. As long as he moved, they would crush him into flesh. At this moment, the white-robed young man, the plain-clothed girl, and the other top geniuses standing with him were also surrounded by hundreds of strands of Xianhuang Mother Qi. The aura from it was heavy and overwhelming, keeping them in constant fear. Do not act rashly. The holy son of Daluo, with shining forehead and outstanding presence, clenched his fist and said seriously, "This willow tree is likely a top-level heaven and earth spiritual root. Otherwise, as you said, Xianhuang Mother Qi is a primal energy from the depths of chaos. How could a willow tree produce it? But if it is a top-level spiritual root, then it is not strange. Also, if it has intelligence and has not used this energy to kill us, then it does not intend to suppress us yet. Suppressing our Tao artifacts may only be a warning." A warning? The holy son of true Dragon Hall frowned. This guess made sense, but the Xianhuang energy around him could crush him at any moment. No one could stay calm under such threat. After a while, the altar steps became silent, and the noise outside also faded. Everyone was waiting for a result. Lu Ziyu spoke. His voice silently entered the ears of the holy son of true Dragon Hall, the white-robed young man, and the others. Swallow the willow seeds I gave you. Hearing this, they looked at each other, full of shock and doubt. Soon, the holy son of true Dragon Hall asked in a rough voice, "What exactly are these willow seeds? What happens after eating them?" Lu Ziyu said coldly, "Swallowing them is your only way to leave this bronze palace. If you do not, you will slowly die under the pressure of Xianhuang Mother Qi." The holy son said angrily, "This is a threat. You can understand it that way." Lu Ziyu said, "Here, you have no other choice. I give you the time of 1 cup of tea. If you decide, swallow the seeds. If not, you will die here when time is up." After saying this, Lu Ziyu said nothing more. "Damn tree," the holy son shouted. "He forces us to eat these seeds. They must not be good. If we eat them, we might still die." The plain-clothed girl frowned and said calmly, "You still do not understand the situation. The Xianhuang Mother Qi from this tree can crush even great experts easily. Our Dao artifacts are already suppressed. Without them, even if we join forces, we cannot resist. If it wanted to kill us, it could have done so already. There is no need to delay. So, these seeds likely will not kill us, but after eating them, we may be controlled by this tree." The white-robed young man nodded. "I agree. This tree wants to control us." "Ridiculous!" The holy son of Daoyuo stood tall, with a blazing sun-like aura around him, like a young god, untouchable. He said firmly, "Even if I am crushed to dust, I will not submit to a willow tree. If you are afraid, you can eat it. I will never submit." A few words spoken by the great Luo holy son were neither humble nor overbearing, preferring to break rather than bend. Behind him extended a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. A young man in white, whose eyes were as bright as 2 heavenly swords, looked gloomy and smiled helplessly. "Fellow Taoist, I can understand that you do not want to submit at the feet of this willow tree. But judging from the current situation, the great cultivators outside the hall cannot enter this hall, and we're trapped on this altar by the Xianhuang Mother Qi. If you want to prove your will by death, I won't stop you, but I, the young master, do not want to die." Hearing this, the great Luo holy son glared angrily and rebuked. The Sword Hall is also an ancient great sect of Central State, created by an ancient supreme of the Sword Path. As the young master of the Sword Hall, do you want to cling to life and beg for mercy by submitting to this willow tree? Don't put it so harshly. The young master of the Sword Hall looked sharp and retorted, "As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up. The problem is, we have no other choice at all. Even if we pretend for now, we must survive first. After leaving this ancient bronze hall, there will naturally be great figures to stand up for us. If you are afraid of death, just say it. Why make it sound so righteous?" The great Luo holy son snorted disdainfully, then looked at the others present and asked, "Do you all think the same as the Sword Hall's young master?" The holy son of the true Dragon Hall did not speak. He was still considering. A genius of his level was invincible among the younger generation in Central State and would eventually reach the peak and look down upon the world. To suddenly abandon his pride and fighting spirit and submit to a willow tree made him feel extremely unwilling and helpless. In my opinion, the Sword Hall young master's choice is not wrong. I don't believe that some willow seed can really control us. Even if we cannot resist, after leaving this ancient bronze hall, there will be great cultivators to remove that mark of enslavement. The young man who spoke had a dark temperament and deep eyes, like 2 bottomless abysses, containing a strange magic that captured one's will. He was the holy son of the 9 Nether Holy Land. In the current Central State, those who ruled everything and stood above all traditions were the ancient families, ancient great sects, and eternal holy lands with ancient inheritances. The 9 Nether Holy Land stood in one of the 100 regions of Central State, the 9 Nether region, and was its ruler. In terms of inheritance, the 9 Nether Holy Land was founded by the ancient great emperor, the 9 Nether Emperor, and possessed a complete imperial inheritance. It was one of the most prosperous and enduring holy land traditions in Central State. I think so too. Another person spoke. This was a handsome and ethereal young man. His aura was mysterious, with dense and profound innate Tao patterns flickering outside his body, and mist accompanied his every movement. Dongfang Bai, the Tao son of the ancient Dongfang family, was born with a Tao bone and was invincible among those of the same level. He was a super genius on the same level as the 9 Nether Holy Sun, the Great Luo Holy Sun, and the True Dragon Hall Holy Sun. You all, the Great Luo Holy Sun's face turned ashen. Among the 6 people who had stepped onto the altar, only the simply dressed girl, the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers Palace, had not expressed her stance. The rest all agreed with the Sword Hall young master. For a moment, the Great Luo Holy Sun hesitated, and his Tao heart wavered. Suddenly, at this moment, Lu Ziyu's voice floated over. The time of 1 cup of tea is up. Have you all considered it? Will you take the willow seed, I grant, or be crushed in a blood mist by the Xianhuang Mother Qi? The Sword Hall young master stepped forward and replied, Senior Willow Tree, I am willing to take this willow seed. After speaking, he swallowed the emerald, pure, and spotless willow seed without hesitation. The willow seed took root in the flesh without a trace. The moment it entered his body, it disappeared without a trace. Senior Willow Tree, I am also willing to submit to you. Dongfang Bai, the True Dragon Hall Holy Sun, and the 9 Nether Holy Suns successively swallowed the willow seeds. Lu Ziyu smiled with satisfaction and fixed his gaze on the Great Luo Holy Sun and the 100 Flowers Palace Holy Maiden. The former was heroic and peerless, bathed in the light of the great sun, like a young god, dazzling and mighty. The latter was of stunning beauty, like a celestial fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Both undoubtedly had the talent to reach the peak of the great Tao. Lu Ziyu asked calmly, What? You two do not intend to take the willow seed? The Great Luo Holy Sun gritted his teeth and remained silent for a long time. It was the 100 Flowers Palace Holy Maiden who bowed slightly and asked, May I ask, Senior Willow Tree, are you a spiritual root of heaven and earth? Lu Ziyu laughed and, after thinking, replied, Yes, I am a spiritual root of heaven and earth. The 100 Flowers Palace Holy Maiden continued, A spiritual root of heaven and earth that can produce Xianhuang Mother Qi must be of the highest level. I have heard that at the time of the creation of heaven and earth, the most supreme spiritual roots were the Chaos Green Lotus, the World Tree, and the Chaos Gourd. But I have never heard of any spiritual root in the form of a willow tree. That is your ignorance. Lu Ziyu raised a willow branch with 13 green lotuses growing on it and said seriously, See this? These 13 green lotuses are transformed from the seeds of the Chaos Green Lotus. I am called the innate divine willow. Although I'm not as good as the Chaos Green Lotus or the World Tree, I am not comparable to ordinary spiritual roots. The Great Luo Holy Sun curled his lips. This willow tree was good at boasting. You say those 13 lotuses are from Chaos Green Lotus seeds, and that makes them so? Where's the proof? The 100 Flowers Palace Holy Maiden was half convinced and asked, If Senior says so, then so be it. One last question. This ancient bronze hall was not created by you, right? Even great cultivators cannot enter this hall. If you created it, you could just subdue those great cultivators outside. Why bully us juniors? Lu Ziyu looked at her a few more times. Sharp-toned, she was indirectly saying he bullied the weak. But Lu Ziyu's real cultivation was only at the 9th level of a great demon. Now he was only displaying the supreme power of the Chaos Xianhuang Bell. I can tell you. Adapting to the situation, Lu Ziyu said in a tempting tone, This hall was left by the Green Emperor. I'm also a spiritual root planted by the Green Emperor. If you submit to me, I will help you obtain the imperial inheritance left by the Green Emperor. The Great Luo Holy Sun could no longer remain calm. His pupils shrank as he shouted, The Green Emperor? The one known as One Lotus under the eternal blue sky? The 100 Flowers Palace Holy Maiden also gasped. The Green Emperor? It is said he was a great emperor of the demon race, whose true form was a Chaos Green Lotus. How is his imperial palace in the territory of the human race? The ancient great emperors represent the ultimate peak of the human path. They are invincible and immortal beings in this mortal world. Every ancient great emperor is recorded in history and remains immortal for all ages. The Green Emperor attained the Tao in the desolate ancient era. His true form was a Chaos Green Lotus from the depths of chaos. After 10,000 years of evolution, he transformed into a human form. After that, he advanced all the way, defeated all kings, swept across the universe, and finally became a generation of demon emperor. The desolate ancient era is also the closest ancient era to the present. Therefore, records about the Green Emperor are still very clear in the ancient great sects, eternal holy lands, and ancient families of Central State. What the Holy Maiden of the Hundred Flowers Palace could not understand was how such a peerless and unmatched demon emperor would leave his imperial palace inheritance in the land of Central State. Central State has always been under the control of the human race. Shouldn't the Green Emperor's imperial palace fortune be placed in the southern ridge, where demon beings gather? Lu Ziyu calmly explained. The thoughts of a great emperor are not something you can speculate or question at will. Since it has come to this, if you two are still unwilling to submit, then end your lives. The great Luo Holy Sun found it hard to decide. The opportunity of a great emperor was too tempting. Even obtaining just one technique left by a great emperor is something many great cultivators dream of. I am willing to submit. The Holy Maiden of the Hundred Flowers Palace swallowed the willow seed. Fine, I will take this gamble. The great Luo Holy Sun sighed and also swallowed the willow seed. In an instant, a subtle connection formed between Lu Ziyu and the great Luo Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden of the Hundred Flowers Palace. As long as Lu Ziyu wished, he could take their lives in a single thought. Where's the great emperor's fortune? The great Luo Holy Sun, who had swallowed the willow seed, could not wait. The great emperor's fortune is naturally with me. Lu Ziyu laughed teasingly. What do you mean? The great Luo Holy Sun was shocked. He chose to submit partly because of the Green Emperor's fortune. Now Lu Ziyu said that the Green Emperor's fortune was in his hands. This sounded somewhat wrong. To be honest, this imperial palace left by the Green Emperor, as well as the fortune he left, are all with me. Lu Ziyu did not hide it. And I am not a spiritual root planted by the Green Emperor. I am just a tree demon growing in the wild outside. I arrived at this imperial palace before you. In terms of cultivation, I'm only at the level of a 9th stage great demon. The great Luo Holy Sun. The Holy Maiden of the Hundred Flowers Palace. Nonsense. You. How could you be a 9th stage great demon? The Xianhuang Mother Qi around you is a source energy born in the depths of chaos. Without being a top-level spiritual root of heaven and earth, how could you produce such pure Xianhuang Mother Qi? Didn't I say it already? I obtained the inheritance left by the Green Emperor. This Xianhuang Mother Qi was left by the Green Emperor. I just took it out to scare you. Lu Ziyu said jokingly. There is no point discussing this now. You have my willow seeds in your bodies, so obey my orders. If you perform well, I can also give you some special rewards. The Holy Maiden of the Hundred Flowers Palace. Was she tricked? A tree demon at the level of a 9th stage great demon actually subdued several super geniuses, including her? The great Luo Holy Sun exploded in anger. He raised his fist and struck out. The power and dominance turned into a blazing sun divine disk, extremely firm and fierce, illuminating heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. The sun divine disk carried extreme destructive energy. Its power and force were astonishing, making even ghosts and gods tremble. The great Luo Holy Sun's cultivation was at the Tao entry realm, equivalent to the tribulation crossing realm of the demon race. Lu Ziyu's 9th stage great demon cultivation had no comparison with the great Luo Holy Sun. However, the blazing divine disk filled with the great Luo Holy Sun's towering anger had not even flown out before it was crushed and shattered by strands of Xianhuang Mother Qi. Immediately after, strands of Xianhuang Mother Qi pressed onto the great Luo Holy Sun's body. No matter how extraordinary his talent or flawless his body, he vomited blood and collapsed on the ground with broken bones. What's going on? Why did the great Luo Holy Sun suddenly attack that willow tree? The exchange between Lu Ziyu and the others was limited to the altar. The many cultivators in front of the altar saw the sudden outburst and the great Luo Holy Sun being suppressed onto the steps and began whispering in curiosity. You despicable tree demon, you dare to deceive me. In a pool of blood, the great Luo Holy Sun's eyes were red. His flesh was shattered. His body, flowing with brilliant divine light and mysterious symbols, was pressed by strands of Xianhuang Mother Qi, causing blood to gush like a spring, flickering between light and dark. Lu Ziyu said calmly. I deceived you. What can you do? Not only can I deceive you, I can still suppress you like slaughtering pigs and dogs. After speaking, Lu Ziyu looked at the Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers Palace, the true Dragon Hall Holy Son, the Sword Hall Young Master, and others and said, I deceived you as well. Do you want to lie on these steps like him? Or stand up straight and be my subordinates? A long silence. Being suppressed by a 9th stage great demon tree through deception and intimidation was something the Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers Palace and the others had never imagined. They were all super geniuses at the Tao entry realm, kings among the younger generation of Central State. Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster upon yourself? The Sword Hall Young Master shouted. Taking the Green Emperor's inheritance is one thing, but you even use schemes to enslave us. Unless you can hide in this imperial palace for your entire life. Otherwise, I can guarantee that once you step out, you will immediately be suppressed by great cultivators. My father is outside this palace. He is a pillar of the Sword Hall at the saint level, reaching heaven and earth. Outside, there are also more than a dozen great cultivators from my Sword Hall, together with those from the 9 Nether Holy Land, the 100 Flowers Palace, the Dongfang family, and the True Dragon Hall. There are at least 100 great cultivators. Lu Ziyu ignored him. Spare others when possible. If you let us go, once we leave this imperial palace, we can persuade those outside to leave. Then you can also leave this palace. From then on, we will not interfere with each other. What do you think? The Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers Palace said, her eyes shifting. I'm not a fool, nor a 3-year-old child. Lu Ziyu sneered disdainfully. Then you intend to kill us all? The Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers Palace widened her eyes, anger clearly visible. No, I want you to be my pawns. Lu Ziyu spoke very directly. Pawns? The Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers Palace did not know whether to laugh or cry. That was really hurtful. Among the few standing with her on the altar steps, which one was not a king-level genius among the younger generation of Central State. Even in cultivation, all stood at the Tao entry realm. This tree demon, only at the level of a 9th stage great demon, not only deceived and enslaved them, but also wanted to use them as pawns. Was there anything more infuriating than this? Damn tree demon! The great Luo Holy Son, still being mercilessly suppressed on the altar steps by strands of Xianhuang Mother Qi, had red eyes and raised his head to roar. Even if I die, I will not let you control me. Lu Ziyu raised killing intent. I have already wasted a lot of time with you. Speaking of it, if I don't kill one person, it will be hard for you to recognize your situation. Here, you're not any kind of human geniuses. This cultivation of yours is also useless, because I can judge you however I want. As his words fell, Lu Ziyu activated the willow seed imprinted inside the body of the great Luo Holy Son. In an instant, the great Luo Holy Son, suppressed on the ground by Xianhuang Mother Qi and unable to move, began to groan in unbearable pain, his eyes splitting. His internal organs and limbs seemed to be bitten by tens of thousands of ants. Soon after, even his soul began to suffer that kind of torment. Under such a state of wanting to live, but unable to, wanting to die, but unable to, the great Luo Holy Son could not hold on for long and shouted, Kill me. If you have the guts, then kill me. I am the great Luo Holy Son. If you kill me, someone will avenge me. As you wish. Lu Ziyu extended a willow branch, and in front of the many cultivators outside the altar, pierced straight through the chest of the great Luo Holy Son like a spear. Blood splashed into the sky and scattered across the ground. The life force of the great Luo Holy Son rapidly drained, and his pupils became dim and lifeless. Evolution points plus 50,000. Evolution points plus 10,000. Evolution points plus 50,000. The life essence of the great Luo Holy Son became nourishment for Lu Ziyu. On the altar, several people were terrified. The Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers Palace, the 9 Nether Holy Son, the True Dragon Hall Holy Son, Dongfang Bai, and the young master of the Sword Hall. They did not expect Lu Ziyu to kill the great Luo Holy Son so decisively and ruthlessly. Behind the great Luo Holy Son stood an eternal Holy Land. After killing their Holy Son, would the great Luo Holy Land not fight desperately with you? Outside the hall stood the great Luo Holy Lord, a great figure above great cultivators. But after witnessing this killing, The holy maiden of the 100 Flowers Palace and the others understood one thing. This tree demon was decisive in killing. If they were as stubborn as the great Luo Holy Sun, refusing to yield even in death, their end would be no different. Leave it to fate. With a sigh, the dark-tempered 9 Nether Holy Sun bowed and said, Lord Tree Demon. Lu Ziyu smiled in satisfaction, and a willow branch extended in front of the 9 Nether Holy Sun. The 9 Nether Holy Sun's muscles tensed. Seeing that the willow branch was not going to pierce him, but instead produced a drop of mysterious and shining green liquid, he became suspicious. Then, smelling that fragrant scent, his blood boiled and his soul trembled. This was Lu Ziyu's life essence. The great attraction of life essence does not only apply to ferocious beasts. As long as it is a living being, it cannot resist this temptation. As my pawn, naturally there are benefits. Since you are so sensible, I will not treat you poorly. Lu Ziyu said. The 9 Nether Holy Sun immediately refined that drop of life essence. With the willow seed already imprinted in his body, he did not care what consequences there would be after refining this green liquid. After a moment passed, the 9 Nether Holy Sun's face showed disbelief as he murmured, Unbelievable. This drop of liquid not only strengthened my magic power and blood energy, but also improved my life origin. Most amazing of all, even my aptitude has transformed. The effect of this drop of liquid is comparable to holy medicine's spirit liquid. Is it really that exaggerated? The true Dragon Hall Holy Sun was half doubtful. Soon, he no longer doubted. Lu Ziyu also gave him a drop of life essence. The holy maiden of the 100 Flowers Palace, the young master of the Sword Hall, and Dongfang Bai also each received a drop. After refining the life essence, their expressions were almost the same as that of the 9 Nether Holy Sun. Treasures that enhance blood energy and magic power are common, but Lu Ziyu's life essence could also improve aptitude and life origin at the same time. Such an effect could not be matched even by spirit liquid from 10,000-year holy medicines. The great Luo Holy Sun is dead. Terrifying. What is going on with that willow tree? Why did it suddenly kill the great Luo Holy Sun? What is that green liquid it gave to the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers Palace and the Dao Sun of the Dongfang family? I saw the great Luo Holy Sun shouting at the willow tree, but the Xinhuang Mother Qi on the altar isolated the sound there. It seems the great Luo Holy Sun offended that willow tree, so he was killed. For no reason. Why would the great Luo Holy Sun offend that willow tree? More than 15,000 cultivators who witnessed the fall of the great Luo Holy Sun were in an uproar, talking among themselves. Ordinary cultivators aside, the great Luo Holy Sun was different. He was a king-level genius of a younger generation in Central State, and behind him was the great Luo Holy Land. His death would cause a huge storm. On the altar, Lu Ziyu's voice sounded, Follow my will, and you can continuously obtain this kind of spirit liquid. I can also teach you imperial techniques, the ones left by the Green Emperor. You know the value of that. Lord, Tree Demon, please speak. The holy maiden of the 100 Flowers Palace reluctantly said the last 2 words. I do not want to see unnecessary people in this hall. Lu Ziyu's tone was calm, but filled with killing intent. Does Lord Tree Demon want us to kill all the cultivators who came into this imperial palace? The true Dragon Hall Holy Sun was surprised. There were many cultivators who came into this imperial palace, more than 15,000 in total. Those without background aside, there were also descendants of ancient families and ancient great sects among them, though their cultivation had not yet reached the level of king-level geniuses. Moreover, killing all these cultivators would offend hundreds of forces, creating enormous consequences. Lu Ziyu said calmly, I know what you are worried about, but this is the imperial palace. If these people are killed, who would know it was you? Even if great cultivators make deductions, you can deny it. At worst, the forces behind you can protect you. Enough, this is my will. Act quickly. Mel. This willow tree has gone mad. The true Dragon Hall Holy Sun clenched his fists and communicated with the people beside him. Has he not thought about the consequences? These more than 15,000 cultivators in this hall. How many immortal sects and Tao traditions stand behind them? How many family inheritances? Killing so many cultivators, it is impossible to hide it. As long as great cultivators spend lifespan to deduce, they will still see some scenes of killing. That's why he wants us to do it. The Holy Maiden of the Hundred Flowers Palace snorted and said angrily, "He knows that behind us stand extraordinary traditions, and we are covered with vast fortune. With this layer of protection, even the greatest karma will be placed on us." Despicable. The true Dragon Hall Holy Sun was furious. "Let's not talk about karma for now." Dongfang Bai, dressed in white, elegant like an immortal, said with a heavy expression, "Although we are all king-level geniuses at the Dao entry realm and have Dao weapons in our hands, even if we exhaust all our strength, it will be hard to kill all the more than 15,000 cultivators present. Among them, there are about 1,000 Dao entry realm cultivators of the same level as us. There may even be people who hold Dao weapons of the same level as ours." The Nine Nether Holy Sun nodded and said, "If we don't do it, that is the only path to death. This willow tree has too much killing intent." The great Luo Holy Sun was killed just like that. In its eyes, we are no different from him. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. The shock of the great Luo Holy Sun's death still remained. Lord Willow Tree. The Holy Maiden of the Hundred Flowers Palace stepped forward and said, "If you want us to kill all the cultivators present, you can do it yourself. The Xianwang Mother Chi around you, just one strand can crush a mountain. To kill all the cultivators in the hall would be easy and effortless." Lu Ziyu sneered. "Are you questioning my order?" "No." The Holy Maiden of the Hundred Flowers Palace shook her head and explained, "It's just that there are too many cultivators here. Even if the 5 of us join forces, we cannot kill them all. It would be better for Lord Tree Demon to act. Don't play this trick with me." Lu Ziyu remained unmoved and said, "Whether you follow my will has nothing to do with whether you can complete this matter." The girl frowned. This Tree Demon was determined to make them kill. "Then let's do it." The Nine Nether Holy Sun, whose eyes were deep like an abyss and filled with killing intent, said with a ferocious face, "Among the more than 15,000 cultivators present, from Golden Core to Dao Entry Realm, those at the Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and Cave Heaven levels can be ignored. They're just small soldiers. With a single strike, we can destroy them. The real trouble is the more than 1,000 Dao Entry Realm cultivators. Fine, I will go all out." The true Dragon Hall Holy Sun roared, releasing a fierce and terrifying aura. The pressure from Lu Ziyu had filled him with anger, and now he was going to release it all. Something is not right. The Holy Maiden of the Hundred Flowers Palace, the true Dragon Hall Holy Sun, the Sword Hall Young Master, they seem to be communicating with that willow tree. Also, the true Dragon Hall Holy Sun is full of killing intent, and the Nine Nether Holy Sun has cold eyes. I have a bad feeling. The cultivators outside the altar began to feel unrest. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 5 figures on the altar descended in front of the crowd. The true Dragon Hall Holy Sun attacked first. Around him, 10,000 dragons flew. Golden light shone beneath his feet. With one step, the Tao appeared, and heaven and earth collapsed. Such power was many times more fierce and terrifying than that of ordinary Tao entry realm cultivators. Boom, boom, boom. A storm that could swallow the sky swept out. Within it, countless true dragon shadows flew, dazzling like the sun. When this attack fell into the crowd, cries and screams rose one after another. Under this single strike of the true Dragon Hall Holy Sun, at least hundreds of people died. Even several Dao entry realm cultivators, caught off guard, turned into ashes. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords rang, piercing the sky. The Sword Hall Young Master made his move. He wore white clothes like snow, his hair shining and standing upright like countless indestructible divine swords. As his cultivation operated, the strange phenomenon behind him erupted with 9,999 beams of heavenly sword light. Poochie, Poochie. Under this wave of attack, countless cultivators died again. Have they been bewitched by that willow tree to start such killing? Seeing the actions of the true Dragon Hall Holy Sun and the Sword Hall Young Master, the remaining 10,000 cultivators shouted. Those at the Golden Core and Nascent Soul levels, the weakest in the field, mostly fled toward the outside of the Imperial Palace. Lu Ziyu transmitted his voice. "Let them run. Without my permission, no one can leave this palace hall." The Holy Maiden of the Hundred Flowers Palace nodded slightly. "That is best. If those Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators united with 1,000 Dao entry realm cultivators to resist them, it would cause some trouble. True Dragon Hall, Holy Sun, Sir Hall Young Master, Have you both gone mad? Someone shouted. This person had a dignified appearance and was clearly a disciple of an ancient great sect, but his cultivation was still weaker than that of the true Dragon Hall Holy Son and the Sword Hall Young Master. Mel. Ha ha ha. I am mad. The true Dragon Hall Holy Son roared like a human beast. If it were you, you would be even madder than me. The Sword Hall Young Master stood in his strange phenomenon, controlling overwhelming sword light with every move. He said, "Words are useless." The Sword Hall inherited the sword path, created by an ancient sword supreme. The sword phenomenon of the Sword Hall Young Master was full of killing intent and invincible. Under its light, everyone in the hall trembled. Have you truly been bewitched by that willow tree? The one who spoke was an old man about several hundred years old, standing at the peak of the Tao entry realm. His cultivation was the strongest in the field. This old thing will be suppressed by me. The true Dragon Hall Holy Son rushed forward. This happened suddenly. Fellow Taoists, join hand with me first and suppress them. The old man faced the true Dragon Hall Holy Son. A human cultivator at the Tao entry level can resonate with the great Tao of heaven and earth with every gesture. The old man targeted by the Holy Son of the true Dragon Hall stood at the 9th level of the Tao entry realm. While calling on the cultivators present to suppress the Holy Son of the true Dragon Hall and the Holy Son of Nine Nether and other king-level geniuses, he also unleashed vast magical power to confront the dazzling attack of the Holy Son of the true Dragon Hall. Excluding those who had already fled outside the Imperial Palace, the thousands of cultivators remaining at the scene were all top experts hovering at the Dragon Transformation and Tao entry realms. After hearing the old man shout, they immediately faced a great enemy and gathered together in strict formation. At this moment, everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. The Holy Son of Nine Nether, the young master of the Sword Hall, the Saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace, and Dongfang Bai, who walked down from the altar steps, seemed to have gone mad and were about to start a massacre. In terms of cultivation, these king-level geniuses dominated the whole field. They all possessed unmatched combat power and extraordinary inheritances. There were only a handful of people present who could contend with them, and that was without these geniuses revealing their trump cards. The old man's suggestion was the best choice. No matter what, they had to join hands to suppress these king-level geniuses first. If they remained scattered and did not help each other, they would definitely be defeated one by one like weeds being pulled out. Wasn't it the case earlier that the Holy Son of the true Dragon Hall and the young master of the Sword Hall had already crushed and killed hundreds of cultivators with overwhelming force as soon as they made a move? Boom, boom, boom. Air waves surged into the sky, and dragon roars shook the surroundings. The majestic figure of the Holy Son of the true Dragon Hall, covered in indestructible golden light, triggered dragon visions with every move. He was like a reincarnated true dragon, unstoppable and dominating heaven and earth. Although his cultivation level was actually slightly lower than that of the old man at the 9th level of the Tao entry realm, in terms of combat power and momentum, he quickly gained the upper hand, forcing the old man to retreat step by step, unable to resist. Roars echoed, wild wind raged, and he stepped on a long rainbow. The Holy Son of the true Dragon Hall rushed forward without hesitation. His large hand pressed down like a millstone, and the shadow of a true dragon appeared, covering the sky and sealing heaven and earth. The old man had no way to avoid it and had to face it head-on. As a result, he immediately spat blood, his hair disheveled. "Come help me quickly." Knowing he could not continue fighting, the old man shouted loudly. In response, several figures rushed out, try to reach him. However, a field of crystal flower buds, shining with flowing light and dense Tao patterns, fell from the sky. These buds looked like carved jade, beautiful and exquisite, thin as cicada wings. Falling like scattered flowers from a goddess, they landed outside the bodies of several Tao entry cultivators and cut through their protective magical barriers like invincible heavenly blades. Before those cultivators could retreat in panic, hundreds and thousands of crystal petals transformed into brilliant divine light. Puff, puff, amid screams, their bodies were pierced by the radiant petals. The one who made the move was the pure and peerless Saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace. She looked delicate and stunning, but when she attacked, she was like a blooming rose, piercing and dangerous, not to be underestimated. She moved with grace, mist rising step by step. Around her elegant, immortal body, Hazy holy light floated, surrounded by countless flower buds, like a fairy descending into the mortal world. When she raised her slender jade hand, a burst of flower fragrance spread in all directions. Not good. This is the secret technique of the 100 Flowers Palace. Flower rain filling the sky. Any living being that smells this fragrance will feel weak in limbs and their blood wither. If it's severe, it can even numb the soul and spirit. Damn it, we have no grudges with them. How can they target us like this? Even if they come from ancient holy lands and great sects, they shouldn't slaughter so recklessly. Inside the hall, filled with floral fragrance, the thousands of cultivators were uneasy and indignant. Old thing, no one could save you. This holy son has a belly full of anger. You can bear it well. The holy son of the true dragon hall, fierce and full of vitality, suppressed the old man like a raging dragon or giant beast. The old man, already bleeding and with broken bones and tendons, was filled with anger and despair. A belly full of anger? He was the one full of anger. The one in danger now was not the holy son of the true dragon hall, but him. The Dongfang family is one of the ancient families of Central State. As the Dao son of the Dongfang family, if not forced, I would not slaughter like this. I hope that after you go to the underworld, you will not resent me. Dongfang Bai, dressed in a spotless white robe, lived up to his name, pure and elegant, graceful and refined. Around him appeared thousands of rays of Dao light, and from within his body came bursts of resonant sounds. Compared to the holy son of the true dragon hall, Dongfang Bai was even stronger. He possessed an innate Dao bone. When his powers surged and his cultivation awakened, the Dao bone within him appeared faintly, extremely mysterious. The innate symbols flowing on that Dao bone contained truths of the great Dao that words could not describe. Following him was the holy son of Nine Nether. His eyes were as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, capturing the soul. From his pupils burst a strange power, invisible to the naked eye. Nine Nether demon eyes. The inherited eye technique of the Nine Nether Holy Land. Any cultivator locked by these eyes, whether in the dragon transformation or Dao entry realm, would have their soul uncontrollably leave their body. A cold wind swept through like blades, and those souls were completely destroyed and shattered. At the peak of the altar, Lu Ziyu's tree body towered into the sky, with 3,000 willow branches bathed flawlessly in endless Xianhuang mother energy. He looked down at the river of blood and the wailing everywhere before the altar. His heart was calm, without joy or sorrow. This is the world where the strong prey on the weak, the law of survival of the fittest. From the day he transmigrated, Lu Ziyu understood this truth. Even a 3-year-old child, if it posed a threat to him, will be suppressed without mercy. Everything Lu Ziyu did was to survive and to protect his own interests. The compassion of sages? That is just a joke. Lu Ziyu would rather become a demon than do things like cutting flesh to feed eagles out of pity. Time passed little by little. Before the altar, the smell of blood filled the sky. More and more figures fell to the ground. More and more blood gathered together. The holy son of the true dragon hall, with bloodshot eyes, roared like a vicious dragon entering a flock of sheep. No matter how sacred and bright the dragon visions around him were, they could not hide the bloody aura on him. The saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace, surrounded by mist and spiritual flowers, beneath her breathtaking beauty, was also stained with the death aura of hundreds of lives. Sword chi sweeping across. With a cold shout, the young master of the sword hall released a sword energy over 100 zhang long. Wherever it swept, bodies were shattered. This is going too far. I am also a descendant of an ancient great sect, and behind me stands an ancient great sect as well. Even if you are descendants of saints and Dao sons of ancient families, you should not bully others like this and slaughter so recklessly. Aren't you afraid that the major forces of Central State will join together to attack you? A genius of an ancient great sect, only slightly weaker than the king-level geniuses such as the young master of the Sword Hall, the saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace, and the saintess of the True Dragon Hall, roared hysterically after suffering a heavy blow and losing an arm. Yes, many cultivators have already escaped outside the hall. They will definitely tell the great experts outside what happened here. Even if those great experts cannot enter this bronze palace for the moment, the fact that you slaughtered so many cultivators cannot be hidden from the powerful figures outside. Another person shouted, Before the situation becomes irreversible, you should wake up quickly. Otherwise, once it goes too far, cause and effect will return. I do not believe that your lineages can withstand the joint attack of hundreds or thousands of immortal sect families. The Saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace stood among the spiritual flowers and plants, her clothes fluttering, her immortal dress pure, as if she heard nothing. The young master of the sword hall holding a 3-foot green sword, and Dongfang, by whose innate Dao bone was awakening, also acted as if they heard nothing. Did they have a choice? If they did not slaughter and suppress the cultivators in the hall, the one who would judge them would be that tree demon. Puff! With a press of his big hand, the holy son of the true dragon hall crushed another Dao entry cultivator and shouted excitedly, "So much nonsense! Do you think the cultivators in this hall can escape outside? Today, none of the cultivators who came here will escape. None will live." The already tall and mighty holy son of the true dragon hall now looked especially fierce and savage, bloodthirsty and crazed. The cultivators fell silent. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and all warnings had been given, yet they still could not stop the killing intent of the king-level geniuses. Among the crowd, a young man with firm brows and a strong figure formed a hand seal and summoned a shining spear that emitted boundless divine light. This was actually a great Dao secret treasure interwoven with Dao and law. Holding the spear, the young man's aura greatly increased, his spirit high. Looking at the king-level geniuses, he shouted, "There's no need for me to say more, right? If you want to leave this bronze palace alive, then stop hiding your strength." The cultivators who had not escaped outside the imperial palace were all at the dragon transformation or Dao entry levels. In this short time, those at the dragon transformation level had been completely slaughtered, and among the more than 1,000 Dao entry cultivators, only a little over 500 remained. This young man was also outstanding among those present. Though not from a supreme lineage, he had extraordinary talent and strong combat power. A great Dao secret treasure? Very good. The holy son of Nine Nether, with dim eyes, devoured mental will from a distance and said coldly, "I lack a handy weapon. I think the spear is quite good." As his voice fell, the holy son of Nine Nether disappeared. When he appeared again, he stood behind the young man. His eyes surged with pupil power, drawing a dark crack 7 or 8 meters long in midair. This dark crack, like the bloody mouth of a prehistoric beast, could not only devour mental will, but also restrain the physical body to a certain extent. This pupil technique of the 9 Nether demon eyes was a top inheritance in the 9 Nether Holy Land. In the hands of the holy son of 9 Nether, it was almost like the Tao itself, able to turn illusion into reality. In terms of power, under this dark crack formed by pupil force, even peak Dao entry cultivators would find it hard to break free. The young man, whose cultivation was several levels lower, immediately activated the power of the spear in his hand. The power of a great Dao secret treasure could not be fully awakened without great supernatural experts. But even a fraction of its power was enough for the young man to break free from the restraint of the dark crack. He turned and swept out with the spear. Thousands of rays of light surged, divine brilliance shining endlessly. This spear, shining with boundless light, was truly a great killing weapon interwoven with Tao and law. Even the holy son of Nine Nether felt strands of deadly danger. If you want to compete with magical treasures, you are still too inexperienced. Snorting, the holy son of Nine Nether threw out a formation flag. This formation flag was strange and sinister, wrapped with seals of earth, water, wind, and fire. The visions it displayed were ancient great demons. In an instant, 3,000 great demons filled heaven and earth like 3,000 gods and devils, crowding the void. The young man's spear failed to pierce through these demon visions and was instead submerged by the power of earth, water, wind, and fire outside the formation flag. The one protected by great Dao weapons was not only this young man. One after another, more than 20 great Dao weapons appeared. Because of this, the Saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace, the young master of the Sword Hall, Dongfang Bai, and the holy son of the True Dragon Hall also took out the great Dao weapons they brought into the Imperial Palace. Boom! Boom! The battle became more and more intense. The collision between great Dao weapons shook heaven and earth, with ghosts crying and wolves howling, stones flying and sand swirling. The Saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace and the holy son of the true Dragon Hall, who had already killed thousands of cultivators and consumed much energy, now had to activate great Tao weapons. Their power rapidly drained to the limit. They began to take pills or took out special crystals, sacrificing the spiritual energy within them. Several Tao entry cultivators were instantly turned into blood mist by the ripples of the collision of great Tao weapons. At this time, the holy son of Nine Nether had also suppressed the young man. Suddenly, he retreated rapidly. The young man, on the verge of death, held the blazing spear, having just walked back from the edge of death. "Do you dare?" the holy son of Nine Nether asked. "There is nothing I don't dare. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy." The young man replied fiercely. The holy son of Nine Nether frowned. The reason he retreated was that, at the moment before death, the young man suddenly intended to detonate the spear in his hand. One must know, this was a great Tao secret treasure interwoven with Tao and law. If such a weapon self-destructed, it could injure great supernatural experts. The holy son of Nine Nether was not arrogant enough to remain unharmed under such an explosion. A sudden change occurred. Threads of Xianhuang mother energy, carrying the aura of primordial chaos and emitting eternal Tao sounds, descended around the young man. After entangling the shining spear, this great Tao weapon, which contained immense power, became like a sealed prehistoric beast, instantly losing its color and light. The Xianhuang mother energy wrapped around that great Tao spear was without doubt released by Lu Ziyu. The Xianhuang mother energy, born in the depths of chaos, was the original energy of all things. Within it were the great Tao of chaos and the origin of all things. With just one strand pressing down, mountains and rivers would shatter, and the sky would lose its light. As strands of it were imprinted on that great Tao spear, it was equal to layers of indestructible great Tao shackles that sealed heaven and earth. At once, it suppressed the destructive power of that great Tao spear. So it became impossible for that heroic young man to detonate this great Tao weapon. Even trying to use the destructive power of this great Tao weapon had become an impossible task. Seeing this, the holy son of Nine Nether burst into laughter, with mockery at the corner of his mouth. "How is it? Weren't you going to die together with me? Now, I want to see how you are still going to die together with me." The heroic young man was so angry that he spat out several mouthfuls of blood and roared. "Why? Why did it become like this? Was it done by that willow tree? I understand now. You were all bewitched by that willow tree. That is why you started such slaughter. That willow tree also released this Xianhuang mother energy to restrain my great Tao weapon. You submit to the control of that willow tree, and your end may be even more miserable than mine. When a man is about to die, his words are good. When a bird is about to die, its cry is mournful." It was not that the holy son of Nine Nether had never thought about what the heroic young man said, but it had no meaning. At present, he still could not escape Lu Ziyu's control. Waves of pupil power surged out. The holy son of Nine Nether casually killed the heroic young man who could no longer use the great Tao spear. "Tree Demon Lord, what about this great Tao weapon?" With one more great Tao weapon, the foundation of the holy son of Nine Nether would become a bit stronger. "Keep it. As for the magical weapons and divine arms left behind by the cultivators who died in this hall, you may collect them freely, except for things like pills and spiritual medicines." After refining spiritual medicines and pills, Lu Ziyu could obtain evolution points. There was no need for those divine weapons and sharp arms. What kind of magical weapon or divine arm could compare with the chaos Xianhuang bell left behind by the Azure Emperor? Immediately after, Lu Ziyu communicated with the chaos Xianhuang bell inside his body, causing strand after strand of Xianhuang mother energy to descend onto the more than 20 great Tao weapons in the hall. These great Tao weapons had different forms and brilliant radiance, but after being wrapped by the Xianhuang mother energy, all of them lost their light and brilliance, lost their true nature, and fell to the ground. With these great Tao weapons, the cultivators present could still rely on them to resist. Without these great Tao weapons as support, they would be crushed and swept through by the Saintess of the Hundred Flowers Palace, the holy son of the true Dragon Hall, Dongfang Bai, the young master of the Sword Hall, and the others. Damn it! It is the Xianhuang mother energy outside that willow tree. I knew it. Everything was the doing of that willow tree. Without that willow tree, the holy son of the true Dragon Hall, and the saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace could not have tried to kill us all and attacked us like this. Without the power of the great Tao weapons, we cannot possibly defeat these king-level geniuses who hold great Tao weapons, and there are 5 of them joining hands. In panic and trembling, several hundred Tao entry cultivators scattered and fled toward the outside of the Imperial Palace. As the saying goes, once defeated, the collapse spreads for 1,000 miles. The several king-level geniuses, holding the great Tao weapons in their hands, chased after them all the way. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, none of the several hundred fleeing Tao entry cultivators were spared. All of them fell. Lu Ziyu moved. He shook his 3,000 crystal-bright willow branches flowing with auspicious light, like waving 3,000 blazing flawless chains of order, and swallowed in big mouthfuls into his tree trunk the life essence left behind after more than 1,000 Tao entry cultivators and several thousand dragon transformation cultivators had fallen. Evolution point plus 1,000. Evolution point plus 50,000. Evolution point plus 50,000. Evolution point plus 100,000. Evolution point plus 3,000. Lu Ziyu's evolution points rose all the way and broke through more than 300 million. Earlier, in that lotus pond, he had already absorbed more than 100 million evolution points. The life essence left by these more than 3,000 dragon transformation cultivators and more than 1,000 Tao entry cultivators accumulated little by little and gathered into a sea, bringing Lu Ziyu nearly 200 million evolution points. If it were not for the system mission of dominating that great wilderness in the outside world suppressing Lu Ziyu would only need to consume a tiny fraction of the evolution points to openly advance into the Demon King realm. At this moment, before the exit of the Imperial Palace, voices boiled and shadows crowded together. Those cultivators who had escaped from before the altar to outside the Imperial Palace had all gathered here. But they had no way to leave this Imperial Palace. Even though it was only one step away, they could not cross that gate. The shadow of fear hung over everyone's heads. I wonder how the situation is now. The saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace is so pure and peerless. I heard she is gifted and kind-hearted and never kills recklessly. Dongfangbai was also born with a Tao bone, gentle and elegant, humble toward others. How could they want to slaughter us without reason? What evil have they fallen into? What is the point of saying this now? We cannot leave this ancient bronze palace now. We can only pray that the cultivators staying before the altar can resolve this change. If they cannot, then our situation will be very bad. Some sighed, some had pale faces, and some looked left and right in a daze. Amid these rising and falling discussions, Gongsun Tian and Chu Yao, mixed in the crowd, heard a familiar voice in their ears. Lu Ziyu said, "Find a corner and hide. After everyone is dead, you can leave here." Not knowing of each other's existence, Gongsun Tian and Chu Yao asked at the same time, "Those several king-level geniuses have already been enslaved by you, haven't they? Their slaughter was also directed by you from behind." Their fear and dread toward Lu Ziyu had become stronger than ever before. Even king-level geniuses like the saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace, the holy son of the true Dragon Hall, and the Tao son of the Dongfang family had submitted under Lu Ziyu. What did the two of them still have to resist with? "You can say that," Lu Ziyu said teasingly. "Now you know the benefits of submitting to me, right? Otherwise, did you think you could leave this palace alive? But do not forget one thing. About what happened in this hall, you must keep your mouth shut. No matter who asks, you must say you do not know. If you dare reveal even a trace of the truth, I guarantee you will regret it before you die." Gongsun Tian. Zhu Yao. After a long time, the two nodded. About half a day later, the holy son of the true Dragon Hall, the saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace, Dongfangbai, the young master of the Sword Hall, and the holy son of Nine Nether, after adjusting their condition, appeared together before the exit of the Imperial Palace. Among the more than 10,000 cultivators staying here, the highest level was only the 9th level of the Cave Heaven realm. Seeing the arrival of the 5 king-level geniuses, fear and trembling became completely uncontrollable. Death is the greatest terror in this world. Even as powerful as the ancient great emperors, as mighty as the immortal true immortals, from ancient times until now, there has never been any living being that truly does not fear life and death. In one sentence, if one does not fear death, then there is no need to live in this world. At this moment, in front of the exit of the Imperial Palace, more than 10,000 cultivators, whose cultivation was only from the Golden Core realm to the Cave Heaven realm, faced the killing intent surging and the 5 king-level prodigies attacking forcefully. Not a single one of them was not trembling like chaff, with faces ashen like death. Slaughtering these Golden Core, nascent soul, and Cave Heaven cultivators is really not interesting at all. The Holy Son of the True Dragon Hall said with a grin. The Holy Son of Nine Nether was indifferent and scolded. If you don't want to make a move, you can stand aside and watch. The Holy Son of the True Dragon Hall was speechless. Whether he acted or not did not matter. He only feared that Tree Demon would settle accounts after autumn. Zheng. The sound of the sword rang to the sky. Sword energy spread in all directions. The young master of the sword hall in a white robe stepped into the crowd without saying a word, his gaze sharp like a torch. He swung his long sword, wantonly harvesting the cultivators around him. From within the Pure Land phenomenon behind the sword hall youth, 9,999 heavenly swords flew out, dense and numerous, lighting up the void like bright lamps. The heavenly swords fell in all directions, stirring endless screams. The cultivators present were simply unable to contend with a king-level prodigy like the young master of the sword hall. When the Saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace, Dongfang Bai, the Holy Son of the True Dragon Hall, and the Holy Son of Nine Nether all took action together, the situation became even clearer at a glance. In the distance, Gong Sun Tian and Chu Yao watched in fear, gasping in shock. Lu Ziyu had already sent a voice transmission to the Holy Son of the True Dragon Hall and the others. So in this slaughter, the 5 king-level prodigies showed mercy outside the law and ignored Gong Sun Tian and Chu Yao, who were hiding in the distance. Before and after 2 hours, more than 10,000 cultivators were completely wiped out. None survived. Lu Ziyu arrived late and appeared here. He extended willow branches to absorb life essence. Evolution points plus 1,000. Evolution points plus 10,000. Evolution points plus 50,000. The cultivators whose cultivation hovered between the Golden Core realm and the Cave Heaven realm brought Lu Ziyu fewer evolution points than those at the Dragon Transformation and Dao entry levels, but they made up for it in number. After absorbing the life essence of these more than 10,000 cultivators, Lu Ziyu's evolution points broke through to 400 million. At this time, in the distance, Gong Sun Tian and Chu Yao looked at each other. Now, they both knew the secret that the other had also submitted under Lu Ziyu, which could be seen from the fact that the 5 king-level prodigies did not kill them. Lord Tree Demon. The Saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace stared at Lu Ziyu with deep eyes and said, "You ordered us to kill all the cultivators in the hall, and now we have done it. When do you plan to let us leave here?" Lu Ziyu glanced at the woman. "Why the hurry? Are you so eager to leave because you want the great divine power expert of your 100 Flowers Palace to remove the willow seed inside your body?" The Saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace bit her lip and shook her head. "I did not think that. Even if you did, you wouldn't dare to say it." Lu Ziyu sneered. "I said before that if you submit to me, you will receive endless rewards and opportunities. I keep my word. I have here an ancient emperor scripture left by the ancient Green Emperor called the Green Emperor Longevity Art. After cultivating it, it has endless uses and can prolong life. It is an emperor scripture of the wood path. In an instant, a burning light surged in the eyes of the Saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace. The Holy Son of the True Dragon Hall, the Holy Son of Nine Nether, Dongfang Bai, and the young master of the Sword Hall were also excited. The attraction of an emperor scripture needs no doubt. It is the effort of an ancient emperor, the great Tao of an ancient emperor. By comprehending an emperor scripture, one can glimpse the path of an ancient emperor attaining the Tao. Lu Ziyu added, "I will only give you the first part of the Green Emperor Longevity Art. This emperor scripture has 3 parts in total, upper, middle, and lower. If you want the latter 2 parts, it would depend on your performance in the future." After speaking, Lu Ziyu transmitted the content of the first part of the Green Emperor Longevity Art to the 5 king-level prodigies, and also to Chu Yao and Gong Sun Tian. After obtaining this portion of the Emperor Scripture, several people all immersed themselves in its profound, incomprehensible, and obscure content like a heavenly book. A few days passed. The Saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace was the first to wake up and sighed. As expected of an Emperor Scripture, this is even more terrifying than the oldest cultivation method of my 100 Flowers Palace. Before attaining the Tao, the Green Emperor was originally a chaotic green lotus. The Emperor's scripture he created is purely a wood element cultivation method. I believe that as long as one fully comprehends the first part of this Emperor's scripture, attaining the Tao is promising. The Holy Son of Nine Nether opened his eyes right after. Not only is it mysterious, it is simply profound to the extreme. The wisdom of ancient emperors is unfathomable. For our generation to have the fortune to glimpse this fragment of an emperor's scripture, becoming kings in the future, is just around the corner. The Holy Son of the True Dragon Hall, Dongfeng Bai, and the young master of the Sword Hall also exited that state of comprehension not long after. While they marveled at the supreme profundity of the Emperor's scripture, they also felt somewhat conflicted about Lu Ziyu. This willow tree used both kindness and authority, rewards and punishments clearly. Was it trying to win them over? Go. I will not keep you. Lu Ziyu gave the order to leave. Outside the imperial palace, people filled the mountains and plains. These were all peak experts who could not enter the imperial palace. Those who could stand suspended in midair were even great divine power experts, with great Tao flowing around them and an aura that devoured the sky and covered the sun. At a higher level were the super figures like the holy lords of great sects and leaders of heavenly Tao religions. Whoosh, whoosh. Ripples appeared on the gate of the imperial palace, and several figures walked out. This scene successfully attracted the attention of everyone outside the hall. Huh, why did only a few little fellows come out? Where are the others? Is my memory bad? I clearly remember that there were more than 10,000 cultivators who entered this imperial palace a few days ago. Amid the continuous discussions, a great figure standing in the sky looked down at the few who came out of the imperial palace and asked, "Where are the others?" The Holy Son of Nine Nether bowed to the great figure and answered, "Reporting to Holy Lord, except for us, everyone else is dead." That great figure in the sky was the Holy Lord of Nine Nether Holy Land. This Holy Lord of Nine Nether had a tall and mighty figure, a cold face, and behind him stood a boundless, desolate, endless dark abyss. Within that abyss that covered the light of heaven and earth, there seemed to be a Nine Nether yellow spring, constantly emitting the sounds of ghosts crying and gods and demons roaring. Dead. A trace of surprise appeared on the face of the Holy Lord of Nine Nether. How did they die? Reporting to Holy Lord, inside this hall, killing intent is endless, and there is the legendary Xian Huang Mother Qi, the Holy Son of Nine Nether answered. Xian Huang Mother Qi? What is Xian Huang Mother Qi? It is the original Qi nurtured in the depths of chaos. It is said that at the place where heaven and earth were opened, in the depths of chaos, a mass of Xian Huang Mother Qi was born, containing the Qi of all things and the essence of the great Tao. Even an ordinary magic weapon, if it merges with a trace of Xian Huang Mother Qi, can turn decay into the miraculous. This is something even ancient great emperors dreamed of but could not obtain. It can also be said that after the opening of heaven and earth, it is no longer possible for new Xian Huang Mother Qi to be born in the depths of the universe. The Xian Huang Mother Qi that appears in this world all originated from the time of the opening of heaven and earth, which makes it even more precious. When the Holy Son of Nine Nether revealed in one sentence that there was Xian Huang Mother Qi inside this ancient bronze palace, it was like throwing a huge stone that covered the sky into a calm lake without waves. Those who were shocked were not only the Holy Lord of Nine Nether, the great figures equal to him, the great divine power experts below them, and the top cultivators spread across the mountains and plains were all completely startled. Unbelievable. Is there really that legendary Xian Huang Mother Qi in the hall? The Holy Son of Nine Nether said it personally to the Holy Lord of Nine Nether. Could it be false? That's true. This ancient bronze palace is towering, its appearance illuminated central state and swept across the universe. Such momentum is rare through the ages and seldom seen in the world. And the bell sounds coming from this palace. Even great figures like the holy lords of great realms and the leaders of heavenly Tao sects could not withstand or resist them. This palace is very likely an imperial palace left behind by an ancient great emperor. On the vast land, discussions were everywhere, voices buzzing. In the sky, a holy lord of the great Luo, with a purple sun floating behind him, had sharp eyes and asked, whether there is Xian Huang Mother Qi or not aside, where is my great Luo, holy son? The cultivators who entered the ancient bronze palace this time were were from the Golden Core realm to the Tao Entry realm. The Great Luo Holy Sun was a heritage prodigy of the Great Luo Holy Land, inheriting its Tao and methods and carrying protective Tao artifacts. But now, those who walked out of the ancient bronze palace were only the saintess of the Hundred Flowers Palace, the holy son of the true Dragon Hall, Dongfeng Bai, the young master of the Sword Hall, and other king-level prodigies, along with one at the Nascent Soul Realm and one at the Cave Heaven Realm. Only the Great Luo Holy Sun was nowhere to be seen. This made the Great Luo Holy Lord frown deeply, feeling uneasy. The Holy Son of Nine, Nether, was speechless. He had not yet figured out how to explain. At the critical moment, the saintess of the Hundred Flowers Palace stepped forward, sighed, bowed, and answered. Reporting to the Great Luo Holy Lord, as soon as we entered this hall, we were suppressed by that Xianhuang Mother Qi cauldron. We were fortunate to escape, but the Great Luo Holy Sun was less lucky and could not escape the suppression of the Xianhuang Mother Qi. The Holy Son of Nine, Nether, felt gloomy. How was this woman so calm? They say women can deceive in layers. He had seen it. But who was the Great Luo Holy Lord? He only half believed the saintess of the Hundred Flowers Palace and angrily scolded. Ridiculous! Are you saying that the heritage prodigy of my Great Luo Holy Land is inferior to you? Fine, even if he is inferior to you. Then what about these two little ones? The Great Luo Holy Lord fixed his gaze on Gongsun Tian and Chu Yao. One was at the Nascent Soul Realm, the other at the Cave Heaven Realm. Compared to the Tao entry-level Great Luo Holy Sun who held Tao artifacts, the difference was like heaven and earth. The saintess of the Hundred Flowers Palace remained calm and explained, strength does not always mean one can turn danger into safety. That they could escape the suppression of the Xianhuang Mother Qi was destined by heaven, not decided by me. If the Holy Lord does not believe me, you can ask them. Could it be that we planned together to deceive you? The young master of the Sword Hall raised his head and said, Holy Lord, what she said is absolutely true, not a single false word. The Holy Son of the true Dragon Hall gritted his teeth and added, I can also testify. If there is a single false word, may I be struck by lightning and die badly. Inside the Imperial Palace, Lu Ziyu clearly observed the scene outside. The figure standing in the sky made Lu Ziyu's soul tremble and his hair stand on end even through the Imperial Palace. Lord Bell, if these people insist on not leaving, I can't stay hidden in this Imperial Palace forever, right? Lu Ziyu murmured. Lord Bell. Receiving no response, Lu Ziyu called again. Is this the name you gave me? The chaos Xianhuang Bell floated out from Lu Ziyu's body, its divine light boundless, chaos qi surging. The Tao symbols engraved on the bronze bell explained a supreme fluctuation that broke through life and death, reversed yin and yang, and was immortal and indestructible. Lu Ziyu forced a smile. If you think it doesn't sound good, we can change it. As you wish. The chaos Xianhuang Bell said coldly. You are now the master of this Imperial Palace. This Imperial Palace is imprinted with Imperial Tao rules and can change size at will. In an instant, it can sink into your body. I will spread Xianhuang Mother Qi to form a barrier for you. After that, you can blend into the mountains and valleys outside. At that time, no one will know you obtained this Imperial Palace. Lu Ziyu was overjoyed. That's great. Outside the hall, the Great Luo Holy Lord looked deeply at Gongsun Tian and Chu Yao, anger surging between his brows, and shouted, Which family do you two juniors belong to? Did my Great Luo Holy Son really die under the suppression of the Xianhuang Mother Qi? If there is even half a lie, do not blame me for being merciless. Gongsun Tian's face turned pale. Although he was a Tao son of an ancient family, he had not yet grown to the level of a king-level prodigy. Facing a great figure like the Great Luo Holy Lord, he inevitably felt fear. In contrast, Chu Yao, merely a princess of the Diyu dynasty, whose background was far inferior to Gongsun Tian, had a firm will. Under the pressure of the Great Luo Holy Lord, she quickly steadied herself and replied, I am Chu Yao, princess of the Diyu dynasty. The Great Luo Holy Son. I do not know him, but the Xianhuang Mother Qi in this ancient bronze palace is beyond doubt. The Great Luo Holy Lord looked down at the girl and saw nothing wrong. Diyu dynasty? In Central State, there are many dynasties ruling regions in isolation. In fact, in the eyes of eternal holy lands, hundreds of such dynasties could be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Because of this, The great Luo, Holy Lord, did not think this little girl would dare deceive him. But seeing the holy sun he had painstakingly cultivated fall in the ancient bronze palace, the great Luo, Holy Lord, was still furious. Xianhuang Mother Qi, even a thread is rare. How much Xianhuang Mother Qi is in this hall? The Holy Lord of Nine Nether asked. A lot, like rivers and oceans. The Holy Son of Nine Nether did not hide anything on this point. The Xianhuang Mother Qi surging around Lu Ziyu's body, endless and roaring like mountains and seas, was not an exaggeration to call it lakes and oceans. The eastern wasteland is vast, yet not much Xianhuang Mother Qi can be found there. Occasionally, one or two strands appear, and even then heroes fight for them, and blood flows like rivers. You say the Xianhuang Mother Qi in this hall is like lakes and rivers. To gather so much Xianhuang Mother Qi and place it in this palace, only those ancient great emperors, who could shake heaven and earth and look down on all worlds, could have such a grand method. The leader of the heavenly Tao sect, with white beard and hair, a rosy face, standing high in the sky with the bearing of an immortal, asked with deep eyes flowing with traces of wisdom and years, aside from the Xianhuang Mother Qi, is there anything else in this hall? And what was the matter with the great bell sounds that came from this ancient bronze palace before? The Holy Son of Nine Nether had a headache. This leader of the heavenly Tao sect was a great figure of the same level as the Holy Lord of Nine Nether and the Holy Lord of Great Luo, and in terms of years of cultivation, he was older than everyone present. To make him deceive a peerless expert whose life matched heaven and whose power reached creation in front of everyone put great pressure on him. But since the leader of the heavenly Tao sect had asked, the Holy Son of Nine Nether had no choice. He could only quickly think and answer with a bitter smile. As soon as we stepped into this ancient bronze palace, we were oppressed by that Xianhuang Mother Qi. Being able to walk out alive from this ancient bronze palace was already by luck. How could we still have had time to explore the great bell sounds inside this palace? The leader of the heavenly Tao sect narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed loudly. The Holy Son of Nine Nether felt his scalp go numb. What was this old thing laughing at? Could it be that he had seen that he was lying? Swallowing his saliva, the Holy Son of Nine Nether asked awkwardly, "Why is Senior laughing? Are you questioning this Junior?" The Holy Lord of Nine Nether glanced at the leader of the heavenly Tao sect. If you have something to say, say it. He still had to protect his own holy son to some extent. The appearance of the ancient bronze palace stirred wind and clouds, shook the eastern wasteland, and the signs and light it gave off were unprecedented and rare through the ages. This already proves some things. Whether there is that much Xianhuang Mother Qi in this ancient bronze palace or not, this is not a palace that an ordinary living being could leave behind. The leader of the heavenly Tao sect first sighed with emotion. After getting the attention and nods of the great figures beside him, he stared at the Holy Son of Nine Nether with layers of great Tao symbols jumping in his eyes, and said firmly, "You say there is a huge amount of Xianhuang Mother Qi in this hall. I believe that. But when you say you had no time to explore this ancient bronze palace, I cannot believe that. All of you also know that my heavenly Tao sect has a secret technique called mind reading. This is a Buddhist path secret technique that can see what other living beings are thinking. This old man has not yet reached the cultivation of an ancient Buddha and has only practiced a little of it, but I still know that this Holy Son of Nine Nether did not speak the truth." The Holy Son of Nine Nether was sweating all over, and his scalp was numb. An old monster was indeed an old monster. He even understood a Buddhist demonic technique like mind reading. What is going on? You are not telling the truth. The Holy Lord of Great Luo was the first to attack. Having lost the Great Luo Holy Son in the ancient bronze palace and holding back a stomach full of anger and grievance, the Holy Lord of Great Luo stirred heaven and earth with his aura, his gaze looking as if it wanted to devour people, and shouted, "Do not think that because you're the Holy Son of Nine Nether, you can fool us all. That consequence is not something you can bear." The Holy Son of Nine Nether kept his mouth shut and quickly communicated by voice transmission with the few beside him. "What do we do? Don't all count on this Holy Son alone. Why panic?" The Saintess of Hundred Flowers Palace curled her lips and spat. This mind reading of the leader of the heavenly Tao sect has not reached the point of seeing through people's hearts. He only saw that you were lying. If you are afraid, then tell the truth and see whether that tree demon won't swallow you alive. Holy Son of Nine Nether. Aren't we on the same side? Why are you humiliating this holy son like this? The Holy Lord of Nine Nether was suspicious. What exactly is going on? Did you truly not answer truthfully? There was not only one great figure present. If the Holy Son of Nine Nether lied to deceive them, even he could not protect him. With cold sweat soaking his back, the Holy Son of Nine Nether had a sudden idea. Looking at the leader of the Heavenly Tao sect, he said, "Senior has sharp eyes. This Holy Son has nothing to say." This ancient bronze palace was actually left behind by the Green Emperor. After a lucky escape from the oppression and killing of that Xianhuang Qi, a few of us happened by chance to obtain a fragment of an emperor scripture. The reason this holy son concealed it was that I did not want too many people to know what we gained in this ancient bronze palace. The Saintess of Hundred Flowers Palace nodded slightly and added, "He is right. In the depths of that Xianhuang Qi, there flowed a fragment of an emperor scripture." The face of the leader of the Heavenly Tao sect sank. A fragment of an emperor scripture? The ancient Green Emperor? Everyone knew that great emperors were invincible beings, striking upward into the nine heavens and suppressing downward the 10 lands. They were immortal experts who had reached the end of the great Tao. Only a great emperor could create an emperor scripture. Even a fragment of an emperor scripture still contained the Tao and law of an ancient great emperor. The scene was in an uproar. Heavens! Is this really an imperial palace left behind by an ancient great emperor? The Green Emperor attained the Tao in the ancient era, and his true body was a chaos green lotus born in the depths of chaos. Born in the depths of chaos, he would naturally have an inborn sense for everything bred within chaos. Saying that the Green Emperor gathered Xianhuang Mother Qi and left it in this imperial palace sounds reasonable. I never thought that in my lifetime I would be able to glimpse the imperial palace of an ancient great emperor. Now I know why. When that bell sound floated out, even a great figure like the leader of the Heavenly Tao sect had to cough up blood and be thrown away. That may have been the great Tao heavenly sound made by the extreme Tao imperial weapon left by the Green Emperor in this imperial palace. Amid the huge disturbance, the cultivators below the sky all talked at once and sighed endlessly. At the top of the sky, the great figures looked at each other and exchanged glances. Why would an emperor of the demon race leave an imperial palace in the territory of my human race? The leader of the Heavenly Tao sect still could not believe the answer of the Holy Son of Nine Nether. How would I know? The Holy Son of Nine Nether thought that he had already said this much, and no matter what they asked now, he would not say more. The Green Emperor's Emperor Scripture. Even if this is an Emperor Scripture left by a demon emperor, it can still let us break through heaven and man and understand the Emperor Tao. A great figure said without blushing or his heart beating fast, "All humans under heaven are one family. We cannot come here for nothing. Share that Emperor Scripture so that we may also comprehend it. You few little fellows still have a long way to go before peeking into the Emperor Scripture." Holy Son of Nine Nether. No shame at all. The Saintess of Hundred Flowers Palace turned her head away and cursed in a voice only she could hear, "Shameless." The Holy Son of the True Dragon Hall, the young master of the Sword Hall, and Donfang Bai also did not know whether to laugh or cry. All humans under heaven are one family. Share the Emperor Scripture? Had this great figure gotten water in his brain? How did he even enter the ranks of experts? Would anyone in Central State casually share an Emperor Scripture? What? Unwilling. That great figure did not make a move. Behind figures like the young master of the Sword Hall, the Holy Son of Nine Nether, and the Holy Son of the True Dragon Hall, there were all extraordinary orthodox inheritances protecting them. He fixed his gaze on Gongsun Tian and Chu Yao and laughed harshly. Since you were able to walk out alive from this imperial palace, you must also have obtained that fragment of the Emperor Scripture. Gongsun Tian was fearless. In cultivation, he was inferior to king-level prodigies such as the Holy Son of the True Dragon Hall and the Saintess of Hundred Flowers Palace. But behind him stood an ancient aristocratic family, not inferior at all to eternal holy lands or ancient great sects. Even if he wanted to hand over that section of the Emperor Scripture, the great figures of the Gongsun family would not agree. Any Emperor Scripture created by an ancient great emperor contained endless fortune and supreme mysteries, and could be passed down as a supreme foundation. With such a good thing, who would not want to monopolize it alone? That great figure in the sky said that all humans under heaven were one family. This was simply shameless and utterly brazen. Chu Yao was different. Even when facing the overlook of a great figure, she could remain as steady as a rock and calm. But in background, she was only a princess of the Dayu dynasty. A mortal kingdom like the Dayu imperial clan was as common as hairs on an ox on the land of Central State. Compared with transcendent orthodoxies, the Dayu dynasty was inferior by 100,000 miles. Therefore, no matter what, she could not let others know the secret that she had obtained a fragment of the Emperor's scripture. If that happened, not only would the Emperor's scripture have to be handed over, but the Dayu dynasty might also be dragged into a disaster of destruction. Before Gongsun Tian could make his stance clear, Chu Yao looked directly at that great figure and answered neither humbly nor arrogantly, replying to Senior, "My cultivation is low, far inferior to the holy son of Nine Nether and the others. Under the pressure of that Xian Huang Mother Qi, it was only by heaven's mercy that I escaped disaster. I did not glimpse the ancient emperor scripture flowing within that Xian Huang Mother Qi." Gongsun Tian understood at once and said, "This Dao child also did not obtain that emperor scripture. The saintess of Hundred Flowers Palace and the holy son of the true dragon, Hall, said nothing. They already knew that Gongsun Tian and Chu Yao had both submitted under Lu Ziyu's enslavement, so there was no need to expose anything at this time. The little girl has quite a sharp tongue." The great figure, wearing a layer of pitch-black robe, sneered at the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, it seemed as if gods and demons were opening heaven, and he mocked, "Whether you obtain that emperor's scripture or not, once this seat searches your memories, the truth will naturally become clear." Everyone turned solemn. Soul search? That was an act that harmed heaven and reason. For the one whose soul was searched, at best the spirit would suffer severe damage from the origin technique. At worst one would die, body and Tao perishing. Gongsun Tian, only 13 or 14 and full of youthful spirit, heard the words of that great figure and immediately shouted, "You are bullying the small with the great. I am the Tao child of the Gongsun family." Shua. As soon as Gongsun Tian's words fell, a great divine power expert stepping on golden lotuses appeared beside him. This great divine power expert was also an extremely beautiful middle-aged woman. She stared at the great figure in the sky and said, "Fellow Taoist, do not bully others too far. The Tao child of my Gongsun family cannot be harmed by outsiders." "Oh," the great figure raised his brows and sneered, "Fine. Since he is the Tao child of the Gongsun family, this seat will not bother with this boy." Though he said this, the great figure fixed his gaze on Chu Yao and teased, "Little girl, you." Chu Yao's beautiful eyes were firm as she interrupted the great figure's words. "I'm not a prodigy of an ancient aristocratic family, nor am I a disciple of an eternal holy land." The great figure was displeased. By saying this, the girl was telling everyone that she had no background and no protection. If he, a lofty great figure, wanted to perform a soul search, then he would be shameless and bullying the weak with strength. Her temperament is not bad. The palace-robed woman who had observed Chu Yao's every word and action, and the firmness in her eyes, had graceful bearing and shining black hair, like an immortal maiden of the heavenly palace. She too stood among the great figures in the sky. Her identity was precisely the palace master of Hundred Flowers Palace, an ancient great sect of Central State. Hundred Flowers Palace was different from ordinary forces. It had only female disciples throughout the ages, and the ones it selected were all young women with excellent aptitude, outstanding appearance, and remarkable temperament. Seeing Chu Yao remain calm and fearless under the overlook of that black-robed great figure, the palace master of Hundred Flowers Palace felt a trace of pity and opened her red lips to say, "There is no need for fellow Taoist to be angry with the junior. She says she did not obtain that emperor's scripture, and to me she does not seem to be lying." The black-robed great figure disapproved and retorted, "The saintess of your Hundred Flowers Palace has already obtained that fragment of the Emperor's scripture, so naturally you do not care whether this little girl obtained that ancient Emperor's scripture or not. We are not the same. Then why don't you let the saintess of your Hundred Flowers Palace take out the ancient Emperor's scripture she obtained and let us have a look?" That is exactly the reasoning. The Holy Lord of Great Luo stood on the side of the black-robed great figure, with a purple sun floating behind him, looking down at Chu Yao like a god, and scolded, "There is no need for this holy lord to say more. I will ask you again, did you obtain that ancient emperor scripture or not?" The aura spreading from the holy lord of Great Luo crushed the sky, pierced beyond the outer domain and covered Chu Yao's delicate body in scattered points, making the girl feel as if Mount Tai weighed upon her, her bones cracking. What a trouble. Inside the imperial palace, Lu Ziyu watched the changing situation outside and was somewhat caught off guard. These great figures had none of the majestic bearing Lu Ziyu had imagined. Instead, they were extremely ugly. But thinking about it, for the sake of an ancient emperor scripture, these great figures would probably slaughter an entire land without hesitation. Chu Yao was at least one of the chess pieces in Lu Ziyu's hand. To watch this woman be crushed to pieces and have her soul searched under the judgment of the Holy Lord of Great Luo, that was not Lu Ziyu's style. Only Lu Ziyu had the right to destroy the chess pieces in his hand. Under the oppression of the Holy Lord of Great Luo, Chu Yao could not move, and she felt a pain as if her soul were scattering and her bones and tendons were breaking. After dozens of breaths passed, the girl did not say a word. One unyielding backbone. Then this Holy Lord will see whether your bones are hard, or this Holy Lord's methods are harder. Under the gaze of everyone, the Holy Lord of Great Luo stretched out his palm without the slightest concern. Zhang! A sudden change arose. From within the imperial palace, standing towering in the chaos chi, that familiar great bell sound drifted out. For a time, all kinds of visions appeared in the void. There were 3,000 gods and demons roaring, and also 3,000 Buddhas chanting. One could also see scenes of the azure dragon crossing the sky, the black tortoise destroying the world, the divine phoenix bathing in fire, and the white tiger galloping. There was no light above heaven or below earth. The 9 heavens and 10 lands fell into ruin. Zhang! Zhang! Xianhuang Mother Qi overflowed, continuously surging out from the imperial palace. Chu Yao's figure was instantly swallowed by the Xianhuang Mother Qi rushing out of the imperial palace. When everyone below the sky recovered from the great bell sound that shook the 3 realms and 6 paths, the great figures in the high sky all became extremely solemn and gasped in cold air. This bell sound was too terrifying. Even without targeting them, it still made beings of their level feel the deathly terror of souls fleeing and bodies turning to ashes. HM, where is that little girl? The Holy Lord of Great Luo shouted. The few king-level prodigies in front of the hall were still there, but Chu Yao had vanished into thin air. She escaped in the chaos, the leader of the Heavenly Tao sect murmured. Impossible. Under the deterrence of that bell sound, even our souls were nearly scattered. How could a small cave heaven realm cultivator like her escape in the chaos? The Holy Lord of Great Luo shook his head. What the Holy Lord of Great Luo said was not wrong. The sound of the bronze bell drifting out from the imperial palace made ghosts, gods, Buddhas, and demons grieve and caused the 3 realms and 6 paths to sink. Even a powerhouse at the level of the Holy Lord of Great Luo lost clear awareness for an instant under that vast sound, let alone a small cultivator at the cave heaven realm. It was simply impossible for Chu Yao to escape under that great bell sound. But what the great figures present could not understand, no matter how they thought about it, was that Chu Yao seemed to have vanished from the world, disappearing without a trace in front of the gate of the imperial palace. No matter how the great figures released their divine senses, even after probing every inch of this boundless wilderness and mountains, they still could not find any trace of the girl. At this time, inside the imperial palace, Lu Ziyu released the crystal-clear willow branch wrapped around the girl's waist and said, I was careless. I did not expect these humans to be so despicable. Your background is not equal to those few, so naturally you became the target of those great figures. Before this wilderness returns to calm, stay by my side for the time being. Chu Yao nodded lightly, bowed, and said, Many thanks, Lord Tree Demon. Lu Ziyu had given her a chapter of an ancient emperor scripture, and her attitude toward Lu Ziyu had also changed little by little. Lord Tree Demon, those great figures will definitely try every possible way to break into this imperial palace. Even if they cannot enter, they will still seal heaven and earth and remain outside the imperial palace. For these great figures, a few hundred years or 1,000 years is only the blink of an eye. The girl said, if enough time passes, those old monsters above Central State will also appear. The secret of this imperial palace can no longer be hidden. Does Lord Tree Demon plan to hide in this imperial palace? Lu Ziyu laughed dumbly. This little woman was quite good at talking. Then tell me, what should I do? Lu Ziyu asked. Revive this imperial palace. With that kind of power, you can definitely kill your way out through a road of blood. The girl answered with strong, killing intent. Revive the imperial palace? You say it so easily with those red lips and white teeth. Lu Ziyu shook his trunk as if shaking his head and said, to kill out through a road of blood is the worst strategy. The karma would be too great. At that time, it would attract even more human powerhouses. I have my own way to get away. Just follow me obediently. Outside the hall, discussions rose one after another, and the noise did not stop. Damn it, could it be that someone is making trouble in secret? The Holy Lord of Great Luo said in towering rage. If someone wants to play tricks under our very eyes, unless it involves a peerless powerhouse in the Saint Path domain. The leader of the Heavenly Tao sect smiled and said, the Emperor Scripture is certainly precious, but even more precious is the Green Emperor inheritance inside this imperial palace. The great bell sound we heard may have been made by the extreme Tao imperial weapon left by the Green Emperor inside this imperial palace. The great figure in the dark ink robe nodded deeply and said, the name of a great emperor is recorded in history. The Green Emperor attained the Tao in ancient times, and his deeds are still quite clear. It is said that the extreme Tao imperial weapon he forged was called the Chaos Xianhuang Bell. It was an extreme Tao imperial weapon forged by pouring in endless Xianhuang Mother Qi. Its power was extremely strong, able to destroy anything and throw the three realms into chaos. Is there not Xianhuang Mother Qi inside this imperial palace? Most likely it is emitted by that Chaos Xianhuang Bell. Another great figure spoke and said, right now, even if we join hands, we still cannot break into this imperial palace. We might as well wait for some days. Once the secret of the imperial palace leaks out, those old monsters who live in seclusion will definitely come to join the excitement. Inside the ancient bronze palace, Lu Ziyu communicated with the Chaos Xianhuang Bell. According to the plan of the Chaos Xianhuang Bell, the imperial palace would be taken into Lu Ziyu's body. After that, the Chaos Xianhuang Bell would release Xianhuang Mother Qi, wrap around Lu Ziyu, and hide him in the mountains and wilderness. The plan proceeded as usual. Under the guidance of the Chaos Xianhuang Bell, Lu Ziyu imprinted his spiritual mark into the imperial palace. Then, with a single thought from Lu Ziyu, heaven and earth outside the imperial palace rose and sank, and the 10,000 Daos roared. For some unknown reason, the imperial palace that covered the sky and stood in everyone's eyes suddenly disappeared. Before the great figures could even look over, a large expanse of Xianhuang Mother Qi spread out there. Xianhuang Mother Qi, supreme and holy, surged like a sea and floated there without end, pressing the heavens into losing color and causing space to collapse. If such a large mass of Xianhuang Mother Qi fell, even the great figures present would be smashed to pieces and have their Tao bodies destroyed. Walala, like 10,000 clouds. That vast and majestic Xianhuang Mother Qi quickly moved into the distant mountains and wilderness. Everything happened in a flash. The great figures did not react slowly, but when they rushed over, the mountains were empty. There was no Xianhuang Mother Qi to be seen, nor the towering imperial palace. What is going on? The leader of the Heavenly Tao sect said with mixed laughter and helplessness. This sudden change had twists and turns. That imperial palace should be hiding inside that Xianhuang Mother Qi. Did it deliberately flee? The graceful palace master of Hundred Flowers Palace said in a voice like heavenly music, cold and doubtful. Fellow Taoist means that the will of the imperial palace does not want to leave this demon emperor inheritance to us humans? A great figure asked suspiciously. That does not seem right. If it did not want to, it should not have appeared in the territory of our human race. Could it be that someone inside the imperial palace is controlling this imperial palace? While making guesses, the Holy Lord of Great Luo opened his Dharma eyes and scanned the 10,000 li mountain range, examining heaven and earth. He saw many flying birds and running beasts, saw countless fierce beasts of the wilderness, and also saw a strange and mysterious giant willow tree. But in the end, he found nothing. In the state of returning to truth, Lu Ziyu quietly and calmly took root in the mountains and wilderness. Chu Yao stayed inside the imperial palace, and the imperial palace stayed deep within Lu Ziyu's body. He waited for 1 month. During this 1 month, the great figures stood in the sky and refused to leave for a long time. Every day, Lu Ziyu was probed at least 1,000 times by those more than 10 great figures. Not to mention whether these great figures could see through Lu Ziyu's state of returning to truth. Even if they did, so what? In the eyes of these great figures, Lu Ziyu was only a great demon tree that had become a spirit. As long as these great figures could not see the imperial palace inside Lu Ziyu, that was enough. When the 100th day came, the great figures standing above finally left helplessly. Lu Ziyu was not stupid, so he still did not move. Sure enough, only 2 days later, the great figures appeared one after another. After dozens more days, the great figures left for the second time. Lu Ziyu swayed his trunk and moved his willow branches. These were all normal actions. A few days later, a figure appeared. It was that great figure wearing a dark black robe. A few days later, the Holy Lord of Great Luo came. A few days later, that black-robed great figure who had left came again. A few days later, Lu Ziyu could no longer remember clearly. He only knew that this Holy Lord of Great Luo and that black-robed great figure really could drag things out. Why keep coming again and again, back and forth? They might as well build a house in this wilderness and live there. In the sky, the Great Luo Holy Lord was majestic and sacred. With every breath, all paths resonated, heaven and earth rose and fell. The purple great sun imprinted behind him intertwined with his Tao and law, and it was the manifestation of his Tao fruit. Under that purple great sun where all evils retreated and which illuminated mountains and rivers, the Great Luo Holy Lord's power could not be described, like a supreme and holy deity who could see through past and future. He stood in the sky for a long time. Lu Ziyu was actually not far from the Great Luo Holy Lord, but under the gaze of the Great Luo Holy Lord, this huge willow tree with lush branches and crystal-clear leaves indeed had nothing unusual. Buzz. Ripples spread through the void. A great figure in a black robe appeared beside the Great Luo Holy Lord, his eyes bleak, mysterious symbols flickering in his pupils as he looked down over the vast wilderness, sighing. We have observed here for quite some time. Now it seems that the Imperial Palace has truly escaped. The guess of the 100 Flowers Palace Master is not impossible. The will of the Demon Emperor inside the Imperial Palace did not want his inheritance to fall into the hands of us human cultivators, so it fled. The Great Luo Holy Lord's face was gloomy as he snorted. You believe a woman's words? She wished for that Imperial Palace to escape anyway. Her 100 Flowers Palace already obtained a fragment of a great Emperor ancient scripture inside. My Great Luo Holy Land got nothing. The Holy Sun even died in that Imperial Palace. Without solid evidence, I will not give up. The black-robed figure sighed lightly. The fortune of a great emperor is rare for ages. Many people never encounter anything related to a great emperor in their whole life. We were able to witness the inheritance of a peerless demon emperor's imperial palace. It was not a wasted trip. The Great Luo Holy Lord sneered and glanced at him. You are quite open-minded. What if I'm not? The black-robed figure turned and walked into the distance, saying, I advise you not to wait either. After we leave, others will naturally stay here to monitor. For a long time in the future, this wilderness will become a focus of Central State. Maybe even old monsters of that level will come to investigate. Why should we bother? Lu Ziyu nodded. What the black-robed figure said was right. If news of a demon emperor inheritance spreads widely, this wilderness will surely never have peace again. I must transform into human form quickly, then leave here. Lu Ziyu thought. The golden rockbird had already submitted to him in the Imperial Palace. The remaining few Demon King-level beasts in this wilderness were nothing worth mentioning. Once all the beasts in this wilderness submit, Lu Ziyu will complete the special task issued by the system and will be able to break through to the Demon King level without restriction. At that time, Lu Ziyu will be able to transform into human form. Overall, the day Lu Ziyu leaves this wilderness is very close. 2 days later, the Great Luo Holy Lord left. This time he truly left. Lu Ziyu let out a long breath. He pulled out his wooden dragon-like roots and swayed as he walked toward a familiar place. Surrounded by mountains, the scenery was beautiful. A grand lake like natural crystal reflected brilliant light there. On the shore, dust flew, and the ground shook. A red spirit fox, bright like flames, waved its 3 tails and bathed in blazing fire, emitting a shocking aura. The power of this red spirit fox had reached the level of a ninth-stage great demon. In the high sky, thunder and lightning crackled. Within the blazing and dazzling lightning, a magnificent flying beast flapped its wings, unstoppable. Its feathers were indestructible, like poured mercury. On the grass below, there was also a snow-white unicorn with strong hooves, roaring, noble like a heavenly horse. On the other side, there was a flame rhinoceros charging wildly with immense strength. Here, there was a giant earth bear standing upright, as large as a mountain, as if it could split heaven and earth. Lu Ziyu was surprised. He had not been gone long, yet the cultivation of the red spirit fox as a ninth-stage great demon had grown too fast. Even the lightning bird had reached the level of an eighth-stage great demon. The unicorn was a seventh-stage great demon, while the earth bear and flame rhinoceros were at the level of fifth-stage great demons. Their overall strength showed signs of force growth. But what truly shocked Lu Ziyu was that the shore was not peaceful. A group of cultivators was fighting the red spirit fox, lightning bird, and other beasts. Looking over, more than 100 human cultivators, with uneven cultivation levels, the strongest being 2 at the first level of the cave heaven realm. These were people who had previously gathered outside the imperial palace. While leaving the wilderness, they happened to see this lake and were attracted by the spiritual herbs and treasures cultivated by Lu Ziyu in the medicinal field by the shore. The red spirit fox, lightning bird, unicorn, and others guarding the lake naturally would not allow humans to touch Lu Ziyu's things. Roar! The red spirit fox, its 3 tails supporting half the sky, controlled immense high-temperature flames that could melt steel and destroy mountains. Its bloodline potential and innate talent, nurtured by Lu Ziyu's life essence, had long surpassed ordinary fox-type beasts. Although it was only a 9th-stage great demon, once it released its full demonic power, the terrifying strength it displayed could rival Demon King level, that is, human cultivators of the Cave Heaven Realm. To suppress the red spirit fox, the 2 Cave Heaven Realm cultivators joined forces to attack it. Meanwhile, the red spirit fox moved with ease, ferocious and fierce. Its 3 tails wrapped in blazing fire were its strongest weapons. When they struck, they carried immense force. When they swept, they were like fire dragons. In the sky, the lightning bird, with its 8th-stage great demon cultivation, displayed power almost equal to the red spirit fox. It had the innate advantage of extreme speed and could also release lightning energy. With one claw strike, it summoned dense and surging lightning, indestructible, destructive, and overwhelming. Even early-stage demon kings would avoid it. Damn it, this red spirit fox and that lightning bird are both hard to deal with. If we keep fighting like this, we will likely die. The 2 Cave Heaven Realm cultivators looked at each other and took out a jade talisman. They planned to notify others to come. In that soil by the shore grew more than 100,000-year spiritual herbs. Such temptation was hard even for great cultivators to resist. The red spirit fox let out a sharp cry. It was very intelligent, and its instinct told it that it must not let those 2 humans crush that jade talisman. Driven by instinct, the red spirit fox pounced toward the 2 human cultivators. But its movement was still a step too slow. Just as that human cultivator at the first level of the Cave Heaven Realm was about to crush the jade talisman in his hand. Swish! Swish! The void split open. At some unknown moment, beneath the sky appeared crystal-clear willow branches, pure like glass, surrounded by mist. More than 100 willow branches pierced through the bodies of more than 100 human cultivators present, including the 2 Cave Heaven Realm cultivators. Screams immediately rang out. Those crystal willow branches, flowing with a sacred and bright aura, were like giant hell pythons swallowing rivers, forcibly plundering the life essence of more than 100 human cultivators. In the blink of an eye, those cultivators who had lost their life essence became like dried meat, their flesh shriveled, lifeless, and collapsed onto the ground. Master! The red spirit fox was overjoyed. The moment it saw the crystal willow branches, it knew who had returned. In the sky, the lightning bird descended, also letting out a loud and joyful cry. The thick mist around Lu Ziyu's body dispersed. Then he moved to the shore and spoke in a deep voice. When I left, I was in a hurry and did not explain things clearly to you. You all stayed here and fulfilled your duties well. However, where is the White Tiger Demon King? Has he not returned? Lu Ziyu had gone to the Bronze Palace and sensed the white tiger there. Although it had entered the Imperial Palace, it seemed to have gone to another space. After Lu Ziyu took control of the Imperial Palace, he did not sense the white tiger's presence. Before returning to this lake, Lu Ziyu had thought the white tiger had already left the Imperial Palace. But now, there was no trace of the white tiger demon king. This made Lu Ziyu suspect that the little cat had taken the chance to betray him. Reporting to Master, "We never saw the white tiger," the red spirit fox answered truthfully. Lu Ziyu became even more suspicious. He calmed his mind and, through the willow seed imprinted inside the white tiger's body, established contact with the beast. If this little cat really dared to betray him, Lu Ziyu would not mind killing it. In the sky, war chariots rumbled. This was a luxurious lineup from an ancient sect. On one of the chariots stood a golden cage covered in Tao symbols. Inside the cage, a white tiger with fierce and sharp eyes, covered in wounds, stared at the figures outside with hatred, refusing to submit even in death. "Beast," the young man standing before the cage spoke harshly with disdain. "What are you staring at? If it weren't for the divine beast, white tiger bloodline in your body, do you think I would lower myself to suppress you? Be obedient and be my mount. That's much better than staying in that wilderness. I won't give you much time. If you still don't submit before we return to the Myriad Beast sect, I will grind your bones to dust and tear your body apart." The white tiger roared. It wished it could leave the cage and devour this hateful human alive. Submitting to Lu Ziyu was one thing. At least he was a tree demon. But to submit to a human? It would rather be cut into 1,000 pieces. Suddenly, a cold and unquestionable voice sounded in the white tiger's mind. "Little cat, have you betrayed me?" The white tiger was stunned at first, then felt wronged and replied, "Master, I have not. I am loyal to you. It's this hateful human who captured me. He wants me to be his mount. Please come save me." Lu Ziyu was suspicious. A human? A mount? It was common for cultivators to capture beasts as mounts. What puzzled Lu Ziyu was that the white tiger's cultivation was not weak. So how was it suppressed? He asked, "Do not panic. Tell me carefully, what is the human who suppressed you like? And where are you now?" The white tiger organized its thoughts and explained, "Master, you may not know. After I entered the Bronze Palace, I fell into a shattered world filled with endless killing intent. At the end of that world, there was a voice calling me. So I moved toward it. When I reached the end, I saw a ball of light. I instinctively swallowed it, and then I returned to the outside world. I originally planned to go to the lake to wait for you, but I suddenly encountered a group of human cultivators. The leader captured me without explanation. He seems to be the grandson of an elder of the Myriad Beast sect. He took a liking to the divine beast bloodline in my body and insists on making me his mount. Now I am imprisoned in a cage, and he's taken me back to the Myriad Beast sect." Lu Ziyu understood. The Bronze Palace had appeared, shaking the central state, attracting all directions. The grandson of the elder of the Myriad Beast sect likely came to the wilderness at that time and happened to encounter the white tiger. Unlucky little cat. Lu Ziyu was powerless. He could not leave this wilderness. If he did, he might fail to save it and lose himself as well. "Master, save me." The white tiger cried out miserably. "This human wants to skin me, pull out my tendons, grind my bones to dust. I don't think he is joking. Lu Ziyu, if I say I am powerless, this little cat is too pitiful." After sighing, Lu Ziyu's consciousness entered the Imperial Palace inside his body and asked, "Do you know the Myriad Beast sect?" Chu Yao sat upright inside the palace, her long hair reaching her waist, graceful in bearing. She raised her head and said, "I know. In the Central State's 100 regions, the Myriad Beast sect is an ancient sect with a long inheritance and strong foundation. Usually, the Myriad Beast sect likes to tame all kinds of rare beasts. That is also why the Myriad Beast sect is feared. Why do you ask this? Could it be that you encountered a strong figure from the Myriad Beast sect who wants to capture you as a pet? If I say yes, you would be delighted, wouldn't you?" Lu Ziyu asked back. Chu Yao thought to herself, "Of course, more than delighted. I would celebrate and thank heaven. Since it is an ancient sect, I am even less able to help." Lu Ziyu stopped talking with Chu Yao. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message to the white tiger. "It is useless to expect me to save you. Do not be afraid. Misfortune and fortune depend on each other. For you, being captured by the Myriad Beast sect is not necessarily a bad thing." Inside the cage, the white tiger. Not a bad thing. Was it being abandoned, used, and then discarded? Lu Ziyu calmly said, the Myriad Beast sect is an ancient sect. With your divine beast, white tiger bloodline, you can receive some attention and training there. The grandson of the elder of the Myriad Beasts sect? He sounds like a decent person. Pretend to submit to him. When one day I remember you, I will go to the Myriad Beasts sect to find you. The white tiger had just wanted to ask, what if you never remember me? But Lu Ziyu had already cut off the connection. Master, I have something to tell you. The red spirit fox stepped forward cautiously, like a child who had stolen candy, and said timidly, during the days you were gone, we shared and ate the spiritual herbs you cultivated. Lu Ziyu paused. I see. I was wondering how, in such a short time, your level has almost caught up with mine. After glancing over, among the 106 spiritual herbs in the medicinal field by the shore, 2 were missing. Since they are eaten, then so be it. Lu Ziyu did not blame the red spirit fox and the others. Master, where did you go before? I saw a palace rise in the depths of the wilderness, covering the sky and blocking the sun. I also saw many human cultivators. The aura of some of those human cultivators, even just a trace of it, made me feel a great terror, as if the sky were collapsing and my soul were scattering. Seeing that Lu Ziyu did not blame it for secretly eating those spiritual herbs and precious materials, the red spirit fox at once became lively again and chirped nonstop. Lu Ziyu smiled lightly. These things are unavoidable. All right, now I will give you a task. Go tell the fierce beasts in this wilderness to submit to me. If they do not obey, then chop them into pieces and devour them alive. The red spirit fox became excited, its eyes shining as it said, Master is going to expand territory? You can say that. Lu Ziyu nodded, then added, there are still 2 Demon King level fierce beasts in the depths of this wilderness, so you do not need to go. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ziyu released the golden rock bird from the imperial palace. Under the sunlight, the golden rock bird looked mighty and imposing, outstanding and arrogant. The feathers outside its body were as brilliant as gold. As the aura of a 9th-rank Demon King spread out, the red spirit fox and the other fierce beasts trembled instinctively. The lightning bird was also an avian fierce beast. Seeing the golden rock bird, which was more than 100 times stronger than itself, its eyes were full of gloom and unwillingness. Master, the golden rock bird ignored the red spirit fox, lightning bird, unicorn, and the other fierce beasts. There were 5 Demon King level fierce beasts in the depths of this wilderness in total. Not counting the white tiger, those 3 green flood dragons have already been killed by me. Lu Ziyu said calmly. The thunder-scaled giant crocodile and the golden flame toad are left. I will leave them to you. The golden rock bird understood at once. With one flap of its wings, it vanished at the horizon in a gust of wild wind. Cultivate well. Sooner or later, you can catch up to it. Lu Ziyu glanced at the disappointed lightning bird. This fellow had originally been the only flying fierce beast among the few beasts, and only ranked slightly below the most favored red spirit fox. Now a golden rock bird suddenly appeared and crushed it in strength, which was a heavy blow to it. Cry. After hearing Lu Ziyu's comfort, the lightning bird let out a long cry, full of renewed spirit. The wilderness did not become peaceful. The disturbance caused by the imperial palace led many human cultivators, including some great divine ability cultivators, to stay unwillingly and settle in the depths of the wilderness. Lu Ziyu could still often see some human cultivators appearing again and again in front of the lake. For safety, Lu Ziyu rooted himself in the lake in advance and entered the state of returning to truth. He also transplanted the more than 100 spiritual herbs and precious materials on the shore into the imperial palace, so that others would not covet them. Dozens of days passed away. The fierce beasts breeding in the mountain range were all oppressed and threatened by the red spirit fox, lightning bird, unicorn, and the other fierce beasts, and all submitted at Lu Ziyu's feet. Those who resisted stubbornly all had their souls scattered and their bodies destroyed. The golden rock bird also returned to the front of the lake. It had already hunted and killed the thunder-scaled giant crocodile, and had also killed that golden flame toad. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the special task. Dominate this wilderness and obtain the submission of all fierce beasts. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining an extra reward. Innate talent. 3,000 divine kingdoms. Lu Ziyu was overjoyed. He had waited so long, and now he could finally charge into the Demon King realm. And he had also gained one more innate talent. Innate talent, 3,000 divine kingdoms. After being unfolded, 3,000 worlds will appear, suppressing heaven and earth, imprisoning time and space. The host can also draw the power of faith to perfect this innate talent of the 3,000 divine kingdoms. Lu Ziyu looked at the information on this newly added innate talent and was shocked. Gather the power of faith to perfect an innate talent? Would that not be the same as achieving the Tao through incense offerings? What is achieving the Tao through incense offerings? People say the Buddha has no desires and no demands, but why does he want the world to worship him and all living beings to bow to him? Is it not still to collect that invisible, formless, vague power of faith? The so-called power of faith was a mysterious thing. Lu Ziyu also could not fully understand it. But from the introduction to this innate talent, he could strengthen this innate talent by collecting the power of faith. As long as they're living beings, that should be enough. They do not have to be humans. Right now, I have the red spirit fox, the golden rock bird, the lightning beast, and other fierce beasts submitting to me. As for chess pieces, I have Chu Yao, Gongsun Tian, and king-level geniuses like the Holy Son of the True Dragon Hall, the Jiyo Holy Sun, and the Saintess of the Hundred Flowers Palace. But among these living beings, the only one who truly and sincerely worships me as a god is probably only the red spirit fox. Lu Ziyu's mind became empty and serene. Outside his huge and flourishing trunk, a mysterious scene of heaven and earth being opened and chaos overflowing instantly appeared. Within that endless and surging chaos energy, divine kingdom visions gradually rose one after another. They looked tiny, yet boundless and vast, shocking to the heart. Very soon, around Lu Ziyu's trunk, there appeared 3,000 divine kingdom visions, shining brilliantly with countless auspicious lights. Within them were mountains and rivers, revolving stars, and faintly interwoven great Tao and continuing laws. Standing within these 3,000 divine kingdoms, even though Lu Ziyu had entered the state of returning to truth and revealed not the slightest source aura, he was still indescribably supreme and holy, transcending everything. On the shore, the golden rock bird, red spirit fox, lightning bird, earth violent bear, unicorn, and the other fierce beasts cast their gazes over. At once, from the depths of their souls, there arose a throbbing urge to throw themselves to the ground and worship. That huge willow tree faintly visible within the 3,000 divine kingdoms seemed not to be a thing of the mortal world, but rather the heaven-supporting sacred tree that ruled the 9 heavens and 10 lands and affected all living beings. Lu Ziyu looked down, and he saw it. When he unfolded these 3,000 divine kingdoms, from within the body of the red spirit fox emerged thread after thread of strange energy. This energy merged into Lu Ziyu's 3,000 divine kingdoms. It had no effect on Lu Ziyu's cultivation strength, but it had an indescribable nourishing effect on the 3,000 divine kingdoms. Before long, from within the earth violent bear, the flame rhinoceros, and the unicorn, that same strange and mysterious energy also emerged. Lu Ziyu thought to himself, this should be the power of faith. As long as a living being truly feared and revered him from the bottom of its heart and regarded him as its god, Lu Ziyu could obtain the power of faith. You dog things! Lu Ziyu lashed out with willow branches. Crackling sounds rang out. The golden rock bird and the lightning bird were both sent flying backward. The 2 birds were in pain, baring their beaks and looking at each other, not understanding why. The reason Lu Ziyu beat them was also very simple. The red spirit fox, earth violent bear, flame rhinoceros, and unicorn all had power of faith to provide to him. That meant they had already treated Lu Ziyu as a god and worshipped him with everything they had. Only from within the lightning bird and the golden rock bird did no power of faith emerge for a long time. In that case, how could Lu Ziyu not be angry? The power of faith emerging from the red spirit fox was the richest and strongest, which was a comfort to Lu Ziyu. It was not in vain that Lu Ziyu favored this red spirit fox so much. But from the lightning bird and the golden rock bird, no power of faith emerged. Lu Ziyu looked down at the 2 birds and said word by word, sternly, "Are you very unwilling? Do you think I am not worthy to stand above you? and that you should not submit at my feet. The lightning bird kept shaking its head. What was this about? It had already accepted its fate. The golden rock bird also shook its head. It might still have some unwillingness in its heart, but with the imprint of the willow seed planted by Lu Ziyu, even if it was unwilling, it could only grit its teeth and submit under Lu Ziyu's oppressive power. Looking at the two birds, still not admitting it, Lu Ziyu lashed them a few more times, and only then felt a bit relieved. As long as the lightning bird and the golden rock bird did not revere Lu Ziyu as a god, there would be no power of faith emerging from them. Their so-called submission was only out of helplessness. Lu Ziyu could kill these two disobedient birds, but it was unnecessary. With Lu Ziyu's current growth speed and various methods, it would not take long before the golden rock bird and lightning bird would treat Lu Ziyu as a god and offer the power of faith. In addition, with these 3,000 divine kingdoms that could absorb the power of faith, Lu Ziyu could distinguish among the beings that submitted to him which ones truly submitted to him, and which ones obeyed him only out of helplessness. I can break through to the Demon King realm now. With a thought, Lu Ziyu took the golden rock bird, lightning bird, red spirit fox, flame rhinoceros, and the other fierce beasts into the imperial palace. Then, Lu Ziyu himself also returned to the imperial palace. Breaking through to the Demon King realm would definitely cause some disturbance. In the depths of the wilderness now, many human cultivators were unwilling to leave and were searching for the fortune of the imperial palace. When Lu Ziyu advanced to the great demon realm, it had taken several months. If during closed cultivation he were disturbed by human cultivators, the result would be irreversible destruction. Inside the imperial palace, it was completely different. With this strong and indestructible imperial palace, Lu Ziyu could calmly and fully focus on improving his cultivation. Deduct 3 million evolution points. Realm raised to first-level Demon King. This was the benefit of having a system. The bottleneck of a major realm was nothing in front of Lu Ziyu. He currently had more than 400 million evolution points. 3 million evolution points were only a small part of that. At the moment his realm stepped into the first level of Demon King, Lu Ziyu's power and aura transformed and grew as expected. At the 9th stage, Great Demon level, Lu Ziyu's demonic energy was only like a lake. Now it was like a vast river flowing endlessly across all directions. The 3,000 divine kingdoms surrounding Lu Ziyu's trunk shone brightly, wrapped in a mortal aura. His 3,000 willow branches also radiated dazzling light and divine brilliance. Boom! 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 The transformation did not last long. Above Lu Ziyu's head, dark clouds gathered, thunder flashed, and lightning surged. Heavenly tribulation? Feeling the destructive aura and blazing thunder behind the dark clouds, Lu Ziyu asked in surprise. Breaking through to the Demon King realm also has a tribulation? Of course. The chaos Xianwang bell appeared. The supreme aura it emitted caused the tribulation clouds above, which contained the will of heaven, to show signs of retreat and stagnation. You have extraordinary potential and excellent talent, comparable to top-level innate spiritual roots. Ordinary fierce beasts face thunder tribulation when breaking into the Demon King realm, let alone you. I think your tribulation will not be weak. The chaos Xianwang bell explained calmly. Lu Ziyu became serious. So if I cannot pass this tribulation, I will lose my soul and die completely? The chaos Xianhuang bell slowly floated away and said coldly, "This is a test from heaven and earth, and also a kind of fortune. If you pass, you take the first step toward the path of immortality. If you fail, you will naturally be shattered to pieces and your soul destroyed. But do not be afraid. In the past, the Azure Emperor transformed into human form and defied heaven to attain the Tao. He even hoped for tribulation every day, because passing it greatly increased cultivation. This kind of baptism is not something you can get just because you want it. Hoping for tribulation every day? Lu Ziyu was speechless. The courage of ancient emperors was shocking. As a demon emperor, the Azure Emperor's courage was even more astonishing and admirable. I understand. I will not submit. A mere tribulation cannot judge me. With firm will, Lu Ziyu glanced over and asked, "What I do not understand is, why did you move so far away?" The tribulation carrying the aura of heavenly law frightened the golden rock bird, flame rhinoceros, red spirit fox, and other beasts, making them tremble and hide far away. But the chaos Xianhuang bell was different. Would a supreme imperial weapon fear a tribulation? Can't you tell? The chaos Xianhuang bell rarely let out a laugh and said teasingly, "Resolving the tribulation for you would be easy for me. But I do not want to be entangled in the karma of heaven. There is a trace of the will of heaven in the tribulation. If I help you today, you may suffer disasters later. So even if you scream and cry later, I will not help you." Lu Ziyu. How much did it look down on him? It was just a tribulation. Even if he died from pain, he would not cry out, "Boom, boom, 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 boom." Earlier, when the chaos Xianhuang bell appeared, its aura caused some stagnation in the tribulation clouds. Now that it stayed out of it, the tribulation above instantly surged and expanded. The lightning brewing in the dark clouds was different from ordinary lightning. It carried a terrifying aura that could illuminate all worlds and destroy everything. Its color was golden, and within it flowed burning, transparent flames. Roar, roar. Lightning burst forth, and electric light spread like an ocean, devouring heaven and earth. In just an instant, Lu Ziyu felt as if the sky was about to collapse. He also heard the roar of a true dragon that shook all realms. The lightning and the tribulation clouds merged together. Lu Ziyu's vision darkened. He saw 81 thunder dragons, vivid and lifelike. Each one was over 100 meters long, containing the mighty and fierce power of a true dragon. Their scales shone brightly. The destructive aura and sacred fluctuation emitted by each thunder dragon were enough to instantly kill a group of Demon King-level beasts. Boom, rimble, rimble. The Imperial Palace is vast and boundless. Yet at this moment, it has completely fallen under the 81 world-destroying, unmatched thunder tribulation dragons. Heaven and earth are dark. Everywhere lightning streaks, thunder flashes, and red clouds surge. Not to mention those thunder tribulation dragons carrying endless destructive aura. Even being inside this hell-like thunder tribulation aura means facing the great terror of being shattered to pieces and having one's soul scattered. Lu Ziyu's trunk trembles slightly. He is not afraid, but visible lightning keeps surging and continuously striking his heaven-reaching sacred tree body. This is only because Lu Ziyu is protected by 3,000 divine kingdoms, and his body is indestructible and immune to water and fire, so he has not suffered any real damage. If it were an ordinary Demon King beast, it would already have broken bones, torn flesh, and miserable screams. Of course, the truly terrifying thing is those 81 thunder tribulation dragons soaring and dancing, looking down on heaven and earth. At a glance, the thunder tribulation dragons, over 100 zhang long, coil one after another above the tribulation clouds. Their strong and domineering bodies shine brilliantly, bathed in lightning. The dragon roars they release are indescribably real and unimaginably terrifying. Lu Ziyu feels a death shadow that chills the soul. This tribulation is no small matter. Phenomenon Thunder Tribulation? The voice of the chaos Xianhuang bell drifts over. Only the most top and powerful beings will attract a phenomenon Thunder Tribulation when crossing tribulation. These 81 Thunder Tribulation dragons hold the form of ancient true dragons and contain a trace of the heavenly Tao aura. Be careful. If you are careless, I will have to collect your corpse. Lu Ziyu says nothing. At this point, there is nothing to say, just fight. If heaven blocks me, I will destroy heaven. 3,000 willow branches rise against the sky at the same time. Bathed in layers of divine kingdom phenomena, Lu Ziyu has no evil aura. Instead, he radiates a supreme and sacred dignity that cannot be violated. The 3,000 willow branches he swings are unstoppable, like 3,000 chains of the great Tao, shining brightly, tearing apart the lightning, thunder, and dense mist ahead. Roar! A thunder tribulation dragon dives down. The vast lightning it spits from its huge mouth seems to swallow Lu Ziyu's 3,000 willow branches. Clatter! Sharp sounds ring out, rising and falling like 100,000 heavenly swords unsheathed. The multicolored sword leaves growing on the 3,000 willow branches turn into countless multicolored sword lights, meeting the attack of that thunder tribulation dragon. In an instant, the lightning it spits is pierced by thousands of sword lights. Then the remaining sword lights, without losing force, rain down densely onto the dragon's head and body. Strangely, although wounds appear on the dragon's body, they recover instantly, and its aura does not weaken. In a flash, the dragon tears through the sky and arrives before the 3,000 willow branches. Its claws strike, drawing out streaks of lightning as bright and sharp as heavenly blades. Lu Ziyu feels pain. One claw destroys several hundred of his willow branches. Endless regeneration activates. This is one of Lu Ziyu's innate talents. As long as his life source remains, he can regenerate endlessly. The destroyed branches recover in an instant. These regenerated branches, together with the remaining ones, fly everywhere, shining, wrapping and binding the dragon's body. Roar. The dragon roars in anger. Destructive lightning pours out of its body, trying to destroy the binding of the willow branches. Lu Ziyu endures great pain. His branches are like his arms. Even though regeneration can match the destruction speed, the pain is unavoidable. After more than 10 breaths, the dragon's struggle weakens. Lu Ziyu's willow branches can secrete a corrosive liquid after binding prey. More importantly, they can forcibly absorb the life essence of the target. The dragon's life essence is different. It is pure thunder tribulation power. Entering Lu Ziyu's body, it spreads wildly, full of violence and destruction, extremely unruly. More and more interesting. The chaos Xianhuang bell says to itself, "This little thing's bloodline does not belong to any innate spiritual root, yet it can match top-level ones. If it grows, it will be an unprecedented wood-type being." The Azure Emperor's true form is the Chaos Green Lotus, the highest spiritual root, but not unique. In a more ancient myth era, there were others. But this one is different. Its bloodline is unique, giving it unpredictable potential. This tribulation is like the first test on its path. The heavenly Tao will try to kill it at all costs. The dragon shrinks from over 100 zhang to about 100 meters. Given a bit more time, Lu Ziyu can fully absorb it. Bone Rimble. The remaining 80 dragons charge together. Such power makes ghosts and gods cry, yin and yang reverse, and space collapse. Lu Ziyu has no way back. Over 1,000 root dragons under his body surge forward with golden light. At the same time, he releases Xianhuang Mother Qi. At the altar steps, he absorbed this power from the chaos Xianhuang bell and formed it as a talent. Though weaker than the bells, it is still heavy and powerful. Covering the root dragons, it is like wrapping them in down mist. The next moment, heaven and earth mourn. The universe loses color. The collision creates a destructive storm. Lu Ziyu's branches and roots are all destroyed, and even his sacred body is shattered and full of wounds. After the smoke of war dispersed, the waves subsided. Lu Ziyu's 3,000 willow branches and wood dragon roots were all destroyed without exception. The remaining huge tree body was covered with cracks and full of holes. With such heavy injuries, most living beings would be beyond saving and surely die. However, after Lu Ziyu activated his innate talent of endless life, countless green symbols appeared outside his tree body. These green symbols were as bright as the morning glow, as pure as glazed glass, and filled with pure and surging life energy. Layer upon layer wrapped around Lu Ziyu's broken trunk. In just a blink of an eye, his 3,000 willow branches and wood dragon roots grew out again like rebirth from nirvana, identical in color and texture to when they were intact. Lu Ziyu looked up. In the previous great collision, he had lost 3,000 willow branches and more than 1,000 wood dragon roots. If not for the 3,000 divine kingdoms guarding around him, even his tree trunk would have been completely destroyed. But the thunder tribulation dragons in the sky only suffered negligible damage, just a few superficial wounds. Under the lightning pouring down from behind the tribulation clouds, they instantly recovered and became completely intact. "Are you going to fight me to the end?" Lu Ziyu was a bit angry. Entering the Demon King realm and transforming into human form was Lu Ziyu's first goal after transmigrating. No matter what kind of obstruction or destruction, Lu Ziyu would not give up. This was a contest, and it was also about life and death. Just as the chaos Xianhuang bell reminded him, if he could not pass this thunder tribulation, not only would he fail to become human, but he would also die and disappear into ashes. Lu Ziyu focused with full concentration. His 3,000 willow branches and wood dragon roots were all covered with a layer of dense and indelible Xianhuang mother energy. The 3,000 divine kingdoms surrounding his trunk also rose and expanded into the sky. Roar. Blood-colored lightning flashed, and golden thunder surged. The eye sockets of the 81 Thunder Tribulation Dragons were filled with a blood-red, killing aura. Lu Ziyu forgot everything and threw himself fully into this battle. The 3,000 divine kingdoms were like 3,000 great worlds, suppressing heaven and earth and affecting the long river of time. The 3,000 willow branches danced, indestructible, judging all things as if they were the embodiment of rules and order. The wood dragon roots roared, wrapped in golden light, covered with dragon scales, possessing the strange ability to devour all energy. In this life and death struggle, Lu Ziyu's combat power was unleashed to the fullest. The golden rock bird watched from afar in fear. It was a peak 9th level demon king, but after seeing Lu Ziyu fighting the 81 Thunder Tribulation Dragons with heaven-shattering force and endless phenomena, it could only feel dry-mouthed and terrified. Lu Ziyu displayed heaven-defying power and peerless brilliance, already surpassing the limits of his realm, making the golden rock bird, a peak 9th level demon king, admire and submit from the bottom of its heart. Moreover, in that chaotic and world-shaking battle, Lu Ziyu also revealed an unreasonable and unimaginable regeneration talent. Whether his 3,000 willow branches were destroyed or his tree body was injured, Lu Ziyu was like immortal and indestructible, instantly able to heal and regenerate. This incredible self-healing and regeneration talent also subtly stirred the Chaos Xianhuang Bell. As an ultimate imperial weapon, the Chaos Xianhuang Bell, forged by the Qing Emperor, had experienced not much less than that of an ancient great emperor. A talent ability that regenerates and heals by consuming life essence. It can regenerate and heal so completely and flawlessly, and it is done in an instant. Each time, the life essence consumed is very little. Compared with his speed and degree of regeneration, it is insignificant. When the Qing Emperor was alive, he also had a regeneration and healing talent, but each time he regenerated, the life essence consumed was several times more than what this boy uses. That means, with the same amount of life force, this boy can regenerate 100 times, while the Qing Emperor can only regenerate 10 times. The Chaos Xianhuang Bell was shocked. Lu Ziyu's regeneration talent completely surpassed that of the Qing Emperor, whose true form was the Chaos Green Lotus. He is only at the Demon King realm now. If he develops further over time and his bloodline evolves, wouldn't this regeneration ability become even more terrifying? The Chaos Xianhuang Bell clicked its tongue. This is a unique anomaly, one of a kind in heaven and earth. It may also be that his bloodline focuses on regeneration and healing. Wood-type beings more or less all have such abilities. Dragon roars were piercing, and lightning destroyed the world. Lu Ziyu's huge tree body was once again severely damaged, but the result did not change. Under the activation of endless life, Lu Ziyu instantly regenerated his tree trunk. Looking at the rampant thunder tribulation dragons circling in the sky, Lu Ziyu thought to himself, "This can't go on. I have endless life and can regenerate infinitely, but it requires life essence to sustain it. By calculation, I have already consumed about 70% of my life essence, and these 81 Thunder Tribulation Dragons can also recover under the nourishment of lightning energy behind the Tribulation Clouds. If I want to eliminate these 81 Thunder Tribulation Dragons, I must destroy them completely in one effort." Thinking was one thing. Doing it was extremely difficult. Lu Ziyu activated the phenomenon of the 3,000 Divine Kingdoms. The sacred 3,000 Divine Kingdoms contained intertwined great Tao, continuing rules, as well as mountains, rivers, vast land, stars, and moons. Under Lu Ziyu's will, the 3,000 Divine Kingdoms turned into a heaven and earth furnace that covered the sky and refined eternity. The 81 Thunder Tribulation Dragons, as expected, fell into the heaven and earth furnace formed by the 3,000 Divine Kingdoms. They charged wildly and roared endlessly. The lightning and destructive thunder they released immediately cracked the outside of the furnace. "Refine them for me." Racing against time, Lu Ziyu used his own tree body to suppress the heaven and earth furnace formed by the 3,000 Divine Kingdoms. The destruction released by the Thunder Tribulation Dragons trapped inside the furnace was mostly transferred onto Lu Ziyu's tree body. Lu Ziyu used endless life to offset that damage. After dozens of breaths, Lu Ziyu's life essence began to dry up. Just as he was about to be unable to hold on, the 13 mysterious green lotuses growing on his branches suddenly released streams of pure and surging life energy. Lu Ziyu was surprised. The life energy released by these 13 green lotuses was like timely help in a crisis for him, whose life essence was exhausted. Strange. He felt some doubt, but Lu Ziyu could not care about it. He absorbed that life energy completely, so that he could firmly suppress the heaven and earth furnace and not give the 81 Thunder Tribulation Dragons any chance to break out. Lu Ziyu's huge tree body was like an eternal and indestructible shackle, sealing outside the heaven and earth furnace formed by the 3,000 divine kingdoms. The 81 Thunder Tribulation Dragons, covered in world-shaking thunder and endless lightning, roared and howled inside the heaven and earth furnace pieced together by the 3,000 divine kingdoms, spitting glow and wielding thunder. The destruction and damage they stirred up would bury even top Demon King beasts in an instant. Part of this damage was absorbed by the heaven and earth furnace formed by the 3,000 divine kingdoms, and a larger part was transferred onto Lu Ziyu's tree body. But Lu Ziyu, who relied on endless life to heal and regenerate his trunk, seemed from beginning to end as if he had not suffered any damage. Roar! The dragon cries were no longer domineering and world-opening, but revealed sorrow and desolation. The 81 Thunder Tribulation Dragons gradually disappeared and evaporated inside the heaven and earth furnace. The remaining mass of Thunder Tribulation energy, even a small part of it, could burst a Demon King beast. Lu Ziyu swallowed it in big gulps and absorbed all of the Thunder Tribulation energy. Evolution points plus 5 million. Evolution points plus 1 million. Evolution points plus 5 million. The Thunder Tribulation energy of the 81 Thunder Tribulation Dragons gave Lu Ziyu more than 100 million evolution points. This feeling was very strange. The violent and destructive Thunder Tribulation energy did not need refining. The moment it entered Lu Ziyu's body, it automatically turned into evolution points. Can I transform into human form now? Lu Ziyu stretched his trunk, but did not notice any sign of transformation. He could not help asking the Chaos Xianhuang Bell in the distance, "Senior, how do I transform into human form?" The Chaos Xianhuang Bell asked back, "You seem to be looking forward to transforming into human form. 4 fierce beasts or wood-type demon beasts. The original form has more advantage." Back then, when the Qing Emperor transformed into human form, he also waited a long time. Why don't you accumulate for a while longer? At least wait until the Dao Domain before transforming. Lu Ziyu smiled awkwardly. People are different, and demons are also different. I just want to see what I look like after becoming human. This way I can enter the territory of the human race earlier. That great wilderness outside has no challenge for me anymore. If I don't go to the outside world, how can I train? How can I prove the Tao? If I go to the human territory in this tree demon form, I will be like a rat crossing the street. Everyone will want to beat me. The Chaos Xianhuang Bell was speechless and said, "What you say has some truth. Then I will explain a bit. The transformation of a demon king is not a true transformation. Think about it. All things are born in the world. There are plants, trees, beasts, and spirits. But whether plants or beasts, all can cultivate and all can prove immortality. For no reason, what kind of being would abandon its original body and turn into human form? The transformation of a demon king is just an illusion, a kind of false appearance. No matter how hard you try, you can never completely become human. You must remember this clearly. Do not lose yourself in this trivial detail one day, or it will become a rare joke through the ages." Lu Ziyu was stunned for a long time, then laughed freely. Yes, what he had been obsessed with for so long, the transformation of a demon king, was just self-humiliation. No matter how he transformed, in this life Lu Ziyu was still a tree demon. So what if I'm a tree demon? So what if it is the human race? When I rule the world and dominate all ages, whether human or demon, god or devil, it will be up to me to decide. After clearing distracting thoughts, Lu Ziyu raised his head and said, "I will not forget your advice, senior. Now, please tell me how to transform." "Think for yourself," the Chaos Xianhuang Bell said teasingly. "You have seen many humans, right? Observe all kinds of people in your mind, then combine it with the body shape you want. That will be about right." Lu Ziyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Is it that simple? I feel like this is a bit like stealing someone else's face. The chaos Xianhuang Bell did not care. That is how beasts and spirits transform. You are so obsessed with human form. What can I do? Then I will. Lu Ziyu's huge, sacred body returned to a state of quiet and natural silence. Fog rose and rolled, covering the flowing light and crystal-like, majestic tree body and branches. The process of transforming into human form was not smooth. Every time Lu Ziyu imagined a shape, it would be broken by his own willow tree form, as if imagining a human form was something rebellious and not to be done. After exhausting his thoughts and effort for more than 2 months, a tall figure walked out of the fog, peerless and overlooking all things. Around his body floated 3,000 divine kingdoms, within which a bright moon hung high and a great sun shone. The phenomena shocked the world and surpassed ancient and present. His face was almost perfect like carved jade, and his eyes were deep. Behind the 15 or 16-year-old boy with his peerless and transcendent bearing stood a mysterious willow tree that reached the sky, covering the sun, ancient and everlasting. That huge, grand, sacred willow tree, bright and great, was like the world tree, supreme and holy, illuminating all worlds. This was the human form Lu Ziyu tailored for himself. He touched his chin and asked with a slightly wicked smile, "How is it, Chaos Xianhuang Bell?" The human form Lu Ziyu created indeed had some of the charm of an exiled immortal, with a peerless presence beyond all worlds. If you think it is good, then it is good. Without giving an evaluation, the Chaos Xianhuang Bell flew back into Lu Ziyu's body and said, "Stabilize your realm and start comprehending the Qing Emperor longevity art. This is the imperial ancient scripture left by the Qing Emperor. For wood-type beings to cultivate, it is perfectly suitable." When Lu Ziyu obtained the Chaos Xianhuang Bell, he already knew that inside it was engraved the imperial ancient scripture of a Qing Emperor. There was no need to rush to cultivate it. Was there any need to rush? He did not know how others comprehended imperial scriptures. As long as he had evolution points, even an imperial scripture could be mastered rapidly and reach the peak. Host, Lu Ziyu. Bloodline, innate divine willow. Level, first level demon king. Technique, Azure Dragon Myriad Forms Art, second layer, complete. Abilities, 5-colored sword leaf. Return to true state. Telepathy, life essence. Willow seeds, innate talents. Wood dragon roots. Endless life. Xianhuang mother energy. 3,000 divine kingdoms. Evolution points, 500 million points. Lu Ziyu summoned the long unseen data panel. After looking through it, he made a decision. Upgrading these abilities and innate talents would require a lot of evolution points. 500 million evolution points seemed like a lot, but they could not withstand much spending. He still had to choose a few points and upgrade them to the extreme. Deduct 2 million evolution points. 5-colored sword leaf plus 1. Deduct 3 million evolution points. 5-colored sword leaf plus 1. Deduct 4 million evolution points. 5-colored sword leaf plus 1. Deduct 5 million evolution points. 5-colored sword leaf plus 1. Deduct 2 million evolution points. Wood dragon tree root plus 1. Deduct 3 million evolution points. Wood dragon tree root plus 1. After a series of operations, Lu Ziyu uniformly upgraded the wood dragon tree roots, 5-colored sword leaves, and 3,000 willow branches once. He invested about 100 million evolution points. The benefits brought were not small. The huge willow tree floating behind Lu Ziyu was his true form. After Lu Ziyu upgraded the 5-colored sword leaves, the 3,000 willow branches, and the wood dragon tree roots, the sky-reaching willow tree, standing in immortal light, an auspicious glow emitted an aura and brilliance completely different from before it was strengthened. A single streak of 5-colored sword light flying out could pierce the body of a demon king. When thousands of 5-colored sword lights surged, the power was hard to imagine, beyond taboo. And those 3,000 willow branches, hanging down, sacred and divine, crystal clear, flawless and pure, not only flowed with Xianhuang mother energy, but on the surface also gave rise to mysterious, profound, indestructible, and eternal great Tao divine patterns. The wood dragon tree roots growing under this tree body also underwent astonishing changes after being strengthened. Their heads became lifelike, and the dragon might and aura they emitted became even nobler and more real, even more vast and domineering. As for the remaining 400 million evolution points, I will spend them on the Qing Emperor longevity art, the 3,000 divine kingdoms and cultivation realm. Lu Ziyu valued the innate talent of the 3,000 divine kingdoms especially highly. This was an innate talent that could draw the power of faith for Lu Ziyu. As for the Qing Emperor longevity art, there was no need to say much. This was an imperial ancient scripture left by a generation of demon emperor. For the sake of this Qing Emperor longevity art, Lu Ziyu already no longer planned to want the Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art. The Azure Dragon Myriad Forms art, which only had the first 3 layers of content, even if complete and without flaw, could not be compared with an imperial ancient scripture. Deduct 10 million evolution points. Innate talent, 3,000 divine kingdoms plus 1. Lu Ziyu was stunned. Did upgrading the 3,000 divine kingdoms once require 10 million evolution points? Deduct 20 million evolution points. Innate talent, 3,000 divine kingdoms plus 1. Deduct 40 million evolution points. Innate talent, 3,000 divine kingdoms plus 1. Deduct 80 million evolution points. Innate talent, 3,000 divine kingdoms plus 1. Lu Ziyu could hardly bear it anymore. Each strengthening required double the evolution points. Who could withstand that? Deduct 50 million evolution points. Comprehend the upper chapter of the Imperial Ancient Scripture, Qing Emperor Longevity Art. An Imperial Ancient Scripture was indeed an Imperial Ancient Scripture. Just getting started required 50 million evolution points. These several hundred million evolution points did not come from nowhere. This was a huge wealth Lu Ziyu had accumulated only after suffering hardships and struggling many times. But was this wealth not meant to be spent? An imperial ancient scripture represented the Tao and law of an ancient great emperor. By comprehending an imperial ancient scripture, one could walk a path of invincibility. This Qing Emperor longevity art was divided into upper, middle, and lower chapters. Upper chapter absorbed the wood-type energy of heaven and earth and forged the Qing Emperor longevity body. After forging the Qing Emperor Dharma body, all laws would not invade it, all evils would retreat, and it could command all flowers, plants, and living beings, equivalent to the god of life in charge of the flowers and plants of heaven and earth. 50 million evolution points allowed Lu Ziyu to comprehend a corner of the Qing Emperor longevity art, as if helped by the gods, and he naturally opened up that Qing Emperor Dharma body. Auspicious glow burst from his flesh and blood, and his muscles and bones were flawless and crystal clear. With every movement of Lu Ziyu, from the pores of his flesh and blood, there also spread a lingering flowering grass fragrance that stole the soul. The blood qi and demonic power in his body also became more vigorous. The Qing Emperor longevity body was regarded as having 9 grades. When cultivated to the 9th grade, one could comprehend the middle chapter of the Qing Emperor longevity art. The Qing Emperor longevity body Lu Ziyu had at present was only a prototype, not even 1st grade. But the appearance of this fleshly Dharma body still caused the shocked voice of the chaos Xianhuang Bell. You? My heavens, you brat opened up the Qing Emperor longevity body? Lu Ziyu smiled lightly. There's nothing much to make a fuss about, right? Chaos Xianhuang Bell. Was that even human language? As the spirit of an extreme imperial weapon, at this moment it wished it could slap this terrifying brat to death. After calming down, the chaos Xianhuang Bell sighed. You brat truly are an anomaly. Do you know that this Qing Emperor longevity body is the essence of the upper chapter of the Qing Emperor longevity art? How long has it been since you learned of this Qing Emperor longevity art? No. To be precise, when did you start comprehending this Qing Emperor longevity art? If you were comprehending it, there should have been a process. It would have been impossible for me not to sense that process. Without blushing or his heart beating faster, Lu Ziyu answered, to be honest, I never comprehended this Qing Emperor longevity art, and I had no time to comprehend it. Just now, when Senior reminded me to quickly comprehend this imperial ancient scripture, I only visualized it in my mind. Perhaps it was the heroic spirit of Senior Qing Emperor blessing me in the dark. So I formed the Qing Emperor longevity body at once. Chaos Xianhuang Bell. Yes, What this brat said was not human language. Could an imperial ancient scripture be comprehended just by visualizing it once? To describe such talent as having the bearing of becoming an emperor would even be somewhat belittling Lu Ziyu. Deduct 100 million evolution points. Qing Emperor longevity body upgraded to first grade. Lu Ziyu paid a huge price. 100 million evolution points forcibly raised the Qing Emperor longevity body from the prototype stage to the first grade level. This Qing Emperor longevity body only had 9 grades in total. Lu Ziyu also clearly felt that the prototype stage Qing Emperor longevity body and the first grade Qing Emperor longevity body were two completely different concepts. After obtaining the first grade Qing Emperor longevity body, Lu Ziyu's whole body became fragrant, his flesh crystal clear, and under his feet there even grew a patch of rare flowers and precious plants. Standing amid blooming flowers, divine light, and auspicious glow, Lu Ziyu naturally had an unparalleled bearing, as if ascending in broad daylight and becoming an immortal against heaven. From the great rock golden bird and the lightning bird in the distance, a mass of the power of faith could not help but emerge. At present, they sincerely and wholeheartedly submitted to Lu Ziyu. In their eyes, Lu Ziyu was like a supreme god. Chu Yao, standing even farther away, had a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and her face was flushed red. The human form Lu Ziyu transformed into was as elegant as jade, with peerless appearance. The ultimate perfection, transcendence, and contempt for all displayed in every gesture and movement made even Chu Yao, whose Tao heart was as firm as stone, feel a little stir in her heart and find it hard to control herself. At this moment, under the reflection of the first grade Qing Emperor longevity body, Lu Ziyu's divine bearing increased greatly. He surpassed heaven and earth. As his long hair flew all over the sky, he was like a young god shining brilliantly, looking proudly over the eight and the universe. Any young girl who saw this would fall for him. Tall and jade-like, the Dharma body shines over the world. Behind Lu Ziyu was his original willow tree form, its sacred light illuminating heaven and earth, its vastness filling the void, just like in the mythological era when all races worshipped and all beings offered to the sky-reaching divine tree. Under Lu Ziyu's feet, golden lotuses swayed, flowers bloomed in clusters. Outside his glowing and crystal-clear body, there was even a hazy and illusory mist-like divine light falling, reflecting the Lu Ziyu who had transformed into human form, peerless through all ages, with a grand bearing. Standing there calmly, he was like an immortal from the mortal world in a painting. That kind of peace and harmony, sacred and transcendent, made heaven and earth dim, and the sun and moon lose their light. But this calm was immediately broken by the vast voice of the chaos Xianhuang Bell. First grade, Qing Emperor longevity body? In the next moment, the chaos Xianhuang Bell flew out of Lu Ziyu's body, as if looking at the young man from head to toe, inside and out, with disbelief. This is impossible. In less than 1 hour, you raised the Qing Emperor longevity body from the prototype stage to the first grade Qing Emperor longevity body? Do you have some secret you are hiding from me? Lu Ziyu shrugged, restrained the phenomenon of his original form behind him, and said, "No. Senior, you are an ultimate imperial weapon. What secret could I possibly have that could escape your sharp eyes?" The chaos Xianhuang Bell became angry. "Don't try to joke and change the subject. In this lower realm, no one can open a first-grade Qing Emperor longevity body in less than a day, and you're even more excessive, not even using an hour. This is not reasonable." Seeing the chaos Xianhuang Bell so agitated, Lu Ziyu laughed and teased. "Things in the world are unpredictable. I didn't expect to obtain the Qing Emperor's inheritance either. As for the Qing Emperor longevity body, we can discuss it later. I have accumulated for so long, and now I have also opened the first-grade Qing Emperor longevity body. The power in my body is about to overflow. I need to make a breakthrough. Senior, stay a bit farther away. Don't let me hurt you." The chaos Xianhuang Bell trembled. It wanted to suppress Lu Ziyu. This boy was becoming more and more bold. It was an ultimate imperial weapon. Unless an ancient great emperor revived, within the 4 seas and the mortal world, who could hurt it? Deduct 5 million evolution points. Realm +1. Deduct 8 million evolution points. Realm +1. Deduct 10 million evolution points. Realm +1. Deduct 12 million evolution points. Realm +1. What Lu Ziyu called a burst was actually just a thought, using evolution points to raise his cultivation level. Upgrading the 5-colored sword leaves, wood dragon tree roots, and 3,000 willow branches used 100 million evolution points. After that, upgrading the innate talent, 3,000 divine kingdoms use another 140 million evolution points. Then, improving the Qing Emperor longevity art, deducted 150 million evolution points. Out of the initial 500 million evolution points, Lu Ziyu had about 130 million left. With these 130 million evolution points, after a few clicks, Lu Ziyu's first-level Demon King cultivation was raised to about the 8th-level Demon King. Terrifying. He just broke into the Demon King realm, and then raised 7 cultivation levels in a row. Chu Yao gasped in shock in the distance. The red spirit fox proudly raised its head. This was its master, majestic and unmatched above heaven and earth. Only this transformed appearance did not look as pleasing as when he was a willow tree. If Lu Ziyu knew what the red spirit fox was thinking, he would definitely give it a whip. His elegant and peerless human form was not as good as his clawing and fang-bearing tree demon form. Little guy, tell me the secret of how you open the Qing Emperor longevity body, and I will tell you a huge secret. How about it? Unable to suppress its curiosity, the chaos Xianhuang Bell stuck close, stubborn, and persistent. A huge secret? Lu Ziyu nodded. All right, senior, you go first. You are an ultimate imperial weapon. If you want to deny it, it would be very easy, and I have no way to deal with you. I am different. If you speak first, I will definitely tell you honestly. Otherwise, you can suppress me. The chaos Xianhuang Bell hesitated. It keenly felt that it was bargaining with a tiger, which would not be worth it. But once curiosity was opened, it was like a spark that could start a prairie fire, impossible to suppress or extinguish. After a long time, the chaos Xianhuang Bell spoke in a voice only Lu Ziyu could hear. The secret I want to tell is about the Qing Emperor. Generally speaking, when an ancient great emperor abandons the ultimate imperial weapon he forged, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that the great emperor has died, and the other is ascension. What I can tell you is that the Qing Emperor did not die, but he also did not ascend to the immortal realm. Lu Ziyu was slightly stunned. After some waves in his heart, he pretended to be calm and said, "What kind of secret is this? It is of no real help to me. Senior, you are bullying me." The chaos Xianhuang Bell was dissatisfied. Brat, you are the one going too far. I told you such a shocking secret, and you are still not satisfied? Quickly tell me your secret, or I will suppress you for 100 years, 1,000 years. Let you also experience the feeling of endless darkness and worse than death. From beginning to end, Lu Ziyu did not plan to tell the truth, even under threats and temptation. The reason I can open the first-grade Qing Emperor longevity body in such a short time ultimately lies in my bloodline. Senior, do not underestimate my bloodline. I evolved it step by step. Threads of great, Tao, true fire emerged from the chaos Xianhuang Bell, as if on the verge of anger. Lu Ziyu ignored it and continued, "If I have half a sentence of falsehood, then let me be alone and without support all my life." Chaos Xianhuang Bell. If you are alone and without support, what does that have to do with me? Forget it. As long as I follow this boy, I don't believe I can't uncover his secret. After dealing with the chaos Xianhuang Bell, Lu Ziyu came in front of the great rock golden bird, the red spirit fox, the lightning bird, and the unicorn beast. Master, the fragrance of flowers and grass on your body smells really good. The red spirit fox said with shining eyes. This is the aura after opening the Qing Emperor longevity body. Between flesh and blood, a flawless and ultimate flower and grass fragrance is born. Lu Ziyu reached out and stroked the soft fur of the red spirit fox, then looked at Chu Yao and asked, "Why do you not dare to look at me?" Chu Yao pursed her lips. Not speaking, Lu Ziyu frowned, stood in front of the girl at a step's distance, and scolded, "Not daring to look at me means you have something on your mind." Chu Yao staggered, gritted her teeth, and shouted, "You are not wearing clothes. Don't you know that yourself?" With a suddenly enlightened expression, Lu Ziyu really did not do it on purpose. After he passed the thunder tribulation, he immediately entered the transformation. This transformation into human form relied on imagination, but clothes could not be imagined out of nothing. "Do you have clothes? Lend me a set." With a bright smile, Lu Ziyu asked. Zhu Yao, all I have here are women's clothes. If you don't mind, I can give you 100 sets. The girl replied irritably. I say, Princess, your attitude is not good. Don't forget our relationship. I am the master, and you are the servant. After reminding her seriously, Lu Ziyu did not care about his naked appearance at all and said, This is quite cool. I won't wear clothes for now. Let's discuss how we will live in the future. Zhu Yao, can such shameless words be said out loud? How do you want to live? When saying this, Chu Yao's face turned red as she secretly glanced at the boy. He was still completely naked. His figure was slender, his temperament elegant, and his face was so perfect that even she, as a woman, felt a bit inferior. Chu Yao could not understand how a tree demon could transform into such a jade-like appearance. Lu Ziyu sat on the ground casually with a lazy posture. Because he was naked, when he suddenly sat down, his butt felt a bit cold. But it did not matter. Clearing his throat, Lu Ziyu said, According to my original plan, after transforming into human form, I wanted to leave the great wilderness and enter the outside world. This mountain wilderness no longer has any challenge for me. Chu Yao frowned. The land of Zhongzhou is the territory of the human race, not the place where the demon race of the southern ridge gathers. You are a tree demon. If you openly move in Zhongzhou, are you not afraid that some great power will refine and kill you? Lu Ziyu laughed freely. When he grinned, his teeth were white. Isn't there you? Tell me about the structure of Zhongzhou. To be honest, when I killed your 7th imperial brother, the 7th prince of the Dayu royal family, he very spinelessly told me that this world is divided into 5 regions. Eastern Wilderness, Northern Sea, Southern Ridge, Western Desert, and Zhongzhou. As for the rest, he did not explain in detail. Now that I am going to the territory of the human race, as my servant, you cannot escape some responsibilities. Chu Yao curled her lips. Zhongzhou has 100 domains. One domain is often measured in hundreds of millions of kilometers. Even great cultivators need to use domain gates to travel quickly across regions. You stirred up storms in this mountain range, but in Zhongzhou, you would just be a grain of sand among all living beings. And if you want to go to the demon territory of the southern ridge, it is even harder. Not to mention the distance. The demon race there is divided into many factions and countless bloodline clans. For foreign spirits and beasts, they kill on sight and will not reason with you. Lu Ziyu listened to every word and said, These are small matters. I never thought the future path would be smooth. Killing is unavoidable. Zhu Yao. This hateful tree demon was even more wise than she had estimated. He did not seem like a spirit that had just transformed into human form, but like an old monster that had cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years and accumulated endless wisdom. Talk about realms. Lu Ziyu's eyes shone brightly. The demon race realm system, from spirits to tribulation crossing, and a human race system, from pulsewell realm to Tao entry realm. I already know only this part. What about the rest? Chu Yao lowered her head and thought for a while. The demon race, the human race, and other races are clearly different in the early stages, but later they reach the same end, and there's not much difference. After the human race reaches the Tao entry realm, they open the immortal platform. Once the immortal platform is stable, they can truly control the great Tao of heaven and earth. Every movement carries the power of heaven and earth, with the Tao accompanying them. Don't be vague. Just tell me the realm system. Lu Ziyu said impatiently. Chu Yao gritted her teeth and retorted, If I don't explain clearly, you will keep asking. It's better to explain everything at once. Lu Ziyu. Fine, speak. Speak slowly. Lu Ziyu said with a wicked smile. Why don't you sit down too? We can talk all night. From beginning to end, Chu Yao did not dare to look directly at the boy. This tree demon did not wear clothes and did not care, but she could not handle it. Shaking her head, the girl said, I won't sit. Just listen. After the immortal platform realm is the divine general realm. Just like an immortal world where among thousands of soldiers, those who stand out become generals. Cultivators are the same. Those in the divine general realm can open heaven and split earth, ride clouds, move mountains, and fill seas with ease. After the divine general realm is the marquee realm. Cultivators of this level can easily break through a piece of heaven and earth. After that is the divine palace realm. One must open a divine palace world inside the body, engraving the Tao on it and interweaving laws within it. When released, it is unstoppable and can destroy heaven and earth. Then comes the infinite realm. Cultivators at this level have endless power, and their bodies are immortal. They're also called great supernatural cultivators. Not long ago, more than 1,000 such great cultivators gathered outside the imperial palace. All of them were infinite realm human experts. And figures like the great Luo Holy Lord, the Nine Nether Holy Lord, and the leader of the Heavenly Tao sect are all at the Nirvana level. After Nirvana comes the Saint Tao realm. Lu Ziyu thought carefully and asked, compared to the early stages, are these major realms much harder to improve? Chu Yao rolled her eyes. That is nonsense. Seeking immortality and the Tao becomes harder the further you go. Many geniuses reach the immortal platform realm and cannot advance even a single step for their entire life. The 5 major realms of immortal platform, Divine General, Marquis, Infinite, and Nirvana, each have completely different mysteries. Lu Ziyu nodded and asked, how is your Dayu royal family in Zhongzhou? What is the highest realm of your strongest? Chu Yao looked dim and reluctantly answered, the Dayu dynasty is only a corner of the Qiantian domain. My father is at the first level of the immortal platform realm. The powerful ones are those eternal dynasties that once produced ancient great emperors. It is nothing special. I will build a supreme force far stronger than those eternal dynasties. Lu Ziyu said casually, cultivators need external support, right? How are the ranks of magic treasures, weapons, and techniques divided? For you, it is enough to know about Tao artifacts. Tao artifacts have several levels. Those engraved with 1 million Tao divine patterns are low-grade Tao artifacts. Those with 5 million are mid-grade Tao artifacts. Chu Yao said, high-grade Tao artifacts are usually engraved with 8 to 10 million Tao divine patterns, and only Nirvana-level leaders can forge them. As for techniques and secret arts, they're divided into Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang grades. After that is Tao level. Tao level techniques involve the great Tao of Heaven and Earth and are divided into 1st to 9th grade. Beyond their saint grade techniques created by saints. In fact, many secret arts have no grade, but their power is not inferior to Tao level or saint grade techniques. From the conversation with Chu Yao, Lu Ziyu benefited a lot. He learned about the 5 major realms: Immortal Platform, Divine General, Marquis, Infinite, and Nirvana. He also learned the classification of Tao artifacts and techniques. This was of great help for Lu Ziyu to enter the human territory of Zhongzhou. If I go to the human territory, what will happen to the red spirit fox and the others? Lu Ziyu suddenly noticed a problem. If he left the red spirit fox, lightning bird, and unicorn in this great wilderness, it would be the safest choice. But in that case, without Lu Ziyu, the growth speed of those beasts would naturally slow down. Previously, with Lu Ziyu's life essence as a resource, he could continuously develop their bloodline power and potential. Because of this, the beasts were able to grow so quickly. Moreover, from the beginning, Lu Ziyu planned to cultivate the red spirit fox and the others into his most loyal and reliable battle beasts. Take it one step at a time. With a thought, Lu Ziyu left the imperial palace and returned to the mountains outside. Layer upon layer of mountains, clouds rising and glowing. A huge lake, clear and bright, under the sunlight shimmering with ripples, like a natural agate gem. Lu Ziyu stood on the surface of the lake, his figure slender and his bearing peerless. He looked at the face reflected in the water. He was quite satisfied. During the transformation process, Lu Ziyu had exhausted all his thoughts. Perhaps it was because of his past life as a human. Lu Ziyu was more obsessed with his transformed appearance than any demon beast or spirit. If he had to transform into a rough, ugly, fanged form, he would rather remain a willow tree. Moo! A dull sound came. Lu Ziyu looked over. At the horizon, a 7-colored, auspicious cloud slowly approached. Standing on this cloud was a green ox, its whole body shining with 7-colored holy light. The green ox was extraordinary. Its skin was crystal clear, flowing with auspicious glow, and engraved with natural and mysterious Tao patterns. Its 2 horns carried immortal and undying Tao divine light that illuminated heaven and earth. An old Taoist sat cross-legged on the ox's back. He had the bearing of an immortal, white hair and beard, and eyes that seemed to have experienced endless ages. He gave the feeling of being beyond the mortal world, untouched by worldly matters. Lu Ziyu's hair stood on end. The power of this green ox was terrifying like a vast ocean, impossible for him to probe its limits. As for the old Taoist, he seemed calm and unfathomable. It was not that the old Taoist was weak, but that he was so strong that Lu Ziyu did not even have the qualification to perceive him. Soon, the seven-colored cloud stopped above the lake. The old Taoist looked down, smiling kindly, and murmured, "Infinite heavenly worth." Lu Ziyu felt some regret. Why did he not stay longer in the imperial palace? Then he would not have run into this unfathomable Taoist. To hide in the imperial palace now would be a bad move. With the slightest mistake, its existence would be exposed. Holding his breath, Lu Ziyu respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, senior." The old Taoist smiled. "You tree spirit do understand manners, but your appearance is somewhat improper." Lu Ziyu was stunned. Indeed powerful. This Taoist saw at a glance that he was not human. "Come, put on clothes, since you have transformed into human form. How can you not wear clothes?" The old Taoist waved his hand and dropped a green Taoist robe. Lu Ziyu asked awkwardly, "Do you have other colors?" "Old Taoist, I told you to wear clothes, and you ask if there are other colors? What color do you want?" The old Taoist asked. "White." Lu Ziyu answered casually. Immediately, the robe in front of him turned pure white. "Thank you, senior." Lu Ziyu put on the white Taoist robe, and his whole temperament changed. Speaking of it, Lu Ziyu's human form was elegant, with peerless appearance and an ethereal temperament. Since his true form was a willow tree, his every movement carried a natural and transcendent aura. With his snow-white robe, standing there, he looked like an immortal who had stepped out of a painting. "Interesting," the old Taoist said. "Little one, you have fate with me. My courtyard is empty and lacks a spirit tree. Are you willing to leave with me?" Lu Ziyu thought to himself, "After giving me one robe, you want to trick me into becoming a potted plant? You think too much." With a smile on his face, Lu Ziyu refused without hesitation. "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I am used to running freely in the mountains. If I have to stay rooted in one place, I cannot endure even one day. Infinite heavenly worth, do you know who I am?" The old Taoist showed some displeasure. With his status, taking away a newly transformed tree demon would be a great fortune for it. Yet he was rejected. This was a slap at his face. "I don't care who you are." Lu Ziyu stood firm. "I just want to stay in my own place. It's better if you don't force me, senior." Black lines appeared on the old Taoist's forehead. If not for his status, he would have already become angry. Fortune and opportunity pass in an instant. If you don't know how to grasp it, it will be as hard as reaching the sky to encounter it again. The implication was clear. Go with me and rise in one step. Refuse, and you are a fool. Lu Ziyu shook his head. "You think you can trick me?" In any case, Lu Ziyu would not go with him. If he stayed long and his secrets were exposed, it would be disastrous. "Fine, since you are unwilling to form this karma, I will not force you." The old Taoist looked into the depths of the wilderness. "Tree spirit, I ask you, this imperial palace appearing, did you witness it?" Lu Ziyu suddenly understood. This Taoist had also come for the imperial palace. Senior came late. The imperial palace disappeared several months ago. I saw waves of human cultivators come here, all returning empty-handed. Lu Ziyu spoke half-truth and half-lie. Qing Emperor, the ancient demon emperor. The old Taoist sighed. Too late. No fate to witness the bearing of a demon emperor. Taking advantage of the Taoist speaking to himself, Lu Ziyu quietly moved away, suppressing his aura. This tree spirit is strange. Even I cannot clearly see its true form. It must be a mutated spirit tree. The old Taoist glanced at Lu Ziyu's back and thought. The appearance of the demon emperor's fortune. Soon the demon race of the southern ridge will also come to join the commotion. In the dense forest, Lu Ziyu ran wildly. After running several hundred miles in one breath and confirming the Taoist did not follow, he slowed down with relief. Good thing this old Taoist is not a bad person. Lu Ziyu believed that if the old Taoist had drawn his blade at the slightest disagreement, he could only have hidden inside the imperial palace. And at that time, the secret that the Qing Emperor's imperial palace had fallen into Lu Ziyu's hands might have been exposed to the old Taoist. The void rippled. Lu Ziyu called Chu Yao out from the imperial palace. "Where did you get these clothes?" Seeing Lu Ziyu dressed in white, like snow, Chu Yao was very surprised. "That's none of your concern," Lu Ziyu said seriously. "I'm going to leave this great wilderness now. You will lead the way." "To the Diyu dynasty?" Chu Yao asked suspiciously. "Anywhere is fine. I just want to find a place to settle down first, then make long-term plans," Lu Ziyu said calmly. More than a month later, Chintian Domain, the Yu Dynasty. In the bustling city, people came and went endlessly. A young girl in a golden dress, in the prime of youth, bright and noble, with a face like a celestial being, walked through the streets, attracting many heated gazes. The young man walking with her was also tall and jade-like, unmatched in the world. The transcendent bearing revealed in his every movement, and the spirited energy flowing between his brows made even the surrounding world seem dim. With such appearance and bearing, countless women in the streets were captivated. Damn it! Chu Yao clenched her fists. In the past, when she walked among people, she stood out like a crane among chickens. Now it was different. Lu Ziyu suddenly appeared, and the most hateful thing was that this guy had enslaved her. Your Yu Dynasty is not that impressive. Lu Ziyu looked around, appreciating the human world, and said, "Along the way, I haven't seen any top experts." Chu Yao was displeased and argued, "This is just one of the cities of the Yu Dynasty. When you reach the imperial capital, you will see great cultivators of the transformation dragon and Dao entry levels. Are they very strong? If they are not a mortal platform or divine general level, can they even be called great cultivators?" Lu Ziyu said disdainfully, "You're amazing. If you're so amazing, then don't come to the Yu Dynasty." Chu Yao Vito weakly. Lu Ziyu smiled. This woman refused to accept him. Beating her would be easy, but it was better to let her slowly recognize the reality. "Fellow Taoist, which sector are you from?" A strong fragrance came toward him. Lu Ziyu frowned. The two women who suddenly appeared were both heavily made up and acting flirtatiously. To be honest, the two women were not old and were quite charming and tall, but compared with Chu Yao's noble and stunning beauty, they were far inferior. "Tree Demon, now that you become so handsome and imposing, you should be careful. Some demon sect women like to harvest yang energy." Chu Yao immediately transmitted her voice. "Oh right, if you like that, you can also accept it. I don't object." Lu Ziyu. The first half was a kind reminder. The second half was clearly sarcasm. Lu Ziyu looked at the two women and replied, "She said you want to harvest my yang energy. Is that true?" Chu Yao. The two women. After being surprised for a few breaths, the beautiful woman on the left spoke, swaying gracefully. "Fellow Taoist is joking. We sisters only want to make friends. As for harvesting yang to nourish yin, that is something people of the demonic path do." The charming woman on the right nodded. "Yes, with your elegance and noble bearing. How could we harm you?" Lu Ziyu smiled without warmth. "No need to be friends. I thought you wanted to harvest my yang energy." With a sigh, Lu Ziyu walked away. What does he mean? The two women looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. From his tone, it seemed he almost wanted them to harvest his yang energy. "I didn't expect that coming to the Yu Dynasty this time, we would encounter such a rare furnace. Yes, his appearance and temperament are unmatched, and his blood energy is strong. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss this?" Watching the boy disappear at the end of the street, the two women felt regret. At night, Lu Ziyu stood by the window. Outside, the moonlight was like water, and the stars filled the sky. He felt a strange sense of melancholy. After staying in the great wilderness for so long, suddenly coming to the human world made him a bit uncomfortable. According to that woman, tomorrow we can reach the imperial capital of the Yu Dynasty. But what path should I take in the future? Lu Ziyu rubbed his forehead and thought. He entered the imperial palace. Green light surged in his palm, and the green liquid that fell was his life essence. Smelling the life essence, the red spirit fox, golden rockbird, unicorn, lightning bird, flame rhinoceros, and earth bear all became extremely excited. With the growth of his cultivation, Lu Ziyu's life essence became more abundant in energy. The life essence he released today was hundreds or thousands of times stronger than when he first obtained it. The next day at dawn, Lu Ziyu summoned the lightning bird as a mount, carrying himself and Chu Yao toward the imperial capital of the Yu Dynasty. Near sunset, an ancient giant city with walls 1,000 meters high appeared ahead like a massive beast. On the city walls stood knights in armor, their aura cold and solemn. The lightning bird, shining with light and surrounded by streaks of lightning, cut across the sky above the imperial capital, stirring much discussion. That is a lightning bird. Judging by its aura, it has already grown to the level of a great demon. Among flying beasts, lightning birds are top tier. They can control lightning and have extreme speed. In front of her residence, one street away from the Diyu Imperial Palace, Chu Yao had the lightning bird stop and said, "This is my residence. Tree demon, you can stay here." Lu Ziyu nodded. Your demon race, true form, might still be hidden from immortal platform cultivators. But in front of divine general or mark-level super experts, it will be completely exposed. Once your demon identity is revealed in human territory, you know the consequences. Chu Yao expressed her concern. Lu Ziyu had also thought about this. He quietly communicated with the Chaos Xianhuang Bell. "Senior, can you find a way to conceal my demon form?" "Simple," the Chaos Xianhuang Bell replied. "From today on, I will use ultimate power to conceal your demon form. With this protection, you can safely move in human territory, as long as you do not actively reveal your true form." Lu Ziyu sneered. Unless he was out of his mind, he would not do that. With the ultimate power of the Chaos Xianhuang Bell covering him, Lu Ziyu no longer worried that he would expose his demon identity while moving in the human world, unless he actively revealed his willow tree form. Otherwise, with this concealment of ultimate power, even Nirvana-level sect leaders would not be able to see through it. The lightning bird landed in the residence below. Several maids came quickly after hearing the movement. These were all Chu Yao's personal maids. "Princess." Seeing the girl in the golden dress jump down from the lightning bird, the maids knelt and saluted. "Rise." Under the glow of the sunset, Chu Yao stood tall, with a domineering bearing, like a young empress. She looked down and ordered, "This is young Master Lu Ziyu, a distinguished guest I met outside. You must serve him well. I still need to enter the palace to see the emperor. Do not neglect him." "Yes." The maids secretly looked at Lu Ziyu, their faces turning red and their hearts beating fast. Dressed in white, Lu Ziyu had sharp features, handsome appearance, and a transcendent aura in every movement. With such bearing and looks, while the maids were captivated, they also felt puzzled. The princess, who had always been aloof and domineering, had never associated with any man before, yet now she even brought one into the residence. Could he be a future prince consort? Without stopping, Chu Yao arrived at the Diyu Imperial Palace. After receiving the news, the Diyu Emperor immediately appeared in the grand and bright hall. "Yaya," the Diyu Emperor said in disbelief. "Didn't you disappear before the Imperial Palace fortune appeared?" The mountain where the Imperial Palace appeared was not far from the Diyu dynasty. Under the vision of the Imperial Palace shining across Zhongzhou, the Diyu Emperor personally rushed there. Thus, he witnessed Chu Yao walking out of the Imperial Palace and then disappearing before it. In his view, his daughter had most likely died. But now, she stood alive before him. "Father." Chu Yao bowed and said, "My return this time was purely by luck. I will not go into the details." The Diyu Emperor's expression became serious. He used great power to isolate himself and Chu Yao, and asked, "It is good that you returned. But there is one thing you must explain clearly." This time the Imperial Palace appeared, shaking Zhongzhou and attracting worldwide attention. The thousands of cultivators who entered were all wiped out. Only a few, like the True Dragon Hall's Holy Son, the Sword Hall's Young Master, and the 100 Flowers Palace's Saintess, came out alive. Those who came out alive all obtained a part of the Imperial Ancient Scripture. "You also came out alive. Did you really not obtain the Imperial Ancient Scripture?" Chu Yao had expected this and calmly answered, "No. Yaoer, you are a princess of Diyu, and among the younger generation of the royal family, no one surpasses you. The throne is not only for men." The Diyu Emperor half believed her and tried to persuade. "If you obtain the Imperial Ancient Scripture, then speak truthfully and hand it over. We are family. My cultivation has been stuck at the immortal platform realm for a long time. Without the Imperial Ancient Scripture, I will hardly improve in this life. Moreover, my cultivation and experience are above yours. If I comprehend it, I can also pass on its mysteries to you." Chu Yao no. He did not trust her, and even used the throne to tempt her. "Father underestimates me. I do not care about this mere throne." Before the Imperial Palace, even under pressure from great figures like the great Luo Holy Lord, she did not admit obtaining the Imperial Scripture. Now she would not be persuaded by a few words from the Diyu Emperor. Besides, the Imperial Ancient Scripture was given to her by Lu Ziyu. Without Lu Ziyu's permission, if she revealed it, who knew what the consequences would be? Sigh. Seeing that the girl was unmoved, the Diyu Emperor sighed. "Strange. Those who came out all obtained the Scripture. Why did only you not get it? If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Chu Yao bowed. unwilling to stay longer. People from Huangsha Palace have come. The Dayu Emperor said with a bitter smile. You know Huangsha Palace is a top force outside our dynasty. Every year, we must offer them 10,000 jin of source stones. This is a large resource. And this time, the one who came is the young master of Huangsha Palace. Chu Yao frowned, displeased. Father, I have said many times, I will not become Dao companions with the young master of Huangsha Palace. Let him give up. If you cannot say it, I will say it myself. The Dayu Emperor said helplessly. I know you dislike him, but our dynasty is only an ordinary one in Qiantian domain. Huangsha Palace can easily destroy our foundation. If you refuse, it will give them an excuse. Chu Yao pondered. Many people saw me disappear before the Imperial Palace. The Huangsha Palace experts should have been there. I know what you mean, but now that you have returned, the news will spread. The young master of Huangsha Palace probably already knows. The emperor said seriously. He came here likely to confirm it. If he had not returned, it would be fine. But now, he will not let it go. Chu Yao clenched her fists. You are right. I will handle it myself. How? The emperor asked. In any case, I will not implicate the Dayu dynasty. Chu Yao said and left the palace. The night was deep. Lu Ziyu stood under the corridor in white, looking at the girl descending onto the courtyard, and asked suspiciously, Do you have something on your mind? Chu Yao looked at him and said softly, Tree demon, I have encountered trouble. Will you help me? Lu Ziyu laughed. You are mine. If you have trouble, of course I will help. Chu Yao hestita. If you don't want to say, I will go back to sleep. Lu Ziyu stretched lazily and teased. The matter is like this. Chu Yao carefully explained the whole situation. After listening to the girl's description, Lu Ziyu's face was calm, his expression composed, as if he was not moved at all. This made Chu Yao furious. Her autumn eyes were sharp as she spat. Ha! You said you would help me. I think you are afraid of Huangsha Palace. Nonsense. A tender green willow branch shot out from Lu Ziyu's body, shining brightly, and struck the girls but with crackling sounds. It was very elastic. A scream followed. Chu Yao was like a startled leopard, gritting her teeth, her eyes fierce. You shameless. Say that again, and I will hit you again. The willow branches in Lu Ziyu's hand flew, like tentacles, full of deterrence. Chu Yao, why are you getting angry like this? Fine, if you don't help me, I will find a way myself. Angry, Chu Yao walked away. Lu Ziyu said calmly, Your temper is too impatient. I really don't understand why the young master of Huangsha Palace likes you. Chu Yao froze, and, after holding it in for a while, retorted, That's because your taste is bad. Compared to fox spirits, you are far worse. Lu Ziyu added coldly, That stinky fox. Chu Yao thought Lu Ziyu was referring to the red spirit fox. She thought to herself, Your taste is really twisted. Am I not as good-looking as an untransformed fox? Lu Ziyu did not bother to explain and said, Let's talk about something useful. You don't want to become Dao companions with a young master of Huangsha Palace. I can help you, but we cannot act rashly. According to what you said, Huangsha Palace has divine general-level experts. But your Dayu dynasty only has your father at the immortal platform realm. The gap is huge. My suggestion is, while it is dark at night, I go and kill the young master of Huangsha Palace. Then you won't have to worry. Chu Yao, if you want to kill at night, I won't stop you. The girl said with pressed lips, but I must remind you, there must be elders of Huangsha Palace with him. That is immortal platform-level experts. Can you defeat them? I can't. Lu Ziyu shrugged honestly. Then don't go to die. Chu Yao lowered her head, thought for a moment, then said, If I can join a sect stronger than Huangsha Palace, then he won't be able to do anything to me. Is there such a sect in Qiantian domain? Lu Ziyu asked. Ordinary sects cannot deter Huangsha Palace. Chu Yao Muta. Qiantian domain is one of the 100 domains of Zhongzhou, ranked at the bottom. There are no eternal holy lands or immortal families, but there are two ancient inheritances. One is called Mountain and Sea Sect, inheriting the art of moving mountains and filling seas. The other is called Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, inheriting body cultivation. It is said their secret technique, the Seven Treasures Glazed Body, was left by an ancient supreme being. Once activated, the body can rival an emperor. Countless cultivators want to join these two sections. Without outstanding talent, it is impossible. Mountain and Sea Sect does not suit me. But the inheritance of Seven Treasures Glazed Sect attracts me. Soon, their trial will begin, and the top 10 can directly become inner disciples. In the end, she still focused on that inheritance. To be honest, a body cultivation method left by an ancient supreme being also moved Lu Ziyu a bit. That was a being just below a great emperor. But Lu Ziyu cultivated the Qing emperor longevity art, an imperial scripture. With this, his interest in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was only momentary. You want to join their trial? Do you have confidence? Lu Ziyu looked at Chu Yao. When they first met, she had just opened her cave heaven. Now, she was at the peak of the 9th level of the cave heaven realm, just one step from the transformation dragon realm. In other words, Lu Ziyu at the 8th level of Demon King was only one level below her. I can't say I have full confidence, but maybe 30 to 40%. Chu Yao's eyes shone. The trial will attract young cultivators from the whole domain. There will definitely be geniuses at the transformation dragon realm. If I can break through before the trial, I will have 50% confidence. But to enter the top 10, it is much harder. Demon race system, spirit, demon beast, spiritual movement, Een Palace, demon general, great demon, demon king, heavenly demon, tribulation. Human system, pulse wheel, foundation building, innate, profound sea, golden core, nascent soul, cave heaven, transformation dragon, Tao, entry. After that, they are unified, immortal platform, divine general, marquee, infinite, nirvana. Break through to transformation dragon. Green light appeared in Lu Ziyu's palm, and drops of life essence emerged. Chu Yao's eyes lit up. The aura of life essence had a strong attraction to her. Like bees seeing fresh flesh, it was irresistible. This is far more useful than pills. Lu Ziyu gave her 5 drops of life essence. Refine them well. After absorbing them, you should reach the transformation dragon realm. Chu Yao accepted them without hesitation. After a pause, she said, "Thank you. No need. Even if I raise a cat or dog, I would still feed it something." Chu Yao, am I a cat or dog? That day, Lu Ziyu released the red spirit fox, earth bear, flame rhinoceros, and others. The courtyard became lively and noisy. Screech. The golden rock bird soared into the sky, its wings sharp like blades, its speed shocking, faster than ordinary transformation dragon cultivators. It had now broken through to the heavenly demon level, even stronger than before. Lightning followed. It was the lightning bird. The red spirit fox did not run around. It lay obediently at Lu Ziyu's feet, clearly wanting life essence. Sitting in the courtyard, basking in the sun and gently stroking the smooth fur of the red spirit fox, Lu Ziyu suddenly felt that this kind of relaxed and carefree life was also quite nice. When one day he reaches the peak and rules over all realms, then he can enjoy the sunlight all day long and spend his days in leisure. High in the sky, the golden rock bird was extremely fast. The golden feathers embedded on its body shone like the morning glow and were indestructible. With a single sweep of its wings across the sky, it could split the clouds apart. The lightning bird also had the ability to fly at great speed, but compared with the golden rock bird, whose realm was far higher, it was far inferior. After some comparison, the golden rock bird looked down on the lightning bird with overwhelming superiority. On the other side, the unicorn was not idle either. Its fur was snow white, its figure noble, very similar to the legendary heavenly horse, and within its body flowed a trace of heavenly horse bloodline. In ancient times, whoever obtained a heavenly horse would obtain the world. Anyone who could tame a heavenly horse was a figure who dominated the ages and shaped the world. There was once an ancient emperor who rode a heavenly horse, fought against all races in the primordial wilderness, broke through the 3 realms and 6 paths, and wherever he went, endless ages mourned. This residence of Chu Yao looked vast and magnificent, covering a huge area, but under the charge of the heavenly horse, it was completely run through in a short time. Especially since there were no men in the princess's residence, only maids and servants, allowing the unicorn to rampage and wander around without restraint, leaving chaos everywhere, with shouts and curses rising all around. The red spirit fox lay in front of Lu Ziyu, ignoring everything else. Only by maintaining this posture at all times could it obtain more life essence. It was precisely because of this that, in terms of cultivation level, it later surpassed and crushed both the unicorn and the lightning bird. As for the earth-violent bear and the blazing rhinoceros, The two fierce beasts were as large as mountains. From a moment Lu Ziyu summoned them out of the imperial palace, they stood there motionless. From their appearance, it seemed they had not yet adapted to leaving the wild mountains they were familiar with. Whoosh! Flying sand and moving stones. Above the princess's residence, two figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. The young man standing in front was about 23 or 24 years old, with a powerful aura and sinister eyes. On the robe draped over him were patterns of yellow sand. A golden rock bird? A lightning bird? The old man behind the young man was thin as a skeleton, yet steady as a mountain. Around his body flowed strands of the aura of the great Tao. His gaze was mainly fixed on the golden rock bird as he said in surprise, "This golden rock bird has a pure bloodline. It should be a descendant of a divine beast." Hearing this, the sinister young man smiled coldly and muttered, "Descendants of divine beasts are rare, and a type like the golden rock bird is even rarer." From the moment the two appeared above, Lu Ziyu sensed it and cast his gaze toward them. Leaving aside the sinister young man, whose cultivation was only at the dragon transformation realm, the thin old man, who seemed as if a gust of wind could blow him over, had an unfathomable cultivation that surpassed the Tao entry realm. Immortal platform realm. Lu Ziyu became serious. "Boy, are these fierce beasts all raised by you?" The sinister young man looked down at Lu Ziyu in the courtyard with an unfriendly expression. "Isn't that obvious?" Lu Ziyu sat there calmly and replied, "What is your cultivation?" "This golden rock bird is a descendant of a divine beast, and at the second level of heavenly demon. You can tame it." The sinister young man did not believe it. Descendants of divine beasts possessed great combat power. A heavenly demon-level golden rock bird was something even many mid-stage dragon transformation realm cultivators could not deal with. Lu Ziyu, at the 8th level of Demon King, did not conceal his aura and appeared like a normal 8th-level cave heaven realm cultivator. With such cultivation, in the eyes of the sinister young man, it was impossible to tame the golden rock bird. "Whether I can tame the golden rock bird has anything to do with you." Lu Ziyu smiled faintly. Arrogant. The sinister young man's eyes turned cold as he shouted, "I am the young master of the Yellow Sand Palace." "Who are you? Where's Princess Chu Yao?" "This is not the first time I've come to her residence, and I've never seen a man here before." At the mention of this, the young master of the Yellow Sand Palace's gaze became devouring. He had long regarded Chu Yao as his possession and would not allow anyone to approach her. Below, Lu Ziyu had thick black hair, a handsome face, and an extraordinary temperament. Standing there, he seemed merged with heaven and earth. With such bearing, the young master of the Yellow Sand Palace felt inferior, and naturally grew suspicious and furious. "So it's you." Lu Ziyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. "That woman is not here. You can leave." With the thin old man of the immortal platform realm accompanying him, Lu Ziyu gave up the idea of killing the young master of the Yellow Sand Palace. "Impudent. If you tell me to leave, I must leave? Who do you think you are?" The young master of the Yellow Sand Palace roared. "Chu Yao cannot possibly be absent. From the day she entered the imperial capital of the Great Yu dynasty, I received news. She returned yesterday and has not stepped out of the princess's residence today. If you continue to offend me and act recklessly, I will make you taste what it means to be shattered to pieces." Lu Ziyu found it amusing. Sometimes people just think too highly of themselves. Before you act, you should think twice. Lu Ziyu did not want to waste words. He sat there calmly, ready to kill the young master if he made a move. "You?" The young master of the Yellow Sand Palace was about to rush out. "Why are you so noisy?" A graceful figure appeared in the courtyard. The furious young master of the Yellow Sand Palace immediately forced a smile, his eyes burning as he stared at the figure. "Your Highness the Princess, I hope you have been well. I heard that before the fortune in the Imperial Palace, you were oppressed by the Holy Lord of Deluo and almost had your soul searched. That Holy Lord of Deluo truly bullies the weak and has no shame. If I had been there, I would never have stood by. Chu Yao Sna." Such words might fool a 3-year-old child. In front of a supreme figure like the Holy Lord of Deluo, even the master of the Yellow Sand Palace would not dare to step forward to seek death. If you have something to say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Not even wanting to look at the ugly face of the young master, Chu Yao spat. Such obvious disgust clearly struck the young master's nerves, but he did not get angry. "Yaoer, you should know my feelings for you. As long as you become my Tao companion, from now on, The Great Ute dynasty will no longer need to offer resources to my yellow sand palace, and will instead receive our protection. Moreover, I can swear to the heavens that I will treat you wholeheartedly. Yaya? Lu Ziyu glanced at the girl whose face had turned pale with anger. Please show some respect. I will not become your Dao companion. I don't need to repeat this. Chu Yao's attitude was firm.
Guys, did you like the story? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Thanks for watching, and see you later.